Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Now Alex Bregman, the last hope for the Astros, who need another base runner to bring the tying run to the plate. Tuve takes off. Ball fly to right field. Brandon Lockridge in his first major league start will catch the final out of a shutout. Two-pitcher combined shutout. Dylan Cease and Tanner Scott getting the last two outs. Cease was amazing today. And the Astros dropped the final game of this three-game series 4-0.
Yeah, Cease was really good. Cease was really good last night. Welcome in, everybody, on a Thursday. Payne and Pendergast with you here on Sports Radio 610. Ton to get into on the show today. My big takeaway from that game last night, Seth. By the way, how are you this morning? How you doing?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I've decided after
good.
yesterday's extreme snarkiness that I'm going to be magnanimous all day long today.
Oh, really?
So everybody buckle up. Yeah. I'm going to be nothing but brimming with positivity towards all who would otherwise earn my derision.
You're going to get
like Dylan Cease. What a fine young gentleman.
You're going to get tested early in this show. I'm just looking at the rundown. All the chatter about CJ and Caleb yesterday. What is wrong with people?
I'm not going to be petty one bit.
No, me neither.
I don't have 7 different items that I could get petty about marked down already.
Right. My takeaway from that game last night, as we heard Todd Callis talking during Alex Bregman's, by the way, Todd Callis on the call, another great call by Callis and Blum yesterday.
Yes, I love those guys.
I do too. They're good at their jobs.
Yes.
As we heard them saying, Bregman gets on, that'll bring the tying run to the plate. My big takeaway from that game is I think Xander Bogaerts had money on the Astros yesterday with the 2 errors in the top of the ninth. Like the only thing that's keeping the Astros in this game is the fact that Xander Bogaerts might have gone and shotgunned 3 beers during the 8th inning at some point.
I like Xander Bogaerts. I think that he did everything he could, especially versus a guy like Framber, where fielding is at a premium when you're facing Framber Valdez. Boy. That was a hell of a duel through 6 innings, and then Manny Machado just had a really good at-bat, hit a home run, and these things happen. And then Caleb Ort, who I will say nothing about, other than that he let up back-to-back home runs, which is fine. That was fun for Padres fans. Gosh, I couldn't be happier.
Has that ever happened? I mean, they bring in Caleb Ort, and he has to stay in for 3 batters. That's the rule. So
since the new rules have come in,
rule, has anybody ever come in and given up? I mean, you literally cannot do any worse than that coming into an inning. Is to give up.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's no other way.
It's mathematically impossible to do worse than Caleb. Caleb Ort had the worst outing you can possibly have as a reliever.
He had an infinite ERA through those 3
for that
mandatory
outing.
pitchers.
Because
if you come in the inning, there's no possible configuration where he could do any worse than that. That was the worst pitching performance in the history of pitchers.
It can't be worse. Well, at least for relievers, right?
I mean, it's tied with a bunch of people. It's happened, since the new rules began. I'm guessing it's happened a few times. I mean,
hold up. You think it's happened where a guy's come in and has to face 3 hitters and he's given up a home run to all 3 a bunch of times?
I don't know. I don't know. This is the first. I don't either. First time
to be fair, I don't either. I just feels like wow.
Sean, I'm trying to be magnanimous. This is the first time the Astros this is the first time the Padres have hit back-to-back since Ricky Henderson was involved or something. It's been a long time.
Yes.
It's been a long time.
Yes, this doesn't happen that often.
In the three batter mandatory rule has only been 4 or 5 years now.
Yeah. Since they,
I'm guessing this might. Good job, Caleb Ort. Break it. One of our listeners probably already has this and is going to text it in.
Oh, good. Well, I hope so.
Yeah, I like making history.
I do too. And sometimes it's bad history, but whatever. They're going to win the division.
I was sitting there contemplating Dylan Cease's name and how, boy, it's very punnable, obviously. And back in the days of newspapers, I would have eagerly awaited the headline this morning to see what pun they came up with for
ceasing to let the Astros get hits. Yeah.
Instead, I'm thinking Caleb Orbit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Send
Good job,
3 into
Seth.
orbit. Yeah, how about that?
Good job, Seth.
Not to mention this damn scourge of Calebs and Kalens.
Yeah.
All these horny bastards 25 years ago that decided that they were going to name their kids Caleb and Kalen. Yeah. Just hereby wreaking havoc on my ability to say the proper name, which is already faltering, obviously.
The Shaq era is winding down for kids' names right now. We're into Caleb and Kalen now.
Shaq Mason ain't winding down. That whole line is fat as hell, man.
No, yeah.
Those guys got big in the offseason.
They did.
Bunch of fat, happy bastards.
We'll get to them in a second. So the Astros.
I've gotten 3 texts about Titus Howard. Hey, was he always this big?
He's huge. He's huge. The Astros lose last night. The Mariners lose to the Yankees. So this thing is just I said it last week. I'll say it again. Like, this is the least kind of juicy division race that we could have here, because no one, like, the Astros lose and it's like, well, the Mariners, like, this divisional race, which looked like it might be something when the Astros got back. They got that 10-game deficit, boom, went away in like a month. Like, all right, this could be fun now. They play the Mariners a bunch of time. Hell, they play the Mariners next week for 3 games. Thing might be clinched by then. Like, those games might not mean anything next week. The Astros play 4 against the Angels this weekend. They just swept the Angels. This division's going to be decided basically by the clock running out. Like, the sand is just going to run out in the hourglass for the Seattle Mariners here soon.
This feels like who's it that does the turtle races in Midtown there?
That's Little Woodrow's in Midtown.
Little Woodrow's. Do they still do the turtle races?
I'm not sure. I don't know if they do or not. We don't do shows.
This feels
there
like
anymore.
A turtle race.
It does feel like a turtle race.
Turtle race on Quaaludes.
Yeah.
You loot up you give a bunch of Quaaludes to the turtles and see what happens. That's what the AL West has turned into.
Drugged up turtles. Yes.
Taking it back to the 70s up in here.
Yeah.
Which I'm fine with. I love watching people struggle. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what I like. I'm fine with Alex Bregman making an incredible throw from third base on a bunt, and John Singleton being unable to corral it because he's not Hughley.
Yep.
This is I'm fine with being reminded of just how paltry they are at being able to do the simple things at first base.
Did you see the report that Dana Brown and Scott Boras ran into each other while the Astros have been in Southern California? I think it was at the Angels series. Is
this like a Texas baseball hire where they ran into each other?
No.
In a cemetery
There's
somewhere?
nothing unseemly going on. No, they ran into each other. But the two of them are going to have to talk here at some point, because Boras is Bregman's agent, and I think a lot of Astro fans would like for Alex Bregman to be on the team for a few more years. And the quotes coming from Dana Brown, I don't have them in front of me, but they were something to the effect of, yeah, we ran into each other, and we both know we've got something really important to take care of. It'll probably get taken care get taken care of after the season. We'll talk at some point, and we'll get an offer over to Boras at some point. And I understand they're in September now, so contracts are the last thing you have your mind on. And yet Matt Chapman, a Boras client with nearly an identical back of the baseball card to Alex Bregman, got a deal done a week ago.
Bregman's been better by a spell in WAR and all that stuff, which, of course, Boras can't just say that. He's got to have a 200-page binder to give Dana Brown a bunch of stuff that Dana Brown already knows.
Right.
But the Matt Chapman deal is a 6-year, $151 million contract. He's a year older than Bregman. He's got almost identical numbers.
Yeah, they're very similar players.
Yeah, and they've both been really – I mean, this is the one thing that Astros fans, myself included, it never feels like this, that – Bregman's, in terms of WAR and a lot of the advanced stats, Bregman's been one of the best Major League Baseball players since he got that deal.
Yeah.
Back in 2018. He's been very, very good. It just hasn't been. It's been with long droughts and then big surges. It just hasn't been consistent.
Well, and he got off to an incredible start to his career. Like, they were both top 7 MVP candidates in the same seasons early in their career. And then post-COVID, they've kind of leveled off to where they're merely all-star caliber players as opposed to perennial MVP candidates.
Yeah.
And so Bregman, I saw that WAR stat, and I was shocked that Bregman is that high up among all major league. Like, if you told me the number is there's only 8 major league players that have been worth more wins above replacement than Bregman during Bregman's time here in the big league.
Yeah.
Like, which if you told me he's one of the top 8 third basemen, I would have said, oh, okay, that top 8 players is like, wow, that's crazy to me.
Since I'm being magnanimous this morning, I'm not going to point out that, Chandler Rome, when he writes that, he could just write he's got the 9th best WAR in baseball since that time.
He never will, Seth, just so you know.
These baseball writers try so hard to make things sound a little bit different or something.
It's never happening, Seth.
Only 6 people have a better WAR, plus 2 after that, until you arrive at Bregman, who's 9th. Yeah. Just say he's 9th.
It's never happening. Right? It's not going to happen. This is
but I did when I read that stat. I was like, wait, among infielders, or is this what? No, it's I
think
it's all major leaguers.
But if you take a step back, it's surprising that it's that. But if you take a step back, Bregman's game is conducive to the wins above replacement metric. Because
defensive side.
The defensive side, his ability to work. His ability to grind at the plate. He's a really smart. He's not a prolific hitter, but he's a super smart hitter. He
single-handedly turned Hunter Brown into not just a viable major league pitcher, but a really good major league pitcher.
Yeah,
I swear it should. You almost got to factor in Hunter Brown's WAR since Bregman gave him the advice to start throwing his sinker.
Yes,
and just tack that onto Bregman's.
That's it, man.
Okay. It's realistic. I think it's fair to say that if Bregman hadn't given Hunter Brown that advice, the Astros wouldn't even be in the playoff race right now. They would have had Hunter Brown would have been back in the minors. It would have been just a disaster.
Maybe, yeah, that's quite possible. That's 5-game lead right now. Hunter Brown, has he been worth? Wins above replacement won't say he's worth 5 games, but they'd be in
the playoff race, but they wouldn't have this commanding yet also faltering somehow lead over the Mariners.
You wouldn't feel nearly as good as you do about them actually doing something in the postseason because it's Hunter Brown and Framber that are going to carry this starting pitching rotation come postseason time, unless Verlander figures it out in the next week and a half.
If Verlander doesn't figure it out, I am going to crush Bregman for his failure to
coach up Verlander. Yes.
Yeah, this is where you're not good in the clutch as a pitching coach. I'll tell you that, Bregman.
All right, we got a lot to get to with the Texans. Injuries. Brevin Jordan goes to the IR. We'll hear from some of the folks around the Texans about that. A lot of faces not practicing yesterday. Your top 2 centers and top 2 running backs not practicing yesterday. So we got to dig into that. We'll get into that in headlines. But up next, this is the strangest thing I've seen people get agitated about when it comes to NFL football players. This C.J. Stroud, Caleb Williams interaction after the game. I've never seen people get so upset on behalf of an athlete who could probably use the advice from C.J. Stroud. We will get to that coming up next.
Hey, you know what? You could use some advice too, I'm guessing.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I guess I don't know. Should I be surprised that the interaction between C.J. Stroud and Caleb Williams had this many people talking yesterday? It was on national debate shows. It was getting people up in Chicago agitated.
Yeah.
It was, and it's funny, the agitation, and I honestly, like, the initial appearance of what we're about to talk about here that I saw was after some of the C.J. Stroud mic'd up blurbs surfaced on the internet, and it was Texan fans getting offended that Caleb Williams looked like he didn't want to talk to C.J. after the game. And for those of you who are going, what are you talking about, Sean? What are we talking about here? Got to get up to speed. C.J. Stroud was mic'd up for the game on Sunday against the Bears. The full video is out. It's like a 6-minute video. It's excellent. As mic'd up videos go, it's really, really, really good. So go out of your way to find it sometime later today. There was an interaction with C.J. Stroud and Caleb Williams at the end of the game as they were shaking hands where C.J. was giving Caleb a little bit of encouragement. Looked like Caleb started to walk away, and C.J. said, "No, wait, come here." And then he gave him a little bit more encouragement. And then the two dapped up and left. This is a total. Ben, how long is this cut we're about to play here? This is like maybe 12 seconds, right?
Yeah, 12.
Literally 12. I guessed it. Okay, good. Can I get a ding for that, Ben? Thank you. I just want to feel good about it. Thank you. Here's C.J. Stroud and Caleb Williams at midfield following the game. Take a listen.
Good job out there, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, keep going. Stop taking those hits.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? Hey, learn from those mistakes. And everything that you got, bro, is in you already, bro. You're going to be a hell of a player in this league.
Yep.
All right, boy.
Appreciate it.
For sure.
All right, so 12 seconds worth of, hey, stop taking those hits. Really good advice, I would say, right?
Yeah.
And then Caleb pulling away, CJ saying, hey, come here. You're going to be a really good player in this league. You know, you just got to, I don't think there was anything where he was talking down to Caleb. I think he's just
little broing him. That's
the verb I'm learning in the last 24 hours is he little broed him.
He little broed him, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess.
I guess, okay, so there's a couple different, basically, I don't think you should be surprised that people read into this a lot and made a huge deal out of it, because there's been a narrative about Caleb Williams, and maybe he's not that guy in terms of attitude or what have you. Yeah. And then CJ has gotten to a point where there's been nothing but full-blown adulation regarding him for an entire offseason. At some point, there's a whiplash to that.
Yes.
There always will be a whiplash to that. You know, Pat Mahomes had a period of time where, wow, what a great story, what a good kid, blah, blah, blah. Now he's despised in many corners. So you should not be surprised that people read way into this.
No, you're right. You're 100% right. And we're going to hear from CJ in a second, and then we're going to hear from people who are really upset with CJ, which is the strangest thing ever to me. I don't know. But, yeah, you're right. That's a good point, Seth. It's like the NFL is a room full of piñatas, and they've not yet gotten to taking a swing at the C.J. Stroud piñata yet. Like,
I've been waiting for it.
I get to hit this one right here?
I can take my blindfold off? It's like you're having a birthday party, and none of these stupid kids are getting the piñata open, so you're like, okay, take the blindfold off. Just let's go.
Right.
Let's whack away.
Right. So let's hear from CJ on this, because CJ was asked about it yesterday at his press conference on the interaction between him and Caleb Williams after the game.
I had some of the best advice given to me last year, and me and Caleb, I was not trying to like treat him like I was trying to like little bro him or nothing. He knows that too. I have a ton of respect for him. I told him I have respect for him. But I had so many guys coming to me after games last year, and that meant the world to me. That those guys even thought about giving me advice. So I just try to get back to what the game has given to me. So I wish him the best, man. I want him to do amazing in this league. I think he will. I think that he'll get his groove. And once you get your rhythm, I didn't get my rhythm until like week 3, week 4. So I can see his game picking up from here. And so, I don't think he was trying to like, be any towards away. He's just upset that they lost. I totally understand. So I have a ton of respect for that guy, man. I want him to do extremely well, just like any other guy until we play on that day. You know what I mean? And after the game, we can be cool. You know what I mean? But I'm definitely, rooting for him and want to see him do extremely well.
Great answer from CJ. Great, not surprised. Great answer from CJ. And I believe everything he's saying there. He's not going over to little bro him. They've got a relationship. and he's trying to, he's trying to encourage him. The one piece of advice that he gave him, stop taking all those hits, is really good advice for Caleb Williams, I would say. The stuff we're about to hear, I understand Caleb Williams, and so did CJ, being upset, he just wanted to get it. CJ understood why he wanted to get out of there, just lost the game. The people getting upset on behalf of Caleb Williams for this thing is some of the strangest stuff I've ever heard. It's really weird to me. I don't know.
All of a sudden now they've decided to take up for this guy that I'm guessing many of them have lambasted for his cavalier attitude or crying in his mommy's bosom or any of that kind of stuff. The one thing I would say about from Caleb's perspective, as I sat and reflected on this for far too long yesterday, was I think the biggest thing, if I put myself in his shoes, you've got your friend that's, giving you some encouragement, but then as a rookie and your head is spinning, you've just been sacked 7 times. You had multiple big hits. Your offensive line did not play well, but you know that you've made some mistakes. It's CJ saying, don't worry about those mistakes you made. Where I might kind of be like, it's like if you just lost your job and somebody came up to you and was like, hey, man, it's going to be okay. Don't worry about the fact that your wife also cheated on you last year. That's all cool by now, I'm sure. You're just kind of like, all right, man, I just want encouragement. Okay.
Yeah. Don't worry about blowing those 2 big deals last month that we needed to bring in to make quota.
Don't worry about all the reasons you totally deserve to get fired.
Right. Okay, so that's a good point. So here, we're going to hear from a few people here, including Mike Florio. Florio was on our sister station yesterday with Bernstein and Holmes on 670 The Score. Dan Bernstein, longtime host up in Chicago, and he thought that maybe CJ was overstepping his boundaries a little bit when it came to giving advice to the Bears starting quarterback.
We were debating this, of where Stroud is coming from. I found it to be a little presumptuous, if not performative on his part. I think it's one thing. What do you think the protocol is for when you can give advice like you're an OG quarterback in that moment after a hard-fought NFL game? If you're the same age as a guy, to go over and treat him like he's your kid, I could understand if Caleb Williams is like, look, I might hear this from Aaron Rodgers. I'm not hearing it from you.
Okay, we're going to hear from Florio in a second, but that was Bernstein laying out his view on it there.
Is this like the unwritten rules of base? Is there a protocol?
I don't know, man.
What does the guidebook say? If only we could get our hands on that guidebook. It seems somewhat presumptuous.
It was, if not performative. This is okay, and we're gonna get. He said that we're gonna get to Florio, and we're gonna get to Nick Wright too. I was shocked by how upset Nick was about this yesterday, but this is where I'm at. Okay, first take a step. This is 12 seconds we're talking. They interacted for 12 seconds on the field. These people are making it sound like he pulled him aside and took out a PowerPoint for the game and saying, here's all the things you did wrong and here's my advice on how to fix them. This Bernstein, though, okay, this is a very Chicago-specific thing to me. Your quarterbacks have sucked since time immemorial with your team. You should be happy. You should be happy that any good quarterback is pulling your quarterback aside and saying anything to them, because the standard for Chicago quarterbacks is rock bottom, dude. So you should be hoping that you should be hoping this happens with Caleb Williams after every single game, with every single quarterback that's better than him, pulling him aside and saying something to him in his ear, because your history of quarterbacks sucks.
You guys are going to be trying to drown him in that damn lake of yours before November.
Yes.
I'm sure you like polar bear plunge or whatever they do up there.
Yeah, weird stuff. You want to hear from Florio on this?
Oh God, I can't hear enough Florio. Give it to me.
Imagine. Here we go. Here's Mike Florio, and if he thinks CJ was overstepping a little bit.
I try to watch objectively. Yeah, he seems like a guy who just lost a football game and really isn't interested in getting a lecture at midfield about basic, obvious stuff. Keep fighting. I mean, I don't need to hear cliches. I want to go change my clothes and get the hell out of here. So, I think some made too much of it. But you're right. At what point did C.J. Stroud become Tom Brady? He's not there yet. So I think it was just a weird thing all around. I think it's not C.J. Stroud's place to preach to a guy who's just 1 year behind him by way of experience. And from Caleb's perspective, look, you just lost a game. You really you know, you don't want to hear it. But I wasn't surprised. I was disappointed, but I wasn't surprised that the knee-jerk reaction by most was, oh, who does Caleb think he is?
Of all the people who are licking their chops to take a swing at C.J. Stroud, like Florio's probably like, oh, finally.
Oh, he's hoping so much that C.J. will engage back with him somehow because that is gold for him, like literally gold, or Bitcoin, or however he chooses to deposit his web money. Yeah. So here's the thing. I see these Chicagoans are all hung up on the age thing and forget about the fact that CJ's been through an entire season so far, and that also these guys have had a relationship that goes back to middle school. Yeah. They've been good friends since they graduated high school, but they've known each other since middle school. But I think, I was watching the Pacific, the miniseries on HBO about the fighting in the Pacific during World War II, and one of the storylines there is there's these two childhood friends, one of them goes off to war, and then the other one comes and joins him a year or two later.
Okay.
Guess who's got some good advice for the guy who's the exact same age as him? Like, the guy that's been there getting shot at and stuck in holes and everything. Like, he's been through the war, literally. Yeah, he's got some advice for his I'll say young friend, even though they're the exact same age, and it's good advice. Yeah, because he's been the football metaphor would be that CJ's taken those hits. CJ's done some of this. He's been through all of it.
If anything, the people who should be upset at this are Texan fans who should be so upset that CJ is kind enough to do this. Like, what are you doing trying to help out somebody from one of the other 31 teams? This is a 32-team war. Like, would you have walked up to the German soldiers back in World War II and said, "Hey, buddy, it's..."
If you guys kept your weapons clean, you'd probably have it. They wouldn't misfire so much.
I would tell CJ, stop giving advice. Stop being so nice to people.
I'm sitting over here just watching you guys fumble around, and it's annoying me.
Yeah. Keep your head up, bro. Keep your head up. Let's hear from Nick Wright on this. Nick Wright, first things first, FS1. Here's Nick upset that these two quarterbacks who are just weeks apart in age, that one would give advice to the other.
I think Caleb handled it as well as you could have, given the fact he had to be absolutely furious. That is so they are contemporaries. That is not a big bro, little bro situation.
It was, though.
That's not. No, first of all, do you know how old Caleb Williams is? He's 23. He turns 24 in a few weeks. Do you know how old C.J. Stroud is? He's 23. He turns 24 in a few weeks. This is Caleb Williams and C.J. Stroud. Do you know how Caleb looks at C.J., I would imagine? He remembers this night when they were colleagues on the dais at the Heisman Trophy ceremony, and Caleb won the award. Like, the idea that this guy
irrelevant means nothing.
I totally disagree with you.
We ain't in college no
That's
more.
Fine.
I'm 8 times better than you.
Okay.
Listen to me.
No, but that's not how it works.
I'm trying to help you.
Tell him, Brew.
Hey, let's not forget this, too. Whether you like it or not, whether you think it's notable or not in terms of whether Caleb Williams can be a good football player, he cried in his mother's bosom after a loss.
Bosom.
Maybe this is exactly what Caleb needs.
Right.
Maybe Caleb needs a little bit of tough advice and love. His dad's off trying to negotiate ownership shares. And what did they talk about? What did old performative Dan Bernstein talk about in the next segment? What percentage of the Bears they want to give Caleb Williams right now?
Right.
Boy, he's really earned that.
Yeah.
We should give him 25% ownership in the Bears.
Dude.
Caleb needs some damn advice and some qualified parenting from, his chronological contemporary, but not his emotional contemporary.
Okay.
All right?
Here's a good advertisement for this text is a good advertisement for watching on YouTube. Glad I didn't hear this segment on the radio. Seeing the YouTube feed is great. The faces you guys are making are phenomenal.
Is he enjoying the horses behind me?
Are we being performative right now?
I would say we're being downright performative.
Downright performative.
That Dan Bernstein.
Dude,
Dan Bernsperm. Listen, Dan Bernsperm. I'm tired of you spreading your seed all over my damn airwaves, all right? You're done here. We're putting a condom on your ass.
The only thing performative is Seth's attempted a magnanimous personality this morning.
I did a pretty good job of it. I was
good.
magnanimous for the first segment.
18 minutes. Yeah, you did a good job.
For those of you who are not on the YouTube stream, I'm in an Airbnb in Eugene, Oregon, and people have been admiring the picture of the horses.
You need to take that with you.
Behind me.
You need to take that with you and hang it on your.
No way! I can't risk my Airbnb rating.
Oh, come on! It's worth it. Do it for the
No,
bit.
I am a model citizen in Airbnbs. I've got these people complain about the cleaning checklists and everything. I want more cleaning checklist items because it keeps me from losing stuff and leaving it behind. Yes, but I will not steal these horses.
No,
these wild Oregonian stallions.
People have noticed that painting quite a bit this week. I'll just say
Frankly, I think these horses are a bit performative.
A little bit. Yeah, if not, what was the other word he used? Presumptuous. Those horses are presumptuous, if
presumptuous, dare I say, performative.
Oh, my God.
Look at them running around, gallivanting about, just because they know they have an audience.
Yeah.
If we weren't here watching those horses, they would just be standing, eating grass like the dullards that they are.
That's right. All right, let's get to headlines. The Astros lose yesterday. We've got a ton of injury news to get to with the Houston Texans and more hardware. 2 weeks in, 2 pieces of hardware for the Houston Texans. We'll get to that coming up next. Amy and I, speaking of the Astros last night, and I can mention them in this spot because they are an official sponsor of Taquerias Arandas. That's where Amy and I went last night to watch the game. It was a 5:40 start, so we got there during happy hour. It was great. Nice $6.99 gigantic margarita. It was great. We had a good time there. And when we went to one of the Taquerias Arandas locations with an Arandas sports bar in it. So it was great. You had the counter there with the big screens and all the items on the menu available to you while you're watching you're watching Astros baseball. Yesterday wasn't too awesome, but it's always fun to be at Taquerias Arandas, eating some delicious, mouth-watering tacos. I had the fajitas. I had the beef fajitas last night. Amy had some enchiladas. We had a little bit of queso with some of the chorizo in it beforehand. It was awesome. The meal was so good. And right now, if you get to Taquerias Arandas, Arandas Seafood, and Arandas Bakery locations around town, you can win exclusive autographed items from Jeremy Pena. So check that out. You can go online, get the details, taqueriasarandas.com. And don't forget to visit this weekend, if you're going to the games, Minute Maid Park, Taquerias Arandas and Arandas Bakery inside Minute Maid Park during the game. It's Taquerias Arandas, an official sponsor of the Houston Astros.
Tomball, we're coming to you. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley this afternoon from 2 to 6. Live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball for a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light. Great wings, cold drinks, prizes on site, and the best sports conversation in town. Start your football weekend off with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with the Astros. They lose 4-0 to the Padres last night. The Astros remain 5 games up in the AL West because the Mariners just refused to win also. They lose to the Yankees 2-1. Yankees clinch a playoff spot, so the Yankees are in the postseason. You're going to start to see some of that here over the next couple of weeks. Teams are going to be clinching some spots in the postseason here. Dylan Cease for the Padres was amazing last night. He gave up just 1 hit in 8 innings. And here was Joe Espada on Dylan Cease.
Got to tip your hat to Cease. He was really good. Even from that first pitch of the game, the diving play by Machado, he hit some balls hard. Jordan hit a ball hard. Diaz, he was just really good.
And Dylan Cease probably really happy. He looks over at Chicago like, God, thank God I'm not there anymore. I'm in San Diego. The weather's nice. We're going to be in the playoffs, and the White Sox are struggling to win 40 games. This is amazing.
The local quarterback is not an NFL quarterback anymore, but just because there is no local quarterback in San Diego.
Whoever San Diego State's quarterback is.
But whoever San Diego State's quarterback is, he's not emotionally fragile and will take advice from others.
As far as we
He'll
know.
take advice from his superiors, Sean.
Right.
His superiors, Chicago.
Yes.
Anyway,
Yeah.
back to baseball.
Yeah.
Look, in my effort to be nothing but magnanimous and kind to everybody, I have to credit the Padres with their bunting ability and Dylan Cease as well. But it's hard for me, Sean, to get over the fact that Caleb Ort came in and let up 3 straight damn home runs.
Yeah,
what the hell?
yeah.
What? Including to one Manny Machado. Do we really have to turn Manny Machado into a hero here? Do we have to be the team that turns Manny Machado into a hero?
They've done a
what
good
the
job.
hell is going on?
They've done a hell of a job of doing that in this series.
Twice
man.
in a row.
Yeah.
Oh, Manny Machado just. That's more than anything. It's hard for me to dredge up hatred for the Padres given their last couple decades of baseball playing and what have you.
Yeah.
But bringing Manny Machado in was one good way to do it. And now the Astros are just propping him up like he's a young Caleb Williams or something.
Well, if we see if we see the Padres again, that means good things are happening because it'll be in the World Series. They're pumped up about their Padres. They sold out all those games against the Astros, man. They're fired up for their Padres out there. So Astros back at it tonight. They're back home against the Angels. 4 against the Angels this weekend. The magic number is down to 6, I believe, for clinching the division. Combination of Astro wins and Mariners losses. Let's get to the Texans because we got a lot of injury news to get to here. Brevin Jordan.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Brevin Jordan went to the injured reserve list yesterday with a knee injury. It was not made clear throughout the day, both with DeMeco nor with C.J. Stroud, who we're about to hear from here, if Brevin Jordan can come back. I'm just reading the tea leaves with some of the quotes, and it sounds like this is not at the very least, this is not he'll be back in 4 weeks kind of thing with injured reserve with Brevin Jordan, it would seem. Here is C.J. Stroud on Brevin Jordan going to injured reserve.
Yeah, man, it's tough, man. I'm praying for him. Man, if you want to talk about the heartbeat of this team, man, it's who he is, man. He's somebody who loves hard, and he loves everybody in this building. He loves ball. And, I think he was really getting his momentum on just who he wanted to be in this league and how he wanted to approach practice. So praying for him, I know he's a faith-based man. God makes no mistakes, and he knows that. So I'm not worried about him, but I am going to be a brother that he can lean on. And, man, I love Brad, man. He's my brother for the rest of my life. And I really, know that he'll be back soon and he'll do great things when he comes back.
Cade Stover, step up. Your time now, Cade Stover. You're going to get a lot more snaps now.
I think one of the better stories about Brevin Jordan and the tight end group in general is that these guys have all become better blockers in their second year in this system. And Brevin Jordan's a guy that I think until you see him in person, you don't realize he's an undersized tight end. Because he's kind of muscular, people think he's bigger than he is, but he's got some natural disadvantages when it comes to blocking. The way the Texans have used him as well as Dalton Schultz and Cade Stover as fullbacks, as inline tight ends, as guys out on the edge, he's been a big part of being able to take advantage of some of the things that teams playing conservatively to take away those top 3 wide receivers. Brevin Jordan was going to be a big part of that. So if he can return this year, that'll be a nice boost at some point. Brevin Jordan for about 3 straight years, Sean, was a guy that you kept looking at thinking, well, if he doesn't prove it this year, he's probably on his way out.
They like him.
And now he's turned into, man, the way DeMeco and Caserio talk about him, he might get a bigger contract than we realized he was capable of getting.
Yep, we'll see. But it'd be nice to get him back this year. As far as other injuries go, the top two centers, both a no-go at practice yesterday. Scruggs, Patterson didn't practice. Maybe a Kendrick Green sighting this weekend at center, possibly, against Minnesota.
Yeah, they flirted with Scott Quesenberry a little bit. And
he's on the practice squad. They signed Quesenberry. Yeah.
This is a good... This is a tough spot. The interior three right now have had some bad snaps in pass protection. All three of them. I'm not just making youth as an excuse. Shaq Mason's had some bad snaps in pass protection too. And, Patterson looked ugly at times the other day. So that might end up being a better... Whoever ends up playing center, if it's not Juice Scruggs, might end up being better just in terms of doing the right thing, whatever his physical potential is. But the interior three on the offensive line, including Kenyon Green, who looks a lot better this year, they got to get some things straight on the simple stuff. They're letting guys into the backfield way too quickly on simple twists in games.
Yeah, Brian Flores is going to have a lot for them this weekend for sure, the DC for the Vikings. Joe Mixon, Dameon Pierce, both also no-go at practice yesterday. Here was DeMeco Ryans on the status of Joe Mixon and his ankle injury.
Yeah, we'll take it day by day with Joe and his injury and see where he ends up at the end of the week still, holding out hope that he can make it.
All right, not super optimistic there. Here's one more from DeMeco Ryans. Will we see more of Cam Akers possibly this weekend?
Yeah, we'll see. Cam is he's ran the ball well. As we've seen, he did a good job for us, so we'll see where Cam is as we go throughout the week as well.
Got to hold on to the football, Cam. Can't put it on the ground.
This will be an interesting week where Brian Flores, the defensive coordinator for the Vikings, does a really, really good job of disguising what they're going to do before the snap, and then all of a sudden guys just fly, like at the snap, are they blitzing, or are these guys in coverage? The interesting thing, especially if your running game is banged up, is all right, this might become the classic. You've got to use the short passing game as your run game. And then it's very much a chess match between not even Bobby Slowick and Brian Flores, but C.J. Stroud and Brian Flores and those defensive backs, and figuring out where, when you show these looks that have become more and more popular where all the defenders are up at the line of scrimmage and then they bail out at the snap. There are opportunities there.
Yep.
It's as simple as all right, there's a big old void back there. Can CJ exploit that? But you can't get fooled while doing it.
We'll talk more about this at the top of the hour. We'll get the scouting report from Nick Caserio on the Vikings. We'll start to dig into that matchup at the top of the hour.
So we're going to see a 59-yard attempt here for Fairbairn. This will be his longest of the season if he makes it. Right hash mark, south end zone, uprights. Here's the snap, here's the spot, here's the kick by Fairbairn. He's got a lot of distance, and it's good! Fairbairn makes it 59 yards. Wow. And the Texans have a 6-point lead with 1 second to go.
All right, that was Kaimi Fairbairn, a 59-yard field goal, one of 6 50-plus yard field goals he's kicked in the first 2 weeks of the season, one of 3 that he kicked on Sunday night against the Bears. As we expected, Kaimi Fairbairn, AFC Special Teams Player of the Week for Week 2.
He'll probably be the first ever kicker in our Circle of Swarm on Friday.
Probably so.
To give you a tease ahead, yes.
We will be doing the Circle of Swarm tomorrow on the show, getting ready for Minnesota. First kicker to make 6 50-plus yard field goals over any 2-week span in league history. First kicker ever to have 2 games with 3 50-plus yard field goals, period, ever. And he did it in back-to-back weeks. Like, this is... So, this isn't he did one in 2018 and now he did this one this past weekend. He's off to an amazing start. Now trails only, he's done it 3 times now, Player of the Week. Trailing only now Matt Schaub with 4, Deshaun Watson with 5, J.J. Watt with 7 on the Player of the Week accolades list. And he did get the chain. He got to wear that little H chain that Joe Mixon got last week. So there you go. All right, those are your headlines as we continue here on a Thursday. Payne and Pendergast. Our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits, still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at t-mobile.com/switch. Yes, up next, we will start to dig in. Nick Caserio on Brian Flores, who he knows very well from their time in New England, on Sam Darnold as well. as he knows, because we all know Sam Darnold from the 4 teams that he's played on in his NFL career. We'll get into this Minnesota matchup and what do the Texans do to deal with some of these injuries that they may have on the O-line and in the backfield. We'll get into all that coming up next here in the 7 o'clock hour. But first, I want to tell you about Dr. Ben Salento. Texas Sinus and Snoring. That is the name of his practice. That is me snoring right there, that awful, hideous, just horrific sound. I don't do that anymore. Ben, you can turn that down. Yeah, turn that down. People are in their cars like, no. Imagine being Amy, sleeping next to that noise. It's like sleeping with a lawnmower or a buzzsaw. 2018 is when I went to see Dr. Ben Salento, and that's when I stopped snoring. Got rid of the sleep apnea, got rid of the snoring, and good sleep has really, really helped my quality of life over the last few years. If you don't get good sleep at night, why are you treating yourself like this? Make the appointment today to go see Dr. Ben Salento, and he'll identify the exact perfect solution for you to fix your sleep. It might be the Inspire sleep apnea implant. It's a small implant that people can get now that clears your airway at night so you don't have sleep apnea anymore. You don't stop breathing in the middle of the night. He's done hundreds of those procedures, Dr. Ben Salento has. So make the appointment today, that consultation visit, to find out what it is you need to do to get your quality of life back. 346-413-9313. That's 346-413-9313 or online at drbensalento.com.
The Texans are headed to Minnesota on Sunday for a showdown with the Vikings. Can C.J. Stroud and DeMeco's defense carry the squad to a 3-0 start? Hear the game here with pregame coverage starting at 9 a.m. Ready? Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
You do not want to be messing around with your trees being in a state of weakness, do you? No, you love your trees. A lot of times they're the second most valuable thing on your property, so you want to take care of them.
play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Texans-Vikings, Sunday noon. We're back to noon kickoff on Sunday. The game is in Minnesota. 9 a.m. Texans Countdown, presented by Modelo Especial. Seth and I have you for that at 9 a.m. And then kickoff at noon. Then me and Clint Stoerner on the postgame show. Hopefully another victorious one. Texans and Vikings, 2 of 9 undefeated teams at this stage of the season here. So let's start digging in on this. Nick Caserio's scouting reports on the opposition that he does with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer have started to go like kind of quasi-viral. There's a lot of people that are very impressed by how Nick can just rattle off virtually the entire two deep of the opposing team and give little like consumable bite-sized morsels on each player.
Like every single player on the team without looking at the depth chart or anything.
Yes.
Which you might think, like, oh, shouldn't everybody? I don't know. I saw Kevin O'Connell, the head coach of the Vikings, reeling off some of the players for the Texans, and I could see, because I do this myself, he realized, like, okay, I'm not going to struggle for this name. I'm just going to say the position group. Because he would name off a few names, and he'd be like, and then, those running backs behind Mixon, yes, those
It's guys. A good tactic. Yes, it's a good tactic. Yeah. Here's Nick Caserio on somebody he's very familiar with. This will be a key figure in this game. It's not even a player. Brian Flores, the defensive coordinator for the Minnesota Vikings, who Nick worked with up in New England for many, many years. Here's Nick Caserio on Brian Flores and how he thinks he'll try to attack the Texans.
Yeah, I'd say Flo is a very adaptable, very flexible, very good football coach. So I know he's the defensive coordinator, but Flo is probably one of the better coaches, just football coaches in the league. So they cause a lot of havoc for the opposing offense by the way that they play. So it's a very unique style of play. Not everybody can do it. I'd say Flo has kind of taken some elements, maybe the foundation, and it kind of evolved and morphed it into like his defense. And they've done a great job of putting that defense together, how they play. There's not too many teams that play with their style. Yep. They put a lot of, I would say, pressure on the offense more mentally as well as physically, because you have to be able to react to what you're seeing, and you have to just trust your rules, and it goes back to your foundation, which goes back to training camp. But I mean, their defense is, it's really good defense. They're good on the edge. There's a reason that they're 2-0. And, it's a pretty significant challenge here that we're going to see here on Sunday.
Stephon Gilmore is one of their cornerbacks who has kind of just been it's weird. He's been a journeyman, except almost by choice, I think, that he's gone from team to team to team, but played very well as he enters the later stages of his career. Mm-hmm. But he's one of those guys that, like many other players on the Vikings defense, they're able to do a lot of the stuff that defensive coordinators can draw up on the whiteboard and look like geniuses, but you try to do it in real time on a football field and you look like a moron because it's hard for your players to execute all that. So disguising things, messing with alignments, all this stuff that adds a lot of complexity for the quarterback who's facing that defense, but the defense has to be able to pull it off mentally and physically, and they're very well coached in that regard. So Flores does a great job with that. I think if you watch Brock Purdy versus the Vikings last week, I think there were times where Brock Purdy was making the right read and recognizing what was going on, but he was a beat late. And he was kind of checking to confirm instead of just letting it fly. And this is the challenge. I'm not going to sit here and act like, well, yeah, but CJ is so much smarter than Brock Purdy. I think CJ does advance at a different level than Brock Purdy mentally, but sometimes that gets you in trouble. Sometimes that's you. Yeah, that's what that used to get. Now, CJ's been very good at avoiding interceptions, but Ryan Fitzpatrick's the classic example of that. He was too smart for his own good sometimes because he felt like, oh, yeah, I know what they're doing. Oh, crap. They knew that I knew what I was doing.
Yeah,
and
that's
they were
the
one
thing.
step further than me.
Yeah, it's the chess game. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. So that's Nick on Brian Flores. Here is Nick Caserio on Sam Darnold, who, it's 2 games in, but so far so good as the Minnesota Vikings starting quarterback.
For better or for worse, everything focuses and centers on the quarterback, but you have to look at it holistically. So there's always there's so many components that go into it. So what's the system? What's the scheme? Who's the coordinator? How are you being coached? What's being taught? What's the rest of the composition look like offensively? Do you modify and adjust as you go? So there's so many different factors that go into it. say Sam has taken advantage of his opportunities. Sure, he learned a lot last year playing for Kyle and being in that system. And then he looked at an opportunity in Minnesota. He probably knew, I'm going to go into a situation where they're probably going to draft a quarterback, but I'll have an opportunity to play. And Kevin's a really good offensive coach, so it seems like the marriage has worked out well for all parties involved. So every situation is different. It's always going to be case by case, but just philosophically, it's more than just the quarterback. The quarterback's an important part of it, but there's so many other factors that go into it.
I think we're seeing something, Sean, happen in the league where for a long time, okay, quarterbacks come in. They're going to start immediately these days because why not? You got to get them out there. And now you're starting to see examples of, for one, guys like Pat Mahomes who sat a year. It's impossible to know how it would have been if he had come in and played. Would he have been faster? Who knows? It was probably good for him to sit for a year. But then we're also seeing guys like Tua Tagovailoa or Baker Mayfield, for the moment at least, that, all right, back in the old days, Eli Manning, it took 3 years for Eli Manning to figure it out. And, if Eli Manning had been brought in the league 15 years later, he might have been traded after his rookie year or his second year. And you wonder, okay, Geno Smith is another example of a guy that, these guys that have come back and after being regarded as one of the worst quarterbacks in the league, okay, there's a lot more to it. So Sam Darnold now has experience in this scheme by way of being in San Francisco for a year, a very, very similar scheme to what they're doing in the Vikings. And we don't know right now whether Sam Darnold is a good or a bad quarterback. Right. And this is the challenge of facing somebody like Sam Darnold in this scheme early on in the season. He doesn't have any tendencies yet. And he did some really good things against the 49ers defense, which is a very good defense. So it's weird to call Sam Darnold the first real test the Texans have faced. But in terms of veteran quarterbacks, yeah, this is a veteran quarterback who I think is more advanced mentally and is very physically capable, has a high upside, much more so than the previous two young quarterbacks.
Yeah, I like that Nick cited the year of apprenticeship that Darnold spent in San Francisco last year in this system, the same system that they're running in Minnesota. I just think it's interesting, and I'm not going to get too far off track here. We're going to stick with the Texans and the Vikings, but as I'm thinking about Darnold, and you bring up Mayfield's name, and I think of these guys, and I think of Bryce Young right now. And if I'm Bryce Young and I'm trying to map out what my next step is, now granted, he's under contract to the Panthers, and the Panthers have indicated they have no desire to trade him. We'll see. That may just be talk. But if I'm thinking ahead, if I'm Bryce Young, I'm thinking, okay, there's no future for me here in Carolina. I'm looking at guys like this and seeing what exactly they did to get, especially a guy like Baker who got paid finally, got $100 million, that kind of thing. I just think it's funny that the two guys that we've been talking about in this segment here, Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield, both stopped in Carolina for a year or a year and a half. Baker for part of a year. They were there together in Carolina at one point. They were two of the top 3 picks in the 2018 draft, and they were both Carolina Panthers at one point, and then they both got the hell out of there. Darnold gets out of there. He goes to San Francisco. Now it looks like his career's back on track. Baker gets out of there. They cut him midway through that year. He goes to L.A., plays for Sean McVay for the rest of that year, and then he goes to Tampa, and now he's being paid like a top-line quarterback. That's who I think of when I see these things. I'm like, man, if I'm Bryce Young, that's who I'm talking to. I'm talking to Darnold and Mayfield and find out what they did to get things back on track.
Yeah, in my efforts to be a better human being this morning after I allowed myself to be the pettiest person on earth yesterday, and it was fun. I'm gonna be a little bit petty here.
Okay.
Let's just go ahead, Texans defense, and squash this Cinderella story underfoot.
Yeah.
Can you just go ahead and make Sam Darnold look like the worst quarterback who ever lived? Can you do that for us, Texans defense? Please make him look like a haggard mess of a disaster, and one that has Minnesotans just freaking out and miserable on Monday.
What's your legit concern level over Sam Darnold having a big... Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, this is a defense that gave up big games to Desmond Ridder, Zach Wilson. Yeah. They lost to Bryce Young last year, all those things. What is your concern level about Darnold right now for this?
Look, Darnold right now is averaging 9 yards per pass attempt.
Right.
It's the classic thing you worry about here with a team that can run the ball. They're averaging over 5 yards per carry on the ground, or at least Aaron Jones is averaging over 5 yards per carry. It's that, are you going to get duped on some play action? Are you going to give up these long balls like you did last year or like you did in week 1? So I'm very concerned. I think, and again, whether Sam Darnold ends up being a real quarterback or not, it's early in the season and you don't have his particular tendencies. You've seen him play before, but you haven't seen him in this scheme and what they like to do and what they're shying away from. So, I'm concerned. There's a lot of potential there, especially playing in Minnesota for Sam Darnold to have some deep strikes. We're less than 2 weeks removed from the Texans allowing 3 50-plus yard plays.
Absolutely. This was Nick Caserio, not on Texans All Access, but this was on our show back before the season started. And this was a theme throughout the offseason. I mean, DeMeco brought it up a bunch of times. We got to tackle better. Here's Nick Caserio talking about the Texans tackling.
Yeah, tackling is always kind of a tricky thing because the way that you work on it in the off season is you just have to technique it, drill it, and you hope to see a lot of those things carry over into real live game action, understanding that the opportunities are a little bit more limited. But overall, we've done a pretty good job tackling in the preseason, and we're going to be tested to see how good of a tackling team we really are in week 1. But JP's worked really hard. He's had a great attitude. He's been very diligent. I mean, we've had a group of players that have been in the building since February. He was one of those players. So I would say he's one of our toughest, smartest, probably most versatile players. And he has the ability to help our team and help our defense. And, hopefully we can put that on display here Sunday.
And JP is Jalen Petrie. I bring that up because, tackling will be a big key, especially as you point out, Seth. Aaron Jones is having a hell of a season so far, 2 games in. The Texans rank first in tackling efficiency through the first 2 weeks of the season, according to Next Gen Stats, 6.4% missed tackle rate. So that's a focal point of the offseason that's panned out really nicely so far.
And I've been really excited about this because one of the things that frustrated me last year was when you guys had Blake Cashman on in the postgame. Blake Cashman, who plays for the Vikings, by the way. And you asked him about missed tackles because the Texans had a boatload of missed tackles, and Cashman basically said, yeah, they don't care. They just want everybody flying to the ball and swarming and taking your shot. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, all right, I guess the theory is that as long as you have multiple guys getting to the ball, then it doesn't matter as much. But it matters. It does matter at times and sometimes critical times. You can do both. You can rally to the ball and have good tackling form. This year, during the thing I got most excited about during the preseason, where you can't tell much in terms of outcomes and everything because you're going against backups, this, that, the other thing, was that I did see guys practicing good tackling form in the preseason games. You could tell it had been drilled. You can go back and watch some of the sequences from these last couple weeks, and you see guys with their arms out wide before contact. And one of the most frustrating things for me over the years has been coaches acting like you can't work on this because you're not in pads in practice, which is the dumbest thing ever because nobody in the NFL has been tackling in practice since like the 1950s. Right. So whether you have shoulder pads or not, you can still practice it, but it takes a lot of discipline on the part of the coaching staff. Mm-hmm. So that was one of the things I worried about with this defense was, okay, why are these guys deluded into thinking you can't work on this?
Right.
So they obviously figured it out in the offseason, and they become a very sure and sound tackling team so far through 2 games.
Yeah, they've been good. They've been the best in terms of tackling efficiency in the NFL.
Sean, the reason I get so worked up over it is because my first 4 years in the league, I wasn't a good tackler. I spent one off season with one special teams coach working on it one-on-one just in my off time. And all of a sudden, I was a really good tackler.
Yeah.
Because for the first time in my 20 years of playing football, somebody actually taught me proper tackling form. And going back to most people who complain about bad tackling form have no idea how to coach it. So this is very encouraging to me. If you think about those Legion of Boom defenses, that was one of the biggest elements to them being as good as they were, is they were incredibly good tacklers, and they had a rugby coach who was their tackling coach who would come in and work on it with them in the offseason, doing all these non-padded drills just like rugby players do because they don't wear pads.
I'm not being snarky at all. This is a legitimate question based on what you just said about yourself. Because you stuck around for a decade. You know, you got paid a couple of times in the league, right? You were a bad tackler. Your own self-assessment, you were a bad tackler for 4 years. How did you hang around for those first 4 years the way that you did in such a prominent spot on the Jags?
Because everybody's a bad tackler.
Okay.
So it wasn't, I was a bad tackler by my estimation.
That's why I say by your self-assessment.
I would say by my standards in terms of, but look, Sean, for a guy that runs a 5'1" 40, every missed tackle hurts that much more. So I'm missing opportunities to, So it was every little edge I could get, I needed to have that edge. Yeah.
I figured you were probably being a little hard on yourself. That's why I asked the question.
Yeah.
I'm like, if I'm just somebody tuning into the show for the first time, like, guy played for 10 years. He was a crappy tackler for the first 4 of them. Wow.
Yes, like that says in the Bible, he that doth run a 5'1" 40 must doeth more with less.
I'm familiar with that verse. Yes, absolutely. Injury news for the Texans. Let's skip down to the centers here, Ben. Juice Scruggs, Jarrett Patterson. Well, first we'll mention Brevin Jordan went on the IR, so he will not be playing in this game nor many games anytime soon. Juice Scruggs, Jarrett Patterson, both a no-go at practice yesterday, so this is something to keep an eye on. We may be down to center number 3, which would be Kendrick Green on Saturday in a tough environment. That's a loud stadium, man. Here's DeMeco Ryans on the center position heading into this week.
Whoever, is out and different guys that step in, it's always up. It's never on one guy. From that perspective, or we're hanging our hats on one guy being able to communicate and handle everything. That's unfair, right? Offense, defense, special teams. Like when you play this game, it's about as many guys as possible, however many guys it takes to communicate and get on the same page, all 11 guys. So it's not on one guy, it's everybody around, everybody helping each other. That's how we'll communicate.
Yeah. It is a pretty important guy, though, the center, I would say. Not all guys are created equal.
Yeah, and the interior offensive line needs to pick it up. They're allowing pressure on too many things that are very preventable. All 3 of them. It's not just a youth excuse. Patterson obviously has some excuses in that he wasn't getting those reps with the first team, but those excuses don't help you in the win or loss column. Right. So again, this offensive line has made progress in a lot of ways. They still have to clean some things up. Last week, I credit some of those sacks to just good game planning and good execution by the Bears. Mm-hmm. Some of those late blitzes, that's not on the offensive line necessarily. That's just a really well-executed defense. But there's just too much of the simple stuff that's very preventable. So hopefully they can clean that up this week.
You cool with Cam Akers being the frontline back if Dameon Pierce and Joe Mixon can't go this weekend? They're holding out hope for both guys.
Am I cool with it?
Yeah.
Am I cool with it?
You excited about it? Are you nervous about it? Like
I'm nervous about
Akers,
it. A nervous anticipation? Yeah. I'm not, obviously, I'm really, who I'm really cool with? I'm really cool with a healthy Joe Mixon back there.
Yeah, that'd be
That's
great.
what I feel good about. So I think that versus this defense, I'm interested to see, all right, listen, what do we always say? If you want to be a genuinely Super Bowl caliber team, you got to be able to win in multiple ways. Mm-hmm. And at least a few times during the season, maybe it's, all right, this is a spread it out and let CJ go to work. I don't want to say let CJ cook because it annoys me, but because that's not the best way to operate week in and week out. But if your running backs are all banged up and if Brevin Jordan is out, that maybe a few times this year they do just simply have to find weaknesses in the pass defense and use the passing game and some of the jet sweeps and otherwise as your running game. The short passes, what do they call it? The long handoff. When you talk about screens and short passes, it's like a long handoff. That's your run game.
Yep. Boy, as we let's pivot here for a minute here on Payne and Pendergast. Texans related, but I was really surprised how many people were worked up about the C.J. Stroud, Caleb Williams interaction at midfield after the game on Sunday yesterday. The initial reaction that I'd seen, well, let's play it first. This is C.J. Stroud and Caleb Williams midfield following the game, and CJ coming up and giving Caleb a little bit of advice. Caleb starts to pull away about midway through this clip, and CJ says, "No, wait, no, come here," and he wants to say something to you. Here's what it sounded like.
How about that, bro?
Yeah,
Hey,
keep going.
Stop taking those hits.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, look, come here. Learn from those mistakes, and everything that you got, bro, is in you already, bro. You're gonna be a hell of a player in this league.
Yep.
All right, boy.
Appreciate it.
For sure.
Right, so that's a 12-second clip with a little bit of advice. Stop taking hits. A reminder that he made some mistakes. That would have rubbed me the wrong way, probably. I will admit that. But then just some encouragement at the end, like, you got this in you, bro. You're going to be a great player in this league. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people upset at CJ.
I think, and we'll hear from some of them in a second here, the people in Chicago and one HOA Florio. I think the biggest thing that I think people get worked up over is just that they're the same age. CJ is 5 or 6 weeks older than Caleb Williams, and that in their minds that puts them as equals. I would just have to remind everybody that, well, CJ was the Offensive Rookie of the Year last year. He's played an entire NFL season, and he hasn't displayed any signs of emotional frailty the way that Caleb Williams has. Right. I think Caleb Williams could be 7 years older than C.J. Stroud, but he's also a guy that needs to go home and cuddle his dog after bad performances, or nestle his head in his mother's bosom while crying after bad performances. So just let's lay off the chronology here and act like years on earth don't equal the same in terms of maturity level.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm 100% with you. Here was CJ yesterday, because CJ, I'm sure, probably heard some of the noise about it. Here was CJ on what we just listened to.
I had some of the best advice given to me last year, and me and Caleb, I was not trying to like treat him like I was trying to like little bro him or nothing. He knows that too. I have a ton of respect for him. I told him I have respect for him. But I had so many guys coming to me after games last year, and that meant the world to me. That those guys even thought about giving me advice. So I just try to get back to what the game has given to me. So I wish him the best, man. I want him to do amazing in this league. I think he will. I think that he'll get his groove. And once you get your rhythm, I didn't get my rhythm until like week 3, week 4. So I can see his game picking up from here. And so, I don't think he was trying to like, be any towards away. He's just upset that they lost. I totally understand. So I have a ton of respect for that guy, man. I want him to do extremely well, just like any other guy until we play on that day. You know what I mean? And after the game, we can be cool. You know what I mean? But I'm definitely, rooting for him and want to see him do extremely well.
There's so many interesting interpersonal tentacles to this story, and a lot of it has to do with the perception of both of these guys, C.J. Stroud and Caleb Williams. To me, the perception that Caleb Williams just didn't want anything to do with what CJ was dishing to him. My guess is that CJ probably got advice from guys after losses last year. They had 7 of them, right?
Right.
So the notion that Caleb was pulling away and that CJ would stay there and let guys pour into him, I do think there is a difference between how these two guys are wired. Like, Caleb is a Hollywood guy. Caleb was as NIL gets. The perception was he was almost like Jefferson on Fast Times at Ridgemont High. I thought he just flew in for games at USC, like that kind of thing. CJ is a guy who still can't believe when celebrities talk about him. I didn't even know that I didn't even know Matt Stafford knew who I was. That kind of thing.
Yeah, no, and I think that's part of it too. Is that, listen, this is where I am hook, line, and sinker, full bore into the Caleb Williams diva narrative now, because I think one of the things that annoyed people about CJ in that was him saying, "Come here, come here."
If he doesn't do that, this isn't even a topic, probably.
I think the only reason he had to say "come here, come here" is that Caleb Williams, I understand, he was upset after a loss and what have you, but there was no part of him that was eager to hear advice or anything from an older guy. I don't think he enjoyed being reminded that he did make mistakes. Yeah. I think, honestly, if I go next level on this, I'll give CJ credit for knowing that Caleb Williams might be the guy that needs to have it pointed out to him that they were his mistakes.
Right.
It's not as simple as, oh, I got sacked 7 times. Poor me. Yeah. Oh, here I have a bad offensive line again, just like I did at USC. Yeah. I mean, some of those mistakes were mistakes. And, I think Caleb Williams is rapidly turning into the guy that unfortunately the narrative said that he would be. Sorry, Chicago.
Yeah.
You're burdened with another Jay Cutler. It's just that this one isn't even It doesn't even look like a badass while he's being Jay Cutler.
No.
Jay Cutler at least looked like he should be smoking a cigarette
That's
or something.
right. That's right. So here's Dan Bernstein. He's a host on our sister station, 670 The Score up in Chicago, I believe middays. And this is, people getting agitated on behalf of Caleb Williams about this 12 seconds worth of interaction is really funny to me. Here's Dan Bernstein getting upset about it.
We were debating this, of where Stroud is coming from. I found it to be a little presumptuous, if not performative on his part. I think it's one thing. What do you think the protocol is for when you can give advice like you're an OG quarterback in that moment after a hard-fought NFL game? If you're the same age as a guy, to go over and treat him like he's your kid, I could understand if Caleb Williams is like, look, I might hear this from Aaron Rodgers. I'm not hearing it from you.
All right. Did he treat him like he was his kid? Like, I don't know. That's how you're.
I'll hear this from Aaron Rodgers, but not you.
Right. Like, I'd rather listen to C.J. Stroud than Aaron Rodgers if I'm Caleb Williams.
I did not watch the Hard Knocks from training camp this year where they followed the Bears around.
Yeah.
Abigail was saying on the YouTube stream that that during the Hard Knocks episode, he did not look like he was taking critiques well. So.
There was a big deal made that he didn't bring a notebook to Matt Eberflus's office when the two of them sat down with each other. Oh,
that's right. He doesn't need notes. Boy, man, I'll tell you what. I know, honestly.
Doesn't get nervous. Doesn't need notes.
Yeah, never gets nervous. He hasn't been nervous since his first start at USC.
Yeah.
Dude, all right. It's okay to be nervous a little bit, man.
Right.
Like, what the hell? I remember, you know what? That's one of my favorite things. One of my favorite conversations I ever had in the NFL was talking to Tony Baselli before a game once, back when he was in his prime, not the Houston version, but when he was, Hall of Fame caliber Tony Baselli.
Yeah.
And it was cool because he told me, we were talking about being nervous before games, and he said, every game, I feel like, I'm going to suck. I'm going to suck. Oh, man. And I remember Bruce Matthews saying something similar. And, Bruce Matthews, one of the best offensive linemen who ever played the game for 2 decades. It's okay to be nervous, man. The great ones do it. It's the old thing, like, being brave doesn't mean you're never scared. It's that you manage your fear really well.
Amen.
And there's something about somebody that needs to point out to people that he never gets nervous that rubs me the wrong way.
Thou doth protest too much. Yeah. So
because he looked like he was peeing down his leg that whole game.
I watched. Like I said, I watched him play Notre Dame last year. He threw 3 picks. He was running for his life. He looked nervous as hell.
But he was never nervous.
And it's okay.
The key is he was never nervous.
I guess not. Yeah.
I'd love to be in Vietnam and my lieutenant is basically like, hey, we're gonna sleep in this swamp tonight that's in direct firing line of the enemy.
Nervous.
But don't worry, I'm not nervous.
Yeah, don't be nervous. So Mike Florio was actually on with Dan Bernstein, who we just played. So Florio is a guest in that conversation. And go figure, Florio thinks that CJ was overstepping a little bit.
I try to watch objectively. Yeah, he seems like a guy who just lost a football game and really isn't interested in getting a lecture at midfield about basic, obvious stuff. Keep fighting. I mean, I don't need to hear cliches. I want to go change my clothes and get the hell out of here. So, I think some made too much of it. But you're right. At what point did C.J. Stroud become Tom Brady? He's not there yet. So I think it was just a weird thing all around. I think it's not C.J. Stroud's place to preach to a guy who's just 1 year behind him by way of experience. And from Caleb's perspective, look, you just lost a game. You really, you don't want to hear it. But I wasn't surprised. I was disappointed, but I wasn't surprised that the knee-jerk reaction by most was, oh, who does Caleb think he is?
Yeah, and that's fair to point out. Like there were 2 reactions. One is the one we're hearing today, where people thought CJ overstepped. The initial reaction I saw, mostly because it's Texans people that that get curated onto my timeline, is that Caleb sure was rude when CJ's just trying to help him out. Either way, like if I had just heard Bernstein and Florio, let's play Nick Wright too here real quick. This was Nick Wright, our former colleague here at Sports Radio 610, does a fantastic job on FS1. He was very upset with C.J. Stroud kind of little broing, in his eyes, Caleb Williams.
I think Caleb handled it as well as you could have, given the fact he had to be absolutely furious. That is so... They are contemporaries. That is not a big bro, little bro situation.
It was, though.
That's not... No, first of all, do you know how old Caleb Williams is? He's 23. He turns 24 in a few weeks. Do you know how old C.J. Stroud is? He's 23. He turns 24 in a few weeks. This is Caleb Williams and C.J. Stroud. Do you know how Caleb looks at C.J., I would imagine? He remembers this night when they were colleagues on the dais at the Heisman Trophy ceremony, and Caleb won the award. Like the idea that this guy
irrelevant means nothing.
I totally disagree with
nothing.
you.
We ain't in college no more.
That's fine.
I'm 8 times better than you.
Okay.
Listen to me.
No, but that's not how it works.
I'm trying to help you.
Okay, two things real quick. One, you hear the if you had not heard or nor seen the interaction between Caleb and CJ, and all you heard was the reaction to it from Bernstein and Florio and Nick, and then somebody played it for you, you'd be like, this is what this was 12 seconds of interaction. This is what everybody is creating, this whole thing that CJ's talking down to him and little broing him and whatever. The other thing, I'm shocked that Nick has this take, because Nick has generally been the youngest at everything he's done along the way. Like Nick and I, Nick and all of us were coworkers here, colleagues here. I guarantee you there's advice I got from Nick along the way, and he's 15 years younger than me, and I'm like, that's really good advice. I'm glad he gave me that advice, I
got into this industry when I was 36 years old. And
38 for me,
I was a green rookie.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of younger guys than me in our business that I look to. And then especially these days now with the streaming and whatnot, I look at 22-year-olds as the wise old sages. Can you show me how to do this on my iPhone?
Dude, I learned how to use Splice thanks to somebody who's 23 years old. You know what I mean? To make videos. Like I think it's this way. I mean, our world's changing so fast. I think that just shocks me that Nick would make advice or just encouragement an age-based thing. That was really surprising to me.
The Heisman Trophy stuff, too. Like, okay, Marcus Mariota. Who would you rather have you giving advice about how to play in the NFL? Marcus Mariota, another emotionally frail person, or C.J. Stroud? I feel like C.J. Stroud's figured it out a little bit better than Marcus Mariota.
Yeah.
We got to stop. We got to stop mollycoddling these emotionally frail quarterbacks, man. All right, it's sink or swim these days. He made some mistakes in the game. If he can't handle it, can't hear from it, then so be it.
Hey, I don't have the list of Heisman winners in front of me, but if you just go through, you mentioned Mariota, but Baker Mayfield,
Kyler Murray, Joe Burrow, it's worked out pretty well. Bryce Young,
a lot.
Jameis Winston, Johnny Manziel.
The Heisman Trophy has hardly been something that you can use as some sort of shield from unwanted advice. Listen, man, I don't need your advice. I won the Heisman Trophy. Okay, me and Johnny Manziel. All right.
Listen, CJ, I appreciate where your heart is, but I've got Sam Bradford's number, and I'm going to be giving him a call later on, okay?
Exactly.
Instead of you.
Yeah.
He won a Heisman? Ever hear of it?
Yeah, man.
That's so I guess the other part, let me ask you this. This was my barometer for it, because Dan Bernstein, is that his name?
Dan Bernstein, yes.
Dan Bernstein had said that it seemed performative, perhaps. Mm-hmm. CJ was mic'd up.
Yeah.
That's the question is, do you think that CJ would or would not have done the exact same thing if he was not mic'd up?
He would have. I think he would have. I don't think the mic'd up had anything to do with it.
Well, and I think that's where I think it's one of those things when you're mic'd up, it's tough because you don't want to be the guy that changes your whole personality because you're mic'd up. But then there's times where you almost feel like, this is going to look like I'm just some. So I think that's where CJ wanted him to come in close so he could tell him, not necessarily so the mics could pick it up, but it might have ended up being more audible, ironically enough, because they were mic'd up, or because CJ had to say it louder.
Yeah.
Because Caleb was trying to get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
Everybody stop mollycoddling Caleb Williams. It's not what he needs. He needs tough love. CJ's the one man that's man enough to point out that he made mistakes. Okay?
Yes. Yep.
You got the Bears. Eberflus is over there probably like consulting with an HR expert on, hey, how do I tell Caleb that he looked stupid a few times out there? Because I don't want him to take it the wrong way and go into an emotional crevasse.
Yeah. All right.
Sorry I said crevasse, but I feel like Dan Bernstein would have pronounced it that way, like he's a mountain climber or something.
Performative.
Sorry I said crevasse performatively.
Performative. All right. Hey, speaking of Bryce Young, are the Panthers in the mode where they're going to trade Bryce Young here anytime soon? Could he be off to somewhere else? And who's getting the blame? Who's getting the finger pointed at them other than Bryce Young for the Bryce Young debacle? We will get to that coming up next. But Men's T Clinic, what I want to tell you about right now. Tomorrow's my Men's T Clinic day. Friday.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Do you still believe in Bryce as a future, maybe franchise quarterback later on down the road?
Absolutely. This is a developmentally minded program, so the development didn't stop. Every rep he's out there, we're evaluating the whole thing, having conversations, and just continuing to push all of our guys, including Bryce, to take that next step. Every day is a growth possibility and opportunity, so we're fully committed to that.
That was Dave Canales, the head coach of the Carolina Panthers. I've watched a couple of his press conferences.
Yeah.
This guy looks like he's in a little over his head. That's my assessment so far. I don't know that this is the guy equipped to tame David Tepper at all and actually operate Carolina like a real NFL football team.
You know what's funny is I always think of the guy that I think made a good career decision in going to a really weird and dysfunctional place as a young coach was Lane Kiffin when he went to the Raiders.
Yeah.
Because that caught everybody by surprise that, oh my gosh, they hired this young kid. But I think Lane Kiffin had the personality to where, he was not going to back down to Al Davis one bit. That's one of the things Al Davis admired about him, I think. But ultimately, those two personalities were not going to coexist. But also, I think Lane Kiffin knew that nobody was going to blame Lane Kiffin for it not working out if he goes there as a young head coach. I don't think Canales has that same attitude.
No.
He doesn't. I don't think he's as brash as a Lane Kiffin. You got to have a certain intestinal fortitude, and I just don't know if Canales is that guy.
That's funny. You know what? Like that. Boy, if you happen to be listening and you're part of the media contingent that covers Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss, it would be a fascinating question because I'm just looking at Lane Kiffin's Pro Football Reference profile here. Yeah. He was the coach of the Raiders for 2 years in 2007 and really just won and changed. Like he coached there in 2007. They went 4-12 with Jamarcus Russell as the starting quarterback. And then in 2008, he got fired 4 games into the season, again, with Jamarcus Russell as his quarterback. Lane Kiffin probably has fantastic takes on dysfunctional ownership and really crappy number 1 overall draft picks. Plus he coached against Bryce Young.
Right. Well, and the other thing, too, I always have to point out is, like, as weird as the Raiders were, John Gruden came after Lane Kiffin with the Raiders. So it's not like it was an unsalvageable situation or anything. Lane Kiffin could have done better himself, I'm sure. I don't know if Lane's all that self-reflective or not, but I do think that when you go into a situation like that, you almost got to say, listen, I'm going to stick by my principles and what I think is right, and if it gets ugly, it gets ugly. Yeah. That's just how it is. But I can't sit here and kowtow to the billionaire basically who's just, it's Brewster's Millions when it comes to those guys knowing what they're doing as a football coach. So, or as a football owner, that you just gotta stand by and you gotta be ready. And maybe Canales is not that guy. But I also do think Bryce Young, like, he does some Will Levis stupid stuff on the football field, including the hit he took at the end of that game. Where he's got his eyes downfield while somebody's bearing into him, and he didn't even get the pass off because the S2 cognition test is really good at diagnosing how well somebody tracks moving objects.
Yeah.
But apparently the 240-pound linebacker right in front of you is not assessed by the S2 cognition test.
That wasn't part of the test.
As he presses your spleen into the back of your spine, he doesn't know exactly how to handle that.
Not part of the test. And by the way,
so Canales might have after that game been like, all right, this guy's going to get killed if we don't teach him some things.
Maybe. Paul Feinbaum, who is part of ESPN's team covering college football, dialed in almost exclusively on the SEC. So he watched every snap of Bryce Young's college career at Alabama. He said, Carolina screwed this kid up.
There's no way to sugarcoat his performance has been miserable, but I blame the management of that franchise. Greeny, I always thought Daniel Snyder was the worst owner in modern NFL history. Well, he's being rivaled by David Tepper. He has been a complete and total bust in Carolina. I live down there, so I've watched it up close. Bryce has not been given a fair chance. I think it really is embarrassing and disgraceful for what they have done to him. And quite frankly, I think if you brought Patrick Mahomes into this franchise, Tom Brady or Peyton Manning as rookies, the Carolina Panthers would have screwed them up just as well as they did to poor Bryce Young. I feel sorry for the young man.
Okay, 2 things can be true. Bryce Young, like the probability-wise, most quarterbacks are busts these days.
Yeah.
The vast majority of number 1 overall picks are top quarterbacks taken just flat out don't work out. So 2 things can be true. Bryce Young can potentially maybe not be a good NFL quarterback, but also he's in the worst possible place that he could be as a bad young NFL quarterback.
Yep.
So there's just no way to know. I do think I don't really take a lot of, like, when Feinbaum or any other exclusively college person weighs in the NFL, they have no clue.
Right.
They don't. It's like these college football fans when they try to insist that their quarterback is a pro prospect. And you watch the college game, you're like, oh my.
Yeah, not a pro prospect. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. So I don't no, Feinbaum. You're not allowed to weigh in on this.
Here's Baker Mayfield. He was asked about this yesterday. Baker Mayfield, former number 1 overall pick, who it took 3 more stops for him to get to where now he's back to being a good starting quarterback in the NFL. He says Bryce will be back.
Quarterback's hard, especially for young guys when you're not surrounded with the pieces that you're not given the opportunity to have success. And so that's a lot of the time guys have the talent, they might have the brains, but they don't have the right opportunity, the right fit. I'm sitting here right now in a way better fit than the other places I've been. And that's not to put other teams down, but it's a matter of the pieces around you, the coaches, and for Bryce, a guy that, I can relate to this, finding that belief within yourself again, and he'll get it. His story's far, far from finished.
You think
so? Baker. Oh, go ahead.
You think? Oh no, I'm listening to Baker, and I'm trying to figure out what my prediction is for what eventually happened. Like, does Bryce Young have this redemption story like Baker does, or Geno Smith?
I think it's very possible. Yeah. I do think that everything Baker Mayfield said is 100% true. Other than his prediction, you don't know if that's true or not. Right. So yeah, there's still positive things about Bryce Young.
Yep.
I think that when it comes to the Carolina mismanagement side of it, I don't think they did things any differently than a lot of teams have done in recent years, which is they wanted to elevate him as quickly as possible and make him the guy without having him earn it. Mm-hmm. And I've seen that trend that's starting to reverse itself now over the course of the past decade or so, where people say, well, nope, you got to play him right away because that's why you drafted him. I don't know, man. Defenses have evolved. The offenses had pulled out ahead for a little while while they incorporated some of the more spread elements, and it was easier to play quarterback. But defenses have evolved, and what college quarterbacks are thrust into right now is a completely different world than it was in, say, 2010 or so.
Yeah.
And I think that you just won't know until he gets into an actual functional situation whether he's actually a viable quarterback or not.
It's so wild. With the TV on in here, the debate shows right now. Like Mel Kiper is on ESPN right now campaigning for the NFL to ban 2 high safety looks. I'm guessing because passing is way down the first 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So, you got to bring the safeties up closer to the box, so you can.
So he wants them to ban cover 2?
I don't have the audio on in here. I'm busy doing a show with you. But yes, the caption is the NFL needs to ban 2 high safety, like the 2 deep safety back look.
That
the Texans probably get a ton of, so that CJ doesn't burn them deep. Yeah.
I have to guess that he's just saying that, by way of making a point or something.
I don't know. It's a direct quote, and he sure is looking Kipery right now on TV. He looks pretty adamant right now.
There's things that the college. One of the biggest differences, again, when you go back to people not understanding why their quarterbacks are so good in college and then aren't good in the NFL, the hash marks make a really, really, really big difference.
They do.
The fact that the hash marks are wider in college makes it a lot easier to get open wide receivers because there's more space to defend on the field side. And it is one of the harder things about a quarterback moving to the NFL. It's not just the better athletes. It's that you're thrown into a more compressed space all the time. And, I've always thought, man, if a quarterback is such a premium and you like good quarterback play, just widen the hashes in the NFL.
Hey, real quick, now up on the screen, quotes from Micah Parsons on Cowboys expectations. Quote, "Not having everyone wanting it as bad as you do, that kind of hurts the most." End quote.
Oh. No,
and we wonder why he didn't get a contract extension this offseason.
That's a classic. Well, kind of like what Aaron Rodgers was doing with the Jets when he was injured, and he was saying we need to keep all of this stuff in-house while calling out specific people. on national television.
I'm on the McAfee show for an hour every week.
It's just I don't understand.
Oh,
yeah. We gotta want. Everybody's gotta want it as much as me. I say, as I do one of the most selfish thing, which is throwing teammates under the bus.
Yeah.
But I'm saying it publicly. That's what Micah Parsons is doing.
That's unbelievable. All right, so CJ mic'd up was awesome this week. The interaction with Caleb Williams is getting the most attention. The thing that's getting the second most attention is something I actually wish CJ would not do. CJ should give Caleb Williams advice all you want. This thing I wish he would not do. We'll talk about that coming up next.
Okay, we sure will, Sean. But I'll tell you what, you gotta if you're thinking about building a
Channel 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll get to C.J. Stroud here talking to Jaylen Johnson in just a second. My favorite text in the aftermath of the C.J. Caleb advice scene at midfield, where people are kind of upset with C.J. that it felt like he was little broing somebody who he's basically within 3 weeks of age-wise, comes from Irwin, loyal listener. Says, the CJ thing marks the turning of the tide. With success comes disdain. I see this as a positive for the Texans.
Yeah, this is kind of like you and I have slowly turned into Pat Mahomes haters.
Yep.
And some of it is with all of the exposure that these guys get. It was the Netflix documentary Quarterback that first gave us a look at Pat Mahomes, where I'm like, all right, I used to feel bad that this guy was saddled with his wife and brother who are annoying, but Mahomes is just as annoying himself and just as self-centered and just attention-hungry and craving as those other two satellites in his life. Yes. So, yeah, now I despise him. He's not, so it's going to come. There'll come a time, as long as CJ continues to perform well, and if he is so burdened by winning several Super Bowls especially, then people will start to dislike him.
Yes. That is one thing I've learned in my decades of watching the NFL. One thing fans do not like: Super Bowl winning quarterbacks that are not their own quarterback.
Yes. If there's one thing Americans hate, it's success.
That's not theirs. Yes. Other people's success. All right, let's get to CJ. So here was CJ Stroud mic'd up chatting with Bears Pro Bowl cornerback Jaylen Johnson during the game. During
the Bears game.
It was during a stoppage. Here's what it sounded like.
Stop telling your secrets on Richard Sherman podcast, dude.
What you mean?
The palms look. You ain't slick, brother. You ain't getting me. You ain't getting me.
Okay. Palms look is what he said there. That's a defensive.
Yeah, so palms look. Yeah, palms look is just it looks like cover two, but instead, usually in cover two, if you guys think about broadcasts, you've seen it's okay. The cornerback's they're gonna take the wide receiver on the outside and push everything to the inside, all of that. Palms, they switch it up a little bit. So there was this. So immediately I thought, okay, well, I got to go figure this out. And I went and I watched the Richard Sherman podcast where he's interviewing Jaylen Johnson, and it's this specific play that you're going to hear Richard Sherman discuss, but this is Jaylen Johnson picking up Josh Dobbs in the Minnesota game last year.
Dobbs protected and picked by Jaylen Johnson. Johnson on the return will take it down inside the 40.
Okay.
So, and I didn't send the cut that had, basically Troy Aikman says, well, yeah, you see, Josh Dobbs got to realize that's cover two, and that Jaylen Johnson did a good job of stabbing inside and faking and looking like he wasn't in cover two and then coming back. So that's what he thought. And remember, this is why you always got to take everything with a grain of salt with colored commentators. Richard Sherman, a man who knows coverages himself, discussed that play with Johnson on his podcast.
I've seen you make quite a few plays disguising that cover two, jumping down, coming out the flag, going to the 7.
Just funny, the pick that you talk about. We were really in palms. So
you did that out of palms?
I promise you.
Yeah, so it's a much longer clip where
I watched the long version of it today.
I'm going to do a video on this, but basically, Jaylen Johnson is supposed to jump that underneath route, but he was going to be super aggressive with it. But so Josh Dobbs, the poor kid actually made the right read on that play. It was just Jaylen Johnson making an incredibly athletic. He was so good on that play physically that he came back and ended up. Because he got back there so fast, he made it look like he had just duped Josh Dobbs, the rocket engineering major from college.
Literal rocket engineer, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what CJ was talking about. And he's saying, hey, don't give away your secrets. Now, there's multiple things that CJ could do with that because Jaylen Johnson basically had gone into detail about how he knew that route combo, and he didn't just want to make a tackle on this short route. He wanted to either have a huge hit or potentially a pick. I think that's the part where CJ's thinking, like, all right, I know the way you operate now, and I know that if we have similar route combos that I might be able to take advantage of your aggressiveness, or I got to watch out for your aggressiveness. my big thing was, man, all right, CJ, don't tell these guys that this is what you're doing.
Yeah.
If people are giving you secrets, don't let them know that you're learning their secrets by podcast. I would say the same thing to Jaylen Johnson. It drives me crazy when I hear defensive players talking about these tips they have or little tricks of the trade on podcasts. Because, dude, what are you doing? You're taking money out of your own pocket there. You're giving people the answers to the test. These podcasts are so damn seductive.
Yep.
These guys are giving up way more information than they need to.
It's a really, really tough human instinct to not want to be the smartest guy in the room. When you know something and especially when you feel like you've decoded it, you know what I mean? Like you didn't just stumble into it. Like CJ, CJ using a podcast as some version of film work on a guy, I think probably to CJ feels like, man, I'm kind of operating at a different level than some of these other quarterbacks.
Yeah. By which measure it also might have been in his mind, he might be thinking like, I'm going to mess with him right now and let him know that, hey, whatever, little tendencies or anything that you think I don't have. Yeah. Because, it's one of those things where, again, it's just funny when I see people break down film on the internet and everything, super, super smart people. The only weakness they have if they haven't played the game is that they really don't understand how much improvisation or how many mental errors there are on any given play. So where you have Troy Aikman and Richard Sherman both thinking that was one coverage or call, when in fact Jaylen Johnson had and didn't even make a mistake necessarily. He just made a super aggressive recovery to go back out and help out the free safety who was supposed to have that guy. And people were giving him credit for duping the young quarterback, but you can use that to your advantage. If people want to give you credit for doing that, then by all means, let them think that that's how diverse we are and that's all the things that we'll do, and you got to be on guard all the time.
Now, on the one hand, there's something to that. There is also something to, though, like, hey, man, like you don't have to tell the other team everything that you're thinking about, that you're using these podcasts as a way to get intel and stuff like that. So there's that. But I will say this, like my overriding emotion now after listening to it, let's listen to it one more time. This is C.J. Stroud and Jaylen Johnson on the field.
Stop telling your secrets on Richard Sherman podcast, dude.
What you mean?
The palms, look. You ain't slick, brother. You ain't getting me. You ain't getting me.
Okay, that's my quarterback right there. Like there is part of it. Like think about the rest of C.J. Stroud's draft class right now. Will Levis is shoveling balls to the other team in just completely, utterly stupid fashion. Bryce Young might be ruined. He's been benched. Anthony Richardson is one of the least efficient quarterbacks in the league and can't stay healthy. Our guy is rightfully talking trash to a Pro Bowl cornerback during a stoppage in play and not sounding outlandish for doing so. Like instead, he just said, like there's nobody that listens. Our criticism of that cut is just don't do that because you're giving him, you're feeding the other team intel on your process. But at the core of it, nobody's criticizing C.J. Stroud for having the bravado to say that to Jaylen Johnson. Everybody with C.J. Stroud's like, yeah, dude can back up his talk,
Right. No, and that's where C.J. being a football nerd, it's one of the hardest things to figure out about quarterback prospects is everybody's really good at doing the Instagram hashtag stuff and everything and showing how much you're grinding and all of that. And college coaches, I think, generally will tell people, yeah, this guy works hard, he listens and everything. Like Bobby Slowick, when he would talk about C.J. Stroud last year at the end of the season and once this offseason, it was very telling the way he praised C.J., which was that he comes into the meeting and you can tell that he's really done the homework, that it's not – there's times when you're – as a teacher or as a coach, you can tell if the kids have done the reading or not because – they're at a different level already. They're not learning it as you're talking to them about it. They're like asking the right questions and everything. And I think with CJ, he's just kind of naturally wired to be a football nerd. And there's podcasts out there where Richard Sherman is talking to defensive backs and they're giving away tricks of the trade, that CJ's drawn to that just naturally. So it doesn't, no matter how many hours he logs on his iPad, there's all that extracurricular work you do that just stacks up over time to where you get this database of things to work with. And I think now more than ever, there's just more resources for guys like CJ, or if Tom Brady were a young quarterback now, Tom Brady and Peyton Manning and those guys would be all over like, oh, wait a second. Defensive backs are just sitting there on the internet telling me how they operate. And this is stuff that, like when I try to get questions about different things in coverage, I'll send stuff off to Aaron Glenn at times or other guys I played with to try to figure it out. It's been so cool to actually just now over the last few years just start going, I can Google it or I can search it on YouTube and find out like 3 different guys talking about Palms coverage.
Right, on a podcast somewhere.
You can't, like when you do, because there's lots of stuff out there for high school and college coverages, but a lot of the tricks of the trade of the NFL, they've always been kept very close to the vest.
Yeah.
And it's really cool. It's really cool, but I also, as a defensive player, I wish they'd shut the hell up and stop doing it.
As a defensive player. And the segment started with me really wanting CJ, like, hey, man, don't tell Jaylen Johnson, like, what he's going to do based on the podcast. I think in the last 13 minutes, I've done a 180 on this thing. Let me just play it one more time.
Stop telling your secrets on Richard Sherman podcast, dude. What you mean? The Palms, look. You ain't slick, brother. You ain't getting me. You ain't getting me.
Okay, and there's part of me that thinks, and I think is what you were alluding to, like, yeah, CJ, you maybe settle down telling, and then there's part of me like, Jaylen Johnson probably had that in his head for the next 3 plays at least after that. He's probably backpedaling, going, what else does CJ see on a podcast?
The biggest thing, I think, is that in giving that, like Jaylen Johnson got away with making it wasn't even a mistake, but it led into his psychology of, I am really going to jump this route because I know what's coming. And so it betrayed a certain aggressiveness in the way he operates, but until he told Richard Sherman that, people just thought he was being crafty and had just taken a jab step and almost baited Josh Dobbs into making that throw.
Right.
When it wasn't necessarily that way. So I think it's. The big thing is guys aren't going to stop giving up their secrets on the internet.
No.
They're going to keep doing this on podcasts and everything. It's going to be more and more and more. So CJ kind of getting into his head in that moment was probably the right move.
Overall, the trend you're talking about where guys just go blabbing about how smart they are and what they do scheme-wise on a pod. I think overall this is a good trend for us here in Houston. Like that we have this guy as our quarterback. And CJ's pretty dialed into all this stuff.
The same thing, remember in CJ's first interception in the preseason against the Patriots last year? That was another one where, in watching the film, Kurt Warner and others who watched that on film thought, oh, yeah, this is simple cover 2, and the CJ can't make this mistake. When after the game, the DB had done a really smart thing, which was he made it look like it was cover 2, but in fact he was manned up on Dalton Schultz. But Dalton Schultz was in the backfield, so the DB knows that he can give way more. He can align deeper than he otherwise would. And he told everybody.
Told CJ on the field after the game.
Yeah, so the guy ends up coming up and playing. CJ had read cover 2 just like Kurt Warner did when he was breaking the film down.
Right.
But CJ kind of got to get a little bit of insight into like, oh, okay, this is the way it operates, and that I didn't make a stupid mistake. I didn't know enough about how this guy might be operating.
Yeah, I didn't account for it.
And I don't need to be, I need to understand that this can happen, that these guys are operating on a different mental plane. And a lot of the defensive backs are they're improvising as they go based on what they can and can't get away with.
You ever seen the movie Rounders? Matt Damon, the poker movie? Texter says this subject is covered in the movie Rounders. When Matt Damon discovers Teddy KGB has a tell in the last final poker game there, and he normally you don't tell him, but Matt Damon did because he knew it would rattle him for the rest of the game.
Right, and also if CJ, you could look at it as psychological warfare of these guys going into a game and thinking they know what they know, but then also knowing that CJ has probably watched every interview that they've done.
Yes.
And I mean, this is something in the offseason. I don't know if you saw the interview a couple weeks ago of Tom Brady going through all of his files.
No.
And he had just like every game detailed notes about various defensive backs and everything.
Literal paper files?
Yes. Yeah. That's awesome. Like he's J. Edgar Hoover or something. He's got dossiers on all these people. And you build that up over time. Yeah. And I think now, again, if Tom Brady were a young quarterback these days, he'd have all this time in the offseason when you're just sitting around and you've got time to watch podcasts, and you can just add to the dossier of things that you know about Jaylen Johnson.
This is so good
different
for us.
Situations. And, in those guys' brains, when it starts coming back, like, okay, yeah, there's times where we run an in-breaking route with a 7 route on the backside, and this is how Jaylen Johnson operates in those situations. And what are our tendencies on this? Okay, I know this is a guy who's going to be hyper aggressive in this situation, and then you get to that next level of, the really good veteran players. They'll look ahead a few weeks, like knowing that they're going against Darrelle Revis or Ray Lewis, and think, all right, we're going to do a couple things that we know that those guys are going to pick up on, and then we're going to use it against them because these guys will have a tendency, and their defensive coordinators will be like, look, this is Sean, as a player, it's the worst when you go into a game sometimes. And your defensive coordinator is like, these guys in this situation are 90% run. And you're like, oh, crap.
Yeah.
we're dialing up a run blitz, and we are going to get torched.
We are screwed. We're in the same division with Peyton Manning, right?
You're looking at your defensive coordinator, and on the other side, they got like Norv Turner, and you're like, this guy thinks he's smarter than Norv Turner. Oh, crap.
Hey, speaking of which, the two QBs, let's hear from the two head coaches on the opposing quarterback. What does Kevin O'Connell think of C.J. Stroud? And we'll get DeMeco Ryans' first thoughts on Sam Darnold. We'll take a look across enemy lines here a little bit on Payne and Pendergast. That's up next. Stay there. But first, sometimes you're looking across enemy lines and you know
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Kevin O'Connell is the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings. Here he was yesterday when he was asked, what have you seen? What do you like? What do you think of C.J. Stroud?
First and foremost, the thing that stands out the most is his arm talent. I mean, this guy is making throws in and out of the pocket that the list, if you make a list of the guys capable of making some of the throws, it's not going to be a very long list that C.J. makes. And then I think he's got, it's never, ever seems too big for him. From the first time he went out there to now, he seems incredibly prepared. So he's obviously got a great process throughout the week. The experience of playing and leading that team is only making him, more comfortable in his role. And then, I just think he's a guy that played in a lot of big games, been coached really well there. I know Gerard's doing a great job with the quarterbacks there in Houston. And I just, I can't say enough about what shows up to me on tape. I mean, I've been like everybody else. If it's on TV, we're not playing. I've seen him make a lot of big-time throws and plays in games. But then when you dive into the tape and you see the snap-in and snap-out impact he has, it's pretty remarkable for such a young player.
Yeah, I think the cool thing with Kevin O'Connell is that he has a lot of familiarity, obviously, with the system and coach for McVay and everything. And I think that he can probably recognize the steps in the process. So when O'Connell says he's prepared throughout the week and he's absorbing the lessons, in this, going back to Kubiak is what Kubiak would always say, in the ancestor to this system, is you just want to be sure that the quarterback always has an answer within the play design. And it's just a matter of, all right, figuring out what is the defense actually doing and where is the answer in this play design. I think CJ, much more so than just about every other second-year quarterback, shows signs of that, and Kevin O'Connell can recognize it. So it's I guess the thing that would make me most nervous about the fact that the Texans are facing a team in Minnesota that defensively really put a hurting on Brock Purdy and the 49ers last week. Flores had the input of Kevin O'Connell and the way that everything operates. And Kevin O'Connell is going to be able to identify the way the Texans are operating and how CJ is operating. That's the chess match this week between all of the coordinators that have so much familiarity with this scheme and whatnot is really fascinating.
Yeah, does the fact that they played the Vikings played the 49, where does that fit into the chess game that the Texans get to see Brian Flores' defense going against that offense literally 7 days before?
Yeah, I think it helps CJ. I think it really does. I think that if you had flip-flopped this, it would have benefited the 49ers more than it hurt them. So it helps the Vikings that they're seeing a scheme like this 2 weeks in a row. It helps them defensively. But I think for CJ, he's able to see Brock Purdy a few times, I think, made the right decision, but he was a beat late with it. He was slow with it, and it led to either errant passes or incompletions. And there was a little bit of hesitancy there. And that's not a slight on Brock Purdy necessarily, but CJ can learn by proxy with that and hopefully just be a little snappier with it. And so it's not even a Brock Purdy versus CJ Stroud thing. And then likewise, and again, you can turn this into an advantage either way. But I do think that CJ's just better. CJ's better equipped to learn these lessons than Sam Darnold is at this point. I think that when it comes down to the quarterback IQ, CJ operates at a higher level than Sam Darnold playing for the Vikings. And I think you end up with an advantage on the quarterback side of things.
Counterpoint on the text page. Flores' defense attacks with their pass rush, and that's what we suck at as an offensive line. Yeah. I think Minnesota's going to kill us by 2 touchdowns. We won't have a running game, and we won't have a passing attack.
I think that's where the challenge is. Flores' defense also, in theory, because of all the things they do at the line of scrimmage, in theory, you should have quick hitters available to you. And I think some of the dinking and dicing and slicing up, if CJ is reading things properly and if he's not fooled by some of the misdirection and disguising that Flores does. That's your run game this week. The short passing game might end up being the run game.
Yeah, I like that.
I think, Bobby Slowick might break type and not have nearly as many rushing attempts. Might not sacrifice rushing attempts to set up the play action. It might be a lot more of maybe what you saw early on versus the Colts, except but with fewer runs.
Okay, we don't have DeMeco on Sam Darnold. Something happened with that file. But we do have DeMeco on Justin Jefferson, who's basically the passing attack for the Minnesota Vikings. Anyways, here is DeMeco Ryans on the best receiver in the NFL.
Justin Jefferson is as good as any wide receiver I've seen. Talk about a guy who everyone knows going into the game, like you have to try to stop number 18, but it's easier said than done. He still finds a way to make plays. He's double-teamed. He's clouded. Like, it really doesn't matter. He's an exceptional talent. And he shows up every single week, providing explosives for their offense. And we know he's the guy that gets their offense going. So have our hands full there. He's a tough out, and it's gonna be hard the entire game to try to stop him.
Yeah, and I think that's where I'll be really surprised if DeMeco blitzes as much of this week as they did last week. Last week they were facing a rookie quarterback and a banged-up wide receiving core. And I don't think that they don't – no offense to DJ Moore, but he's no Justin Jefferson. So right. I think that I would expect that DeMeco's going to maybe blitz more than he typically does. That might be – they might just blitz a lot more this year in general than they did last year, where they didn't blitz much at all. But I'll be surprised if it's an extremely blitz-heavy offense this week. I think they gotta be sure they try to take Justin Jefferson or limit Justin Jefferson as much as possible.
Do you think is this a Stingley follows him around situation?
Yeah, if he's following DJ Moore, then he's definitely following Justin Jefferson, I think.
I saw some people speculating yesterday. I guess there was a cut from Belichick over the weekend, either on one of the 15 different shows that Belichick does. If he's not on the Manningcast, he's on McAfee. If he's not on McAfee, he's on Inside the NFL. Belichick's got a lot of stuff on his plate. Somewhere along the way, and I don't think they were talking specifically about this game, but he may have been talking about Justin Jefferson, but he said what they used to do with a marquee wide receiver like that is they would double team that guy, put their best guy on the number 2 guy. In this case, it would be Jordan Addison. Yeah. And then the number 3 is the guy that's got to eat against you. In this case, it would be Jalen Naylor for the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they take. I mean, Belichick's a master at taking away the best threat or best player, and in that, you double team. You use you use Lassiter and a safety to double team Justin Jefferson, and then you can completely shut down the number 2 guy with Derek Stingley, and maybe they do that at times. I don't know. I think right now a lot of it is all right. How much do they trust Kamari Lassiter? And, maybe Kamari Lassiter has started to play at a level where they feel better about just keeping those guys on their normal sides.
Yeah.
And you handle it that way. So DeMeco's surprised us a couple of times as a defensive coordinator. Last year it was when he just flat out said before the Browns game that, no, Stingley won't travel with the best receiver. That's just not how we operate. And then he traveled with Amari Cooper. And so last week, he blitzed more than he's ever blitzed since he's been with the Texans. And, I could totally see them. I think Lassiter's getting to the point where they probably feel like they can mix it up throughout the game.
Yeah.
And they just don't want the Vikings to know exactly what they're going to be doing on any given down. So I think there will be times where Derek Stingley travels with Justin Jefferson, and there's going to be other times where they just do it with coverage.
It is fun seeing these graphics that pop up on social media with Stingley and Lassiter on there, and then their stats underneath it. Like, statistically, this is, and I know they were fortunate in the Indianapolis game. Those numbers could have looked a little different if Anthony Richardson drops 1 or 2 of those in the bucket to A.D. Mitchell. Yeah. But that happens in every game. Like right now, this is statistically the best pair of corners in the NFL 2 games in.
That's the thing you can't forget is that, look, Sam Darnold's no Anthony Richardson in terms of his athleticism, but the Vikings can run the ball. Aaron Jones is averaging 5+ yards per carry right now.
Yep.
And that's the stuff that gets the Texans in trouble. When they've got their back 7, when they've got their coverage guys with their eyes in both the backfield and they lose track of the deep ball. It's the mental errors that I worry more about than the physical errors at this point. We're less than 2 weeks removed of the Texans having some really bad errors on the back end. And Sam Darnold is a lot more capable. He's a better quarterback than Anthony Richardson is.
Yes.
He's not physically gifted the same way, but he's a better quarterback than Anthony Richardson.
He's a better,
at least so far this season.
He's a better overall thrower of the football.
Yeah.
Richardson would win a distance throwing contest, but Darnold makes at least one of those two A.D. Mitchell throws in that game.
I think he's more consistent when playing in this scheme, and he's just seen more football than Anthony Richardson. He's not as green as Anthony Richardson.
J.J. Watt was on Pat McAfee yesterday. J.J. weighed in on two pieces of audio this week that we've had a whole lot of fun with, including one we've had fun with today. What does he think of C.J. Stroud and Caleb Williams' interaction? And what does J.J. Watt think of DeMeco Ryans' discussion about the Bears' sideline demeanor from Sunday night? This is good stuff from J.J. Watt we've got coming up for you next.
Bayway Ram, this is good stuff that they've got for you right now. Bayway Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, where you're going to get not just an incredible selection. You got to, look, I promise you this, when you roll up to Bayway Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, your first thought is going to be, is this two dealerships or one? Because they've got a huge lot, over 500 vehicles on the lot, which means a selection that you're going to find the vehicle you want, but also the best deal in the greater Houston area. Because if you bring in any offer from any other dealership in Houston, Bayway's going to beat that offer. Burt Brocker, the GM, does not mess around. Burt Brocker is going to get you a better deal than even if it's emailed to you from another dealership. He's going to beat that offer. If he can't, he's going to give you $1,000 cash. Right now on the Rams, 3-time Motor Trend Truck of the Year, you can get up to $15,000 off. If you've been dragging your feet wondering, like, I got to time the market on this thing, man, right now is the time to get yourself a brand new Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, or Ram, up to $15,000 off on the Ram pickups. Check it out online at baywaycdjr.com. That's baywaycdjr.com.
The Texans are headed to Minnesota on Sunday for a showdown with the Vikings. Can C.J. Stroud and DeMeco's defense carry the squad to a 3-0 start? Hear the game here with pregame coverage starting at 9 a.m. Ready? Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
Liqueur 43 and the original Cata.
610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. This was DeMeco Ryans on Monday talking about the Bears, and after Azeez Al-Shaair really laid the wood to Caleb Williams legally in that game, by the way. It was a legal hit, but the Bears took great offense to it and surrounded Azeez Al-Shaair on their sideline, and Azeez was left with no choice but to punch somebody in the face over there. That's how I choose to look at it.
It was, yes, to punch the guy in the face who was standing furthest away from him.
Right,
yes.
right. He had no choice. Here was DeMeco Ryans on that whole sequence.
From my perspective, seeing Azeez, he had a big hit on the quarterback, and everyone goes, everyone gets a little antsy when the quarterback gets hit on the sideline, but if the quarterback stays in, he's going to get hit. And now I think everybody's a little sensitive when there are big hits in the league. We still play a physical game, and you're going to get hit hard if you're playing against us. That's just how we operate here. And, what happened after that, Azeez is, of course, he's surrounded by a lot of their players and also some staff. And they are surrounding him. We got people pushing Azeez and so we have to, as the game, we have to be better, right? From protecting all players involved, especially when something happens on the opposite sideline, just have to be better. And we know, from Azeez's perspective, we, can't throw punches or anything like that, but just overall, we just have to be able to protect players, and it goes both ways. When you got guys surrounding one of our players and ununiformed staff that's surrounding and in that little mix-up as well, that's a problem, and we have to get it fixed.
Okay.
Yeah. So the Bears staffers that were surrounding him, the assistant coaches and whatnot, I feel like it didn't look like they were actively going after Al-Shaair or anything, but I think maybe what DeMeco's getting at is that they need to try to de-escalate the
Push
situation.
Their guys back.
Yeah, be the proverbial adults in the room, I
Yes.
suppose. Is just, keep it from escalating into something else.
Yeah.
But also, at the end of the day, I that was just such an idiotic hit for Caleb Williams to take. Yeah. You watch, he slows up.
Yeah.
And just, I feel like I don't know what he was thinking. Yeah. That's not even like a college football thing. He slowed up and opened himself up to that hit.
Yeah, he deserved it.
He could have easily sidestepped
He deserved it.
I don't know if he thought that he was going to dupe Al-Shaair into taking the wrong angle or something. Yeah, he very much deserved to get plastered the way he did on that.
I like the way DeMeco called the other 31 teams around the league soft. That's how I heard it. He's like, hey, everybody's getting awfully sensitive about these hits. When you play the Texans, you're going to get hit hard. Don't know if you've heard about it. Have you all heard of Swarm before, okay? That's what Swarm is. Here was J.J. Watt on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. You can imagine what J.J. Watt thought of his former teammate's answer to the Azeez Al-Shaair question.
To Azeez's credit, people don't know how you're going to act in the situation when it pops up. He's outnumbered 10, 15x on their sideline, and he's still headbutting people. So I think they learned a lot about Azeez.
You couldn't have a better way to just slide in. Yeah, he shouldn't have punched the guy, but everything else around it was exactly what you just he definitely shouldn't have punched the guy, but I'm going to make this sound as great as it can possibly sound for my guy, and he nailed it. Perfect answer.
DeMeco handles this exactly how every player in the NFL would want their coach to handle it, which is why they'll probably continue to get big-name players. They want to come play with C.J. Stroud. They want to come play for DeMeco Ryans. Houston, very popular city, obviously. Great time, great place. It's like Houston, Texas might be a wagon for a little bit.
I love how that every time with McAfee, it comes down to how miserable he is. That he doesn't sound miserable there. I think he actually likes the Texans, but I think he laments the fact that they're in the same division as his beloved Colts. Like that. Yeah. McAfee tying that specific incident to the Texans are going to be able to continue to get big name free agents for the next 10 years.
That's a kind of honestly, man, that play right there, by the way, I mean, that goes down as a sack. It was, and it shouldn't have been. I mean, for one, that was one thing where Caleb Williams, if he had handled it a little differently on the sideline, he could have gotten veteran quarterbacks as a way of helping their offensive line out are going to figure out a way to get past the line of scrimmage on that.
Yeah.
And either that or at the very least don't take a hit. One of those two things. The least desirable situation there, taking that hit because Al-Shaair just rocketed over to the sideline. I think that was a little bit of a welcome to the NFL moment for Caleb Williams, in that these things just close. These distances close really, really fast in the NFL, and I didn't realize that getting hit was even an option when I started taking off towards the sideline.
I didn't get hit in the Stanford game when I did this last year. You know,
Some of Caleb Williams as a runner in that game reminded me of a young Reggie Bush, where it took Reggie Bush a full couple years to understand that he's not going to just simply beat guys to the edge anymore. And he had to learn that lesson. It took him a long time to learn it. Like, dude, no, you got to get upfield and go at some point because these guys can run. So, I think there's definitely this Texans defense feels way more like what DeMeco Ryans is probably envisioning than last year's did. Last year they made stabs at it, but this year, man, they're just big hits all over the place.
They got hitters, man. They got hitters, no doubt about it. J.J. Watt talked about the topic du jour, C.J. Stroud giving advice to Caleb Williams after the game. Just to reset, since it's only 12 seconds long, here's what it sounded like with C.J. and Caleb talking at midfield.
Good job out there, bro.
Yeah,
hey,
keep going.
Stop taking those hits.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, learn from those mistakes, and everything that you got, bro, is in you already, bro. You're going to be a hell of a player in this league.
Yeah.
All right, boy.
Appreciate it.
For sure.
All right, so let's just the come here. You're right. Saying come here is what got everybody. Like, hey, man,
come here.
What I got to say is important. Get over here. Yeah, that's how it's being perceived. You know,
John Harris. We had played this audio earlier, but what John Harris says, he finds it fascinating that everybody's focused on Caleb and CJ when in that same. So Bears fans are upset with CJ. How dare he? How dare he speak down to our quarterback? Kind of quarterback.
Yep.
When in the exact same mic'd episode, in the same mic'd up episode of CJ Stroud, CJ just exposed Jaylen Johnson for giving away his secrets on podcasts.
Trade secrets, man. Yeah.
Shouldn't you guys focus, maybe worry about you, maybe worry about actually all those mistakes that Caleb Williams made, maybe worry about the fact that Jaylen Johnson is helping out opposing quarterbacks going on podcasts.
It is a really weird thing. It's a weird hill to die on as a Bears fan or somebody taking up for Caleb. Like, the only person that should really care about how that was perceived is Caleb Williams. You know, like it's
no, this is what it is right now. It's the way that as a Rockets fan, you found yourself in the position of defending Dwight Howard, and you're like, no, it's not as weird as everybody says it is. I mean, it's weird, but it's not as weird as everybody says it is.
Yeah.
Or Harden as well.
Yeah,
now, Harden isn't actually – I mean, both these guys are great players, way better in their respective sports than Caleb Williams is right now.
Yeah.
But there is a part where you just, look, I'm going to ride or die with this dude because he's our guy.
No, you're right. It's sports. You're so right. Here's J.J. Watt with his take on that interaction and the reaction to the interaction of C.J. Stroud and Caleb Williams.
Yeah, so I go both ways on this, and this is a tough one for me because I see both sides of this. I mean, we all saw, obviously, what C.J. said to him, trying to impart some wisdom, pass along some things that he learned in his first year, and Caleb taking it, maybe not as intently listening as some people would have loved to see, but I'm on both sides of this. Number one, I love that CJ is trying to pass along some info, trying to help a guy out, trying to lift him up after a tough game. But at the same time, I do understand the other side of this with Caleb. I look at it kind of as that Mamba mentality where, like, we just lost the game. Like, that's kind of where I was at on jersey swaps and things like that. I mean, even when I played against my own brothers, we lost the game, and obviously we want a picture in our uniform, but, like, I wasn't stoked to take the picture. I wasn't, like, excited and smiling and super happy to take the photo. I just think that there is something to that old school mentality where it's, hey, we're not friends out here. Like, this isn't the time to be best buddies and to do all that. So I understand and respect that. I also know that we're in a different generation where jersey swaps are normal, where guys are friends with players all over the league, where, you know, they train together in the off seasons and things like that. But I don't hate if a guy after a game is like, nah, I'm not feeling it, man.
JJ, you're going to have to take a side. You're not going to make it in this business if you say, I can see both sides of it. You got to pick one.
It's hard. It's especially hard for JJ because, you know, Kalia played in Chicago for 3 seasons, I think. Yeah. So there's if I put myself in JJ's shoes, I'm probably like, man, people really like us in Chicago. Do I want to bring down hate? Kalia's social media feed is going to be a disaster for the next 72 hours.
Maybe.
If I really really go in on Caleb. I don't know. And JJ's at a spot. Look, JJ's not JJ doesn't want to be Skip Bayless. I don't think he embraces the hate necessarily. And it is genuinely one of these deals where I don't think you don't have to take sides here. I can totally see why Caleb Williams in that moment might not be all that receptive given the situation and everything. But that doesn't mean that because of that CJ has to be the bad guy.
Right.
It's Chicago's insistence on, or some of these radio hosts and whatnot in Chicago, their insistence on turning CJ somehow into the bad guy for giving advice here to their quarterback, who as of yet has sucked, okay? I'm not saying he's going to suck forever, but as of yet he's sucked. So maybe pick your battles on what exactly the issues are here. In the defending, you are being part of the problem, Chicago sports fans and radio hosts. You are pulling him into your bosom and letting Caleb Williams sob into your effeminate sweater is what you're doing.
Yeah.
You're just basically you're mollycoddling him.
You've never had a good quarterback in the history of your franchise. You're the most QB thirsty city in the NFL for decades and decades and decades now. And now an accomplished defending, reigning AFC Offensive Rookie of the Year wants to give a little encouragement and advice to your guy, and you're taking umbrage with this?
I'm guessing a lot of Chicago radio hosts and sports fans hate the idea of a participation trophy. You know what that Heisman Trophy is, as far as what it matters for being an NFL quarterback?
Participation.
It's a participation trophy.
Yep.
What are you hanging? You want Caleb to go out there on the field with his Heisman Trophy to remind CJ that Caleb won the Heisman Trophy, and all CJ has done is played an entire NFL season and been Offensive Rookie of the Year.
That's it.
So
Thank
you can't
you.
take advice. Yeah.
Thank you. Good night. One metric that shows you a different metric shows you that you do not mess with C.J. Stroud, and also another metric that shows, man, Houston is at the top of the NFL world in this number. I'm not talking about the Texans. I'm talking about you, Houston. The Houstonians out there are at the top of the world in this particular measurement. We will get to that coming up next.
Hey, look, maybe you're carting your participation trophy around in your car, and then some weirdo just sides.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A lot of people trying to mess with C.J. Stroud today. I'm going to tell you why you don't mess with C.J. Stroud. Because when you mess with C.J. Stroud, Seth, you are messing with the player who, according to data put out yesterday, period of March 1st, 2024 through May 31st, 2024, basically Q1 of the NFL business year, nobody moved more jerseys than C.J. Stroud.
Ooh.
Number one, you know how I am with jersey sales. Number one in jersey sales for March 1st. Number two, Patrick Mahomes, the best quarterback on the planet.
Yeah, it'll pick up for him someday.
Kid's he's going somewhere.
He needs some advice from CJ.
Right.
Pat Mahomes probably can't wait. He probably can't wait until that matchup in December when he can hopefully get a few seconds of advice from CJ Stroud in midfield.
It's funny. I meant to say that earlier, like when we were talking about the CJ Caleb Williams thing, like as mad as people in Chicago were getting and people who love Caleb Williams, like Nick Wright, were getting about C.J. Stroud giving advice to somebody who he's only 3 weeks older than or whatever it is. If C.J. were to walk up to Josh Allen, like after week 5, the Texans beat the Bills here, and say, hey, bro, look, you're going to be a great quarterback, then I would see, like on Monday, everybody getting a little agitated with C.J.
Okay, this is the difference, and this is why Chicago people are so sensitive about this right now. And Florio, who just is Florio's got some deep-seated psychological issues. I think it's pretty obvious. Like he puts enough stuff out there, and you can tell by what he gets emotional about that he's got some issues.
And Florio just cracked me up. I don't know why.
This is the problem they're having. Is that if you do the little exercise of, okay, let's swap roles. Let's look at the way C.J. Stroud has operated, the way he's taken advice, the way he looks almost kind of, going back to the Elite 11 days. He looks kind of just surprised and flattered that people even know who he is still.
Yeah.
Like Matt Stafford. He was like, he said that Matt Stafford was nice to him, and that was nice. Like, it was really cool that he was nice to me. Okay, if you just flip roles, and if Caleb Williams had gone into the NFL a year earlier and was Offensive Rookie of the Year, what would CJ's response have been if Caleb Williams was trying to give him advice at midfield after, say, the Colts game last year or the after the Ravens game, the first game of the year?
Yeah. I think CJ would have listened.
He would have been very receptive to it.
I think so.
And I think that's. That's the big deal. The problem, the reason Bears fans are getting so upset about that exchange is that even though I can totally excuse the way Caleb Williams looked either dismissive or just wanted to get the hell out of there. I get that, and I understand that. The problem is it does fit in perfectly with the narrative that I've resisted. I try to resist narratives about guys' attitudes and whatnot coming out of college, but, man, it fits in perfectly with that narrative. And if you're a Chicago fan that suffered through decade after decade after decade of wandering in the darkness when it comes to trying to find a quarterback, it hurts. Like, okay, boy, he's just feeding the narrative right there. Yep. He's feeding the narrative.
Here are the top 10 in the jerseys. CJ 1, Mahomes 2. How about the fact that the Lions have 3 of the top 8 guys? Aiden Hutchinson 3, Amon-Ra St. Brown 4, Joe Burrow 5, Jalen Hurts 6, Saquon Barkley, Eagles, so that's a new one. No, they're not. Yeah. That's a new one, so that stands to reason. Jahmyr Gibbs is number 8, Micah Parsons number 9, Brock Purdy number 10. You know what? Maybe Brock Purdy is going to get the $60 million. He's 10th in jersey sales.
Yeah, you're very skeptical about that. And I look at, man, all right, I think that the 49ers aren't going to overthink this unless he keeps playing the way he did last week versus the Vikings. But I don't think they're going to overthink this. They have a quarterback that they feel they can rely upon and that is capable of obviously taking them to a Super Bowl and winning a Super Bowl. Yeah. Or potentially winning a Super Bowl. Then they're not going to overthink it, and he gets that contract. They've whiffed on Garoppolo, they've whiffed on Trey Lance. Yeah. Do they really think, Brock Purdy's just not quite good enough? This is when we're gonna start being careful about how we spend on quarterbacks.
Yeah, you may be right. He's 10th in jersey sales. That's changed my opinion.
I think the fact that the Lions are up there, there's a little bit of the same thing probably going on with the Texans. You have an exciting team that's on the rise, very easy to like by the local fan base for various reasons, good personalities on that team, good players. Yeah. But also, there's not a lot of people out there with recently purchased jerseys. So
yeah, that's fair.
Most of the jersey money has gone towards Astros players the last decade or so in Houston. So I think, now is when you start swinging back the pendulum to some of these young, exciting guys. Likewise, in Detroit, a lot of people just didn't bother spending money on Lions jerseys the last decade or so.
Nobody gets a better gauge on the jersey, kind of the jersey, the kind of how it's spread out amongst fans.
The jersey market.
Which Texan fans, who's the most popular jersey? Nobody gets a better gauge than you and I because we're out there for the pregame show and we see all the jersey wearers out there.
Yeah.
So 2 years ago, it was hard to find fans wearing jerseys of current Houston Texans. That's just the fact. It was all J.J. Watt and Andre Johnson, some Clownies and things like that.
There were a lot of Roy Lopez's because there were a lot of people that just hey, my last name's Lopez, So there were more Roy Lopez's than you would expect. If Roy Lopez had worked out, I think there were so many Lopez households that'd be like, hell yeah.
Or you had a lot of people with Seth Payne jerseys that did that thing they did with David Carr jerseys, where they just put tape over Carr and put Schaub on it. They put tape over Payne and they just wrote Lopez on it.
I saw a guy in a 91 jersey before Roy Lopez got here, and it was it was
a Moby?
I was like, it was weird. I was like, that can't possibly be a Seth Payne jersey. It was down in League City. Yeah, I remember, and it was it was a Moby Okoye. But this is 10 years after a Moby Okoye was gone.
That's funny. As far as
I talked to the guy, I was just curious. I didn't say who I was or anything, and he had no clue who I was.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not. I didn't want to be like, hey, you know who you say also have that number.
No, but if he was like a diehard Texan fan and he knew who you were, that would have been the weirdest day ever. He's in his number 91 jersey, and in comes the original number 91, happens to be in the same store as him or wherever the hell you were.
I would, not wearing a mic or anything. If I see that out in nature, if I have a Sharpie on me, which unfortunately I never do, I would, I'd be like, hey, you want me to sign that?
Yeah.
I wouldn't feel like that was egotistical or anything. That would be like, okay, this guy's a diehard.
Yeah, man.
Who the hell has a Seth Payne jersey, unironically, these days? Yeah.
Unironically. So Michael Mulvihill is a media reporter. Mulvihill is a media reporter, and he tweeted this yesterday. Guessing game. Through week 2, which NFL team is showing the largest percentage increase in local viewership? The gap between this team and the second biggest growth team is enormous. Care to take a stab, Seth, on our Houston-based radio show as to which NFL team is showing the largest percentage increase in local viewership?
When you sent this to me yesterday, I did. I assumed that's why you were sending it to me, but I tried to think about it, and I thought maybe it would be Chicago or something, just based on the quarterback. But Houston. It's Houston.
It's Houston. Yeah, Houston local viewership ratings are up 67% through week 2.
Does that account for the fact that it was also Sunday Night Football?
Well, I don't. Of course, it accounts for it, but it doesn't. But that's probably something that needs to be mentioned as part of the numbers. Is like we should mention they had a primetime game.
Yeah, if it was a noon game for week 2, I don't think it would be as big a leap. But it's been. You can feel this. You can feel this on the streets, Sean. I'm on the streets a lot.
I know you are.
And on the streets, I've felt it. I've sensed it. Compared to week 2 last year, where I think everybody liked DeMeco, but we were very much, as a fan base, in wait-and-see mode. We could tell that out at the pregame show before the Colts, that everybody kind of had one toe in the water, and not even their big toe. There's maybe like they're trying to, if they were flexible enough, they were putting their pinky toe in the water. And this year, it's obviously a lot different.
Yeah, I think, 67% is remarkable. The fact that the second-place team in terms of local viewership growth is the Falcons at 10% increase is crazy. That's wild.
Aaron Kappner just texted me a photo of her in her Seth Payne 91 jersey.
Oh, yeah?
Which is, which I know she wears. She probably wears the Texans games. She works for, she's one of the best, she's like one of the most vital employees at Odyssey.
Oh, yeah.
Basically makes the trains run on time at Odyssey.
She's the glue of this place.
She probably wears her, which I think also probably has most people thinking that she's either my wife or sister or something like that.
Yeah.
Because she's, she's the only Seth. We have one of our listeners that comes to games wearing a Seth Payne jersey.
Oh, do we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as the viewership being up by 60%.
Sorry, I didn't mean to sound surprised.
We've seen him at the pregame before.
I know we have. Yeah.
Well, and then we have the one who has it, and it says "unbearable" on the back. That's a Seth Payne jersey.
Yeah.
By way of an incident that happened several years ago that we don't need to talk about.
That's right.
Instance in which I was called unbearable by Mike Meltzer 19 times in 30 seconds. It was
a legendary moment.
Yeah, a lot of change. Just changed who I was as a person. I feel like I'm less unbearable these days.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Mike was right to call me unbearable in that moment, even though I still maintain that I was correct in the argument that I was having with him. I'm going to call him after the show just to remind him of that.
That's got to exist on the internet somewhere.
Just because I threw a $20 bill at him, he thought that was unbearable in that moment.
It's a great barb, though. So what were we talking about here? Oh, a lot of people pointing out the Lions and the Texans both have new uniforms also. I'm not going to let you people bringing up actual facts rain on my C.J. Stroud jersey parade, okay?
The new uniforms I like a lot more than I thought I was going to.
Yeah, they look better in games.
I'm not usually all that worked up about uniforms and everything, but even in the Hall of Fame game, remember, it was a little bit confusing because they looked similar to the Bears uniforms.
Yeah.
That's why I was glad that the Bears wore their all-orange uniforms. Because it's that dark blue looks a lot like the Bears' dark blue.
Yep.
But the first 2 games of the season, I felt like the uniforms really popped. I'm a big fan of the new ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they look really, really good. We get our first taste of the alternate uniforms. I think week 5 against the Bills is a color rush, the H-Town blue. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure it's week 5.
So the black and the H-Town blue ones?
The black, the dark blue with the light blue H on the side of the helmet. Yeah, those. I think we get those against the Bills. Just got back. This is a text from Chapa and Alvin. Got back from a cruise on Monday. Watched the game in the middle of the Gulf under the stars with unlimited drinks and hundreds of fans. Was freaking awesome. I'll tell you what, man, if you're not going to watch the game at the stadium, that's pretty good right there. Watching it outdoors on the deck of a cruise ship at night with an open bar. Oof.
Well, and probably, you know what's fun, too, is when you go to a sports bar or something outside of Houston these days, and people are actually interested in the Texans game.
Yeah.
If they're not playing the Cowboys or something, it could be the Texans versus the, let's say, I don't know, another nondescript, the Colts or something.
Yeah.
And people are like, they know about the Texans. I mean, it's cool when I'm traveling. I was in Oregon yesterday, and I hear some guy, I'm in Oregon today, but I hear somebody yesterday talking about the Vikings versus the Texans and getting a lot of things wrong, but I just wanted to get my pizza and get the hell out of there.
No, you got to set him straight, Seth. Rando guy in Oregon pizza joint.
Well, actually, here's where you're wrong.
Give me that marker. Okay, here, and you just start Xing and O'ing on the wall. That would be sweet. Hey, speaking of that Bears game, the Bears game on Sunday, if you need more proof of Swarm, the credo of Swarm, here's Cole Kmet. Cole Kmet, tight end for the Bears, who got absolutely obliterated on a play by Jalen Petrie that was originally called an illegal hit, and then they went back and looked at the replay like, oh, no, that was actually just with his shoulder into Cole Kmet's chest. That's all it was. Cole Kmet said this is the hardest he's ever been hit.
I did try to sell it for a little bit because it wasn't like a head-to-head thing, but, I mean, he got me clean. That was a clean hit. Yeah. And then got to the ground, and I did have to take a second because I was like, whew, man, that was quite the hit there, and they did throw the flag initially, then they ended up picking it back up. But
to answer your question, somebody would have had to probably carry me to the plane to get home. That was a good hit.
It was a good hit. It was a clean hit. It was a clean hit.
Cole, where does that rank as far as hardest hits you've taken in your career?
That's probably the hardest. Now, that being said, I was, like, fully relaxed. Not that I wasn't expecting it, but I was more focused on catching the football, so, like, you're not, like, tensing your body up.
Yeah, he held on to the ball. that was
pretty impressive.
That. Yeah.
And that was, man, remember from the original angle, it looked like it might have been helmet to helmet.
Yeah.
Credit to Petrie for really, I mean, that was a nice, clean, legal football hit.
Yeah.
That's something that, why am I blanking on this? The safety who ended up in Kansas City.
Tyrann Mathieu.
No, Justin Reed.
Oh, Justin Reed.
Sorry, Justin Reed has really got really good at the clean legal hit.
Yeah.
He wasn't as good at it his rookie year, and then he figured it out along the way. There are a lot of good safeties and or nickelbacks that have figured that out. I think Petrie is hopefully one of those guys. I was trying to think. That was with about 4 or 5 minutes left in the game. I'm trying to remember when Will Anderson's sack was, because on Will Anderson's sack, Cole Kmet was running a play action where it's supposed to look like he's run blocking, and you try to dupe Will Anderson a little bit, but then he's supposed to convert into a pass blocker. Cole Kmet looked like he was shrinking away from contact like a fourth grader who's never played football before. A kid who hasn't learned how to water boy it yet and learn how to be physical. And I wonder, oh, God, I got to go. I'll look at this during the break. I gotta see if that was after the big hit by Petrie. Because that's a bad look for Cole.
Well,
Cole Kmet block in that instance.
If Petrie's hit was with only like you said, like 4 or 5 minutes left in the game, it was definitely before. Because it was the Anderson sack was definitely before that. Yeah. So because Danielle Hunter's the one who had the sack late in the game. They each got a sack. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Man, tomorrow's Football Friday. That's going to be fun. We're going to keep getting you ready for Vikings and Texans, battle of a couple 2-0 teams. Let's circle back to the Astros. It looks like it's almost a lock as to where the Astros are going to be come playoff time, seeding-wise, but it's far from a lock as to who they're going to play, and there's some really interesting scenarios. Which of these do you prefer? We'll give you your choices coming up next. But first, I prefer West Point Lincoln when it comes to going and getting a new vehicle. And I know my family.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the Astros lose yesterday to the Padres 4-0. So the Padres take 2 out of 3. It's not a big deal. The Astros are still 5 games up on the Mariners. They're 5.5 back still of the Guardians. I don't think the Mariners are catching the Astros, and if I feel that way, then I think almost by definition I have to feel like the Astros are not going to catch the Guardians either, given that it's virtually the same gap between the Astros and the 2 seed as it is between the Mariners and the Astros.
Look, we've seen them. I think the biggest thing that keeps you from panicking or worrying about the recent stretch of whatever you want to call it, mediocrity
is what I was going to say, yeah.
Is that they've demonstrated with their rotating cast of minor leaguers that they are very capable of beating the best teams in the league, and that it's not like this. It's not. It doesn't feel like it's all going to fall apart at some point. And you're just in that classic mode with the Astros over the last decade of, all right, well, we'll get to the postseason. And experience and veteran leadership, et cetera, hopefully take over, and maybe you get some performances out of some of these. Who's going to be the Chas McCormick this year?
Right.
Who's going to be the guy that who's going to be the guy that really goes above and beyond expectations? Because you're going to have something like that along the way. But the actual The actual star power still matters. And just is Verlander going to be peak Verlander by playoff time?
Right. This is look. I'm kind of doing the comparison in my head right now of last year's playoff team with this year's team that's about to be in the playoffs. This is a better version of the Astros now than the one that went into the postseason last year. The one in the postseason last year had Jose Abreu at first base, and I know he was better in September than he was the rest. They had Jose Abreu at first base. You know, they didn't have this version of Framber. Like, Framber was not this version. Hunter Brown is an elite level starter right now. I think the rotation. Hader is a better closer than Presley was last year. That's why they went out and got Josh Hader. This is a better version of the Astros than the one that went into the postseason.
Well, I think if you look at both starting pitching and the bullpen, which the bullpen is, the pitching staff in total, you feel a lot better about right now. And playoff baseball is pitching baseball, basically.
Yeah.
The other part about Abreu, though, too, is even though Abreu performed well individually, it's still this version of the Astros is one that can utilize speed on the base paths, and that whether Abreu's hitting well or not, he was just a big old crossing guard on the when it came to the lineup, and it's a different version of baseball than you were capable of playing with him.
We have a more fluid lineup. You can go into the postseason and go, you know what? We don't have to, because they had to play Abreu at first base. They had to. They just you'd be like, Sean, you don't have to do anything. No, you had to, and he was hitting okay and whatever. But you can kind of rejigger lineups now with put Yiner at first base if you want to, and Caratini at catcher. And DH, somebody else if it's Yordan.
You've got more flexibility at DH for sure.
Because there's not this statue sitting there at first base that you have to put in the 7-hole in the lineup, and he plays first base, and that's all he can do, and he don't even do it that well. So the Astros are going to be the 3 seed, barring some sort of really odd mathematical situation. They're going to be the 3 seed. It'll be the winner of the AL East. They'll be the 1 seed in all likelihood, although the Guardians are right there with, record-wise. The Guardians and somebody from the AL East are going to be the 1 and 2 seeds. The Astros will be the 3 seed, which means they don't get a bye in the first round. They'll play the 6 seed. They'll play the least of the 3 wild card teams, which right now it would be Minnesota. Mm-hmm. But don't look now. A.J. Hinch and the Detroit Tigers are a half game back of the Twins are faltering right now, and the Tigers are 25-10 in their last 35 games. They were 8 games below 500 in August, and it's been one of the quickest turnarounds this late in the season in baseball. My question, and I'm assuming that Carlos Correa comes back and plays at some point, but for those who don't know, he's been dealing with plantar fasciitis for the better part of 2.5 months now. But he's looking for treatments for it. He's hoping to get back on the field. Pretend that Correa gets back on the field, Seth. Who would you rather face in the postseason? Which would be more fun? Carlos Correa and the Twins, which we've done that. They did it last year. Or I think an A.J. Hinch against the Astros story would be utterly fascinating.
I think it would be fascinating. I think that it would probably bring a lot more national attention, whether you like that or care about it or not. I always just feel like it makes it more exciting the more whenever there's just eyeballs turned on it and people are talking about it on SportsCenter and what have you. Now we know that in Chicago, one thing they don't want to hear anything about is A.J. Hinch, who's only a year older than Joe Espada, giving
right.
He's not allowed to give Joe Espada any kind of advice because they're chronologically about the same age.
Right, yep.
Because C.J. Stroud, who's the same age, is only a little bit older than Caleb Williams. C.J.'s not allowed to give him advice.
Very upset
so likewise,
in Chicago today.
Nothing A.J. Hinch can teach Joe Espada, apparently.
Nope.
Yeah.
This would bring the sign stealing back into the forefront more than anything else. Would be A.J. Hinch managing a wild card round series against the Astros. Like it's pretty much kind of disappeared for the most part. You still have people that boo at the ballparks, but in terms of the Astros made it to Game 7 of the ALCS last year. I can't remember one time where the sign stealing scandal was front and center during a broadcast or as part of a feature. If A.J. Hinch is managing the Astros opponent in the wild card round, It'll be a topic. Not that the Astros are cheating again, but just that he got fired for it. You know what I mean?
He got fired for it. I think that it would turn into a lot of, and it was these are the evil ones that were doing it despite A.J. Hinch smashing a monitor in protest and what have you. And now A.J. Hinch is doing it the clean way.
Yeah.
And they're trying to take down the evil empire. Yeah. I look forward to hating A.J. Hinch if that's the series.
I like A.J. Hinch, man.
I know, but I look forward to hating him for a brief spell of time.
Yeah.
Sean, what did we say yesterday?
What did we say? I don't remember.
We're going to embrace our pettiness, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Cast aside all of your human decency.
You tried for a while today to not do that.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. That was a long time ago.
3 hours.
That was 3.5 hours ago when I said I was going to be magnanimous and a better human being today.
Yeah.
That's all done with. Anything I've ever said nice about A.J. Hinch, I was deluded. I had addiction issues is the problem back then.
Yeah. The answer's Hinch to me for this one. We've seen the Correa deal. Plus, it would be, for me personally, it would, given all the grief I was getting from Minnesota Twin fans when I took them to task for cheering Altuve getting beaned at the ballpark that day. The receipts are going to be amazing if the Twins miss the playoffs because there was so much. Keep in mind where the Astros were back then. They were still behind the Mariners back then in early July, and the Twins were making a run at the top of the division, and it was like we have literally Twins fans going, we have a great team, and your team is turning into trash.
Right.
I'm waiting.
Well, not to mention, gloating about them having Carlos Correa. Against his will. You were his third choice. It's like some dude bragging about his girlfriend, and you're like, well, where is she? Oh, she's bound and gagged in the trunk. That's my girlfriend. Yeah, there she is.
Yeah.
Deeply in love we are.
She's the one banging on the door of the trunk from inside. Where is she?
She's the one rapidly blinking out SOS in Morse code with her eyes. Yeah.
You know what the funny thing was about those people is and I called them those people, is that they were so into what the Twins were on pace for and the Astros were on pace for. It's almost as if they didn't realize that it's a 162-game season. The fact that they were on pace for 92 wins or 90, the fact that they were on pace for a number that's literally less wins than every full season the Astros have had other than last year during this run of dominance was really funny. They were really into the on pace, man. Really into the on pace.
Let's see. I mean, you wouldn't know until whoever won the other wild card series, but do you want to see the Yankees in the divisional series or in the ALCS?
ALCS.
Okay.
ALCS. That's box office, man. ALCS, and that's
our dojo.
That's where we've beaten up on the Yankees too regularly.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, it's like that's the one that brings up the most.
That's our dojo. Yes,
that brings up the most PTSD amongst Yankees fans. There'll be a feeling of imminent doom.
Yes,
if the Astros take on the Yankees in the ALCS.
Indeed.
Okay.
Yep, that's what I want. Should be fun, man. But I'm feeling like let's get to October. Let's get there. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Final segment coming up. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop. There was a ton of injury news with the Texans yesterday. Let's go through these. Which of these are going to be the toughest to deal with for Week 3 purposes? Let's just eat what's on our plate and look at the Minnesota Vikings. Which of these is going to be the toughest to backfill, if indeed they need to backfill? That is coming up next. But I'm going to tell you right now what makes it a whole lot of fun. You could have even had fun yesterday watching the Astros in a 4-0 loss if you just picked the right things on Prize Picks. If you picked some, maybe it was a Framber Valdez more than, strikeouts or outs, pitching outs recorded, whatever it may be. You can even have fun when your team is losing when you download the Prize Picks app and you use my code 610 to get the free $50 they want to give you for playing a $5 lineup. Prize Picks is America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And unlike other places that you play daily fantasy where you're in a competitive league or you got sharks in there, whatever the case may be, this is just this. If you have the knowledge, you can win on Prize Picks because you're just picking more or less on player stats for games or for a full season, whatever it may be. More or less 2 to 6 player stats, and the more you get right, the more the winnings start rolling in. And it's fantastic. It's really easy to get your
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, injuries starting to rear their ugly head with the Texans a little bit this week. They'd been a pretty healthy team through training camp and through week one, but kind of banged up now. And we've got Brevin Jordan going to IR, which is unfortunate. Brevin looking to break out here in year 4. It's a contract year for him. Here was DeMeco Ryans on Brevin Jordan heading to IR with a knee injury.
First and foremost, it's really heartbreaking losing Brevin. Brevin was on his way to a breakout year. I feel sorry for Brevin, and the injury, anytime guys go through these injuries, it's always tough. So first thing first, it's about Brevin and him just attacking rehab the right way and getting back as soon as he can. But was really excited with where he was headed. And we have some slack to pick up there. Cade, Dalton, everybody had to step up, right, and try to fill that role.
They signed Irv Smith Jr., the Texans did, who's a former second-round pick out of Alabama who actually played for the Vikings the first 4 years of his career, played last year in Cincinnati. Really talented coming out of Alabama, never really kind of got to where the Vikings envisioned him, I don't think. That's why they traded for T.J. Hawkinson. Yeah. But the Texans did sign him to the practice squad. I could see that possibly being an elevation, maybe, this weekend.
Yeah,
they got two tight ends on the 53 right now.
Yeah, and there's some familiarity there with the scheme, obviously, having played for O'Connell. I have familiarity with the Texans style.
Yes.
I'm not saying that they signed him so they can get the intel from 2 years ago on Kevin O'Connell. I think they've got enough intel for the most part. So I think the other part of this, too, is, okay, like British Brooks, who's kind of been used as a jack of all trades and certainly is not tight end sized. He's 5'10", 5'11", but can line up in line, can line up as the fullback. I think this might be, okay, is it British Brooks that gets elevated? Because British Brooks can also help with your beleaguered running back core, where both Joe Mixon and Damian Pierce are both banged up. That'll be interesting. If British Brooks gets used as more than just a special teamer, that he might be a little bit of your quasi tight end in this game.
Could be. They're down 2 centers right now also, at least in terms of practicing so far this week. Juice Scruggs missed the win over the Bears with a groin injury. Jared Patterson filled in for him, but now Jared Patterson is banged up as well. They both were a no-go at practice yesterday. So Kendrick Green next up. Kendrick Green, just to be clear. Kendrick, not Kenya. And here is DeMeco Ryans on where they're at with the center position right now.
Whoever, is out and different guys that step in, it's always up. It's never on one guy, from that perspective of we're hanging our hats on one guy being able to communicate and handle everything. That's unfair, right? Offense, defense, special teams. Like when you play this game, it's about as many guys as possible, however many guys it takes to communicate and get on the same page, all 11 guys. So it's not on one guy, it's everybody around, everybody helping each other. That's how we'll communicate.
Yeah. That said, I'm still super nervous about
and you should be, Sean. Center. You should be. Yeah. You should be peeing down your leg like you're Caleb Williams or something,
How can you tell? Yes, I am.
So sometimes after the show I'm like, hey, come here, Sean. Let me tell you about these adult diapers. Remember the Seth Payne licensed adult diapers?
Yeah. You got it in you, man. If you just stop peeing down your leg, you stop making those mistakes of peeing down your leg, you got it in you.
So very loud environment up there in Minnesota. I'm guessing the crowd will be pretty damn amped up as they've gotten off to a good start and had a very good performance against the 49ers last week. So the offensive line in general, they've had some bad plays that are completely and totally mental, and that's the thing that I'd like to see get cleaned up. I mean, the interior 3 offensive linemen have all taken turns getting beat pretty badly at times just with simple D-line games, not blitzes or anything, and some of the run game negative plays have been just the lack of coordination and timing between the center and the guard or the guard and tackles. So a lot of this sloppiness that I don't want to say plagued the Texans. They've won the last 2 games. Right. But if they want to be a genuinely elite offense, they've just got to play cleaner football. Everything that CJ and DeMeco have said about not shooting themselves in the foot, playing cleaner football, all of that, a lot of that just comes down to guys being on it mentally, and it's hard to do that when you're swapping in a new center every single week.
Yeah, they'll as a team probably need to play better than they did against the Bears to win this game on Sunday. I think.
Yeah,
it's a better football team they're going against, and it's in Minnesota.
It's a better football team in total. I think the Bears' defense is a genuinely good defense, and they do a lot of things that'll screw you up mentally. Mm-hmm. But Flores, the defensive coordinator for the Vikings, he's almost diabolical. Whereas Eberflus, who's defense for the Bears, can disguise really well, and they can get after you. I would say it's a little bit more simple than what Flores does, where Flores really tries to confuse the quarterback. So this one is very much on the offensive line being sharp mentally, but also on CJ being really sharp mentally and not falling for some of the traps that Flores can set for quarterbacks.
There's injuries at the running back position. Joe Mixon, as we all know, banged up his ankle against the Bears on Sunday Night Football. Dameon Pierce missed the Bears game with a hamstring injury. Again, like the two centers, they didn't practice yesterday either. This injury report today is going to be a big one for the Texans this weekend. So we may get to see some Cam Akers. Here's DeMeco Ryans yesterday. This was the very first question right out of the chute. What's the update on Joe Mixon?
Yeah, we'll take it day by day with Joe and his injury and see where he ends up at the end of the week still, holding out hope that he can make it.
All right, so that's Mixon. Will we see more of Cam Akers?
Yeah, we'll see. Cam is he's ran the ball well. As we've seen, he did a good job for us, so we'll see where Cam is as we go throughout the week as well.
I wonder if Cam is on a pitch count of some sort, just because he's had 2 Achilles tendon tears, and I know he looks really good, and he looks plenty fast. Ball security was an issue last week, but as far as the actual running back stuff before the ball comes out of his hands, anything that would involve the Achilles tendons, I think he looks pretty good.
Yes.
But I just wonder if it's, how does he feel during the week? Would the Texans themselves just be a little bit nervous about a guy that's been injured as dramatically as he has in his career, about throwing him out there for a heavy workload? This is, I think, whether it's maybe it ends up being J.J. Taylor a little bit or British Brooks. I think it's running back by committee this week.
Yeah, J.J. Taylor, that's a good mention, Seth. He's on the practice
squad. If Dameon Pierce and Joe Mixon aren't playing.
Right. Now, if Joe Mixon doesn't play, but Dameon Pierce does, then that gets a little interesting to me. Is that a 50-50 Cam Akers, Dameon Pierce, or is this a little an opportunity, a little redemption for Pierce here, being the guy for a day?
I don't think they go into the game knowing for sure. Yeah. I think that is 100% a game flow thing and see what's working and what isn't. Yeah, I think they'll obviously have it scripted out for the first however many plays. Mm-hmm. But okay. So that's the question: who's the first to 5 carries? If it's Cam Akers and Dameon Pierce, who gets to 5 carries first?
Pierce, because he's going to be in there first. Yeah. I still think this team views Dameon Pierce as a better option than Cam Akers.
Fine.
Well, do you disagree?
Yeah. I can't disagree. I personally disagree, but I can't disagree, given that they put him second on the depth chart, and he got the carry. He was active for game 1, so no, I can't. Although I can't disagree with how they view him.
No, you and I are on the same page on this. Our preference is Akers. The correct answer is Pierce.
Yes.
I think that's what it is. So, it's going to be fun, man. There's a lot of – I was just thinking of Grenard and Cashman and Danielle Hunter, but, I forgot. Yeah, Diggs played in Minnesota, and Case Keenum is a hero up in Minnesota. And Cam Akers was a Viking a year ago,
Did you mention Jonathan Grenard?
I did. Yeah, Grenard and Cashman.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I was watching the NFL.com preview, and I got hyper annoyed, Sean.
Why?
Because it's just some guy reading a script.
Oh yeah, with the numbers and everything.
Whoever wrote the script, he said Texans fans, it's pronounced Grenard, not Greenard, and I'm like, all right, thanks, bro. Okay, yeah, we got it. All right, yeah, we're familiar with the players. Die.
Is that the guy that talks like this, and he makes stupid jokes the whole time as well.
I kind of like his jokes. His delivery
You do?
is just lacking a little bit. Yeah,
Yeah.
he brings up a lot of pop culture references.
He
Some
does.
of which I get,
He
and
does.
other ones I have to Google. I feel like he'll bring back stuff from the '80s, but he'll also do more modern rap lyrics and what have you.
You know why
Yeah.
I like them? Because they're 6 minutes long. That's why I like them. They're nice and concise.
They don't. You know what they do though? They put those stats up. They have really good stats on there. That's usually
Big
where I
time.
get some for our pregame show. I get some of the stats off of there.
Yeah, you should.
But they put the stats up like right over the highlights to where sometimes you can't see the actual highlight that's going on.
Yeah. Why do they do that?
And I know how to pronounce Jonathan Grenard.
Yeah, thanks, dude. Appreciate it. We're getting some texts about the Astros and the playoffs and the Tigers. What about Hunter Brown and Verlander going back to Detroit? That's a cool angle as well.
Oh, yeah, good call. Good call. Yeah, that would be really good.
Yep. Do you think Yankee fans will chant "We want Houston" this year again?
No, they've gotten that beat out of them, I think.
Yeah, I think so,
They've
too.
gotten actually pretty they don't boo Altuve nearly as vocally as they used to.
No, 'cause it's
I think
fuel.
a lot of them know that booing Altuve ignites something in
Yes.
Altuve. Yeah. Especially this year's Altuve. Maybe this year though they'll do it because boy, Altuve could get ejected.
Yeah.
If they're really paying attention, because Yankees fans are such smart baseball fans, they've been so good for so long. All that. Then if they've been paying attention, that maybe they'll try to bait Altuve into getting ejected somehow.
Dude, I was on a San Diego station. It was actually our sister station in San Diego yesterday. They're the flagship for the Padres. I was on with their midday show, and I was trying to convey just like how out of character this is for like this stretch of Altuve that we've gotten over the last month, where all of a sudden he's probably been ejected more. I think he's been ejected 3 times this season. That's got to be more than like the last handful of years combined for Altuve.
I would imagine. Yeah,
Right?
yeah, I like it. I
Yeah.
like grumpy old Altuve. I hope he gets. I hope he's basically Ty Cobb by the end of his career. He's just coming in spikes high on
not
taking
the
out
whole
other
Ty Cobb experience. But yeah.
second baseman's tibias. Yeah.
Did you? The best was Gray Kessinger's quote. Like what someone asked him after the game the other day, the one where Altuve got rejected. Like, what did you think when you were seeing Altuve out there taking his shoe and sock off? He said, "I was running over to get my glove." He knew he was going to have to play. That was pretty funny. Reggie Atatula is here. John Lopez is plugging his headphones in. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Doing pretty well, man. How about you guys?
Good. I mean, I got to have a nice deep conversation with the two of you during the break a few minutes ago in the other studio in there for about 3 minutes. You guys are all over this C.J. Stroud, Caleb Williams deal.
You know what's weird about it is, like, we mentioned it yesterday, kind of like our quick thoughts or whatever.
Yeah.
I wake up this morning,
The
like,
reaction.
the entire world is talking about this.
It's really wild to me. Like, I don't know. And we've had, and I'm curious your guys' thoughts on this. Like, we had a listener earlier. He wasn't the only one, but he was the one we read on the text page. It was Irwin. And I'm paraphrasing now because the text is long gone. But he said something to the effect of, hey, this is where the worm has turned. People are now starting to find faults with C.J. Stroud. This is a good thing for the Texans.
I actually don't think that's horrible.
No, I don't either.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with the take. I thought it was a really good take.
Yeah.
Are you, Lopez, are you going to have Nick Wright on to defend his teardown of C.J. Stroud?
I actually did text him this morning, but we definitely will mention my guy's name. There's
We
no
have the
question.
audio if you need it.
We got it.
Okay, good. Yeah,
we
yeah.
got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely listening to you fine fellas this morning.
Yeah.
It's a part of my wake up routine now.
Appreciate that, dude.
That's good. Were you impressed with how magnanimous we were today? What good human beings we were, and that we weren't petty hardly at all.
Till like 7:30.
Wait, this is Payne and
Till like
Pendergast,
7:30. It wasn't me. It was his effort to do this. He woke up with a goal of being more
You
magnanimous.
know what? We're just going to give positive reinforcement. Yes, I was. I'm very proud of you.
Seth, here you go.
Well,
yeah.
no, it can't be fake. We're not Caleb Williams here.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't nestle me upside your bosom and tell me everything's going to be all right if it's not. No, it lasted one segment. Then we got petty AF.
Yeah, we did what we do.
Yeah.
We did what we do. So, yeah, I don't know. Reggie, where are you on it, man? Like, the whole, like Caleb's demeanor during that whole thing.
Kind of get it, and maybe this is just being a younger guy. Maybe that's what it is, and I very much have defaulted back to some of those instances where, talking to mom or whatever, and she's like telling you something, you're like, I know. No, you're right. Like, hey, you got to protect yourself. Oh, no. I know, but like you can't just be like, yeah, I know.
The funniest thing that happens when something like this goes down is the pausing of the still shot of the interaction.
Oh, with his bottom lip sticking
because
out.
Because at one point, Caleb Williams stuck his bottom lip out, but it was like if you watch the video, he's going, like you do, sometimes you stick your lip out and you nod your head. Well, they obviously, if it's a still shot, you don't get the head nodding. You just get the lower lip sticking out to where that looks like he wants to murder CJ.
Yes.
I'm about to kill this guy.
There's nothing. No, looking like Joe Brady isn't the way to get yourself more popular.
Joe Kelly. Joe Kelly.
Yeah, Joe Kelly.
Joe Brady, too. I'm sick of him.
I was like, man, Seth is really in that film because I don't know what I couldn't pick Joe Brady out of a lineup, man.
Yeah. Joe Kelly. Yeah, that guy.
Joe Kelly. Yep.
Oh, man.
Dodger reliever. All right, gentlemen. Well, we look forward to today's
we look forward
program.
to it.
Yeah. Astros yesterday, man. I think we're just set with the 3 seed right now, it looks like.
It's kind of like whatever. They win, they lose, whatever.
Real quick. Would you rather they play Minnesota or Detroit as the 6 seed? Astros will be the 3. Detroit's a half game back of Minnesota right now.
Yeah, baseball perspective, I'd rather face Detroit.
Okay.
PR and storyline and narrative perspective, Minnesota?
Okay. Even with A.J. Hinch on the other side.
Yeah, because A.J. Hinch, I think you talked about this morning. It's going to be the whole A.J.
it's going to get dredged back up.
You
got a preference?
Astros.
I think I might lean towards the Twins. The Tigers been on form.
No, that's true. The Tigers are kind
of... The whole playing good baseball at the right time.
A little like the Astros
18-8
since June.
August 22nd, if I remember correctly. I don't know if I want that.
The same reasons that Astro fans might not want to face Detroit are the same reasons why Yankee and Baltimore fans and Cleveland are a little nervous about the Astros.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Better than their record. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and good luck to you and me both as we act like Johnny Appleseeds of positivity around the world today. Okay.
Safe travels. I will see you tomorrow, my friend.
Oh, I got to go to the airport. Okay, great.
That's today.
Nothing like getting out of Oregon to ruin the 18 hours of your day.
The worst.
There's no place harder to get out of on earth than Eugene. I'd rather be somewhere in the Middle East, damn it.
Okay. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2, an Odyssey station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
You can't ask for a better dismount than that one right there.
No,
you're damn
good.
right.
That's pretty good.
In the loop has begun here. Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez.
Stuck the landing.
Actually, Sean, let me ask you something before you step out of here.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you like the idea of the law firm of Lopez, Fig, and Atatula? Because I tried one of these segments coming back. You got Lopez, you got Fig, you got Atatula, and I was like, I don't think I like that.
Oh, okay. The sequencing of the names?
Yeah.
Are you guys actually doing a segment where you guys are a law firm? That would be kind of fun.
Oh, you know what? Let me write that down. I feel like
I've always wanted to be
there.
called
something where you adjudicate certain things in sports.
We got to defend somebody.
Yeah, defend somebody or prosecute somebody, whatever it is.
Defend Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. Oh, well.
You're representing Deshaun Watson.
I think you always do, like, Atatula would be the last name for me.
For sure.
Lopez, Figgy, and Atatula. Yeah, you always go with, like, there's a long name. That's always the last
Lopez,
name.
Atatula, and Fig feels like when you punctuate with Fig.
Like Fig's the
punctuation,
exclamation.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, Fig's the exclamation.
I've always wanted to be called Esquire.
Right.
Okay.
That's so cool.
I mean, you have the middle initial and everything.
Yeah.
John P. Lopez, Esquire.
God, I love that. I love that.
Sounds good. In fact, you know what? We might get into our adjudication bag right quick. As we start the show, you always get involved various different ways. Obviously, YouTube and Twitch are both up for you. YouTube is Sports Radio 610, Twitch 610 Houston. Also, we got the Odyssey app always there for you where you can listen and you can react. We always appreciate that interaction on the text line. The number to text, 713-572-4610. I've just been amazed, Lopez, and I feel like you are too, at the breadth, the width that this CJ Stroud 12-second conversation of a quarterback's meeting with Caleb Williams after Sunday Night Football has reached.
Yeah.
It's reached a fever pitch in a way that I just did not expect it to.
Look, man, Sean mentioned the Irwin text earlier, and I actually mentioned this to you guys before the show. I put it on the doc. Why are they piling on C.J. Stroud? When he is more mature, he has accomplished more. He does have more knowledge. You know why they're doing it? Because the same reason that people hate Patrick Mahomes for no reason. The same reason people hated Tom Brady for no reason. Because they're jealous. Like if we want to just get down to the nitty-gritty, the gut reaction of why my guy Nick or Mike Florio or that bozo in Detroit, Bernstein, I think is his name.
Oh.
Chicago, yeah.
Dan Bernstein is his name.
Detroit catch a strays just to do it.
It's not their first. It ain't their first.
Wow.
Well,
that's what time we starting on?
Wow, dude.
Well, because let's cut away from all the other stuff.
Today's going to be a day, ladies and gentlemen.
Nick Wright not only is a Mahomes guy, and he's feeling the heat a little bit of all this love that C.J. Stroud is going, he's a Caleb Williams truther. And Mike Florio is an old head that is Tom Brady this, Tom Brady that, knows him so well. And the bozo in Chicago is defending his guy. Like, this is – I actually, the more I talk about it out loud here, I actually agree with Irwin. This is a gut. They're just jealous, man. They're just jealous. So you have to have a villain.
You think it's that far? Like, I mean, look, CJ is meteoric rise that he's had this early in his career. We've already spoken about the ways in which he's ruined some of the perspective when it comes to quarterbacking early on in this league. Like, it very much takes me to, and maybe this is a level of trauma that I'm already experiencing and already relating with you fine folks over a lot of watts, right, over air.
Mm-hmm.
But it makes me think back to, like, my mom or other moms where they're like, why are you not like insert person here?
Yeah.
They're such a good young child that
I like your friend
so
Bill.
great at their studies. Yeah. I almost went full Nigerian and gave you the whole accent. Why are you not like your age mates? All that. And so I do wonder if that is what that is absolutely what we're getting with C.J. Stroud. You think it's already to the point where people are like hating him? Because I don't know that we're there. I feel like we are still in honeymoon beloved phase.
In some circles, for sure. I mean, he's kind of the it guy right now at quarterback. But in some circles, you feel threatened. And look, this sounds sort of like childish, but adults are childish all the time.
Correct. Like
adults are childish all the time. You're feeling threatened. You're a little jealous. You're looking for some sort of chink in the armor with C.J. Stroud. He can't be that perfect, can he? No way he can be that perfect. No way he was really not trying to little bro the guy. And we're going to hear the audio that's being talked about here in just a second. But I think this is a very raw, rudimentary, old school gut feeling that people have. Human nature type feeling that people have when they are jealous and they're envious of someone that they wish they had themselves. I think it's that simple.
I think that there's some of that in there for me personally. I think, look, man, it ends up being the perfect social media phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
And I use social media very particularly here because, I mean, I know that we've had media for a long time and we've had these kind of dust-ups, but it's a relatively short snippet.
Yeah.
And then it's kind of a prism through which you can see yourself, right? And now everybody can project various different things into this situation. And that allows for different perspectives to come to a place where you're not necessarily seeing the situation clearly. You're seeing it from your lens, and you're not seeing it from this other person's lens. And so we could talk past each other.
Yeah.
We could talk at each other while not necessarily talking to each other with what is happening here. So let's start from the basis, right? Let's go back to Sunday night. After your Texans get a 19-13 victory over the Bears, the quarterbacks who started this game meet at midfield, and this happens.
Good job out there, bro.
Yeah,
Hey,
keep going.
Stop taking those hits.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, learn from those mistakes, and everything that you got, bro, is in you already, bro. You're going to be a hell of a player in this league.
Yeah.
All right, boy.
Appreciate it.
For sure.
I honestly hadn't heard that in a little bit. The idea that you can audibly hear Caleb Williams go, "Yeah, I know."
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Because look, there's the conversation that's been happening about like, oh man, he's been big broing him, right? You mentioned Bernstein at 670 the score, our sister station in Chicago, and he basically brings up the idea of is he good enough at this point to treat him like his son or what have you?
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of funny in a different way because I don't know if he really meant his son in the way that some people talk about sonning folks. But with that be like, I don't even know how much that was the factor. I talked to you guys about this pre-show is I feel like some of this was just you get to a place where you step and you're like, somebody's telling you something that you already know.
Yeah.
And you don't really you don't want to sit there and listen to them tell you the same thing that you already know already, because it feels like it's belittling in that way, not necessarily from a position of I am greater than you or whatever, but it's like, hey man, I don't need you preaching to me right now. I feel like I already have an understanding of this.
Look, and there is one part of it that I think is more than fair. The time and place that this discussion took, happened.
Yeah.
I get that. Like, hey, man, I'm so mad. I just got the hell beat out of me. I thought we could win this game. I didn't play well. Why are you doing this? I get that, and I will give anyone who argues that point.
Yeah.
But at the same time, these two dudes know each other very, very well.
And I do think that might be playing into it in a different way than some of us have been thinking.
No. Well, the way I'm looking at it, like they traveled the whole award circuit. When Heisman and Johnny, Unitas, all that stuff. Award circuit. They've known each other.
Wait, you say Johnny? Did you mean what? Davey O'Brien or whatever?
No, there's a Johnny Unitas award too, isn't there? Yeah, I think there's a Johnny Unitas and a Davey O'Brien.
Sorry, when I heard Johnny Unitas, you know where mine went.
Mel Kiper?
That's right, and we will talk about that at some point during the show as well.
I thought there was a Johnny. Anyway, but they've done the circuit together, even though he's not a Californian.
Oh yeah, the Johnny Unitas Golden Arm Award. My bad.
Even though there's he's not a California guy. He played at USC. They know each other.
They've crossed paths.
They've crossed paths a lot. Like they probably have talked extensively. So my pushback on that is, if you know me and I know you and we meet at midfield, I'm going to talk or you're going to talk and the other one's going to listen.
But also, if I know you and you know me and you might have some particular tendencies, right? Because I say this with all the love that I possibly can muster in this moment, right?
But
CJ's preacher guy.
He is preacher guy.
Right? And preacher guy, and I guess let me take it from this perspective, because we got somebody that texted in from the 979. I think CJ said, don't take all those hits, which he did, with good intentions, but then thought it may have been taken wrong, so we pulled him back and added the pep talk, right? I'm interested in that perspective on the idea that all the added stuff, right, was maybe a little bit, maybe he had a simple message and then, hey, wanted to make sure he cleaned it up. But also, right, intentions are cool, but intentions are for you, right? Like, what is the effect is for others, and that goes a lot further than what we're talking about here. That I could probably get a little TED talk off on that in and of itself. But, right, like, intentions are cool, but, like, if you're a preacher guy, right, and we've all had this person that's maybe not maybe not necessarily a preacher, but, like, super optimistic person or super high energy person that's like, hey, my intentions are I'm trying to help you out. Maybe it feels like you're down. Maybe you need an energy. Maybe you need, hey, I'm trying to get you hyped up. And the other person's like, I am not trying to hear that.
Not right now, buddy. Not right now, man.
Right? Like, hey, maybe I just want to feel like this for a moment.
Yeah,
or maybe, hey, like I don't need you to take it to that place, right? And it did feel like Caleb was in that place, right? Where he was like, hey, man, I don't need this right now. And CJ could be a little bit of, hey, man, I am positive. I have that energy. And it's one of the reasons why we love him is because he has that, and it feels as genuine as you could possibly imagine.
Yeah.
I think that you just had an instance where these things did not match up. And, I mean, look, CJ said as much yesterday when he was on the podium talking about things. Fig, you got this audio here of CJ talking about the situation with Caleb Williams.
I had some of the best advice given to me last year, and me and Caleb, I was not trying to like treat him like I was trying to like little bro him or nothing. He knows that too. I have a ton of respect for him. I told him I have respect for him. But I had so many guys coming to me after games last year, and that meant the world to me. That those guys even thought about giving me advice. So I just try to get back to what the game has given to me. So I wish him the best, man. I want him to do amazing in this league. I think he will. I think that he'll get his groove. And once you get your rhythm, I didn't get my rhythm until like week 3, week 4. So I can see his game picking up from here. And so, I don't think he was trying to like, be any towards way. He's just upset that they lost. I totally understand. So I have a ton of respect for that guy, man. I want him to do extremely well, just like any other guy until we play on that day. You know what I mean? And after the game, we can be cool. You know what I mean? But I'm definitely, rooting for him and want to see him do extremely well.
There are two things that work here for me that are really, really important. There's kind of a J.J. Watt comparison here.
Ooh.
No, there is. Because J.J., people thought, especially 1, 2, 3, 4 years into his career, this dude can't be that good.
Put on.
It's got to be fake, right? This dude can't be all that. He can't be that good of a dude. He was. And I think C.J. Stroud, people are starting to do that with him. He can't be this good, right? He just can't. And the second,
not good as like talented, good as in like pure
as a person,
almost,
and all around good dude and player and all that stuff. So I think that's at work, and it's actually very much a compliment to he and the Texans because, as I said at the start here, I think people it's a very raw human emotion, jealousy and envy that is causing people to all of a sudden jump on him like this for no apparent reason. And then the second thing is, like, if you really think about it, and especially if you do know each other, like, I don't care if you're older than me or younger than me or my age. If you have accomplished something that I aspire to accomplish, I'm going to at least give you the respect of a couple of seconds. You know?
Sure.
I'm going to at least listen to what you have to say. That's what I think.
I think that's an interesting perspective. I think the contemporary point is one that's come up a lot. And utilizing that, I would like to bring up a man who had previously sat in my seat.
Yeah.
His name is Nick Wright. Used to work with Lopez here, Sports Radio 610. And him on his program on FS1. First things first, he talked about this, and he used it through that lens. Fig, this is cut one from Nick Wright, about them being contemporaries.
I think Caleb handled it as well as you could have, given the fact he had to be absolutely furious. That is so... They are contemporaries. That is not a big bro, little bro situation.
It was, though.
That's not... No, first of all, do you know how old Caleb Williams is? He's 23. He turns 24 in a few weeks. Do you know how old C.J. Stroud is? He's 23. He turns 24 in a few weeks. This is Caleb Williams and C.J. Stroud. Do you know how Caleb looks at C.J., I would imagine? He remembers this night when they were colleagues on the dais at the Heisman Trophy ceremony, and Caleb won the award. Like, the idea that this guy
irrelevant means nothing.
I totally disagree
means
with
nothing.
you.
We ain't in college no
that's
more.
That's fine.
I'm 8 times better than you.
Okay.
Listen to me.
No, but that's not how it works.
I'm trying to help you.
He's right.
Yeah. Not Nick, the other dude.
Yeah,
what was that, Chris Broussard?
I believe that's Chris Broussard. But this is the thing, right? Perception matters here, right? Mm-hmm. And first of all, we know athletes are built different, right? Mm-hmm. The idea that, hey, man, CJ's better than you and trying to tell you something. You think you think Caleb Williams believes like that, right? Like, I doubt that he's like, yo, he's doing great, but that doesn't mean he's better than me.
I'll go back to what I said a second ago. He is. He has accomplished more. He is what Caleb Williams aspires to be. He is more mature. He does read defenses better. He does handle things on the field better.
Sure.
And that's why, like, I'm one of the oldest, if not the oldest, guy on radio right now in Houston. Right?
Yeah.
I've listened to Nick when he was here. Like, what do you think about this? You've already picked up on that. I'm always like, hey, what do you think? This, that, or with the other. Always. It doesn't matter if they're doing something that can help you. If they're doing something that maybe you want to aspire to be, you listen. And especially when it's proven. It's absolutely proven that C.J. Stroud is better. Like, the whole contemporaries thing is nonsense to me. I totally disagree with Nick on that.
On the
other hand, just real quick, I do get he's an athlete and he thinks he's, his stuff don't stink.
And also, it's easy to forget, right, when we talk about contemporaries, they're also just young. Like, just flat out young. And when you are young, that the way that you view the world, I think a lot of times, one of the things that's tough about sports talk is that a lot of times it's folks that are older than these guys looking at things from the lens that we would now. Mm-hmm. And I say this again, I feel funny saying this, being 32 years old, like I'm that much older and more grizzled, but I am still that much older than the guys we're talking about at this point. How much more, all the fine folks that have been doing this for much longer than I have, using a more mature at times perspective to then, like, hey man, you at 22, you should have more perspective. I remember me at 22. I thought I was some hot and I ain't have a very good perspective. And I think that that's also something that's happening here. And it's not even just like hey, you at 22 need to be better. That's kind of understandable and expected in some ways at 22.
But when you were 22 until now, 10 years later, some of the things that your mom, preached to you that you were nodding, yeah, mom, sure, I get it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I get it. I will. I know. Don't you now realize, man, she was right about some of that stuff.
Sure. And look, I think objectively we can all go, hey, don't take as many hits. Correct. Absolutely don't do that.
Yeah. And my problem with this is people acting like CJ put his arm over his shoulder.
Right.
Listen here, Rook.
Or patted him on the head.
Yeah. Attaboy or something like that. I thought that was some solid advice, man.
Yeah, man.
Especially for that being his second game of his young career.
He was trying to give him game.
Yeah.
But here's the thing about game, right? Like, one of the words that has not come up during the course of this, unsolicited.
Yeah.
Like, advice, good advice, vital advice, worthy advice. Like, we can add all these unsolicited advice. How many times do people love that, right? It takes a level of maturity and perspective to take unsolicited advice and be like, okay, I'm going to take the benefit here. Now, how much more so after an ass whooping? You know what I mean?
Now, see, CJ would be an a-hole if he didn't say anything. He said, good job, peace.
Yeah, that too.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he just said, all right, good job, peace.
Yeah.
Then it would have been a thing. Oh, why he ain't give him no advice and all that other stuff.
And maybe this is like, maybe ultimately we get to a point where we go, hey man, this is a part and parcel of Caleb's personality and all those things. But I think the fact that it's become such a big target point is, one, right, like the various ways that people are going to view these individuals.
Yeah.
Two, just the ways in which it's small, it's insignificant enough to be something that's fodder, but then it's also like, it can be so many things. It's so malleable that then it gives us an opportunity to talk. I just did not expect that it would be
off the charts,
as big of a conversation, because again, this was such a small thing that you heard CJ talk about it. He ain't mean nothing of it. They're good. And so it's kind of amazing that it became as big as it did. But it did. And I do wonder if you're right, that it says something about how people view CJ Stroud and maybe just how big and important he's becoming in this NFL. All right, man, we're off and running in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about this running back situation. Joe Mixon did not practice yesterday, was not seen at practice yesterday. How would you divide up reps if Joe Mixon does indeed miss Sunday's game against the Vikings? Let's talk about that.
Sports Radio 610.
Biggie, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Oh, yeah, you're in the loop. Sports Radio 610 with John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you on a Thursday, Thursday, here on 610 in H-Town. Hope you're having a blessed one thus far.
Hashtag blessed.
Hashtag blessed. Are people still hashtagging blessed?
I think so.
I haven't seen that.
I was like, Figgy, you the social media mastermind on the show. What's good in these streets?
People shouldn't be hashtagging anything at this point, man. Not anything like that.
The SEO, the searchability, we not worried about that nearly as much. The algorithm is off that.
Unless you doing like some reporting or something like that, you put hashtag Texans or something like that.
Yeah, for like the specific.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be like hashtag blessed.
Well, there you go.
Just say you're blessed.
Okay. And that's what we are here in the loop. Hey man, how would you like to see the reps distributed if indeed Joe Mixon sits out, right? Because we have reporting on the idea that Joe Mixon might indeed miss the Sunday afternoon. I keep wanting to say Sunday night. You got one taste of Sunday night football.
And all of a sudden
now you can't act no more.
We're like C.J. Stroud. We're getting cocky.
Yeah, exactly. Sunday night
every Sunday night.
Every Sunday
night.
Hey,
come here. I got something to tell you
Catch us at 7:20 every Sunday.
That's right.
But Sunday afternoon. Game against the Vikings in Minnesota, mind you, a loud stadium there at US Bank. But Dan Graziano has already kind of come out and said that it's likely that Joe Mixon will sit on Sunday. And also you have the head coach of the team who was asked immediately about the Joe Mixon injury after yesterday at practice. He was nowhere to be found, along with Dameon Pierce, mind you. That was the interesting part for me as well. But DeMeco Ryans was asked about Joe Mixon's injury.
Yeah, we'll take it day by day with Joe and his injury and see where he ends up at the end of the week. Still, holding out hope that he can make it.
We using words hope.
Holding out hope?
We talking about it through the lens of hope.
Man, Figgy, that deserves it.
Yeah. All right, so hey, man, the dude, the dude that you're looking at to be basically the bell cow of this rushing attack, and really, I think in all the conversations that we had when we were trying to kind of come back around and say, all right, let's be reasonable. The fact of the matter is Joe Mixon will get a lot of this. If he is not there, that really does open us back up to training camp conversations of what's happening.
Thought we were done with that.
And at least for a while, right? I was like, hey, man, football is a war of attrition. Yeah. It is the car crash sport, as I like to call it. It breaks down bodies, right? Yeah. Over time, especially with the position of running back, is going to get to you. I didn't think that was a week 3 issue.
Exactly.
I thought maybe we talk about this week 8, right? Once we get to, man, week 3, you are talking about the possibility of missing your starting running back. And with that being the case, then what happened? Because as we know, it's not like you have a clear or a confident position after that necessarily, especially seeing as Dameon Pierce might also be in an injury situation himself.
Yeah, look, the other thing that DeMeco said yesterday, and we don't have to play the audio, but I'll paraphrase. He's an old school guy, and he said it's really important for him to be out on the practice field if we want him to play. So, I mean, the old school that we talk about a lot, are they going to be there Wednesday? By the way, we'll let you know if he's there, what the situation is today when they start practice, and especially Friday. If he doesn't practice, he probably won't play, and DeMeco is old school like that. So it is, as Graziano put it, looking less likely that he'll play. So the question becomes then, Reggie, what is your preference for carries? Now, we don't know about Dameon Pierce either. We'll find out on that as well. But if Dameon Pierce can play, and I still want to see Cam Akers get the vast majority of touches and snaps on the offensive side of the ball. And when I say vast majority, I'm talking like Joe Mixon. Like Joe Mixon against Indianapolis. No, and there's a reason for that.
Not necessarily in volume, but in distribution.
Yes. Well,
okay.
No, and volume of snaps, too.
Oh.
And let me explain it, because you're not asking Cam Akers to be Joe Mixon for 17 games. You need him this game. You need him this game. You need to have a running game that can complement what C.J. Stroud in the passing game does. You're not asking him, hey, we want you to get the ball 20 times a game, for the next 3 months, 2 months, whatever. No, we need you this time, right now, today, Sunday in Minneapolis. And the reason I say that is because he's better. He's better with the zone blocking scheme. I think, they can say what they want. They can have their preferences, but I think they've seen it, as well. And the other part of it is when Dameon Pierce had a little success against Indianapolis, it wasn't the zone blocking scheme. Mm-hmm. It was a straight ahead, change it up. It was a change up, basically.
Yeah. It was a lot of power.
Yeah, pitch him the ball and let's play power football. Well, they're not going to change their identity. They can't change their identity as an offense. This is a Bobby Slowick, Shanahan, Kubiak, zone blocking scheme offense. So I think even if Dameon Pierce is there, but more precisely, I'd like to see Dare Ogunbowale get the second most carries, and there's a reason for that too. So even if Dameon Pierce is there, I still want Cam Akers to be the guy just this Sunday, man. Just this Sunday. Let's see what you got. Let's see you get a lot of carries. And the reason I want Dare Ogunbowale in there is because this pass rush of the Vikings is ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm with you, right? The idea of Cam Akers being the guy that gets most of the carries, I'm with you on that. Mm-hmm. The idea that, hey, maybe Dare should be number 2, oddly enough, in snaps, maybe not carries.
Yeah,
I agree with, because I think that this is going to be a situation where no matter who the running back is, Dameon Pierce, Cam Akers, Dare Ogunbowale. Hell, if you want to throw British Books out there, shout out to the British Books hive that apparently has developed in a way that I did not anticipate. But again, he's been a fantastic story and a dude who has worked real hard and hit hard early on in this tenure. Cool, I'm hearing you. But ultimately, it feels like no matter what mix of those guys you want to throw in there, it feels like passing the ball is more of an option when it comes to this team, especially when you look at the strengths of it all the way around.
Yeah.
Right? I think that, hey, man, and also with what we're starting to see with what the run blocking might ultimately be again for this team. Yeah, man, you have to run the football. You can't just go into being a run and shoot team or whatever, air raid, whatever we want to call it.
Yeah.
But I do think that you're going to lean, or you probably should lean more to putting the ball in C.J. Stroud's hands and trying to get the ball into the hands of the likes of Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, and of course Nico Collins.
Yeah.
Right? Like I think that is the look of ultimately. So yeah, having Dare on the field, especially because of his pass blocking, pass protection prowess. That's where I'm starting to see that in my vision.
Yeah, and you know. You really have to change a lot if Dameon Pierce is there and the guy that you want to carry the ball a lot. I don't want them to do that. I don't think they want to do that. And with Cam Akers, I'm not a big country and western guy. What's that song? Was it Toby Keith? I'm as good. I'm
asking the wrong person.
He said country and western. What is this? 1985?
I told you I wasn't a big country fan. I'm as good once as I ever was. That's all we want out of Cam Akers. Just be as good once as you ever were. And that's he's carried the load for teams. He's had 150, 170 carries in his career. Just do it Sunday. That's all we're asking. Joe Mixon's coming back.
Hey, Coach. Will Cam Akers get more reps if Mixon can't go against the Vikings?
Yeah, we'll see. Cam is he's ran the ball well. As we've seen, he did a good job for us. So we'll see where Cam is as we go throughout the week as well.
That wasn't very enlightening.
That's right.
It's about to be the Dare game.
The Dare game. Well, you need his pass blocking. That is for darn sure.
Definitely going to have like maybe 12 carries.
No, wait. 3.
Wait, you said Dare 12 carries?
I think so, man.
No way.
I don't know. I don't know that they're going to be towing the ball that much for Dare to get 12 and then finding some other ways for Cam and if Dameon is available to have carries within there as well. Yeah, that feels like a lot. But
give me 15 to 18 from Cam. 3 from Dare, and sling that rock.
You going a lot. I'm thinking like 8 to 10 for Cam, and then maybe another 4 or 5.
So you really want him to sling the rock, which we're going to get to.
I think they will.
Yeah, which we're going to get to.
So yeah, but I think that's probably the way that it goes. And don't forget, right, like the idea of Dare and British Brooks getting involved here. I think that'll be interesting when you consider also Brevin Jordan going to the IR, right? So how much of the tight end type things are you going to have to then get a little bit from your running backs in addition as well? But, yeah. Okay. That's what we're looking at as Joe Mixon did not practice yesterday. Neither did Dameon Pierce. And your head coach used the word hope, holding out hope when it comes to the availability possibility for Joe Mixon on Sunday. There you go. You're in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get our question of the day. When it comes down to it, what's your mom used to make meal? Just the one that takes you back, almost like Ratatouille.
I got you.
713-572-4610. We'll discuss it next.
773 Network.
Great cigars, great food, and a great time at Legacy Cigars and Lounge in Stafford on Main Street.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Question of the day here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. This is based off of a clip on NFL Live.
Yeah.
With Darren Orlovsky, the man who famously ran out of the back of the end zone. What's your mom used to make meal? And it's inspired by this audio right here.
Couple things. Hot dogs are better on the grill than they are broiled or boiled.
I agree.
I'll
give you that.
100%.
Broiled.
Two, they're actually at their best when they are cut into small pieces and added into macaroni and cheese.
Ridiculous. Oh, that's childish.
Three, if you really want to have a great hot dog, you grill it, put a great piece of American cheese on the roll, then that, and ketchup.
Wow, I've never heard of worse ways to eat a hot dog.
All right, that's probably good.
No. You needed to roast them. Well, I mean, notoriously, in addition to running out the back of the end zone, Dan Orlovsky also known for having the palate of a child.
Yes.
As evidence there, I think also he does not like flavor, and I say that, and you sound
what
like.
was the other one?
You think I'm making fun of him?
One,
like he legitimately does not like seasoning. Like he's like, hey man, he wants.
He said take some American cheese and wrap it around. It's hot.
Okay, so I have a theory on this, and that's where the question of the day comes in.
All right.
So when he was a kid, I don't know if they had money or not, but usually the question of the day today is, what is your mom used to make meal? And I'll give you some examples in a second. I don't think anybody in this room grew up with very much money. You know, we all had to. Hey. Our families all had to be
broke as a joke.
Had to be let's say diligent in terms of making meals. Especially in my house, we had 9 kids there for several years. But anyway, I guarantee you the cut up hot dogs and the macaroni is something like his mom was trying to make a meal, and so it rings a bell. It's a touchstone moment, you know. For me, my mom. Every single day that I could remember, made homemade flour tortillas. I'm talking from flour and all that stuff.
Sure.
And a pot of beans. Like we would have any meal and we had beans with it. We would have spaghetti and we'd have beans with it. We would have, just name any weird meal.
Spaghetti and beans?
Yes. We had beans with every single meal. So a lot of times at lunch the next day, she would cut up hot dogs and put it in the beans from the day before. And to this day, I love cut up hot dogs and beans.
Okay.
Like that's your mom used to make meal. You know,
like what kind of beans? Like
pinto beans, a pot of pinto beans.
I've seen it with baked beans before.
No. Every single day she made beans and homemade tortillas.
Question I have for you though, right? Being kids, especially, some people are variety folks. Some people are kind of tradition and having that routine folks. Do you recall yourself getting to a place where you were sick of getting beans every day? You weren't, so you were never in that place.
It was just part of life.
All right, cool.
You had beans every day. And the other one was our dessert. You guys might have had this too. This is a lot of people that had this. Toast with cinnamon and sugar on it.
Ah, yeah.
Put it in the broil.
That was our dessert. That was our dessert. She didn't make any cakes and all. I mean, because, we had a lot of mouths to feed. So we had toast with so to this day, sometimes I'm craving a piece of toast with some butter, sugar, and cinnamon. Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Yep. So what was your mom used to make meal? I guarantee you that's what Orlovsky's talking about here.
I bet. But I mean, yeah, maybe. Let me not say anything more about Orlovsky.
I don't think he was necessarily as his mom didn't have to stretch the meals as much, but nevertheless.
Maybe not.
No, that probably was a go-to meal.
Yeah,
they probably thought it was legit good.
Yeah.
For me, one of those is. I mean, look, this is a classic. Spaghetti. All right, like just having some spaghetti.
Super easy, cheap.
Easy, cheap. You can get a good amount of it. And I think one of the things that really upsets my mom now is that I make spaghetti. My little brothers actually prefer my spaghetti to her spaghetti.
Oh no.
Yeah. So that is one of those things that I definitely get to hold over her head in some ways. But then also there's like kind of a concoction that she would make because obviously Nigerian, we have our our stew or whatever, right? Tomato based with either beef or goat or chicken or something like that. And, when that's running low, she would take that, put that into rice, put some eggs with it, kind of mix it up have just kind of, how you
stretching the meal.
You stretch the meal once you get to the end and make a little something special out of it. Sometimes she puts shrimp in it, things like that to make it, I guess a little bit different. And those little stretches, oddly enough, I almost appreciated more than,
and you probably still crave it sometimes.
Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, mine was like I had a lot of random go-to stuff that my mom and dad used to make, like fried bologna sandwiches.
Oh, that's a good one.
That was just something that, cheap and easy. Like, whenever we go to the grocery store, they used to always get a couple packs of bologna.
Yep.
Because you could actually make a little meal with that. The other thing is potatoes. We used to get a sack of potatoes, onions, and just fry the
onions and potatoes.
Yep, that's it. And
Somebody on the text board said SOS. Y'all know what that is? Because we ate that all the time.
SOS.
You get one of those tubes of breakfast sausage and make gravy with it, like sausage gravy.
Oh, okay.
You could feed an army with that.
Oh, okay.
You could feed an army with that.
I do love that a lot of these are like kind of those, hey, man, we just making a meal to make it go. Although, shout out to Joseph on YouTube, mentioned lumpia.
Okay.
Shake and bake chicken. They said they made it last night. Someone else said King Ranch casserole. I'm not sure exactly what that is. All right, 713 said their mom made salmon croquettes. All right.
Okay.
All right, big money. I see you.
Excuse me.
Now, we used to have the salmon patties. Remember the little cheap salmon patties?
I do not.
Oh, yeah. You can get. Yeah, you can buy them like that.
Yeah, you just make them in the patties and just kind of eat them.
Yeah.
Walk around and eat them.
Nah, tilapia was a fish around my house because that was a little bit different. Salmon, we weren't on that salmon necessarily.
You ever have spam and eggs? Not ham and eggs. Spam and eggs.
I did. Yeah, I did.
I was never on that spam. I was definitely.
They used to put spam in the potatoes. Like for meat.
Yeah.
Now, if we were doing like a canned meat, we would go with corned beef more than anything.
Yep.
Another one is the kielbasa.
Kielbasa?
We used to call it kibasi. So kibasi, just fry it, put it on a piece of bread, put some mustard on it. Man,
but it's weird how all of a sudden here you are. You're able to afford meals now. You're able to go out and have a great meal. Man, there's some days where I'm like, man, I could really use. I just thought of this one. I could really just use as a snack a butter sandwich. Y'all ever have a butter sandwich? I did.
Not a butter sandwich.
Nah, I wasn't really on that like that.
Toast the butter and toast the bread and put some butter on it.
I used to add the cinnamon with it. I was with you on that, not just bread and butter.
Yeah.
Hey, but sometimes you had to have one of those wish me sandwiches though. Like that happens from time to time. Some other things, arroz con pollo with beans.
That goes a long way.
They're with you. Yeah. It is toast, John. The idea of toasting bread and then putting butter on it.
No, but we'd make just a sandwich.
And then you'd put two slices of toast together?
Like big chunks of butter. You can really, get unhealthy.
Ah, okay, very good. Excellent.
We used to do the syrup sandwiches.
Yeah, somebody just texted that. Yeah.
Somebody said grilled cheese. Yeah, man, a solid grilled cheese did something. Let's see. Someone said to this day, they said their mom remembers them calling okra soup the good soup. Hilarious. Yeah, I do love like the little when you get to little kids and the things that we end up saying in order to get to the place we want.
I want the good soup.
Yeah, exactly. Fried bologna, syrup sandwiches, all sorts of different things.
We used to make chili, just because that was just something easy to make,
especially when
they could last a couple days.
When you're in that cold.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Something that warms the
fideo.
And we used to put the beans in the chili, how it should be.
Yep. Fideo is a great one. The little skinny Mexican noodles, man. That can. Like I said,
okay.
She was feeding an army.
Fig, you did bring up as all this was inspired by Dan Orlovsky once again showing his taste in food, and maybe remembering back to when he was young, the idea of macaroni and hot dogs. And you had a hypothesis on this?
Yeah, look, man, he's a Caucasian guy because
he is.
This is my thing. Because
last I checked.
Look, we always have this argument around Thanksgiving, which is coming up in a couple months, about is mac and cheese elite and mac and cheese is just a regular side dish and all this other stuff. This is exactly why people think this. Because if you eat mac and cheese with some freaking hot dog, put some cut up hot dogs in, like, no, I ain't grow up eating mac and cheese like that.
So you're basically saying it wasn't a poor thing, it was a white thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. In some ways, yeah.
Hey, if it's some brothers out there that's eating mac and cheese like Dan Orlovsky, man, let me know.
Yeah, I think mac and cheese served as a meal that was kids coded.
Yeah.
For some folks, and I think that's there. Whereas mac and cheese for I think different communities.
We talk about grandma's mac and cheese,
right? Are
not
viewed as not even just as a side, although they would be that, but like almost like a entree in some ways.
It is
that is dressed up and treated as such.
And a lot of people are spicing the mac and cheese up even more. That you got like lobster mac and cheese.
Oh, there's whole restaurants that are based around that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
a lot of people saying Vienna sausage. I still take Vienna sausage on my boat because you can just pop.
I used to eat some of that when I was younger. I can't do it now, man.
Yeah, that's me with ramen. I think
me too.
I have a philosophy that is
the ramen noodles.
There are some things that the ramen noodles, like the instant ramen.
Yeah.
I'll actually go and eat like a professional ramen or like whatever classed up ramen or whatever we want to call it.
Yeah.
But I have like this theory that there are some things in your life that you have a lifetime supply of, or that you have a lifetime limit on. I've reached my lifetime limit, I believe, on two things: instant ramen and honey buns. I've eaten enough of those for the rest of my life.
Man, honey buns got me through A&M, man.
Exactly. My mom used to buy them in bulk at the house because I ate them like that, and I think that I've gotten to the point where I am done forever.
You know what I got like that with cereal.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Really?
I ate cereal I had cereal for dinner at one point, man. Like I used to eat it all throughout the day. Now I can't do cereal anymore. I can't do it.
All right, man. That's our question of the day about your favorite things that your mom used to make.
Mm-hmm.
I also appreciate that somebody didn't fully get what we were talking about, and they were like, "Mom used to make them go wash the dishes," and I was like, "I agree. Not quite what we were talking about, but that's one of the reasons why I love me a dishwasher to this day. To this day. All right, coming up next, let's talk to my Nigerian brother, and he's obviously a former Houston Texan and a great insight when we talk about football. Let's talk to our guy ND Kalu leading up to Vikings Texans. We'll do that next.
All right.
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, yeah, you're in the loop. Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you on a Thursday as we prepare for a Sunday game versus the Vikings for your Texans. It's going to pose a very interesting challenge, and there's no better person to talk to on this show than our guy, ND Kalu, who joins us every Thursday. ND, what's happening, my man?
What's good, brothers? How are y'all doing today?
Fantastic.
Doing very, very well. And I would like to jump into some of the nonsense that we have done, but I'm super intrigued by the prospect or the challenge that this Brian Flores defense poses. And it seems like no matter who you ask, when you talk about like smart football folks, they have something that fascinates them about the way that Flores runs defense. What is that thing for you, Andy?
Damn, I like nonsense, but all right, let's get right into football.
Oh, no, I'm just backsiding the nonsense. That's all it is. I'm just going to put it on the backside.
You know what? I mean, here's the thing, and I respect coaches and coordinators, and I know Brian Flores is a big name when it comes to the defensive side of the ball in the NFL. But when I look at the team, what I like about the Minnesota defense are the guys that they acquired. They weren't the biggest names, but they are, names that are proven. Like, shoot, two of them came from Houston, Jonathan Grenard, Blake Cashman. I've been a huge Blake Cashman guy, for those who don't know, middle linebacker for Minnesota. He was with the Texans, but I remember when he was with the Jets. And the only reason things didn't work out for Cashman with the Jets, it was just injuries, getting those injuries at the wrong time of the year. So he never really had a chance to prove himself. And he did it when he was with the Texans. I just really like that the defensive side of the ball with what Brian Flores is doing, but the players that he has. I mean, Jonathan Grenard, we saw what he could do last year. Blake Cashman, Stephon Gilmore, arguably one of the best DBs to play in the last 10 years. Then you have guys that, unless you really follow football, you don't know about them, but Harrison Phillips up front, I mean, that's a solid defensive tackle. Ivan Pace is like Blake Cashman, just a tackling machine. So I really like the individuals they have on this team and the way they constructed the defense.
You mentioned Stephon Gilmore, and that's what intrigues me. I was digging in on this game yesterday afternoon and this morning, and I came across they have 41 years of experience in their secondary. Wow. 41 years. Stephon Gilmore, I think 13. Harrison Smith, 13. The other guys have 5 or 6. And that, to me, told me one thing, and we might dig into it later, but I want to get your opinion on this. They've seen everything. Like they have seen everything from opposing. They played against Tom Brady. I mean, they've seen everything. And that is what's intriguing to me is Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud versus that kind of secondary.
No, that's awesome. I didn't even think about the experience, but like you mentioned with Stephon Gilmore, Harrison Phillips, and what he can, what he's done over the years, already has a pick on the season. And when you talk about defensive backs, when you talk about guys that still have it physically and they have that type of experience, John, we're not going to see too many MEs. We're not going to see too many missed assignments or mental errors. And that's, I'm not going to say it's half the battle, but that's 25-30% of the battle, especially for defensive backs, making sure they're in the right place at the right time. And like you mentioned, I mean, when you've played multiple seasons and multiple games against Tom Brady, when you play with him in Stephon Gilmore's case and practice against him all training camp, all the nuances, all the ins and outs. So, I mean, is the defense perfect? No. They looked very good against San Francisco, but that is concerning when you have those type of veterans in the backfield, defensive backfield.
I will say, you bring up that experience, all I hear is, hey, man, it's old legs. Let these young boys run.
They ain't playing old. That's for dang sure.
But with that being the case, I will say that's all fine and good. The thing that has been, I don't know, concerning for me is the injury report for this Texas team that's really jumped up in a way that I did not expect this early, especially with how healthy they came into the season. What are you more worried about, the Joe Mixon situation or the center situation, Andy?
I would say the center, and this is not obviously. When you're on sports talk radio, because there's that small percentage of idiots that'll take something you say and try to run with it. So I do have to say the proverbial, this is not a shot at Joe Mixon. But when I look at an offensive team, when I look at a team on the offensive side of the ball, I personally believe the offensive line is the most important group on an entire football team, because Cam Akers, he showed he could run that rock. When you put the ball in his hands, if you give him a small hole, he's going to make something happen. but who's giving those holes? Who's creating those holes? It's the guys up front. So that's why my concern is more with the center and the cohesiveness of the offensive line. We've seen the story before here in Houston over the last few years. We just haven't seen consistency with the same offensive line group playing together. So if I had to pick, obviously I am concerned because we saw what Joe Mixon could do, early on in the season. But I got to go with injuries to the guys up front.
And then on the defensive side for the Texans, what I wanted to ask you about, Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley, obviously making a lot of plays, playing the ball very well. What does that allow DeMeco Ryans to do? Because we saw him. He's been a different DeMeco Ryans. He doesn't travel the cornerback very often, and yet he did against Cleveland last year and then again this past Sunday. He doesn't blitz a lot, and yet he did. Is that something that we're going to see more of because those cornerbacks can do what they're doing?
Yeah, when they play the way that they played, it allows you to blitz. But then on the flip side, it has you talking out of both sides of your mouth because then you say, oh, I don't have to blitz. I can let my guys up front eat because I know Kamari Lassiter, Stingley, they're going to be covering the wide receiver. They're going to do a good job covering and blanketing the wide receiver. So we don't have to send in everybody. And it allows your defensive line. No one loves a great corner more than a edge rusher. Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, you want that extra half a second to get to that quarterback. And when you have these, I'm not ready to say 2 lockdown corners, but when you have the potential of 2 lockdown corners, it definitely makes your job easier up front.
We're talking to former Houston Texans ND Kalu right here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. And ND, I've been trying to get a handle on how real this Sam Darnold resurgence actually is. He's a dude who was highly regarded out of the draft, but he has bounced around and has had some rough times. First couple of weeks with the Vikings have been pretty stellar, and I've seen people on either side of this. Where do you fall looking at how Sam Darnold has played early on in the season and how real and sustainable it is?
Man, that's a great question because I'm overly optimistic when I look at individuals and when I try to predict what they're going to do. Like when I see Sam Darnold, I see a top 5 pick. I can't remember. It was either 3 or 4. A top 5 pick was headed towards Buffalo with the New York Jets. Then he has somewhat of a resurgence. And now in your first 2 games, 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, I believe, when I was looking over the stats. I just see a guy that's seen it all, similar to the defensive backs we talked about. There isn't going to be anything that phases him because mentally they've already said, oh, this was a horrible pick, but yet he just keeps grinding and he keeps getting opportunities. And it's only 2 games in, but he's looked pretty good in these first 2 games. So I see at the best a seasoned vet who you're not going to get in his head because he's already experienced on the field the worst of the worst. But there's still a reason why you go number 3 or 4 and you're still not with your original team, 6 years later. So it's up to the defense of the Texans, to kind of expose what made Sam Darnold bounce around. But here's the thing, and I know I'm kind of going all over the place with that question. I would not be surprised if he goes out there and has a good game. But on the flip side, I wouldn't be surprised if we say, oh, yeah, that's why, he's with his third team, however many years. It's just such a crapshoot with guys like his talent, similar to what we're seeing with Baker Mayfield. High pick, bounced around, and now he's playing the way everyone expected him to play when he was drafted.
I got to ask you this. It's trending number 1 in sports nationally, and that is C.J. Stroud chatting with Caleb Williams after the game Sunday night. And Caleb seemed a little bit, you can describe it how you want, whether it's dismissive or just angry or didn't want a second of it. What's your take on that from a player's perspective and what CJ was talking about with him? I'm assuming you've seen it.
I've seen, now I don't know what's trend. I don't know if
just the fact that people are going back and forth on CJ shouldn't have done that. They're peers, and then the other side is saying, no, man, he was trying to help him. You heard the exchange. I'm just curious what your thought was on that.
Wow. I didn't realize people were saying he shouldn't have done that. Like when I saw and heard it, I was thinking, yep, that's the leader. He's not just a leader for the Houston Texans. He's an ambassador for the NFL. Because, and correct me if I'm wrong, the clip that I saw, he was telling Caleb Williams, you're going to be great in this league, kind of, trying to help him out. So hold on. Y'all have to explain to me, why would anybody say that wasn't, he shouldn't have done that? Like, what am I missing?
People were saying he was trying to little bro him.
Yeah, they said he was trying to act like he was big broing.
And they the same age, so he shouldn't give any advice.
And I was like, he is better. I'm like, he is better than him. He is more mature. He has accomplished more. Figured, do you have the audio? Let's play this, and you can see what people are saying about him.
Good job out there, bro.
Yeah,
hey,
keep going.
Stop taking those hits.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, learn. Look, come here. Learn from those mistakes, and everything that you got, bro, is in you already, bro. You're gonna be a hell of a player in this league.
Yeah.
All right, boy.
Appreciate it.
For sure.
So what's wrong?
How in the freaking world can somebody say something? You know what? That's the problem. I'm not one of these people that are like, oh, I'm not on social media because I'm better than you. Like, social media will get you in a dark place. Like, how can you hear that and then listen or read comments of people like saying something negative about that? Look, I don't care if they're the same age. As far as experience, CJ Stroud has a year of experience over Caleb Williams. CJ Stroud has been through it for a year. So for him to say, to try to encourage him, man, like when I heard that, and that's the clip I heard, John, but I thought like, was there something else said when you said that other people were saying something negative about it? Like, no, like to me, that goes to show that CJ Stroud's not just worried about being a leader for the Texans, but to be an ambassador for this great game, to like uplift another quarterback who's struggling right now. And I don't even know if Caleb Williams is struggling as much as the team around him, because I don't know about y'all, but there was one or two plays, like literally one or two plays, where I was like, yeah, that's the talented guy that, we saw at USC and Oklahoma.
Yeah, Indy, what you got to remember is that it is kind of social media, and it gets the people going. It is just topic of conversation for the day, and we can all go around it. Now, one of the things I hypothesize within this is that maybe that was just a ain't nobody trying to hear it moment, where you're like, yeah, I heard you, I know, because you're trying to keep pushing. One thing I will ask, do you recall yourself having those kind of moments at any time, whether it's with the parents or whatever, where you're just like, yeah, I don't really even want to hear this right now?
That's more with my wife, not wanting to hear something. But you know what? All jokes aside, like anytime now, obviously, it's not going to be as big of a name as CJ Stroud. But after games, when people will come up to me like, "Hey, man, you had a good game," or "Hey, I remember you, keep it up," or just keep grinding and things are going to work out your way. Like I would hear that after games. I remember one year when I was in Washington backing up Bruce Smith, and the year before that, I had what I thought was a good season. So I thought, okay, now I'm going to really get my shot. Then they're like, hold my beer. We just signed Bruce Smith. So, and I'll never forget, and I won't say the player's name, but after the game, he came up to me. He was like, man, I saw what you did last year. I'm sure you're upset right now, but just keep grinding. Like, and that meant the world to me. So I would be shocked if Caleb Williams didn't appreciate it. Now, I'm glad Caleb Williams looked upset, because I'm still not used to all this. After a game, after a loss, you're smiling and you're swapping jerseys, and you're putting stuff on social media like, oh, we didn't get this one, but we'll get the next one just for the likes. Like, I don't like that. So I like that Caleb Williams looked upset, but if anybody, and I hope nobody in that studio that I'm talking to right now had anything negative to say about what CJ Stroud had to say to Caleb Williams. And maybe I missed it. Now I'm going to have to go back and rewatch it.
No, you didn't.
Nah, I think I'd probably be the closest one in saying that, sometimes people just not trying to hear it.
Yeah, that was about the extent of it there. Hey, Andy, we promised some nonsense. So,
that's right.
We got to, as you well know, in this business, you got to pay off the tease. So we were talking about meals when we were young and maybe poor, or maybe your family just trying to stretch a dollar, that are, kind of poor people meals or whatever.
I don't know what you're doing there. We were just talking about the meals that your mom used to make that kind of that takes you back there.
Like
I don't know why he had to add a classism element to this.
Like I said, my mom used to make a pot of beans every day just to stretch it and feed all the kids. And for lunch sometimes she would cut up some hot dogs, and that would be our lunch, hot dogs and pinto beans, or cinnamon toast with sugar and butter was our dessert and all that. Do you have any meals like you still crave, even though, you're pretty much going to own all of Houston within a couple of years?
So growing up, and it wasn't a financial issue, but every day my mom just either made rice and stew or fufu with, what we call it ground rice and soup. So those were two Nigerian dishes. But at the time, I was like, God, dog, can't you make something else? Because it was literally every single day.
Yep.
Then I went off to college. I went off to the league. And now I crave it. Every Sunday, I can't can't wait to get to her house. But as far as when times were rough, two things. So when we were in college and we're all putting our money together to try to make meals, and I think 90% of people who've been to college, ramen noodles was huge, even back in the mid to late 90s. But we would really get creative. I mean, we would put eggs in it. We would put, we'll chop up bologna, fry the bologna, put that in the ramen noodles. And that tastes very good. And then the other thing, and you know what, shout out, free plug. And again, this is college when we're all broke, but Timmy Chan's was a meal, and you never knew what you were going to get. Sometimes you would have to spend 20 minutes picking the feathers out because they didn't pick them all the way out, and other times it'll be, just right. But those are the meals that even if I was a billionaire, I would still try to figure out a way to get those to me.
I knew you would. I knew you would deliver, and I knew it was going to be rice and stew because it's all of us.
Yeah.
It's all of us. John, you're right. Like, you heard me kind of laying some of the groundwork for the idea of, hey man, you just kind of get tired of it, but then eventually you're like, actually, I need that.
Yeah.
I was on that same path.
Now I'm looking for a reason because my parents, thank God, they only live 5 minutes from me. So I'm always stopping by, looking in their fridge to see if they have leftovers, right?
And the best part about it is I'm sure your mom is excited to keep doing it, isn't she?
Oh, look, my son who's at Baylor right now, he asked her, hey, can you make me some rice and we'll freeze it and Dad will bring it up. When I say that she made enough for the entire team, she was so excited. He's going to be eating good for the next month or so.
You love to see it. And, I mean, hopefully the Texans eat good on Sunday versus the Vikings. ND Kalu joins us every Thursday out of the goodness of his heart, and we appreciate you doing that, my man.
Oh, it's fun for me. I look forward to speaking with y'all next week.
There he is. That's our guy, ND Kalu, joining us on the phone here in the Loop. Sports Radio 610. Man, rice and stew, man. I got some stew in the fridge right now.
Baby.
That my aunt made for me. That is one of those places for sure. All right, man. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where, of course, Kaimi Fairbairn got to get a little bit of bling. But then also, we got some Hall of Fame situations going on. Who is the potential to be added into the Hall of Fame in the next class? And which Texans might be in there? We'll talk about it next.
Tom Ball, we're coming to you. Join the get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in loop. And I mentioned this in the tease. Obviously, Kaimi Fairbairn had a fantastic week again as knocked down 4 field goals, 3 of them 50-plus yards, allowed him to become the first kicker in NFL history to have multiple games, 50-plus yard, 3 50-plus yard kicks in their career, and he did it in back-to-back weeks. There's just a lot of accolades that you can heap upon Kaimi Fairbairn, which also then led him to being the special teams player of the week in the AFC. Also, and maybe more importantly, Texans player of the week, which came with a very nice addition, which is, if you're familiar, the Texans chain. This is what it sounded like when he was giving it.
Well, Joe wore it last week, right?
He did.
Jeez, it's pretty heavy. Like, this is serious. I never had anything like this before. Lay.
The mayor.
This one I feel more comfortable in. Got to keep it going.
There you go. So he got the big H-Town chain
and Hilaire,
and then they also gave him a lay.
That was a great touch. That was a great touch to do that for him. The other thing, that chain's going to be a thing, I guess, huh? I mean, I want it. It's legit. I mean, it is like big time. That's like a goal for all of them to get a piece. Piece of that.
I'm always amazed at the things like that. Like, I mean, obviously college football did it in a big way. We saw it start with the turnover chain and really go all over the place. It's incredible how an incentive like that, you imagine you're like, it's kind of hokey or whatever, but when they buy in, people buy in real strong, and we've seen that especially in football.
You know when it's hokey, and I don't think this one is. I think they really, really legit love that.
And I mean, it's not like they didn't spend good money on it.
That's what I'm saying. It's legit.
They spent real good money on that thing. Like he said, it's got some weight to it. And of course, I think it matches the weight of the performance that Kaimi Fairbairn gave for your Texans in the victory on Sunday night. All right, some other things that are happening around the NFL. If you ever needed to remember that Jim Harbaugh, there we go, got it right. Jim Harbaugh, consummate weirdo, right? He's absolutely one of our football weirdos, and weirdos in a way that is beloved, but weirdo nonetheless. Well, Joey Bosa gave us a little bit of insight into just how much of a weirdo he is in this respect, or at least I'll ask you. I guess I'll put it up for a vote if you believe him to be a weirdo. According to Joey Bosa, Jim Harbaugh has put in place some unusual new rules in order to ensure that Justin Herbert remains in condition, right? In good condition, rather. He said that Herbert is not allowed to give his teammates high fives when he's coming off the field in order to protect his hands.
Come on, bro. What are we doing?
Protecting his hands. I just said that.
We're not. No, we're not.
Apparently, people are just out there giving too hard of high fives. We got to make sure that Justin Herbert is fine.
Is this we all think he's a lovable kook, like you?
That is correct.
Like you laid out.
I mean, he loves drinking milk.
Yep.
His recruiting visits when he was at Michigan were definitely something to talk about because those were very odd. I think at one point he was like in a tree house with a punter or something. Like he's just an odd dude.
But this is silly. It's a high five, man. It's football.
I mean, Justin Herbert, he broke his index finger and he missed the last 4 games.
He's better
last
now.
Year.
Did you hear what he said about like Moses? I'm always going to lean on my staff.
That's a bar.
That's a direct quote from Jim Harbaugh.
That's a bar. I didn't know Jim Harbaugh had bars like that.
I can't stand that dude, man.
Oh well, yeah. You have ulterior motives here.
Him and his damn brother. I can't stand.
Oh, you don't like John neither?
Nah.
Okay.
Like Moses, I'm always gonna lean on my staff.
But you can admit that's a bar, though. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
They do have some cool parents. I like the parents.
Yes.
Yeah.
The parents are good. But yeah, those things are universal. But yeah, an additional level of protection for his quarterback by saying, "Hey, don't none of y'all high five the quarterback. You see the red jersey on, you can't hit him or you can't high five him.
Get out of here with that nonsense."
Some other things happening around the NFL. The Pro Football Hall of Fame has announced 165 modern era player nominees for the 2025 class. Now, of course, if you're unfamiliar, this is how the process goes. They start with the big pool that are available for the Hall of Fame, and they whittle it down over time until we know who's in the Hall of Fame. Obviously, last class, you got to see a Houston Texans legend and icon become the first Houston Texan enshrined in the Hall of Fame, and that was Andre Johnson. You fellas were there for the occasion. Within this new class, there's a few guys that have joined the pool that in their first year of eligibility.
Brace yourself.
Those guys being
Brace yourself,
Travis Frederick, Ryan Khalil, Joe Staley, and Marshall Yonda. Those are the guys that are the new guys. And then there's some guys who are finding themselves on – those guys are, the first year of eligibility. Also, Eli Manning.
There we go. There we go. That's
Marshawn
the one I
Lynch.
said. That's the one I said.
Eli Elite.
Brace yourself, people.
There's Eli Elite. Is he a Hall of Famer?
Oh, Lord.
Marshawn, Darren Sproles, Demaryius Thomas, Vernon Davis, Delaney Walker, Luke Kuechly, Terrell Suggs, Antoine Bethea, Aqib Talib, Earl Thomas, and Adam Vinatieri. They're all on the list for the first time.
All right, cool story.
All right, do you want to do in or not? Because I think the thing.
Marshawn's in. Vinatieri's in.
Yeah. Eli is in, man. I hate to say it, but Eli's in.
This is where we go.
He should not be, but he will be.
He is for his last name.
Okay, are we doing what I said? Brace
He's in for the Super
about,
Bowls.
He's
in for the Super Bowls.
Okay. I don't disagree, but just brace yourself.
This is the bracing.
This Eli discussion is going to multiply times 10.
No, this is the bracing.
I agree with you.
This is the bracing. It's just accepted. He's going in. He shouldn't be. We don't we can have that discussion if you want to. I just want to make it abundantly clear to our fine listeners. Go ahead and be ready for him to get in, even though I don't think he should.
Let's be real why he's getting in, though.
Well, the Super Bowl.
It's the Super Bowls.
Yeah.
I understand,
and
you're
the last
demanding
name.
And the last name.
And the last name.
But, I mean, you can't deny he had crazy runs to the Super Bowls with those teams, right?
Yeah.
However,
let's talk about his stats. See, here we go. We're doing it. We're doing it. No,
I'm done.
I do agree with you. I'm done. I'm just saying between now and I think it's the Friday before the Super Bowl when they announce the actual class, it's going to be obnoxious how much Eli is he a Hall of Famer discussion.
Especially with him being in media and having that additional visibility outside of already being on the Giants. That's another thing, is being on a team with a large media market and a large fan base.
That's something he's going to get him in New York.
I was going to say that, and him actually being at ESPN, just being in the media right now.
Yeah.
It's no way in hell he won't get in. That would be a travesty at this point.
Oh, it's a travesty now.
At that point, that dog he's on TV every Monday night.
Like I said, I should have braced myself because here we are. So I'm scrolling through the list and two names jumped out.
Okay.
Eli, for the obvious reasons. And Shane Leckler.
Shane Leckler is the potential number 2 Texan to go in.
He should be in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, let's go. Go ahead and lay out the case.
No. Shane Leckler is the greatest punter the NFL has ever seen.
Break them punts down, man.
Since Ray Guy.
Who is the only other punter, or the only punter, rather, in the Hall of Fame.
Shane Leckler was a weapon. I hope someday I could state the case for these for the Hall of Fame voters, which is a silly process, but I'm not going to go there just yet. Shane Leckler is a Hall of Fame punter. I mean, period. There's no question about it. So those were the two names that jumped out outside of the ones that I know are going to get in. Like I said, Marshawn, Vinatieri. There was another one that I think is a lock. Is it?
Of the new ones that came through?
Yeah.
Is it Kuechly or Suggs?
Kuechly, yeah, Kuechly.
Yeah,
Kuechly
was a monster.
Yeah, he's in.
I always remember there was when he was in Carolina, there was a Spanish radio call of Luke Kuechly, I think, getting an interception, started running back. It is Luke! It is Kuechly! It just always makes me happy. But yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that process as it continues. But the very first step has happened of seeing the 167 player pool. That's available to look at if you wanted to go.
And now the text board and YouTube and Twitch is all about
doing the Eli Manning thing. I'm telling you, we don't.
It's Eli Elite.
Yeah.
713-572-4610.
Oh man, I could see this coming a mile away.
From a quarterback that again, brace yourself, will go in the Hall of Fame, to one that is looking like he's having a really tough case early on in his career. Bryce Young for the Panthers. Dave Canales, the head coach of the Carolina Panthers, said to the media that the Panthers are not considering trading Bryce Young to kind of put to try and dead the conversations that popped up as to whether after he was benched, like what places he could land at if the Panthers were willing to
So
trade
Dave Canales is saying that they're not considering trading Bryce Young.
That is right.
What did he say Sunday? Refresh my memory.
I believe that he said that Bryce was indeed their starter, and they just needed to fix some other things, and they were going to work hard.
Okay. So the same guy that said Bryce is a starter only for a few hours later for him not to be the starter is saying that they will not trade Bryce Young. Okay. I just wanted to get straight on that. They're going to listen to trade offers. Absolutely. They're not doing their job if they don't. They're not doing it's a dereliction of duty if they don't listen to trade offers for Bryce Young.
Unless they're in a place where they just felt like, hey, man, he's not capable of starting at this moment, but if we step back and give him an opportunity to develop in the ways that we should, rebuild.
But you still listen.
You can come back around. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess that's fair. The idea of listening versus actually looking at the actionable trade that you could execute.
Yeah, and if you're listening, you're saying there's a chance.
Apparently, with in the division, Will Levis, the quarterback of the Titans, with the level of anger that swelled up, even with his head coach after some rough play from him, he's had to make some moves as he's gotten a lot of negative vibes, not just on social media, but apparently his phone number was leaked. And that prompted a lot of unwanted messages from angry fans who were criticizing the play where, he basically bowled the ball to the other team. He said, quote, I don't know how my number got out there with the fans, but I got a lot of texts. That'll be nice to shut that part out and put it behind me. I haven't opened social in the last couple of weeks. I just think that that's the healthiest way to go about it. So he actually had to change his number in order to get away from some of the vitriol.
You also often hear, like, the worst people in the world. The worst people. Some of the worst people in the world are the ones that leak a celebrity's phone number. Those are
other things.
Or other things. Yeah. But those are the worst people in the world. You can say what you want on social media. It's there. It's a platform. You're anonymous. You can say what you want, and they can ignore it.
I mean, even the idea that the inclination is to go to some of the nasty places that we do sometimes.
But I'm saying it's there. It's going to happen. We all know it. But when you leak someone's phone number, you're one of the worst people in the world.
Oh, all right. I'm being baited in. Sorry. Your take. I understood what you were saying, and then I looked at the text line, and then I saw another Eli take, and I almost got pulled in. It's great sports radio though, because it gets the people going.
Is it?
It gets the people going. However, I just didn't want to have it. It's just he is one of the names within the I think the 16 first time names within the 167 player pool of modern era players that are available to go into the Hall of Fame. But that amongst all the other things is around the NFL here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. The Astros fall in a 4-0 rubber match to the Padres. We'll talk about that and a lot of baseball things surrounding that. Plus, could we possibly get this foot race? We'll talk about all that next.
The Texans are headed to Minnesota on Sunday for a showdown with a
your game day dishes this football season.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
You know what? I've changed my tune. It's What's Poppin' in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Go ahead. Not only will Eli Manning go into Hall of Fame, I want him to go into Hall of Fame. First ballot. You want to know why? So we can stop having the conversation.
That's true.
I got baited into the conversation
We were
myself
talking about
here.
it off air.
I wasn't even trying to. I wasn't even trying to, and here I am.
First thing I thought of when I saw his name. Brace yourself.
I got the Pro Football Reference page up in front of me and everything. I'm out here giving takes. I don't want to give takes right now, not in the breaks. All right, let's talk about.
He was looking at advanced stats, man. He was looking.
I had to remind myself I hadn't had the argument in a little while, which was a good thing. But I feel like that is a metric of happiness in a sports fan's life in America. How long has it been since you've thought about whether or not Eli Manning should be in the Hall of Fame? And I feel like I've ruined it for all you fine folks. My bad.
Actually, I ruined it. I was the brace yourself guy. I was like,
excellent. It's Lopez's fault, not mine. All right, what's popping in Houston? Unfortunately, the Astros fall 4-0 against the Padres in the rubber match. Although, again, another fun baseball game because this, as we talked about going in, this was one of those pitching matchups. You had a battle of reasonably described aces between Framber Valdez and Dylan Cease, and Dylan Cease was dealing.
We talked about it yesterday. It's going to be a good matchup.
And it was. It sure was. I mean, I think Joe Espada after the game, and I believe this is, where's my cut here, as I decided late to come to it, but Joe Espada here in cut one here, after the game, like, all you can do is tip your hat to a guy like Cease.
Got to tip your hat to Cease. He was really good. Even from that first pitch of the game, good diving play by Machado. We hit some balls hard. Jordan hit a ball hard. Diaz, he was just really good.
He was. And, overall with the Astros, I realized, after this game, and by the way, any confession before confessions, I did not stay up the entire time.
What?
I did not. I was just like, enough's enough. I got to go to bed. But, recapping it and watching the highlights this morning, I kind of reached the point of, like, let's just get on with it. Like the Astros win, we can talk about certain things. They have a crazy game like they did. What's today? Tuesday night, and we did. Last night they lose, and I'm like, let's just get on to the good stuff. Let's get it, because this loss doesn't really affect anything. And you mentioned this, like they're gonna make the playoffs. They're not gonna get the top seeds, and yet they lost. So it's like, let's just get on to the postseason here. I will say. The discussion that we should have now, and Sean Pendergast asked us this morning, would you rather face the Twins or the Tigers?
Yeah. And that's starting. You're starting to get a little bit of a feel for that. When it comes to the Astros, just cleaning things up. Next game is tonight as they welcome in the Los Angeles Angels. It'll be our favorite guy, your guy, our guy that the Astros acquired during the course of the season. You say, Kikuchi.
Our guy.
Will be on the mound. He's been really fun, and you have another opportunity to see him. That's right.
Yep.
That's right. We love seeing him. And so he'll be on the mound. It's the Angels, man. How much do you feel that's going to matter in a big way? But somehow the magic number still goes down. That somehow it goes down to 6 because the Mariners last night, which is the game that I flipped over to after the earlier game that happened with the Padres, extra innings of effort. It went to the 10th. And in large part because apparently the Mariners just really can't run the bases at all. This happened with Julio Rodriguez was at third in extras. Obviously, he was the, I guess, the ghost runner or whatever we call that in this instance. And so he was at third. He was threatening 2 outs, and a bat flies out of the hand of the batter, and it leads to shenanigans.
Runners lead, 2-2. Swing and a miss. And the ball is thrown to third, and they get J-Rod. Oh, what a happenstance. Arozarena strikes out, lets go of the bat. Rodriguez trying to get out of the way, straight too far off of third, and then the quick throw to Chisholm for the double play.
He did stray too far off of third, but it was total brain lock.
Well, yeah, mean, he had a very large hunk of wood,
and then he just hung around and
flying at his head at a high speed. Yeah, man, he was like, hey, man, he took a second to evaluate. You know what he did? He did the self-check. He's like, head, all right, we're good there, body.
Oh, believe I got to get on.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to be somewhere. Too late.
That's the brain lock part. That's the brain lock. No, I don't doubt. I'd have probably soiled myself with the bat coming at me like that. But then you have to snap, and he was just kind of like, man, did y'all see that? And that's what it was like. Did y'all see that? Yeah. All of a sudden, oh wow, I'm still playing.
It's funny. The third base coach was like, base man.
Man, I'll look. I got to make sure I'm whole first before we get back. But
hey, the Mariners need to just pack it up, man. It's over, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. They're
ready for Cabo.
They are. They got the golf clubs in the trunk of their car.
Yeah.
Yep. Again, like I said, six games, or six rather, is the magic number. Mm-hmm. And if you're unfamiliar with the concept of the magic number, that is whether it's Astros wins, Mariners losses, those things add up to 6. Once we get to 0 on the magic number, the Astros are officially booked for their path to the playoffs, where they might meet the Minnesota Twins, or they might meet the Detroit Tigers. The Fighting AJ Hinches have been on fire since August 22nd.
They came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
18-8.
Yeah.
You hear me? 18-8 over essentially the last month of baseball, and they're now just a half game back from that third AL wildcard spot, which is the spot that I believe the Astros will have to face off against in a wildcard situation.
And so, would you rather face the Twins or the Tigers? Part of me would rather face the Tigers, even though they're incredibly hot at the right time. I just think the Astros are flat out better, But it is A.J. Hinch. The narrative of the 2017 Astros is going to pop back up, and we're going to have to regurgitate all that stuff again. And they're hot. We'll see. Who would you rather face?
Wait, are you a radio guy, formerly a writer that's afraid of a narrative?
No. I'm saying I'm not afraid of it. I'm tired of it.
Okay,
like the Eli thing. Okay, let me say that again. If they face the Tigers, brace yourself.
No, I think I'm on the Twins, and it might not. I was about to say, it might not be as much baseball inspired, but again, I will read this stat one more time. Tigers since August 22nd, 18-8. Yeah. That is a very hot span of baseball, and one of the things that is one of those things that you just say, whether or not it's like fully true or not.
No, that is
you don't want. If you're playing hot baseball, if you're playing hot baseball towards the end of the season, that's what you want, and that is the type of team that I don't want to see. There's a level of belief that you begin to have from a team like the Tigers, where you're like, hey man, we can go and knock off anyone, and that anyone in this instance would be your Houston Astros. I'm not sure if that's the way I'd want to be. I'd rather go the other way there. All right, let's talk about. We can go one of two ways. I'll let you pick your poison here, Lopez. Do you want to talk about?
Give me some Mel Kiper.
All right,
give me some Mel Kiper.
So two high safeties has become like kind of a defensive staple now against these offenses that are so high powered, and it's really served to limit that some ways. We talked about it with Patrick Mahomes. We talked about it a little bit in various different places about the ways that the big plays, we're trying to take those away. We're playing these safeties really deep and taking that away. And I guess with the downturn in offense, Mel Kiper said, we need to stop this.
I grew up with John Unitas, Fran Tarkington, Ken Stabler, Darryl LaMonica. You talk about quarterbacks, Joe Namath. It was just right. Brett Favre when he was doing what he did. Burt Jones with the Baltimore Colts. You think about those quarterbacks who would throw the ball down the field. I said what Bradshaw did with Stallworth and Swan, Roger Staubach. That's what I want to see brought back. Say, well, you can't do that, right? Well, you got a 5-yard rule with the quarterbacks, right? The Mel Blount rule, right? Now with the push thing with Hurts, you got to be a yard back now. So don't tell me you can't have those safeties closer to the line of scrimmage than they are. I was at games where I'm thinking, hey, too high? They're out in outer space. I couldn't even find us. They're playing with 9 guys, right? Where are the other 2? Oh, the other 2, they're so daggone far back, and even though they're part of the damn play. I'm telling you, we got to change this thing, and we got to have, hey, you can warn them. They come up, hey, guys, you got to get up a little bit, right? You're too far back. Warn those safeties, but you got to figure out, competition committee, somebody's got to figure out what that depth is, but it's too far back right now. The NFL is being ruined by these too high safeties.
He brought up every name.
That was a great delivery.
The only thing he forgot to say was back in my day.
Yeah.
That was a great delivery.
That's all he had to say, back in my day.
I mean, when it just comes to like a sports take, incredible delivery. He's not wrong in the idea that you could do it, right? Like, I think there's some people that their immediate dismissal of this is like, oh man, well, you can do that. You absolutely could, right? Think of obviously the shift in baseball, and obviously he mentioned one that is one of those things that you can put parameters as rules. My thing about it is, why? Right? Like, I understand the idea, hey, let's try and juice offense. Offense is there. Plus, I imagine that you might have a revolt on your hand. Jimmy Ward might go and punch him in his chest.
That's the thing.
Jimmy Ward on Texans All Access this week was talking about the ways in which it feels like that all the rules are catered towards the offense, and there's just no one helping the defense out. Now you're gonna tell the defense, hey man, we're gonna make it so that teams can run deep on you.
Look,
you have no recourse.
This to me, what gets me on this is, first of all, he's Johnny Unitas, and I mean, his, Fran Tarkenton. I'm like,
I grew up with John Unitas, Fran Tarkenton.
Back when notoriously the league was the most pass heavy than it's ever been.
Oh man!
Clearly now we have become a slogging offensive system where nobody wants to see the offenses play.
That's the first thing that got me. The second thing is, it will never, ever, ever happen. You have safeties on the field. There's going to be 2 of them more times than not. And when you're saying you can't line up, what let's say he says more than 8 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
Oh, no, that'd be really – you're talking about linebackers then, Lopez. We're talking about maybe 25, 30 yards, I'm guessing.
No, they're at 25 and 30 now. Like right now.
20 then?
Yeah, maybe 8 to 10 to 12 yards. When you're doing that, you're actually telling teams how to coach.
Yeah.
You're telling them how to coach. It's one thing like, you can't have the shift, because that is like on the base pass, where you line up on the field before you play defense. No, you're telling the NFL how to play defense. You can't do it's never going to happen.
I think it would be pre-snap. I think it would still be a pre-snap situation, but I'm with you there. Yeah. I don't think – and the thing that I think is fun about it is that all of these things are cyclical, like most things, right? We talk about fashion being cyclical. There's a lot of different situations in life that end up being cyclical. This is going to be another element of sports that's cyclical, and we're starting to see that. It's one of the things we talked about earlier in the week, the idea of, hey, man, could the running game become more prevalent? Because when these players become smaller and faster in order to try and affect the passing game, then you go, hey, we see an advantage that is now being created in this market. Now we get bigger. Now we run into your chest until then you decide to get bigger and maybe a little bit slower, and then we'll go back the other way again, right? The pendulum shifts. And I think that's the natural progression as opposed to putting your thumb on the scale. I also just love the idea. When was the last time that Mel Kiper actually went and watched some old school football? Because when you do that, you go, hey, man, this game's a little more boring than I remember.
I was just going to say the last thing on this, and get ready to play it again, because as much as I think it's comical, there is nothing like a Mel Kiper rant. There ain't nothing.
His voice also helps. He's got a cartoony voice.
I don't know what it is. It's like,
I grew up with John Unitas, Fran Tarkenton, Ken Stabler, Darryl LaMonica. You talk about quarter.
He sounds like an old broadcaster from the 70s.
Yes,
60s
there's
and
nothing
70s.
like it in the world. And
well, he is saying names from the 60s and 70s, so that's probably why that happened.
Exactly.
Shout out to Mel Kiper for at least giving it just a great take. I think he had he just gave you names, things that brought you back to the place. He got really animated. He ran it back. I know, because ESPN.
Yeah, he did it again today.
They were like, hey, man, let's bring him on to get some more of that. He dialed it right back up. You saw him, like, I thought I saw a vein popping out of his forehead. There might have been a little bit of spittle that came out of his mouth. Yeah, man. Shout out to Mel Kiper, just giving you a good take, even though I don't think it's a good one when it comes to the content of it. But there you go. A little bit of what's popping here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, a lot of the folks in the Texans organization talked yesterday. We had heard DeMeco Ryans, we heard C.J. Stroud, and both of them had things to say about this Vikings defense. I want to break that down next.
610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop, Sports Radio 610. We're gearing up for the Texans facing off against the Vikings on Sunday. Both C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans talked about the Vikings defense. We'll get into that here shortly. I did want to mention we were getting some news from NRG about the Texans on the practice field. So one of the things that is good to see, Nico Collins back at practice after sitting out yesterday. So probably expect him to be out there and probably expect him to, add another 100-yard game.
Why not?
This Vikings team has a level of give to them, I think, personally. Some other things. Dameon Pierce and Joe Mixon, neither of them at practice again. And you didn't want to support him on that, Fig? Thank you, sir. And no Juice Scruggs, no Jarrett Patterson either. So your two starting centers, again, not at practice. One more day of practice, and it's starting to feel like Kendrick Green might be the dude who has to go.
Man.
So we'll talk about that more. Hey, thank you again for that. We'll talk about that more as we go along. Another thing that has popped up on the timeline of sorts, if you are a University of Texas fan, or if you're just interested in, as Figgy talks about, the Manning name, or just an interesting thing in college football, Arch Manning will get his first career start this weekend when they face off against University of Louisiana Monroe.
Sound like a Hall of Famer to me.
All right. Okay. All right. You have to start with the Heisman first, Fig. Come on now. But yeah, he will get his start as Quinn Ewers still out. I think Steve Sarkisian, the coach at Texas, has said that all of the expectations for the season for Quinn Ewers still there. Just Arch Manning will get the start here. And so there you go.
Not a bad backup plan, literally.
Not at all.
Not a bad one.
At all. They're set up pretty nicely, that Texas team is. And they're managing to deal with a few injuries early and still make it look real good. The AP number 1 overall in the nation, Texas Longhorns. All right, let's get to it. Where the C.J. Stroud, DeMeco Ryans both talked to media yesterday as they gear up for the Vikings. And I've already been very transparent. I am most interested in this Vikings defense. I understand that you got Justin Jefferson, probably the best wide receiver in the league over on that side. I get it. Sam Darnold has had a resurgence in his career that is admirable in the first couple of weeks. All of that. Understood, given. I don't dispute that one bit. I think that Brian Flores and what he does with this defense are the thing that I'm going to be the most interested in watching on Sunday versus your Texans. And so I kind of wanted to get these guys, CJ and DeMeco's perspectives on it. And we'll start here with CJ's second cut, Fig, where they asked him flat out, just what have you seen from the Brian Flores Viking defense?
Yeah, he does a great job of mixing it up. A lot of great looks to make you think twice and, to get you off your game. And, I'm a big fan of his. He does a really great job in that whole scheme, taking, what they did in New England and doing his own twist to it. So a lot of respect for those guys, and we got to be on our A game in every single way. So, he does a great job of mixing looks and just being really versatile, putting his guys and his D linemen in one-on-one situations, making his DBs look great in coverage. So he does a really good job.
Look, the defense is what it's all about with me too. I mean, you can give and deservedly so. You can give Sam Darnold credit. You can give what they've done, but I mean, they beat the Giants week 1, huge win. Obviously, this past weekend against the Niners, but it's the defense.
Yeah,
it's the defense. It's the pass rush. We've talked about it this week. Best in the NFL in terms of sacks. It's the secondary, which really blew me away. That number that I came across this morning, 41 years of experience in the secondary, which is incredible. They've seen everything, with C.J. Stroud or Brock Purdy for that matter.
Yeah,
having been so good at processing and adjusting and getting the ball to the right spot. You're not going to fool these guys.
And they're helped greatly by the fact that what's up front is a level of pressure, both with the talent that they've added, as ND mentioned earlier when we talked to him, but then also just, again, the pressure that Brian Flores is able to generate, sometimes with just sending 4, not knowing which 4 it'll be in the simulated blitz sense. No. But, yeah, that's part of what makes it difficult, as we've brought up a few times. Brock Purdy, after that game on this past Sunday, goes up to Brian Flores and says, hey, man, your scheme is crazy. Crazy. That is the experience for quarterbacks when they play against this Flores defense, is that you're being shown a lot of different things, and so this will be an interesting test in some ways for C.J. Stroud and like the acumen that he has and being able to diagnose and see. Like they're going to throw a lot of things at you. Are you capable of seeing it? And so with that being the case, right, C.J. Stroud was asked on the balance of trusting your eyes during a play, knowing that Flores and the Vikings are trying to confuse you.
Really just go through my process, understand that trust my process, trust in what I do, believe in myself, and it won't always be perfect. It's the league, man. Even like these last couple of weeks, not everything's going to be perfect. So it's always about the next play and getting the win. So if it's cute, ugly, there's no such thing as a win. And so that's what we're trying to do, and it's going to be a great challenge, be a loud environment, so we got to be on that. But yeah, it's about just being us.
It is absolutely. You just referenced it. It's a C.J. Stroud. Is he going to be able to answer what's thrown in front of him? That will be. There's a lot of sub stories. We just mentioned some. The center position, the running back position, how the Texans defense approaches Sam. But the story of the game is going to be not just how he plays, but on the way to how he plays, if it's a good game, how he processes and deals with what's in front of him. It's on C.J. Stroud. Mature, smart, obviously, intelligent processes. Well, it's all got to be on there today.
Yeah, especially because
Sunday.
Yeah, obviously Bobby Slowick, it's always his job to put C.J. Stroud in the best chance, best place to succeed. But as I mentioned, like you've got to then be able to take whatever play you have, and then we always talk about the idea of making it right in some ways. Like that gets tougher when it's not just, hey, I see what's happening. Okay, is this going to work? The picture changes consistently, right? And they're throwing all sorts of different things at you, and dropping guys out, and having guys blitz, making sure that line, everything, the protection is together. All of that is something that falls in some way on CJ's shoulders. So it's quite the test for him against this defense with Brian Flores. So I'm very intrigued how that goes. How about let's hear from DeMeco Ryans. He talked a little bit also about this defense, about facing some of the zero looks that Brian Flores is going to bring.
Yeah, communication is huge, not only from the looks that their defense presents, but also from playing in their stadium, right? Anybody who's been to Minnesota understands like that's one of the loudest stadiums in the NFL. So we have that factor that will be huge for us on offense. So we want to communicate and get into the right plays, but also with the noise and with what they're presenting on defense, with the noise that they're bringing, it's going to be tough all the way across the board.
I mean, noise and for sure. I mean that's notorious.
I hadn't even thought. I guess
they are.
This is all on me, right?
Yeah.
Like for not thinking about that. But I had not added that element to it. Is the communication that's going to need to be there. I hadn't thought about the noise that they have is just another added barrier for success here. And I think that also comes up in a different way when we're talking about fixing some of the pass protection issues.
Yeah.
Right? It seems like at times communication has been a little bit slacking.
And a third team center?
A little bit lacking,
perhaps.
right? Possibly Kendrick Green having to step in, right? Like all of those things come together and make it so that level of difficulty even higher, right? And I'm intrigued to see if they're able to pick up the various amounts of wild things that are going to be thrown at them in that noisy environment with folks with like a Kendrick Green possibly stepping in and not having that same amount of reps and rapport. They're going to have to really, really step up in this environment.
I mean, I fully expect, and this is on C.J. Stroud as well. They call him off script, but I think it's kind of a bedlam play. When everything breaks down and you go outside and you're trying to figure out where to put the ball. We've seen C.J. Stroud do that a few times. I think that bedlam is going to be where C.J. Stroud has to be the calm, in the middle of all that noise and all those people bearing down on him. And so I think that's going to be a test for him as well.
Yeah, and here's the thing is, he has that capability. He believes in his ability to kind of off schedule do those things. I would absolutely love if he did not have to do nearly as much of it in this game in particular. I know that's a very generic thing to say. That's very obvious, right? I would love it if the quarterback could just stand in the pocket and deliver the pass,
ball,
right? But in this game in particular, right, when we talk about all the things that you're saying, to then have to then go and try and escape and then try and find likely Nico Collins or one of your other wide receivers and options on the run, like in addition to all the other things that you're already working on, to have that additional level of, I guess, stress on a quarterback, I don't feel like that's optimal for what you're trying to do in a game here against, again, a Vikings defense.
It's funny you say that. It's funny you say that because obviously, I mean, who wouldn't? You want your guy to be able to pat the ball back there in a nice clean pocket and pick a team apart. But I kind of feel like, and maybe this is just flat out wrong or dumb or whatever, I kind of feel like that's how they're going to win this game. Because I guess I'm acknowledging there is going to be bedlam. There are going to be crazy plays, off-script plays. And I feel like that's where C.J. Stroud, as we've seen, is at his best. And then on top of that, I just talk about this great secondary that they have, which is very underrated, in terms of all the hype and love that the Vikings defense is getting. We're talking about pass rushing and all that stuff. I mean, Stephon Gilmore is still, I think he's 34 years old and still playing at 33, whatever, playing at a high level. Harrison Smith, I mean.
But here's the thing about some of the, I think that Stephon Gilmore is gettable when you get into some of the double move situations, not because he hasn't seen it, but because the legs only do so much.
The breakdown plays. That's what I'm saying. I totally agree.
But I think that, when I say the double moves, when you have an opportunity to have something that's a little bit more long developing at times.
Yes.
Because being able to, but outside of the breakdown plays, right, where that's happening, I think you would need an opportunity to sit back there and wait for that thing to develop.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
What I'm saying, in my view anyway, is you're not going to fool these guys. They've seen everything. They played against Tom Brady. Hell, maybe Darryl LaMonica, as Mel Kiper put it. They've seen everything. So when he's in the pocket, it's going to be difficult. When they break down, I think that's when maybe they're vulnerable. When CJ is out of the pocket, et cetera.
Well, according to DeMeco Ryans, one of the big things you're going to need to do, as always, again, is probably avoid these particular situations.
Yeah, it's vital every week for offense success. You want to be in third and short, third and medium as much as possible, or even stay away from third downs by converting right on, getting a positive first and second and short. So you want to try to stay out of third downs. Anytime you're in third and long versus any defense, that advantage goes to the defense right there, playing deep to short, making you force the ball to the check down. So especially versus this defense, we want to stay out of the third and long situation.
That's a given.
Right.
And I think what is going to keep them out of those third and long situations is what I've said anyway since last year, pass first. Now I want Cam Akers to get a lot of touches, and looks like he is, and handle this game. But they're going to have to get creative. I kind of want to see more of what Bobby Slowick and this offense does, the Shanahan-Kubiak offense, is maybe force that with some more rollouts that we haven't seen a lot, more designed rollouts, more designed bootlegs.
Moving the pocket
to get those guys on their heels a little bit in the secondary.
Yeah, the thing about I don't know how I can make jive the idea of getting Cam Akers or any of the running backs the ball a ton of the time and keeping yourself out of that third and long situation, right? Like those early down runs, especially when the ways that if you're not being successful blocking it up, which, hey man, this is a solid run defense. Like if you're running early downs, you're giving yourself more opportunities to be in that third and long and putting CJ under more of those stressful situations. Before we move it along here, when it comes to this defense, I do want to also circle back to practice, where it seems like we had some corrections on the availability of some of these folks. Joe Mixon, Dameon Pierce not at practice. Juice Scruggs and Patterson are back at practice. And I have not necessarily seen to what degree, but it does seem like they are just practicing, maybe not even necessarily off to the side. So I'll continue to give you updates as we get that from practice. But that is a good thing, right? So that gives you more of an opportunity to not have to have third center out there in the noisy environment that is US Bank Stadium and against the defense that is going to send a lot of different everything in the kitchen sink at you when it comes to visually what they're trying to do.
Juice Scruggs, probably more so than Dameon Pierce is in fact, I know more so than Dameon Pierce. Getting him back would be enormous, in my view. Anyway, I think he's that vital to what we're talking about here with the defense, with the calls, with the bedlam, and all that. Even though he's young, I think he'd be much more important for this offense.
So there you go. That's what the principals are talking about with the defense that the Vikings are going to throw at these Texans on Sunday. And again, a little update at practice that the centers, your 1 and 2 centers, are indeed at practice today as they get ready for the weekend. All right, coming up next, let's get into our lunchtime confessions brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. We'll do that next.
His coaches call him Amy. awareness across the nation. I'm listening next Wednesday at 8 here on Sports Radio 610 and the free Odyssey app. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, don't shoot the messenger here with this confession. I don't think there's any way Joe Mixon is playing on Sunday, and there's a reason for that.
Because he's not practicing today?
Well, that's a big part of it. Okay. That if you're just looking on the surface, but I think it's been pretty much guaranteed to us overnight. So I occasionally dabble in the gambling arts.
Oh,
and not like Sean or Tyler or anything. Just occasionally, maybe
not like degenerates or anything.
A couple times a month if I'm watching.
Not
a game.
an alcoholic.
Yeah. I'm not a gambling.
I just drink sometimes.
Addicted, exactly. Just
7 days a week.
I can quit.
I just gamble socially.
I can quit anytime I want. So
I'm a social gambler.
The line on this game yesterday morning was 3.5 points. Texans favored by 3.5.
Cool. On the road?
On the road.
Excellent.
The line right now, 2. Vegas always knows. Vegas always.
Unless they pull a Kyle Shanahan.
Well, I mean, dropped 1.5 points overnight.
Yeah.
There's a reason for that, people. Joe Mixon ain't playing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair point to make.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, the thing I was struggling was I was already kind of trying to be in the place of that probably wasn't going to happen anyways. All right, I got to confess. I think we got to pare back the City Edition thing when it comes to these uniforms.
Yeah.
I understand.
Not a big fan of those new Rocket City editions?
No, not really. It's fine, right? And that's what I think. A lot of the City Editions, even at a lot of them at their best, there's a few that are like, oh man, this is awesome. But a lot of them at their best is like, it's fine. And I understand the leagues are trying to make more money because that's another iteration of the jersey that someone might go out and buy, and all these things. But I feel like for the volume of the ways that we put them out in a yearly, every year there's a new one. I don't think that we get enough of them that are great. To do this I feel like, hey man, keep them a couple years maybe, like every year, or maybe this is the way to do it, right? Maybe I'm wrong in this, and you got to keep getting shots up in order to actually hit some.
I just think you have to do a good job with them. Like some of the City Edition uniform, no matter what, I think pretty cool.
Sure,
but you better hit on that because or else it's going to be souring on a lot of people.
Yeah, but the problem is that they don't hit enough.
They don't hit enough. Their batting average is low,
in my personal estimation. So I don't know if that's like, hey, get them more in the metaphor that you set up, get them more at bats, or if it's just like, hey, we need to limit this. But yeah, the City Edition jerseys don't hit at a high enough clip for me.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, I hate one thing. I'll say this first. The one thing I love about the internet sometimes, I like a good laugh, especially if it's a funny video. I like a good laugh. The one thing I hate the most though is these fake. I don't want to call them fake, but these prank videos where people are trying to bully somebody else or intimidate somebody else, like they're about to take their stuff, or like they trying to fight them.
Yeah.
I ran across this video. It was an older guy. It looked like he was in a Walmart or something like that.
Yeah.
He was just minding his business, just getting this little stuff. And somebody came up to him like he was about to take his stuff. And the guy was like, hey, man, I see the guy over there with the camera. Like, I'm not in the mood for that.
Good.
And it ended up escalating to the point where the guy was like, hey, I could go to the car. We can handle this.
Hey, yo.
I could go to the car.
He was going to pop the trunk on
There's only one thing in the car.
Yeah, exactly.
There's only one thing in the car.
But this is my confession. I was looking through some of the comments and people was like, man, just leave people alone. But it was that one comment that was like, both of these people are childish. Why is the guy trying to do all of this and knowing, it's just material stuff.
Yeah.
Like, dog, sometimes you just leave people alone and it don't have to get there, man. Like, my man was trying to get some stuff probably for his family to go home. You don't know what people going through. People be stressed out. nobody got time for these jokes and all that stuff.
No, I'm with you. So many of the videos now, before I even see them, I just think that they're staged. Like everything to me on some of these, like somebody, like a lot of them are like fight videos, or hey, he said something to his girl. I saw one of those this morning, and the girl did a little whole karate thing on the guy, and the boyfriend said, "See, I told you, don't mess with her." I'm like, come on, that's clearly staged.
Yeah, but I think I'm with you, Fig, on the ones like there's definitely a lot of stage videos that I'm good on. I mean, just kind of the video economy that we have set up is kind of wild. But then also this particular, like, hey, you're clearly trying to do content to get money, but like at other people's expenses, like that are not going to be cut in on this. Yeah, leave them people alone. If you really want to make content, go come up with something that is worth creating content on, that is not you bothering other people and annoying their lives.
This guy was clearly he had nothing to do with what they was trying to do, and just came up to him like he was about to take his bag and all that stuff. It's just like, dog, what you doing? This is the tweet that kind of ticked me off. The guy said, "This is not standing on business. These are immature men on both sides. One playing too much.
Both sides.
One playing too much at his grown age, and the other one willing to throw his life away over a product at a store when thousands of products are manufactured every day." Stop bothering me, man. Yeah. Stop bothering me. Stop. Like, we don't need all of that. Just mind your business. I'm getting my stuff. I ain't bothering nobody else. Like, sometimes those type of comments piss me off, man.
Yeah.
Like, you must not live in the real world.
Exactly.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I love that people are jealous of C.J. Stroud. I love it. That's the biggest compliment that the Texans can get. You know, we opened the show with it. We've talked about it here and there with all the hoopla, uproar, whatever you want to call it, on C.J. Stroud's interaction with Caleb Williams. You know, Nick Wright goes nuts. The bozo in Chicago goes nuts. Mike Florio goes nuts.
Keeps calling him bozo, man.
Hey, keep that same energy with Nick Wright.
Yeah, I was like, you noticed that, right?
I'll call Nick a bozo. I have before, I'm guessing. Like all this, they're peers and all. I think at the core of all this is they're feeling threatened and they're jealous because C.J. Stroud is it. And they finally found something that they can criticize. This is what happens to the great quarterbacks. People hated Tom Brady, and I'm not saying he's Tom Brady, but people hated Tom Brady for no apparent reason other than he was really good and the Patriots had him. People hate Patrick Mahomes for no other reason other than he's really good and the Chiefs have him. And he's winning championships.
There's probably some other reasons.
Well, we're not going there.
Tom Brady circumventing the salary cap and things like that.
But by and large, there was a lot of jealousy. And you know what? I love that people are getting jealous of C.J. Stroud. That means he's really, really good, and they know it.
I think the other thing, too, I think people have no idea who C.J. Stroud really is, because when you seen that interaction with Caleb Williams midfield, did y'all look surprised at it? Well, no. Was this shocking?
No.
Like, this is what CJ does.
Absolutely.
Man. Like I just feel like maybe the mainstream media had no idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are starting to get a feeling for who CJ Stroud is. I know that, especially being local, we get the feeling of like, oh man, we've seen all these various videos, but not everybody is collecting all of the CJ Stroud videos necessarily.
Yeah.
And some of this has become national, but I think it's easy to forget to like what extent, and they're still figuring out or finding out just like, oh, who CJ is in a full way. Because I'm sure in the Tom Brady environment that you're talking about, right? If somebody's in Boston listening to Boston radio all the time, fairly early in that they might have gotten an impression of who Tom Brady is. We got a more of an impression over time because he was here for a while. I think we're starting to get to the place where, hey, people are starting to learn who CJ is just as a human all the way around as well, as opposed to
I don't think nobody here ever considered that he was little broing CJ
nobody
or Caleb Williams.
And then I wake up this morning and it's trending #1 in sports.
Yeah, I thought,
come on,
I'm
man.
like, Indy Kalu. I thought it was a good moment. I'm like, okay, that's a nice that's words of encouragement for a rookie.
Yeah.
I didn't look at it like he was little broing them.
No.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Fig, can you help me out with some audio here? I am going to utilize this for my confession because apparently we have the possibility of maybe, just maybe, seeing Tyreek Hill and Noah Lyles race.
Oh, yeah. We do.
Oh, the
So you think it's like Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, though, video game? You got to fight everybody to get up to the level of champ?
Hey, you can't take a shot at the title.
Okay.
But I'll let you take a shot at me.
So if he ran against somebody else and he beat him, somebody who you respect and he beat him, would that then qualify him in your mind to race you?
No, you go to the next person.
So we got a lot of levels before he gets to you.
Well, I will say we can't run the 100.
Okay. He said 50 yards.
We can do 60.
60?
We're in talks.
All right, in talks to do 60.
We're in talks.
Okay.
I can confess. I think he should make him run the 100.
Go ahead, finish.
Hey, man, is it Noah Lyles' thing that he starts a little slow at the blocks? And then also Tyreek, like the difference between track speed and NFL speed is something else, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that gets shown over time, too, like over a long spell of time, or space, rather. You'll see that maybe in that quick burst, but over that 100 meters, even though, like, that is a sprint, but compared to some of the, like, speed that the NFL players show, it's not the same. Hey, man, don't go down to 60. Make him run 100.
Yeah, look, when this first popped, Figgy remembers this, I said he's got no shot. Zero shot. I don't care how fast Tyreek is at 100 meters. He might have a shot at 40, but anything over 40, he's got no shot.
So you think at 60 is still a race that is cool?
At 60, he's going to get killed. At 60, Lyles is going to kill him. It's like, like those guys that say, "Oh, I can beat that boxer, that professional boxer." I'm not even going to say like a big star, like just any good professional boxer. They get destroyed.
Yeah.
They get destroyed. They might be a good street fighter. They get destroyed.
Yeah, I think he should do the 100 too, man. I ain't gonna lie. I think he should do the 100. Just, you're stepping in his world. That's like if Noah Lyles was sitting here saying, I can run a better route than you, then he should actually run a route.
Yeah,
they shouldn't water it down. No, run a route that I will run and try to do it better.
With that being said, I'll be there. If they go ahead and run that 60, I will be watching. And 832, don't forget Tyreek ran track too. Yeah, but I mean, it's a different level.
I'm telling you, people.
We're talking literal world class speed.
Yeah,
it gets to a
Noah
different level
Lyles
there.
trained for this moment.
These guys,
Tyreek Hill, he kind of he trained like an NFL star.
Again,
so
not to pull that card again, but like I've been on the sideline of NFL games,
and it moves quick, baby.
And I've also been.
I covered their Olympics
at 7 Olympic games.
Oh, there it was.
I covered.
It's a different kind of speed. They are Maseratis, man. They are Ferraris when they run that 100-meter dash.
Big, you good?
Oh, you got time for another one?
Yeah, go for it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
The other day, man, I think I might have embarrassed my wife.
Oh,
so I had to go to a work event with her. It was at the 713 Hall, and it was kind of like a little casual event. People mingling around. You got the name tags on and all that stuff. And we were standing by, kind of close to the bar where people stand in line. But she was chatting with her coworkers, and somebody came up to me. And I thought she said, "Hey, you look good." So I'm like, "Thank you, appreciate it." I went to shake her hand, and she kind of looked at me weird. And then her coworker was like, "Oh no, we're not in line."
Oh God!
So she asked me, "Are we in line?" I thought she said that. I thought she said, "You look good."
You're darn right I do.
Yeah. And so I went up to the ground. I'm like, "I'm so sorry. I thought you said I look good." I also said, "Thank you." My wife just put her head down.
You shouldn't even gone back to her.
Yeah, that should have just been.
No,
I thought you said I look good.
No, because I said thank you. Because clearly she asked, were we standing in line? And I said thank you.
Yeah, but I think
So I had
Lopez
to
is
clear
right.
it up.
You clearing it up. I don't know if that
Just
actually
just
made it
walk
any
away.
better.
Everybody got a good laugh out of it.
Okay.
Except for my wife.
Exactly.
She was just like,
she'll be
oh
all right.
my goodness. But
She'll
yeah,
be okay.
I think I embarrassed her a little bit.
All right, there you go. Some lunchtime confessions in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do a little buy or sell. Previously, we would call it cap or no cap, but you know what? Got a little confusing. What's not confusing is whether we buy or sell these things. We'll discuss next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
For this offense to
AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, you got John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you. Shout out to Pope Zaza saying this may be the game where the Texans offense finally clicks. I mean, if it does, that'd be awesome because quite a challenge across the board for them. With the Vikings defense, really, really interesting front seven situation and a really strong defensive secondary that all of the people that you ask locally, when you talk about DeMeco, you talk about CJ, I mean, even Caserio have given a lot of praise for that. We mentioned the idea that hadn't seen either of the running backs that have been out in practice, but both of your centers, center 1, center 2, and Juice Scruggs and Jared Patterson, we're seeing at practice today. And so that is a good thing. We'll talk more about that as we go along in this program. But right now, we have something that we're doing on Thursdays called Cap or No Cap. Got a little confusing, so we'll simplify it. Let's do a little buy or sell. Lopez, what you got for us, buy or sell?
Are you buying or are you selling? So Texans obviously beat the Bears. There was a lot of viral videos of DJ Moore, their receiver, showing a lot of frustration. There was one where people were trying to read his lips and told the backup quarterback, "We need you, bro," or "I need you, bro," or something like that. Yeah, I'm sure y'all saw these. So he explained it, I believe, day before yesterday. He said he was not frustrated with Caleb Williams. He was just frustrated. Buy or sell?
Ooh. I hadn't seen this quote. I'll say buy. Because, I don't know if that was specific to Caleb Williams himself or the situation that Caleb Williams was then put in. Because if we were going to talk about it, we were mentioning the idea of in the course of the conversation, right, that happened after. Caleb Williams himself, did he have a terrible game or was it just an awful blocking game and all those things and the circumstances that put him in that place? I imagine DJ Moore is on the next rung of that as he then doesn't get the service from the football as he would typically get if the quarterback was playing better.
What do you think, Figgy?
I'm going to buy this. I'm buying this. I think he been there for like 2 years, I want to say, because he came over with the Bryce Young trade. I just think he's frustrated with the team, with the offense. I'm not sure what that offensive coordinator is like. I don't know if it's good.
Or Shane Waldron's an interesting one coming from Seattle because he went over, and I'm trying to remember which one of those Seattle Seahawks players was like, good luck. Like they did not seem to be excited for the idea.
Brace yourself.
Yeah, right. That was the energy that I got.
I don't think he's frustrated with Caleb. I think he's just frustrated in general because a lot of people had them high on their list as a team, and they're 0-2 right now. And the offense haven't scored a touchdown.
Oh, he hadn't thrown a pass.
Touchdown pass.
Yeah.
So I think he's just frustrated overall.
I'm with you guys. I'm going to buy this one as well. I think I think they know what he might be. So the frustration is not with Caleb Williams. All right. So since this is such a big story around the country and it's in our backyard, let's buy or sell. C.J. Stroud said he was not trying to little bro Caleb Williams. Buying a story or selling?
Buy. Intent. If we're talking about intent, oh man, like I don't see any reason why C.J. Stroud would have been up there trying to little bro him, right? Like that just seems to be a positive, encouraging guy when it comes to the C.J. and that seems like to be exactly the same thing that was happening there. The only place that I think you can maybe say he would have tried or maybe did little bro him is like pulling him back to the spot. Like, hey, no, I'm not done talking to you. Come here, right? Like,
come here.
And even then, I know that the intent wasn't there in that way.
Yeah.
That's maybe how it came across. No,
he had something to say.
I don't think at all that he was trying to.
Yeah, he had something to say, and he was trying to help. I'm with you, and you buy as well, right?
Yeah, I buy. Yeah, he's not. For right now, he haven't came across as that person.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I'm big bro. I'm trying to, I'm better than you type thing.
Yeah.
Like, it seemed like he was genuinely trying to encourage him.
All right, buying or selling this, and this one has been on my dock since Saturday night. I was just scrolling on Twitter like we all do on Saturday night, and I saw this quote from Mark Davis, Raiders owner Mark Davis, who is 69 years old.
Nice.
All right, he said his 26-year-old girlfriend did not know he was a billionaire, that she was just attracted to his smile.
Sell. Like, I'm not even thinking about this. Just like, with that haircut, nah, dog.
That's what I was thinking.
Nah,
I'm glad she didn't get to the hair. She stopped at the smile, I guess.
Although I guess the tough thing about it is that, hey, man, there are women who like anything, right? Just maybe that is her type.
Yeah.
But I feel like within that type was probably a recognition that there's definitely some money in there.
Man, she's 26.
Yeah.
He's 69. And
Nice.
she didn't know that he was a billionaire. She just liked his smile?
Yeah, nah, I'm not buying this at all.
And I might be a hater, bro. It might just be that.
No, you're not a hater. I don't think anybody.
I might be.
Like, you're familiar. Like, 26-year-old gets hit on by a 69-year-old dude. What's the first thing she's going to do? Either say no or go to his Facebook page or social media somewhere and say, oh, he's a billionaire? You know, I kind of like his smile. I kind of like his smile.
See, my thing is, too, if a 26-year-old is interested in anybody that at that age, they got to look like Denzel Washington or something like that, man. They can't look like, I almost called him Al Davis. They can't look like Mark Davis.
No, hell. Mark Davis makes Al Davis look like Denzel.
Hey, yo. Oh, my goodness.
All right, so y'all saw the Drake London celebration?
Yes.
They kind of made the rounds.
Yeah, where
sort of like
he got the flag looking like he was trying to be Tony Montana out there.
And I think he got a fine, too. I'm not sure, but I think he got a fine. So Falcons coach Raheem Morris tried to come to his defense and said, hey, for all I know is a water cannon celebration. That's the kind of guy he is.
Did he say water cannon? I heard
water gun
I heard
or whatever.
T-shirt gun, which was
that's
hilarious.
what it was. It wasn't water cannon.
Even
It was
more
T-shirt
hilarious.
gun.
He was just trying to send proverbial T-shirts.
Yeah,
up
I
to
don't
the
know.
fans.
Yeah, you're right. It was T-shirt gun.
Yeah, no, that's the big sell. What are we doing? Like, I get it. You trying to defend your guy.
Yeah,
you know damn well that wasn't no T-shirt gun.
Yeah, he's trying to cover up.
Yeah.
That's all. He's trying to look out for his guy so it don't be worse than what it is.
I give him an A+ for creativity. That's for damn sure. T-shirt guy. He's just that kind of guy.
But
I would do the same thing, to be honest.
That does make me wonder, like, if you were trying to pantomime T-shirt gun, how would you get that done and not end up with the
exactly, it's the same thing.
Not end up with the flag, right? Is that something that you could sell if you tried hard enough so that the officials did not throw that flag?
Yeah, exactly. All right, a couple more for you guys here. Dave Canales, Panthers head coach, said they are not considering trading Bryce Young.
I want to buy it. I really do. But especially in the ways that decision feels like it can't have come from Dave Canales. While I might imagine that the coaching staff is like, nah, there's still something that we can get out of them. Maybe the general manager is in that place. If that came from the owner, particularly, which there's a possibility that it did with the kind of I don't know, the ways that Dave Tepper can be a little impatient.
Yeah.
I do wonder if that's just like he's done, and then that means that you probably would have to consider the possibility of trading him. So I think that I would sell that from like an organizational standpoint.
I kind of want to buy this.
Oh, you too.
Just for the simple fact, like, how crazy would it be to move on from a number 1 overall pick after just a season and two games?
Yeah.
It just seemed kind of nuts to me, but I feel like if they are the worst team in the league, I could see them possibly looking to draft another quarterback, man.
I am selling. There's no way that they can't consider trading him.
This year or next?
Well, he just said I don't know. Did he put a timeline on? I don't think so.
I can see them.
I don't see a specific
timeline
on it.
If they end up with the number 1 overall pick and it's a good quarterback that's right there, I can see them trading him.
But the tough part about it is this draft class, when it comes to quarterbacks, is not one that is seen to or that is believed to be really good.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have been leaning towards the idea of like Shedeur Sanders being one of the best, if not the best quarterback. Quinn Ewers is one of those guys, but none of those guys strike me as incredible elite NFL prospects here.
But see, with the Panthers owner, I could see him being fooled by something like that. And say,
for sure.
Hey,
that owner more than
Shedeur.
anyone.
Yeah, let's get it going. I know football. Let's draft him number 1 overall. So I could totally see that.
All right, this is a serious one now. This is a big piece of news if he's telling the truth. Dana Brown said the Astros definitely will engage in contract talks with Alex Bregman.
Ooh. I buy it.
Yeah,
I think also
it's an interesting one.
It is interesting. That allows you to keep trying to pry open that window that you have, and we talked about this when it happened. I think that the elbow injury maybe opens up the possibility for that to be a little bit more feasible, especially understanding that maybe the market isn't going to be as high outside because of the injury aspect of it.
I'm buying this too. I think now if you ask me what type of talks it would be, I have no idea, but I think they definitely going to try to talk to him about a contract extension. When you said, it's funny, when you first said this question, I thought you was going to say Kikuchi.
Oh,
I did as well. I thought you were going to that place.
They definitely should talk to him about a contract extension.
But I'm right there with you on this. I think they absolutely 100% are going to engage in contract talks with Alex Bregman. I think so. I'm buying it. But I think the problem is they've lowballed him, and he's ready to move on and get one more big check. So they will engage.
Yeah.
I just think it's going to be the sides are going to be so far apart.
I wonder if it's just going to be a little, here go our last effort.
Right.
Here go a little something right here if you want to take it or not.
Yeah. One more. And I like this one. It just made me think a little bit. Deebo Samuel said that it is now or never for the 49ers to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's buy. And I know that it seems nonsensical because it's like, hey, man, you have a lot of your talent that you're just getting signed on deals, right? You even begrudgingly, you got them signed. But it is now or never. You're still working on the crazy good quarterback deal that you have with Brock Purdy. And, I mean, you're starting to see some of the age show up in some of the players. Like, hell, a lot of this offense is predicated on Christian McCaffrey, who last year was the first time that it felt like he had a fully healthy season in forever, and you're already seeing those injuries pop up for him. Him going on the IR and everything. So, yeah, it's going to take you need to go ahead and strike while the iron's hot. I don't think you can pry open a Super Bowl window forever in the ways that they seemingly are trying to.
Yeah, I'm going to buy this too, and they're going to have those conversations about quarterback extension now. So I think once that happens, it's going to be extremely difficult to get back to the Super Bowl how they've been getting back.
I'm buying too. They're going to be in cap hell. They've given out big basically what Reggie said. What Reggie said is why I'm buying it.
Yeah, I took up all the answers, didn't I?
You had all the good points.
I took them all before you could even get to them.
Yeah.
It's a little buy or sell here on a Thursday in the Loop. Sports Radio 610. Hope you're having a great one thus far. Coming up next, we got a little bit of an update from practice that the centers are indeed practicing. How important is this week going to be for them? Plus, some more fun audio from your Texans. We'll talk about that next.
Tom Ball, we're coming to you. Join the drive with The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, you're in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Lopez, Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula.
I thought you were going to go.
I know.
I thought you were going to go law firm.
I bailed out. I got afraid. I was out there on the edge, and I was like, should I jump? And then I stepped back. But we appreciate you hanging out with us on a Thirsty Thursday, an hour until we hand it off to the drive, where they are going to be out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball. So make sure that you go out and hang out with those fine fellas, get you something to sip on, and enjoy some wings. Again, Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball with Clint and Ron of the drive on a Sports Radio 610 Thirsty Thursday. But we got some interesting news and some important news, good news, mind you, when it comes to your Texans and the center position, where this was looking like it was going to be a real problem. And I guess you're not entirely out of the woods necessarily, even though we got this news. That news being that your guys, Juice Scruggs, Jarrett Patterson, both your starting and backup centers on the depth chart after not practicing on Wednesday, which was yesterday, both of them practicing today, which is good. It's because I think the alternative was going to be you would have to run Kendrick Green out there at center, which with all due respect to Kendrick Green, that's a tough proposition to then again have another reshuffling of your offensive line in a situation like was being posed against the Texans in Week 3.
No, Kendrick has played. Kendrick has played inside. He's started some games here, but he's not Juice. I actually, and again, this is all due respect to Jarrett Patterson, but we know what they look like when Juice Scruggs was the center.
Yeah.
I know what I saw during training camp in the preseason from Juice Scruggs. I've said it probably too many times. I think he's really, really good, and he's going to be even better. So what I'm excited about is Juice. If Juice can get on the field, and I almost said Juice is loose, but if Juice can get on the field and perform, I mean, how big is that? I mean, with Cam Akers, presumably, because that's the other part of this that's so important. Yesterday, the two running backs, Dameon Pierce and Joe Mixon, didn't practice. They didn't practice today either.
Yeah, and
so
I think
that's big.
That's one of the things that's going to be huge is we can talk about the pass protection, and we will, because that's going to be a huge thing. But the ability to go and run block and get to the second level is going to be really important because with no shade to Jarrett Patterson, he had some instances where getting up to the next level of blocking did not look as good as you would want it to be in Week 2. Juice Scruggs did a solid job of that in Week 1 with, again, the caveat and the understanding that they have allowed a lot of rush yards, and maybe that was a little bit, at least in part, about the Colts defense not being as strong against the run as we had previously expected.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I'd much rather have Juice Scruggs out there with the ability to maybe run block a little bit if you are going to have other running backs besides Joe Mixon. And even if you did have Joe Mixon, you want the best opportunity of run blocking. But having that optimal offensive line to try and create some spaces would be huge. But, I mean, the number one thing that's going to be necessary, run game is nice, but it feels like this is going to be a lean on the pass a little bit more situation. And so DeMeco Ryans, and this is cut 10 here, Fig, was asked about what the coaching points were for pass protection against this Minnesota defense with all the pressure that they bring.
For sure, our key to success this week will be our protection. We understand the problems that they present, many different looks. You just have to trust your rules. Everybody has to communicate well up front and be on it. Make sure we have a hat on a hat. But our success hinges on the protection this week.
Communication, that falls on Juice too. He being C.J. Stroud is much more familiar with him. At the center position and in the pass protection. I mean, look, I don't mean to be sounding like I'm dumping on Jarrett Patterson. I'm not. I just think Juice can be that big of a factor.
Yeah.
And
again, like with the starter, they're going to have more of those opportunities in that place. And one of the things that I was talking about with you earlier in the week is just the idea that, hey man, some of the miscues that you've seen offensive line wise feel like they're communications ones and like setting the protection and those types of things. And I do wonder how much of that is like what responsibility between the center and the quarterback in setting those things. And in order to make sure that all those things are together, I'd much rather have, CJ and Juice there, getting more, I guess, experience together in that regard and more more of your first line of defense on making sure that everything is proper there, and so that giving yourself the best chance to succeed.
And they're used to it together. The whole story going into this season is, man, we're finally going to see the entire offensive line, working together. Now I know Laramie Tunsil took a lot of days off during training camp, but he's Laramie Tunsil, and with this group, they've done it a lot now. Playing together, and I'm talking about the zone blocking scheme as much as anything. Like they know how to, the whole 5 fingers in a glove thing. I mean, they know how to do it. The other thing is, I don't think people fully understand or appreciate how few reps a backup center or a third team center gets with the first team.
Yeah.
Like because of NFLPA rules and limits on practice and all that stuff, they might get I wouldn't be surprised if during training camp, once they had the first team all out there and they were in pads and everything, like Patterson didn't get more than 5 snaps with the first team offensive line. And so that's as much as anything.
Yeah, and with that being the case, DeMeco was asked yesterday before we got a little bit more clarity on will they, won't they on the practicing for Juice and Jarrett. He was asked how important practice time is for Juice Scruggs before the game on Sunday.
Yeah, we would love to get Juice out there and get some time, with all these different looks that they're presenting. So, and for me, right, you have to practice well to play well in the game. So it's very important to try to get out and practice.
I mean, simply put, but it's an important message, and it's a reminder that, hey, man, when it comes to Sunday, sometimes we think it's just like the ability that these guys have, get that preparation time ahead of in that week matters a good amount. It's one of the reasons why you get so mad if a team comes out and kind of gets shellacked, is like they were not properly prepared. This is a defense you got to prepare for. There's a lot of things that they're throwing at you. So having a level of I've seen this before, right? Having some familiarity that you can build during the course of the week in actual tangible reps, as opposed to like mental reps sitting on the sideline or whatever.
Yeah.
You imagine is going to be super helpful. And I mean, if you did not just imagine that, I imagine hearing the head coach tell you that also further, solidifies that perspective.
Well, especially against Brian Flores, because he is somewhat unique in some of the crazy stuff. They all disguise. They all try to make looks, different on different quarterbacks. But he is, acknowledged as one of these guys that can really change things up. And if all 5 offensive linemen aren't out there seeing the scout team, emulating those looks or imitating those looks, it matters. It matters, and this is not a little thing. You think, oh wait, man, what are you talking about centers for? Because it is that important.
Yeah.
For this offense in this game.
Yeah. So super excited to see that both Scruggs and Patterson practicing today. I imagine that would lead into them practicing again tomorrow, and hopefully both of them set to go for Sunday. But most importantly, is having Juice Scruggs there and having your full complement of offensive line. If for no other reason, also, I would like to get another data point on what this offensive line looks like, especially run blocking.
And the run game.
Right, and the run game also, right? Because I think that's been a very quick pendulum shift, right? From week 1 where we're like, ooh, is this a possibility?
Man, they're awesome.
Right?
The Colts stink.
Right. And so where in between those two perspectives does this offensive line
does change that fast.
Yeah. Where do they actually fall? What running-wise can you expect going forward? I'd like to get a little bit more insight into that this week against the Vikings.
I mean, when we came in on Monday after the Colts game, I was just like giddy. Like, man, if they run like this, holy moly.
Yeah. And then the freaking Green Bay Packers ran twice as much in the first half.
Yeah.
They had over 200 yards rushing in the first half.
Josh Jacobs looked like a menace, right? Yeah.
I'm like, maybe we were a little quick on the trigger there.
And I thought I was trying to keep it a little bit within the realm of reasonability, right?
I wasn't.
I was like, all right, but if it keeps looking like this is a high watermark in some ways. But if it keeps looking like that, and
Saquon who?
Yeah, very quickly it was like that if is not a reasonable way to think about this. But yeah, obviously centers back in practice going to be huge to see what they're able to bring back to pass protection and really the run game going forward. If you'll allow me to go backwards a little bit to Sunday, I found this piece of audio to be very interesting. Cole Kmet, who is the tight end for the Chicago Bears. If you remember, there was a play where he got jacked up by Jalen Petrie, and the flag came out. And I remember were you still in the box at that point? I think you in the press box. All of us were looking at each other like, ain't no way.
Yeah.
Ain't no way. No way that should that be a penalty. And ultimately, the flag was picked up and waved off. Cole Kmet was talking about that hit that Jalen Petrie laid on him.
I did try to sell it for a little bit because it wasn't like a head-to-head thing, but, I mean, he got me clean. That was a clean hit. Yeah. And then got to the ground, and I did have to take a second because I was like, whew, man, that was quite the hit there. And they did throw the flag initially, then they ended up picking it back up. But
to answer your question, somebody would have had to probably carry me to the plane to get home. That was a good hit.
It was a good hit. It was a clean hit. It was a clean hit.
Cole, where does that rank as far as hardest hits you've taken in your career?
That's probably the hardest. Now, that being said, I was like fully relaxed. Not that I wasn't expecting it, but I was more focused on catching the football. So like you're not like tensing your body up.
It wouldn't have mattered.
That was courtesy of CHGO, the Chicago Bears podcast that they have there. Hey, man, you don't have to try and, qualify it on the back end. It could just be the hardest hit that you've gotten, Cole Kmet. But I wasn't ready for it. I wasn't looking, though. Like, if it was a fair one, you know what I mean, it wouldn't have been that hard.
They're always ready, too.
Yeah, come on, dude.
They know what's happening when they're in that part of the field. He was running from the middle of the field to the sideline.
You know
what's coming.
Well, John, you got to remember, it's a different league. You're thinking back to when going over the middle meant something. Right, going over the middle was a death wish in
Jack
some ways.
Ham, Daryl LaMonica, even though I know he was a quarterback. I'm just saying.
All right, Mel Kiper.
A lot today.
All right, go ahead. We want to name any other?
Yeah, all those guys.
All right. But yeah, I found that to be interesting. Shout out to Jalen Petrie, right? Like that physicality. Obviously, we talked about that particular moment and other moments. It is fun to know that, like, not just that, like a dude who is really a secondary player for a tight end was like, hardest hit that I've gotten, right?
And Kmet is not a small person.
No, he is not.
Yeah.
So I thought that was cool to see that. Another validation of the physicality and swarm nature.
And credit to him.
Yeah.
Kmet for saying, that was it. I got decleated.
Yeah,
I got smoked.
It does feel like dudes.
They try to act all macho or whatever.
There's a couple of classes of guys that are like.
That was a good hit.
Some guys that are just like, no matter what, I don't necessarily want to give my opponent any respect.
Exactly.
And then I personally enjoy the dudes that are just letting it fly. And I think this falls back to Fig when we were talking about in the mixtape, like the podcast, the player podcast, like Jeff Teague, who just get out here. He does not feel like the need to make himself look good. He'll talk about all the times that he got dropped or what have you, and it's just more fun this way.
Who was that said, I'm not going to lie, I got cooked?
Oh, that was
Adrian Broner.
Yeah.
That's basically what Kmet.
I ain't gonna lie.
I'm getting cooked.
I'm getting cooked.
Speaking of podcast stuff, this audio, and I know that Payne and Pendergast played it earlier today as well, right? This was some audio from CJ being mic'd up that wasn't about Caleb Williams, as that has been what's gotten a lot. It was with the defensive back.
Johnson?
Jaylen Johnson, who is, a Pro Bowler, All-Pro, in fact, if I remember correctly. Very good cornerback. He had been on the Richard Sherman podcast and talked about some of the ways that he played various things, right, when it came to a play. I'm not Seth Payne. I'm not going to break it down in that way. However, apparently CJ had watched that podcast as well, had something to say to him about it.
Stop telling your secrets on Richard Sherman podcast, dude. What you mean? The palms look. You ain't slick, brother. You ain't getting me. You ain't getting me.
I love that.
I love that he was just like having a conversation casually in the between plays.
I feel like that happens more than we probably give it credit for. Because
but it sounded like a podcast.
Yeah.
Stop telling your secrets on Richard Sherman podcast, dude. What you mean? The palms look. You ain't slick, brother. You ain't getting me. You ain't getting me.
But I feel like we see a little bit of this in like baseball in some ways when between pitches you just have a guy on first base right next to or a second or whatever,
and they're chatting it up.
And they're just chatting it up. I feel like this probably happens more than we give it credit for, huh?
It was weird. So. It was, to me, it sounded like they were on a podcast in the middle of a game. Anyway, but it also kind of spoke to, and maybe I'm reading too much, C.J. Stroud's cool.
CJ's preparedness.
He's cool. He's had preparedness, but really he was just like, man, I saw the podcast.
You got to hear these WNBA players mic'd up.
Buddy.
They be wilding.
Talking crazy.
Oh, my God. You can't even, honestly, we couldn't even play it over the air. How wild they be talking.
You want a hot take? A hot WNBA take?
Oh, boy. This could go
like smoking,
places.
piping, burn, scald you, hot take?
I want to go ahead and put out a disclaimer that John Lopez and the opinions of John Lopez don't speak for everyone in the loop.
I don't know if y'all are going to agree or not. The WNBA is more physical than the NBA.
He's on fire!
As of now, probably.
Right?
I always
they
thought
get
that,
after
though.
it, man.
No, I always thought that. That's why I had an issue with people complaining about Caitlin Clark getting,
they get after it, dude.
I'm just like, man, all of them be scrappy.
Yeah, I think it's that with the Caitlin Clark thing, it's like it's a juxtaposition thing where it's a pretty physical league, and she is not a physical player, and that's not to say like knock her down at all. She's an incredible ball handler, passer, scorer, all those things, right? Very, very good player, but she's not a physical player,
right?
And so when that physicality got matched, and look, there was people that was gunning for it, right? Like that's kind of what happens when you're a player of a certain caliber, I imagine. But yeah. So you had all that. Plus, she had a little bit of a flopper. She's selling, right? Which is cool. I understand. That's the game.
All I'm saying is that
it's physical.
A lot of eyes.
Brittany Griner post up,
dude. A lot of eyes.
It's not Brittany Griner. Alyssa Thomas is the one. She be out here throwing ladies on that.
Yeah,
that's right.
No, I think recently it was Brittany Griner, and I think it was Ricky.
Oh, Rickea Jackson.
Yeah,
man, they was sitting there about to post up.
Yeah.
Like they put up their dukes. I'm like,
wow.
hey.
I think that honestly, at most levels, if you go like age appropriate, like especially like girls basketball compared to boys basketball in like schools, it always feels like it's just a
they
little
get
bit more
after
physical,
it.
man.
And the thing is, not to bring this whole thing up, but it's because of Caitlin Clark that more eyes are recognizing this.
Yeah.
Like I didn't watch. Come on, how much WNBA did I watch? Pretty much zero. But now I'm like, well, look at this. Look at this.
They scrappy, man.
They are
very scrappy. Very scrappy. All right. It's In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next in about this time to get a little bit of the Figgies mixtape. Fig, what we got?
Man, so I got to talk to you guys about common inconveniences that should have been solved by now in 2024. And some reboots from TV shows, movies. And I want to know, do we need it or keep it?
Okay. All that sounds great, and we'll discuss it further next.
is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and the Drive on a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610. It's Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Before we get to some need it or keep it moments with the reboots coming up, I gotta say, man, I feel so bad for Bryce Young, man. This is.
Oh, was it real? I thought it might have been fake.
I think it's legit. I think so.
Wait, what are we talking about being real or fake here?
Him. So Dave Canales,
yes,
spoke to the media, and apparently Bryce Young was running scout team and said he had a terrific practice running scout team.
Yeah, he's running the scout team for the defense. He had a fantastic day just playing quarterback there, driving the guys and making sure that we're attacking the defense and forcing them to be true on their principles.
What are we doing?
I mean, answering the question. Nah, see, you doing that thing, right? I think sometimes.
What was the question?
We as the media are unfair, right? Because we pretend like he just came out of nowhere and was like, I just want y'all to know.
No,
Bryce is doing a great job.
Okay, hold on.
He was asked specifically about Bryce. He's like, yeah, he did a great job today.
I think the question was something along the lines of, what did you see out of Bryce today? How did he handle not taking first team reps? And he goes to scout team. He was terrific. That's the problem I have.
What was he doing today?
He was running scout team.
He was running the scout, so he looked terrific doing scout team. Like, I don't think, I'm not gonna make.
Should we feel good about this?
That's what I'm saying.
Like, if you
he's an all-pro scout teamer.
If you're a Carolina Panthers fan, are you sitting there like, woof?
Well,
I feel relieved.
But with that question, was there anything that he was going to say that was going to make people feel relieved?
I don't know if there was.
Yeah, I'm saying,
but I just like Dave Canales going, he had a terrific day on scout team.
That's where he was.
Cool.
He's the backup quarterback. What's the backup quarterback going to do? Run the scout team.
Oh, God.
I just feel so bad for Bryce Young
too.
at this point, man. Because I don't think it's anything he can do. I think the best thing for him to do is probably try to get out of there.
Well, speaking of anything he can do, I do feel bad for the folks that are like constantly doing the, hey, man, he looks small. He can't do nothing about that.
No, ain't nothing.
He can't do nothing about that. That is what he is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he can still ball. I don't think he's bad because he's short.
Mm-hmm.
But
there's some of these things, because look, we know what football is for quarterbacks at this level. There are some things that the height definitely is an impediment for. So like some of that absolutely is hurting him, but I don't think that's the full.
That's not it.
Yeah, I don't think that. Yeah, is he getting his passes batted down constantly? I think he's just in a bad situation. If anything, he's a bad quarterback.
Well, he can run that scout team, boy.
Terrific.
Right. You being a jerk now.
No, all he had to do was say he's handled it like a professional, something like that. The question was about how is he handling it, I'm sure. I didn't hear it. But it wasn't like, hey, how did he look on the scout team?
That's where he was.
All right, needed to keep it. So I seen that they're doing a part 2 to remember this movie, The Passion of Christ?
That's right.
Didn't see it, but yes.
So they
really?
I never got around to it.
They doing a part 2 to it. So I guess we need the part 2 so we can see.
I was
how
about to say something, but I feel like that would be considered sacrilege.
I think I'm thinking the same thing.
So I'm gonna make sure to not.
I kind of want to find out what happened in part 2.
Yeah, me too. Because it's not in the Bible.
What do you mean?
I mean, like the Passion of the Christ. I didn't see it, but I'm guessing it's the story of the Easter and all that stuff. And the Easter.
I love this. Keep going.
I can't believe what happened after that. Like, I thought they covered everything. Did they not do
I thought they covered everything. I seen honestly,
I'm enjoying this so much. I just want to let you cook at this point.
I seen bits and pieces of this.
Like, did they leave a cliffhanger? Like, they left him on the cross? I mean, who was?
They leave a cliffhanger is crazy.
How do you have that's a serious question. How do you have a Passion of the Christ 2?
Yeah, I didn't even think this was a possibility, man.
Like, did you see it?
Yes.
Did they leave him on the cross? Said, "Hey, man, we're going to do another movie."
I actually don't remember exactly where they ended, but no, that was not. They didn't leave Jesus on a to be continued. No, that was not what happened.
Yeah, they did show the part where he was carrying the cross, though. Like they showed
absolutely. No, he was crucified in the course of that.
Do we need to see a part 2 to this?
Aren't we living part 2?
I don't know, maybe.
Dude, I just went deep on y'all. I just went deep on y'all.
Open your third eye, kid.
Yeah.
But some more things that are being rebooted. This one I did not ask for, man. Matlock.
Oh, the TV show. Yeah, they do have a
show,
new Matlock.
Yeah, so
who is? Oh,
Kathy
man.
Bates.
There we go. That's right, Kathy Bates.
Yeah.
I just don't trust. Like, I don't really trust very much broadcast television right now, anyways. Especially, I believe that's a CBS show, and I'm like, hey, man, it's
my thing
it's
is
not the same.
My thing is
it don't hit the same, not nearly.
Who was asking for that?
Oh man,
Who was
CBS,
like, man,
CBS loves trying to bring us the same vibes. I mean, and just broadcast in general. Like we are in the era of redoing things and utilizing IP all over.
We're out of
again.
ideas, is what you're saying.
And so, I think there's ideas out there. Are we willing to take take the leap in order to try out new ideas and see what works, or just go to something that we know has worked in the past that we'll get people in on just off of the curiosity of it. But I mean, they remade what was it? Was it Miami Vice or what? No, Hawaii Five-0. Like they remade all sorts of things. So yeah, I expect nothing less.
I don't need Matlock.
Yeah,
Matlock is great though.
It was great, but I don't need it.
I think honestly, you could watch the old Matlock and be fine. I think that's
wasn't there a reboot of MacGyver that was good? I didn't see it, but like MacGyver, I'm here for. I thought that was
they
kind of
reboot. They rebooting everything, to be honest. And I got some more stuff. They go apparently.
Now I'm wondering if Matlock holds up.
Yeah.
Am I going to go home and watch Matlock on a Thursday in the year of our Lord 2024?
I wasn't even watching it then, man. That was definitely.
It was all right. It was good.
Man, that was video NyQuil, man, for me.
See, some of y'all on the text line right now getting off your Passion of the Christ 2 jokes. I just want you to know, I'm not reading them on air to protect you, but I am noticing and I am appreciating. Just wanted to say that.
A couple more reboots that are in the talks, or I guess having that conversation. Frasier.
Oh,
you down for a Frasier reboot?
It's been rebooted, and I've watched it.
Is it good?
Excellent.
Is it good?
Yes.
Okay.
I highly recommend.
All right.
Yeah.
What about a reboot? Now, they did this before, but a reboot of the X-Files.
I thought they do that.
They did it a couple years ago, but it only lasts like 2 years. But I think they're trying to do it again.
Yeah.
I'm cool.
I'm good on X-Files. Yeah, I'm good on X-Files.
What about this one?
X-Files feels like one that you should just go run back the first one.
Yes,
I think so. Yeah, it looked a little cheesy, but I think you could. I think it's still fine. What about King of the Hill?
Yeah, they talked about that
for sure.
I would love to see,
because no one's going to age.
Yeah,
no one's gonna.
Now one person,
100%.
Now one person did. That was one of the voices. I can't remember which one, but one of them passed away.
But they've done that with The Simpsons. They've got new voices on.
I don't think
half
that's
the
going
character.
I don't think that's going to make.
No, I'm in on that. Yeah, I'm in on that.
What about
what's her name? I'm trying to remember.
I forgot.
It's Brittany Murphy. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. One of the this one I'm not really a fan of rebooting. Although I would like to see a reunion for this one. But Married with Children.
That'd be a good reunion show. I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right.
I'm wondering what the new take on that would be.
Because it has to be them. You can only associate Married with Children with
I
them.
feel like the only thing they could do, to be honest, since everybody is older, is try to bring everybody. Kind of how they did with Fuller House, where they just kind of bring the original cast in and they spin it off to the kids that we have no idea who they are and don't really care about them.
No, I think you're right on that 100%. Man, these Passion of the Christ 2 lines are hilarious.
There are definitely some in there. That's
all right, some daily inconveniences that you still can't believe haven't been solved. I got a couple of them. I want you to be thinking of some. 713-572-4610. I ran across this one. I really don't use my wife do all the cooking, so this don't really bother me, but somebody said it has to be a better way to package flour.
Oh, because it gets everywhere. It gets everywhere.
And then once you open it, there's not really a great way to.
Like, and it's always on the outside of the bag.
And why do they put flour in that? Like, you can't put it in a Ziploc bag.
I never thought of that. There has to be.
It's been years.
Can't you put it in like a canister or something? Like they do oatmeal or like something like that. I don't know.
That's interesting. Yeah. I guess I had not thought about that, but I definitely got a bag of flour right now in a larger bag of resealable bag.
You got to wipe your hands on your pants
every
after
time
you put it down.
Every time. That's what I got the kitchen towels for. You just do a little bit of that. Oh yeah, that is true. Christina Applegate is going through a little bit of a tough time. That might be tough for the married with children.
Yeah. All right. What about this one? Being able to successfully clean the inside of a windshield.
Without pulling a muscle or dislocating your shoulder?
Yeah, or just looking awkward, man.
You get the little splotches that where you missed?
Yeah.
That's a good one too.
I feel like the answer for that is like have the ability to pay someone to do it. Just like, hey, detail the whole thing, get all that. Because if you bend over backwards just trying to get in.
But a lot of times you just at the car wash, like, you know what, I'm going to put some, window cleaner on, and there's always like a couple
it really is
spots
impossible.
Yeah. It's very impossible.
Yes.
What about this? This one touched my soul right here. The poor audio quality at fast food speakers.
Yeah, man. Why?
Why we still got that? Why you still got that speaker from 1962?
Everyone does it. Everyone has bad speakers. I'm like, what? Like, sorry, pardon? Excuse me?
And the worst part is you feel bad asking a few times. After a couple times, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. You feel bad making them repeat themselves, but you can't. I can't.
No, you can't hear them.
I think that the one place that do have the best quality when it comes to like the drive-through speaker is Starbucks. They got great quality. They actually have a full-blown screen where in the inside, a lot of people don't know this, but you're supposed to have the screen on where you can see the cashier.
Okay.
They can see you. I'm saying
that
we
sounds like too much.
I'm saying we because I used to work there. And we can see y'all ordering whatever coffee and giving us attitudes and all that stuff. Like we can actually
rolling
see
your eyes.
Yeah,
it's
I always assume that when I pull up that they got some level of spy equipment happening.
Yeah. So I think technically they supposed to have the camera on, but don't nobody cut the camera on.
Yeah.
But, shout out to the 281. Why doesn't HEB have any tap to pay type options with like Apple Pay or something like that? Like why is that?
I didn't know they didn't. I hadn't noticed.
They don't. Yeah. And it's mildly annoying. Not actually annoying, but just enough to be like,
it's really annoying.
You gonna really make me take my card out right now?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about this one? Elevators need an option to press the a floor button the second time to cancel.
Yes, which apparently they do in Korea. Like apparently Koreans have that stock and standard, but in the U.S. we're just like, well, you're going to that floor then. Like, but I want to go to another one.
That's
Sorry,
frustrating.
you're going to all these ones.
You like, damn, I hit the wrong one.
Yeah.
And now you looking like a fool.
And then somebody else gets on.
You're just standing there.
Yeah, somebody else gets on and they think you're the a-hole.
All right, a couple more real quick. The hard shell taco packaging.
Yeah, instead of getting the crumbs. Now, they have done those flat bottom ones. Have you seen those?
Yeah.
Those are better. I don't know if it's,
What about the packaging, though? Like the way they package it?
I have no idea how hard shell tacos are packaged because I do not.
They all
partake
come in like
things.
a stack.
Oh, I buy them all the time. That's a great little midweek meal. Make some taco meat.
Is that a thing for people in the community judging the hard shell taco?
Judging it?
Yeah.
Like,
because it's not the soft shell.
Oh, maybe,
taco.
but you go into it with an open mind. This is going to be an HEB or whatever taco. It's not going to be something that's going to be knocking your socks off, homemade or whatever. But yeah, no, it's good.
Okay.
What about the way they package cereal? Because I think the cereal bag should have a zipper too.
And you got to put I put a clip on mine because I eat cereal just about every day, and it is very, very frustrating.
There it is. All right. I was asking if there was judgment. There comes a text that says, as a brown person, Lopez shaking my head.
Uh-oh.
I guess eating the hard shell tacos.
Get over yourself.
Lopez is whitified.
Get over yourself. like I guarantee you, hand to God, I guarantee you that person has bought hundreds of taco shells and made
you gotta make your own
crispy taco. Yeah, if you're not,
you gotta make your own.
You're not grinding the corn on a Wednesday night because you feel like tacos. You're not you lose.
You're not a real Hispanic. You ain't making your own.
You lose your Hispanic card.
Gotta make it from scratch.
Get the hell out of here. I got one.
Okay.
I got one that you were talking about. What daily inconvenience that you still cannot believe has not been solved, Figgy? plastic wrap, like, saran wrap or whatever, I've said this in the past, we can put a person on the moon, literally, but we can't make a saran wrap, plastic wrap, paper cutter or whatever that doesn't make it all awkward. It always rolls up.
Yeah.
Put your arm down.
You got to hold it. I have two people here. Hold it right there while I cut it. And even those things with the little slider cutter, they get all scrunched up on one side. I just want a piece of plastic wrap that'll cover, my plate when I want it covered and will stick.
I mean, that's fair.
Is that asking too much?
It is mildly inconvenient.
It is more than mildly inconvenient.
You've nailed the assignment here.
My last one is the way they package bacon. Once you open it, it's a wrap.
Yeah, you got to cook it all.
Yep.
Yeah.
You can't.
Yes, I'm eating 12 slices of bacon tonight, right?
Yep.
Like that's in this scenario I just set up. I'm eating breakfast for dinner. By the way,
it's a wrap, but it's not plastic wrap.
I see what you did there. Yeah, that's all I got, fellas. Figgy's mixtape.
I'm so mad at them for not making bacon easier. It's really not that hard. Why are we doing this?
You would think.
No, it's big bacon. They want you to buy more bacon is what's happening. They know what time it is.
Or how about the hot dog buns? They sell less of the hot dog buns than the actual hot dog.
Yeah, why are these not in the same quantity?
So you always had 2 hot dogs left.
Oh, that's a strategy there.
That is.
Yeah.
I guess someone's just going to cut those things up and put them in some mac and cheese. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm,
You feel me, John? You know what I'm saying? All right, anyways. It's In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. That's Figgy's Mixtape. You catch it 1:20 every weekday here In the Loop. And coming up next, we're gearing up to hand it off to Clint and Ron, who are hanging out at the Buffalo Wild Wings and Tomball. But before we do that, does it feel like this game against the Vikings will be on C.J. Stroud's shoulders? I'll tell you why. I'll let John tell you why he believes that to be the case. We'll do that next.
Auto Parts.
Hey, Texans fans! Paramount Plus is your home to stream the NFL on CBS every Sunday. Catch C.J. Stroud and the boys in action. And stream your live local NFL on CBS game all the way through the AFC Championship. Sign up and sign in to Paramount Plus today.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Damn, Ocho, why you got 6 fantasy football teams? What's the right amount of fantasy football teams? 2. That feels fair,
right?
I'm amazed by the people that have the time and inclination and wherewithal, and also I don't know, disposition to root for that many fantasy teams.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
I was struggling with 2.
Yeah, two's about all I can muster.
I bring that up, one, to just, again, point to Ocho having a whole bunch of teams, but also to remind you, Thursday Night Football happening tonight. Go ahead and get your lineups ready. Go ahead and get your picks in if you have a league like a pick'em like that, so that you don't have that lock on you and you don't miss. That's a public service announcement. You are welcome. Also, worth noting, at practice, we got some updates with your Texans, and just circling back around, Joe Mixon, Dameon Pierce, still did not practice again today after not practicing yesterday. They have one more day to practice, and I mean, at this point, it seems like Cam Akers is gearing up to be RB1 for Sunday versus the Vikings. In addition to that, Juice Scruggs, Jarrett Patterson, they did practice today, and so barring setbacks, it does look like you'll have Juice Scruggs back in the lineup starting at center for your Texans, and also Azeez Al-Shaair, who was limited yesterday with the shin injury, also practiced today. So all those things, there's some good, there's some bad within that, but at least you have a little bit more clarity on what this team looks like and what we'll be dealing with on Sunday in Minnesota versus the Vikings. All right, let's turn to this before we hand off to our boys in Tomball right now at the Buffalo Wild Wings. John, you feel pretty confident. All right, let me not put words in your mouth. How confident do you feel about this idea that this might be a day where C.J. Stroud on Sunday has to put the team on his shoulders?
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be that day, but I am very much confident that it has to be that way for the Texans to win. Like the C.J. Stroud has to carry the team. And that's not something that DeMeco wants to hear. That's not something that you want to make a habit of. If he doesn't play great, it ain't going to happen. No, what I'm saying is, you look at what's facing them, and you just went through some of the injuries. You're missing your starting running back and ostensibly your backup running back, even though I think most of us think Cam Akers was going to be getting most of the snaps anyway. But you're missing 2 running backs. Your offensive line, your center position is at minimum going to be coming off an injury,
right?
At minimum, if not hobbled. You're facing a team that has, a really good pass rush and a really good secondary, really experienced secondary. So they're gonna feast, if you don't carry the team. And I think the reason I also feel like C.J. Stroud has to do this, not because he needs to for aesthetics or anything like that. I think this is the type of game where you can separate yourself from teams that are pretender might be a little bit strong, but teams that are not in your class. We think that the Vikings shouldn't be in the Texans class with Sam Darnold as the quarterback as opposed to C.J. Stroud. I think this is where you prove it. I think C.J. Stroud, all the elements are there. Running game's going to be a big ask, even though I have more confidence in Cam Akers. Offensive line's a little bit hobbled. You're in one of, if not the loudest stadium in the NFL. That's what great quarterbacks do.
Yeah.
That's what great quarterbacks do.
This is where we begin to build legend.
Yeah.
And this is where, for those folks that have looked at C.J. Stroud and thought that's potential for MVP type situations, this is where you begin to make that case, is where you don't have nearly as much as at least is usually available to you with running game and those types of things. And I guess, to be fair, a lot of people came into the season not expecting to have all that robust of a running game. Yeah, this is where you can make some things shake against the Vikings defense that through 2 weeks has proven themselves to be very good, both in the pass game and against the run game. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes, and I'm also interested to see if and how Bobby Slowick is able to make that just as easy as he can, right? And of course, that's with the understanding that this is not the easiest game in general, right? I don't know exactly how easy you can make this, but C.J. Stroud has a task ahead of him. But I think the beautiful thing is that he is more than capable of handling that task.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Bobby Slowick, because I think part of C.J. Stroud having that kind of game is on Bobby Slowick. And actually, CJ was talking about that just yesterday.
It's not a coaching point. They let me play, man. Slow does a good job of he always says, I just want to let you go out there and be you. And I don't think I'll stop doing it or start doing it more. I'll just be myself, man, trying to make plays.
Let CJ eat is basically what we're looking for here. And as it pertains to Bobby Slowick, like we talked about his first quarter and a half play calling, how impressive it looked, and then they kind of reined it in a little bit.
Yeah, when you have that opening script of, 20, 30 plays, not that long.
Large part because the Bears were playing better too. I think Bobby Slowick kind of that might have been an eye-opening moment for him too, because CJ was at his best during those moments when they were doing those types of things. It's not the end of the world if he doesn't, if they win this like they did against the Bears, or for that matter, the Colts. But I think in order for them to win this one in that environment against that defense, CJ's got to do what great quarterbacks do.
Yeah, and I mean, look, there's an acknowledgement that he has the possibility, if not is already on the path or near being a great quarterback. Is a head coach of the Vikings, Kevin O'Connell, was talking about CJ Stroud.
First and foremost, the thing that stands out the most is his arm talent. I mean, this guy is making throws in and out of the pocket that the list, if you make a list of the guys capable of making some of the throws, it's not going to be a very long list that CJ makes. And then I think he's got, it's never, ever seems too big for him. From the first time he went out there to now, he seems incredibly prepared. So he's obviously got a great process throughout the week. The experience of playing and leading that team is only making him, more comfortable in his role. And then, I just think he's a guy that played in a lot of big games, been coached really well there. I know Gerard's doing a great job with the quarterbacks there in Houston. And I just, I can't say enough about what shows up to me on tape. I mean, I've been like everybody else. If it's on TV, we're not playing. I've seen him make a lot of big-time throws and plays in games. But then when you dive into the tape and you see the snap-in and snap-out impact he has, it's pretty remarkable for such a young player.
And that's why I think it's highly possible that he does have that kind of game against even this great defense. All due respect to Brock Purdy, who has gone places that C.J. Stroud has not, but with a pretty damn good team. I don't know if Kevin O'Connell is as afraid of Brock Purdy as he is C.J. Stroud.
And rightfully so. Yeah. Now, Ronald brings up on the YouTube, don't forget, Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson Jr., Stingley are also playing. They should be on their shoulders as well. I think that we've gotten to a place where, and pretty early on, that I think there's a level of comfort with what this defense does. But, I mean, the defense absolutely is going to have their role to play in making it tough on Sam Darnold in particular, but on the Vikings offense in general, especially with Justin Jefferson, who, poses quite a threat. I think you feel great about their ability to handle that in some ways.
Yeah. And, oh, by the way, a little side note. You heard Kevin O'Connell talk about Jaylen Johnson there, who used to work with Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota. Jaylen's brother is the strength coach. So it's going to be Jaylen against his brother on Sunday.
Okay. So I imagine they're going to get dinner, and then they'll have an opportunity to try and get some bragging rights on Sunday. Now let's head out to Tomball, where our guys are at Buffalo Wild Wings getting ready for a Thirsty Thursday. Fellas, how you feeling?
We're good here, man, and we continue this tour, baby. Oh, I see y'all on the screens in here. Not the big TV, Lopez. I know that disappoints you.
We're working on it.
But you are there. I'm looking right at you. Figgy, very colorful as always. Fresh braids done, as I see there from Ridge. But no, man, it's a good time out here. A lot of things to hook people up. We got a lot of people in the building. They should, if they haven't, sign their name and put their name in here, because you got a chance to win tickets to the Jags and the Texans game. All you got to do is sign your name, and we'll draw your name. You got to be here, though. That'll be doing in the 5 o'clock hour. Now we see people ain't too proud. They marching up here.
There you go.
We got a couple of $25 Visa gift cards as well. You got a chance to win this It's like a cooler and a lawn chair in one, right there, and you got a chance to get hooked up with that there. So hang out, come on out. If you're in these streets riding on your way up here, come on out here, sign your name, put it in the raffle box, and please, if you don't want to piss off Clint, don't sign your name 5 or 6 times and put it in a raffle.
Well, I've never understood that. We got a raffle going on, and a grown ass man or a grown ass woman will stand up there and put their name in a raffle box 4 times, and like nobody's watching. Hey, Lopez, I'm talking about look dead at us and go. Fill out one and drop it in there and look dead at us. Fill out another one, drop it in. I want to be like, hey man, it's a chair and a cooler, man. Chill out. I mean, it ain't a cure for cancer. Just chill out a little bit.
Hey man, ain't nothing like some free now and some tickets and the Bud Light tailgate wristband.
I mean, you got to be in a bad spot. You're gonna cheat in the raffle. Damn.
Hey, I've seen billionaires courtside at Rockets games go crazy for a T-shirt.
Free T-shirt. Yeah. Nothing like a free T-shirt.
Thank you for your service.
As long as it's equal opportunity.
Well, this is true.
I mean, come on, we can't. I'd feel if I put five my name in there 5 times in one, I'd feel bad about it.
It took a lot of heart to wear that Ian Kinsler jersey in here. I tell you that. that throwback Ian Kinsler jersey right there. That took a lot of heart. Oh boy, no, it's going to be a fun time. Get on out here. We'll be out here till 2 to 6, having some fun and getting you ready for the Astros and the Texans.
There you go. You excited for, or you should be rather excited for these fellas. Go out and see them in Tomball, Buffalo Wild Wings, and make sure that if you do sign up for the raffle, which you should, one time, please. One time.
Yeah, that's a one time. Clint just stares you down from his seat.
And Clint's a scary man. You don't want to be stared down by that man.
Well, he's
going to come at you hard.
That's right.
Lopez,
that's right.
Look, Lopez got that grin on his face. Lopez done put his name in a raffle multiple times.
No, hell no, never.
He's already put it.
I have. Yeah, Lopez.
I'm a man of high integrity, and you know that.
Lord knows I have.
Hey, man, look, we're giving away some nice stuff, man. Put your name in there, and if you're living right, you might win something. If not, grab you a couple cold beers here at Bud Light. And I mean, you can have Bud Light if you'd like, but here at Buffalo Wild Wings, and let's talk a little ball.
Hey, man, you know you're living right because you're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right, The Drive is live, and we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball. We'll be out here at this location for the next couple of weeks. So come hang out with us and enjoy yourself with us as well. We'll have a good time, as we said. Tickets in the 5 o'clock hour. I'll give you a rundown. Tickets in the 5 o'clock hour. That's Jags, Texans tickets, along with the Bud Light tailgate wristband, which comes with free drinks and free food. That's in the 5 o'clock hour. You do have to be here to win those in the 4 o'clock hour. Your chance to win, if you're in the building, this lawn chair that also has a cooler attached to it as well. You can win that in the 4 o'clock hour, and we'll begin in the 3 o'clock hour to hook folks up with $25 Visa gift cards. There are a pair of them. So altogether, 4 things you can start to win. We'll give you an hour to fill your name out and get them in there. In the 3 o'clock hour, we'll start raffling off some of these prizes, Clint. So it's a fun time. By the way, also, Clint, your guy who you were excited about during training camp, thought he stepped up. You played with his dad, Mario Edwards Jr. He will join the show coming up at 2:15. He will join the Drive live at 2:15, so we'll get a chance to talk with him. And he had him a big sack in that Bears game and a nice little celebration dance, too.
I would say the biggest surprise of the season so far in terms of training camp.
Really?
And yeah, I mean, guys that, at a position of need, even more of a need when DeMeco Autry goes down. You need somebody there to step up, and all of a sudden Mario Edwards wasn't only, one of the kind of surprises of camp. They talked about him being a better fit in this system and possibly having kind of a breakout year. If a 9 or 10 year pro could have a breakout year, it would be him. And then he's carried that over, and we've seen him make plays in the first 2 weeks of the season from that interior defensive line. So, yeah, I would say whether we're talking about performance or we're talking about training camp, I would say he's one of the biggest surprises I think that people didn't expect much out of to contribute here early on.
All right, it's coming up at 2:15. 2:15. we'll be able to talk to Mario Edwards Jr. Those of you who are taking us in, you can see us all three of us there, Tyler as well, on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate you there. Those of you on the Odyssey app or in your cars or at your desk listening to us, Sports Radio 610, we also appreciate that. Before we get to Mario coming up at 2:15, Clint, I think there is some news we need to look at. I think some positive and some potentially concerning. First, Joe Mixon, this coming reports that Joe Mixon, Dameon Pierce still sidelined at practice today. So that is Wednesday, Thursday. And we talked about this yesterday. Those are the two big practice days, and generally players who don't practice on those days, their chances of playing go way down. They didn't practice today. Cam Akers is prepping to be the running back 1 against the Vikings. That's a report from Aaron Wilson. Also, Clint, this is the good news. Juice Scruggs returns to practice alongside with Jarrett Patterson. So both of them, who we were hearing yesterday, felt like they may not go. They return to practice, barring a setback. According to Aaron Wilson, Scruggs is set to start coming up against the Vikings in Minnesota. So that is the latest injury-wise with the Texans. So listen, it looks like potentially you might be down 1-2. We thought it was with the centers yesterday. It looks like it may be 1-2 with the running backs as well, as Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce still haven't practiced.
Yeah, look, the good thing about this is Joe Mixon being the veteran in this system. He's one of those guys like Dalton Schultz last week where, hey, if he missed
Friday,
if he missed Wednesday, Thursday, I'd be okay with it. It's more of a mental game for Joe at this point in terms of prep anyway. So I would, again, an ankle that he tried to play on last week, I'd be shocked if it takes him out a week, especially with Dameon Pierce being sidelined with a hamstring. I'm more concerned at this point, again, about Dameon Pierce's hamstring than I am Joe Mixon's ankle. So I will be surprised if Joe's not available versus Minnesota. Nonetheless, either way it goes, even if he is available with a little bit of a bum ankle, Cam Akers is still going to have to be at least a big part of what they do in the run game. Hopefully they can get the run game going. So I expect Joe back. We'll see, but no problem at all for me if Cam Akers is RB1. I would love to see it. I think he's shown in training camp that he's capable. Not only capable, but he can go out there and be a difference maker and make some plays in the run game and the pass game. So, heck, I could get good and excited about Cam Akers being the guy.
All right, and the other part of that was the center position, and this looks a lot better from yesterday. DeMeco talked about the center positions and the center situation yesterday, which sounded a little bleaker than maybe it feels today. Here is DeMeco Ryans talking about his man in the middle of the center position.
Whoever, is out and different guys that step in, it's always up. It's never on one guy, from that perspective of we're hanging our hats on one guy being able to communicate and handle everything. That's unfair, right? Offense, defense, special teams. Like when you play this game, it's about as many guys as possible, however many guys it takes to communicate and get on the same page, all 11 guys. So it's not on one guy, it's everybody around, everybody helping each other. That's how we'll communicate.
All right, I know for you this is hugely important right now, the center position, and we'll see what it looks like. But you got to feel a lot better about it now, and I'm guessing DeMeco and company feel a lot better about it now that these guys both return to practice.
Big news with Juice Scruggs being back at practice and looking to start, no doubt about it. I think as you prepare for this game, obviously once the game kicks, turnovers are a big part of it, penalties, yada, yada, yada. We get all that. But as you prepare for this game, with Brian Flores on the defensive side of the football, you're going to get all kinds of different looks. Not like last week. Last week you get pre-snap, you get a pretty similar look. There was some disguising going on, but this week is going to be on a whole nother level, right? There's a lot of movement, there's a lot of disguising, and so the quarterback center communication is going to be. It's always important, but it's going to be absolutely huge this week, given the opponent. Now that Juice Scruggs is back, you feel a lot better about that because he's been the one getting reps up to date. Yes. And it's important that he gets back Thursday and Friday to make sure that that he is up to snuff on all the communication, all the different looks that they're going to throw at him, all the different disguises they're going to throw at him. And so it's good to have him back just from a talent standpoint. It's great to have him back from a communication standpoint. Whatever the best communication is for the Texans, you got to believe that's with Juice Scruggs in the game. So big news on that front.
Yeah, big news. And we'll see what this means. Hopefully they can return both of them. You can have them in that spot because Kendrick Green, that was against this pass rush and this defense the Vikings have put together with their D-line early. That was going to be concerning. Good Lord. At least if you're going to potentially miss your running backs, you at least want to have your center in there. And you feel like if you have your offensive line together, and that is all five that have been playing together, even with Cam Akers, you can have some level of success. That's got to be the feeling.
Well, that's a great point because there's so much, Ron, that post-snap wise. In fact, I think Bobby Slowick just said it, that they're more worried about what goes on post-snap, right? Pre-snap, they're going to give you a look, but post-snap, what happens? So some of the communication that we're talking about is obviously going to have to be feel with each other, and those five offensive linemen knowing each other like the back of their hand is going to come into play big time this week against this Minnesota Vikings defense. So, yeah, I mean, it's pre- and post-snap types of communications have to happen.
All right, Drive is live. A little Thirsty Thursday. Come on out. We're at Buffalo Wild Wings Tom Ball. Your chance to win many prizes, including in the 5 o'clock hour, a pair of tickets and tailgate tickets, courtesy of Bud Light, tailgate wristband to the Jags-Texans game. So stay tuned for that. Get in here and enjoy yourself with us until 6 o'clock. Mario Edwards Jr., the defensive tackle, had him a sack last week. He will join the drive coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Dr. Matoran. Look, if you're out there and you're dealing with
Not playing for a postseason berth or to get to a certain point in October. No, they are playing for straight up banners.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. As it is a Thirsty Thursday, we're here at Bud Light. Thanks to our good friends at Bud Light, who courtesy of them, you can win many prizes here today, including tickets and a Bud Light wristband for tailgating to that Jags-Texans game. But we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball. Tomball, having a good time and are enjoying ourselves. How you doing? There you go. The staff is here, is fantastic, and get on out here and have a good time with us as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. Let's head to the phone lines, and we promised you Mario Edwards Jr. would join us. The guy that Clint said has been one of the most pleasant surprises since training camp and the start of this season, and I really enjoyed that sack dance, and I'm curious, is that what we're going to go with every time? Are you just changing it up? Or you felt it in a moment? Is that what we're going to get to see every time you get a sack?
I said I'm going to just keep it for all the home games. When I go away games, I got to find something else to do.
Oh, wow. I didn't think about that. So you change it up where you are. Okay.
Can't use the same dance in every city, right? You got to be versatile.
I got you. I do want to get started with this. We had Travis Johnson, Florida State, loved you. He talked about you a couple of weeks ago saying, man, watch out. He's a guy that can get double-digit sacks in this system. And he brought up the system that you're coming to now. And he's not the first person. We've talked to multiple people, including your head coach, DeMeco Ryans, saying that Mario is finally in a system that can really show his skill set. Is that something that you are looking at now in your years in the NFL, seeing that this system is something that you were made to play in?
Absolutely, man. I just appreciate and I love the attack-style defense, man. It's not much thinking. It's one-on-one, beat the man in front of you and dominate your man. So I appreciate that, and I love that. That's kind of been my whole style since I stepped foot on the football field, to play fast, physical to the echo of the whistle, and I feel like this system does just that.
Fast, physical to the echo of the whistle. I played.
First time he said that.
I played a little ball with your pops 1-5 back in the day, man. So it doesn't surprise me. You got a little something too. You can go a little bit, but I talking about appreciate, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you showing up and showing out in training camp and so far in the season, because it gives me a good, easy, cheap way to remind everybody that I played a little bit of ball back in the day, man. So first of all, I greatly appreciate you, Rio.
Thank you.
How's your pops doing, man?
He's doing good, man. He's coaching in North Forney right now, so he's still coaching my younger brother, who is a senior right now in high school, playing defensive back as well. So we see how that's going to go.
Hey, where's he going to school? He going to play in school somewhere, or is he going to follow in y'all's footsteps, or what's going on with that?
I think he's verbally committed to Arizona, but he still has to play out his senior year, so I'm not sure if that's going to be his final decision.
Oh, there ain't nothing wrong with Arizona, though. It's nice out there, brother. Talk to us a little bit about Minnesota, man. Minnesota obviously coming up, and this offense. It's 2 weeks. I don't really know what to make of Sam Darnold and this offense as a whole yet. I don't know that anybody really knows their identity yet after 2 games. But what are you seeing from Minnesota up front, and what do you think you guys will be able to take advantage of?
Just watching the past couple games and preseason and stuff. It's a team that wants to impose their will with the run game. And I feel like we have to be physical up front. I feel like the game is going to be won up front. If we can be physical and dominate and assault the pocket, and we can keep them in the pocket, then that helps the DBs and it helps the second level to go out there and make plays as well.
Mario Edwards Jr. joins us, who has been, as Clint said, a big surprise, pleasant surprise since training camp and stepping in the lineup, and the entire front, the D line in these first 2 games, we've seen you being able to have the ability to have real great success stopping the run, as well as getting pressure on the quarterback, and the number y'all did on Caleb Williams. Well, I bet you ain't never had a day that rough. What is going into you guys in particular up front, being able to apply the pressure, not just from the edges that people thought, but also from the interior as well?
It's kind of just, man, we set a standard in the D-line room, man, and once we set that standard, we try not to fall off of it at all or too much at all. And, we want to get to the point to where, when we have great games, a lot of pressures or sacks, that it's kind of common. It's not something that just happens here and there. So we try to hold ourselves to a high standard in that D-line room and understand that we're the engine of the defense. So that's kind of how we put our mindset.
Hey, one thing that happened last week that it's good you got a W, but I'm sure it's been a topic of conversation in the locker room with DeMeco and heck, maybe even the D-line room specifically. But the penalties last week, y'all are a hell of a football team to be able to overcome that level of penalties. What's the conversation been around those and getting that part of the game right?
Those are just self-inflicted wounds, man. Once we can start, get everything firing on all cylinders, I think we're going to be great, man. I still feel like we haven't played our best ball yet, and it's just a lot of things that were self-inflicted, nothing that the other team did. So the fact is we just have to correct ourselves, and once we do that, everything will be good.
as Clint talked about the Vikings a little bit more, as we are joined here with Mario Edwards Jr., for you all, what in your mind, what you guys been talking about this week? I know they've got some weapons, and Justin Jefferson, the tight end, is pretty good. They've got some guys around there. What's the number one thing that you guys have been talking about that you've got to kind of stop, the thing that's the biggest priority for this defense coming into this game?
Everyone knows that Justin Jefferson and tight end, they have playmakers on that side of the ball. But in order for the ball to get into their hands, the quarterback has to get it there. So we're really focusing on the D-line being physical up front, stopping the run, and trying to make that offense one-dimensional.
Mario, we can't have a big fella on the air with us and in a city like Houston and not get your top restaurants around the city, man. Give us your top 2 or 3 restaurants around the city.
Man, I'm gonna be honest with you. Since I've been here, man, I've been to work, grocery store, and home, and back to in that order. So I haven't really got a chance to get out and see what Houston has to offer in the food section.
Well, you got something to look forward to. I tell you that. You're damn sure DeMeco and Nick Casario's guy. If you ain't been out to the restaurants yet.
I'm about to say, what's your favorite grocery store?
Mario, you mean to tell me you ain't slid by that old Papados right there by NRG Stadium?
Oh, no, Papados is my favorite. I eat Papados in Dallas when I'm back at home in the off season. So Papados is one of my favorites. So the fact that that's right there towards NRG, that was a plus.
All right, Mario, man, we appreciate you joining us, man, and good luck and continue to roll through. We watched it. Travis said he feels like you can get double-digit sacks. He said you can get 10 sacks in this defense. So you already got one down. We'll see if you can continue rolling through. But good luck coming up on Sunday and a big one against the Vikings.
All right, thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, that's Mario Edwards Jr. Maybe we should send Everett a list of restaurants that maybe Mario Edwards needs to go visit.
Ooh, that's an idea.
Well, I
seen the look in your eye, Clint. You're a little disappointed he hadn't tried that out yet.
I'm not disappointed. I mean, I know Dad. I know Dad, and Dad he damn sure hit the restaurant scene, and that struck me as an answer that he may or may not have been asked to drop a couple of LBs when he got here or watch what he eats, and he can't go on the air. He's smarter. He's too sharp to go on the air and talk about all the restaurants that he's been to, knowing that they're probably on Weight Watch. That's what that strikes me as.
I just believe Mario slid into some Mexican.
There ain't no doubt.
I just believe Mario slid into.
He's been down here for a handful of months. Like you said, home is Dallas for him, so this ain't his first rodeo in Houston. So, yeah, man, I got to believe he hadn't slid through El Tiempo or a couple of these other restaurants down here. Something be wrong with him.
I just don't believe he ain't slid to Frenchie's and got him a box of chicken.
Ooh, that's a good one if he hadn't. He needs to.
I just don't believe he did that. Frenchie's is always my spot that I go to when I say, you know what, Monday I'm about to start it. Monday I'm about to start.
Right.
Everybody. Yeah, I'm gonna start good. But the last thing I'm gonna eat Sunday, let me slide down there in the third ward and go to Frenchie's. Give me. I didn't believe people. People used to tell me, no, you got to go to that one. That one tastes different.
Sure as heck does.
Red was serious. Red stopped me in a workout one time. Like stopped me. Like, no, for real, man. Like, you can't go to the one in Missouri City or whatever. You got to go to that one in Third Ward over there by U of H. I did. I don't know what it is.
That was it, huh?
It tastes different. I don't know what it is. But we do appreciate him. Someone said don't cut him short. He does have 2 sacks. I forgot he did get a sack in that first game. So, boy, he's a sack a game, baby. And maybe Trap wasn't off.
He's off to a good start to get double digits, man. I mean, with 15 regular season games left, and he's already at 2. Yeah, he's got a shot.
Yeah. All right. So good to catch up with him as we continue right here live on the drive. Like Tyler, sometimes we like to hit Clint with the old. What is it? The football horny clip of the day.
Oh yeah.
I sometimes enjoy this just pissed off Clint clip of the day just as much. I like when Clint gets himself good and annoying, and somebody who has been able to do that to many people. Mel Kiper, he has pissed off a lot of people in his time.
Todd.
Yeah. He had threatened to quit his job over Jimmy Clausen, and he didn't, although he should have with that prediction. His hair just stays the same for the most part, but He took Clint there today. He is so upset, and I'll be honest, I am too, but he is so upset with the lack of offense the first couple of weeks in the NFL and the struggles, like the Texans scoring 19 points against the Bears and struggling in the second half. This is the changes that he suggested to make to try to help offenses this year.
Now with the push thing with Hurts, you got to be a yard back now. So don't tell me you can't have those safeties closer to the line of scrimmage than they are. I was at games where I'm thinking, hey, too high? They're out in outer space. I couldn't even find us. They're playing with 9 guys, right? Where are the other 2? Oh, the other 2, they're so daggone far back, I didn't even know they're part of the damn play. I'm telling you, we got to change this thing, and we got to have, hey, you can warn them. They come up, hey, guys, you got to get up a little bit, right? You're too far back. Warn those safeties, but you got to figure out, competition committee, somebody's got to figure out what that depth is, but it's too far back right now. The NFL is being ruined by these too high safeties.
All right, cover 2, 2 high safeties. He's out of it. My favorite part is Mel was so juiced up, he didn't know if he was going to cuss or not going to cuss. He said, these daggum safeties so far back. I mean, there was 9 of them in there. I couldn't even find where the last damn one was. I said, well, hell, you just said daggum. You said daggum. Now you saying, damn, you going to cuss or not? Damn, what you going to do? So just judging by the stone-faced look in your eyes, Clint, you, as an offensive guy, as a quarterback, you disagree with. He sounds like he's trying to do like basketball and not allow defenders to just stand in the paint, illegal defense, trying to help offense.
Well, I mean, it's just stupid.
Trying to help the quarterback.
I mean, now he ain't trying to help nobody. At the end of the day, it's just silly. He did talk about leading up to that about how in the old days all the quarterbacks he watched throwing the ball down the field, go routes and post routes and yada yada yada. And look, this is a year. Right now, the leading passer in the league is significantly, I don't know what the number is, but significantly lower than what the leading passer in the league was last year after 2 games. The points per game in the NFL right now after 2 weeks are down this year than last year. So there's not, over 2 weeks, there hadn't been as good an offensive play. There hadn't been as many yards gained.
No, man, we got teams kicking 6 field goals to win games.
Yeah, look, I get it. But I mean, eliminating cover 2 and having a referee stand deeper than the safeties and tell them to move up closer to the line of scrimmage is the answer after 2 weeks. I mean, I don't know. It's a super hot take that has landed awfully. I mean, it's a terrible idea. Let's be honest, the most beautiful thing, it doesn't surprise me though, because you take the love affair with the go route and the post route, and it's fun. But it's fun, sure, but it's actually one of the simpler things in the game. I mean, the most beautiful thing, if you watch football like day in, day out, the most beautiful thing is when a quarterback lays a dig route in front of a cover 2 safety and over the top of the linebacker. There's nothing more beautiful in the game of football. That throw is when it's done right, not drilled in there versus man, but when it's cover 2 and it's thrown early, that receiver comes out of that break on that end break and he just runs right through that ball, and it's one of them nice, just like toilet tissue, just soft as ever, and that receiver just runs right through it. There's nothing more beautiful. And it's exactly the coverage that he's talking about wanting to eliminate and the part of the game that he wants to take out of the game. Which, I mean, these guys, it's ignorant.
I like a go route. That's pretty beautiful, too, when that ball is thrown up there and the receiver runs it down to go get it.
Sure. I mean, I like it. Listen, I don't dislike it, but the love affair with the go and the post, I mean, it's just it's
clear. Listen,
as basic a football as you're going to find.
I love his thinking in terms of what the reason why he is getting here, but eliminating a just complete defense is a little aggressive. That is that's like saying, "Hey man, we're going
of what? Like what do you love the thinking of?"
His thinking of like the offense is poor, and I want to see more offense. I want to see more.
It can't be more, but like the rules can't be tilted no harder towards the offense than they already are.
I don't think this is the answer. I think the offenses need to pick it up. I'm just saying, like I'm not sitting here enjoying watching the Pittsburgh Steelers kick 6 field goals to win the game. I'm not enjoying Washington get down there and win a game by kicking 7 field goals. Get that out of me.
I mean, our guys kick 6 and 50.
Yeah, I didn't love that. I didn't love Fairbairn having to kick 6 50-yard field goals. No, I don't love it. I like Nico coming across the middle and scoring and tell people to get off me. I enjoy that, but offenses have got to figure out and pick it up. It doesn't mean we're not going to eliminate the zero blitz because you don't give quarterbacks enough time.
Mel Kiper covers enough football.
He was a little
it's just plumb ass silly. They've already done enough to tilt this game to an offensive side. They've already done more than enough to make it safer than it used to be. Enough is enough. Let's not eliminate coverages, and let's not have referees telling safeties to get closer to the ball. You're already telling DBs you can't touch the receivers. Hell, now you want the safeties to scoot up? It's a bad idea.
No, it'll never get done. This is not.
How did Mel come up with this?
He's over it. He watched the Washington Commanders kick 7 field goals to beat the Giants, who I think kicked 4, and he said, "Damn it, I'm over it."
But
now he got aggressive.
He's over it, and in his mind somehow he said, "Think about that." He sat on his couch and he said, "Man, I hate all these field goals. Let's just do away with cover 2. Cover 2's the problem."
He's probably been watching a lot
cover
of
2's the
That's
problem.
what it is. He said them safeties move them. He's saying, "I don't mind cover 2. I just need y'all to keep them safeties up for you. Y'all could be in cover 2. Y'all just can't be back here." He want to control your cover 2. That's what he said. You see the example he gave. Hey, they changed the rule on the tush push. Don't tell me you can't do nothing. No, listen. What Mel should be saying is, hey, these offensive staffs and these teams have to pick it up, right? Shane Walton, whatever your last name is of the Bears, you got to show me more than that.
When you're playing super young quarterbacks that have not played in the league, and there's a lot of that across the league, and your training camp is a joke. There's no physicality to training camp whatsoever. These guys don't even play. Bryce Young, of all people, he played in the 3rd preseason game. Right? How in the hell did Bryce Young not play in every single preseason game, given that scenario? So, if you want to point to anything, just the softness of the league and the training camp just being an absolute joke and taking all the physicality out of it, and nobody practicing. That's the issue, not cover 2.
Yeah. Give me that Anthony Richardson. I've been watching that Anthony Richardson throw to Alec Pierce over and over and over and over again. Just watching it over and over again. See, look what happens when you don't got cover 2. Look what happens. All right, coming up as we continue live here from Buffalo Wild Wings here in Tomball. Come hang out with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. I don't know what has happened to this dude, Jose Altuve, but he's coming out. And he's putting pressure on everybody. He's taking his socks and shoes off and getting ejected. And now he's telling the front office, "Hey, y'all, Alex Bregman better have his ass back here." Jose Altuve, interesting. I like this new Altuve. That's coming up next.
All right, Coshada Casino Resort, y'all. Let's head east, man. Who lives around these parts and had never shot east on I-10 over to Louisiana and spent a little time at a casino? Huh? Sounds like a hell of a time. This weekend.
844-300-LEAF.
You say, I love Kikuchi!
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is Kikuchi night.
Who?
It is Kikuchi
Yeah,
night.
damn right.
As they look to get right against the Angels a little bit later on today, as they get out of San Diego last night. We'll talk a little bit about that as well. Hey, come on out. If you're in the house, my man right there is tasting a nice margarita that looks good right there. Got the lemon in there and everything. Is it good? That's a good one, right? All right, I might have to get me one of them.
You get a chance to party.
That's right, Dusty. We will party. But come on out here as coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, it is your first opportunity to win 4 different prizes that we're handing out. In the 3 o'clock hour, your chance to win a couple of Visa gift cards. We'll be hooking people up with 2 of those. Visa gift cards, $25. All you got to do is sign your name and put it in that raffle. If you are here and you have not done so, you need to do that. And if you're on your way, as soon as you walk in the door, you might want to do that as well. Coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, your chance to win this nice little lawn chair. You can take this sucker out while you're tailgating or sitting out in the back patio, whatever.
Sit your ass off in that thing.
There you are. And it has a cooler that is attached to it as well. We're hooking somebody up with that in the 4 o'clock hour. And then the big one in the 5 o'clock hour, a pair of tickets to see the Texans take on the Jacksonville Jaguars. That also comes with a Bud Light wristband where you can tailgate and drink and eat. All of this courtesy of Bud Light. And it's going to be a fun day, and we enjoy having people walk away happy. You're going to walk away happy anyway, of course. Hell, you get to deal with us, and you get to drink margaritas or tall beers or Tyler beers, whatever you want to drink. You get to have a good time.
Oh, come on.
Or just, I mean, I don't. It's smaller beers. I didn't want to. I just Tyler beers.
Man, those cold mugs at Twin Peaks. They need to do something about that. I didn't ask for that.
That was yes, you did.
Yes, you did.
Absolutely,
you literally did. You said you want.
I said I didn't want the tall one.
For some reason, that young lady said, "Do you want the man-sized draft or do you want one of them little ones?" You said, just give me one of them little ones."
Just give me the little ones, yeah, man.
And that's what you got.
And that's what you got.
It made your hand look big. So
I didn't know it was going to look like a beer for ants. Like I thought it was just not going to be the giant beer.
One of them Burger King beers.
I'm telling you, man, they cut that. It looked like they went out there and just chopped that one in half and just brought a little one out and gave it to you. All right, somebody on the text line, real quick, Clint said the MLB got rid of the shift. What's the difference? Taking out that 2-high safety.
Well, I mean, the shift and a coverage is 2 different things. I mean, I surely didn't want me to answer that literally, do you? I mean, the shift is something that was generated off this new advanced analytics and was bad for the game. Cover 2 is not bad for the game.
No, it's actually very easy to beat. Teams stop doing it.
And by the way, they're still shifting. They just ain't moving all the way beyond second base before the ball is pitched.
Close to shifting.
There's still some advantages being gained by alignment.
I'll tell you, man. I'm thinking, man, that ball's hit right up the middle. That's gonna get through. No, it ain't. Hey, standing right there and moving with that pitch.
Look, I greatly appreciate that Gray Kessinger stopped the other night. I ain't sure that happens if he's playing at that normal second base position.
Yeah, that was a big play. Speaking of Kessinger, he had to come in for Jose Altuve, who we've seen a little bit more of a spicy Jose Altuve here. He's been ejected multiple times this year, including taking his socks and his shoes off and just saying to hell with it. This was going to happen. Well, I found this interesting, fellas, and those of you listening, you can chime in on this as well, 713-572-4610, and those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Jose Altuve is confident, this is a report, that the Houston front office will find a way to keep his longtime teammate Alex Bregman around.
Wow, dude.
And this is quote from Jose Altuve. I don't see any chances of him leaving. Okay. Okay, all right.
Shout out to my guy, Alex Bregman.
I don't see any chances of him leaving, Altuve said regarding Bregman's impending free agency. According to the Athletics' Chandler Rome, that might be just me. I really think that at the end of the season, our front office people, GM and ownership, are going to get a deal done for him. I don't think I'm sure that we are not only a better team with him, but we are a better organization with him. We really need to make it happen. My God. So your best player, and I believe the best player in franchise history, the man who has the biggest stroke in that locker room, even bigger than Justin Verlander, he just told y'all, hey, Dana, hey, James, y'all need to sign, not just need, y'all better sign Alex Bregman. And I just want to know what the or else is, because I mean, have we ever heard Jose Altuve talk like this? I mean, this is wild. The other player coming out saying, "Hey, he needs to be signed." I said, "Damn, Jose."
No, I like it. I like this, Jose. I don't know if it's a product of the team needing more leadership, Altuve needing to be more vocal. I don't know what the hell it's a product of, but I sure enough like it. Whether we're talking about the Jose Altuve that gets ejected from games and takes his shoes and socks off, or we're talking about the guy that's vocal about needing to sign Alex Bregman. He's spot on here. This organization, at some point, look, I'm here. It's hard to question an organization that's been to 7 straight ALCSs. It's hard to question it. But at some point, watching your leaders and watching your top guys and your name brand guys walk out the building is going to get you. At some point, it's going to get you, right? And when you look at the original guys, I guess we need to refer to it as the guys that were stealing signs back in the day, however you want to couch it.
You could have just said the original guys.
Well, I think that's kind of guys that can be viewed as sign stealing, Astros. It's all right. Hell, you got to be comfortable with it, man. I'm good with it. Hell, every advantage you can get. Bregman and Altuve are the only two left, ain't they?
Yeah, Verlander, I guess, was around.
From a hitting standpoint, it's only two left.
Position players.
Altuve's like, hell, y'all get Bregman up out of here. I'm going to be the only one they're going to boo.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was maybe hoping Altuve would come out tomorrow and just say, hey, you know what, Kyle Tucker needs to be here. That damn Kyle Tucker, they need to sign that Kyle Tucker because I like Bregman a lot, but it really, to me, it feels like Kyle Tucker is the guy with his age and where he's coming and what he's kind of coming into his own. He's the guy that they really need to sign.
Well, ask him about Kyle next. I'm sure he'll tell you they need to keep him too.
Tell him, but I need him to be this aggressive with it. Like, hey, not only Kyle Tucker, then he come out maybe on Saturday. I'm gonna tell you right now, Framber Valdez needs to be a part of this team. Damn it, he needs to be a part of this team long term. I like it. Now we know this. If we get to this offseason, fellas, and Alex Bregman does not get signed by the Houston Astros, and that front office doesn't do what they need to do, like, it is hard to see how Jose Altuve is not going to have an issue with this. He has staked it out. He has put it out publicly. He needs to be signed. I don't see any chances of him leaving. That the front office will get it done. They'll do it. If they don't do it, it's hard to sense and see that their leader, their top dude, and it's weird because you think to yourself, like, all right, he just signed a long-term deal in this offseason. Did he sign this long-term deal with the thoughts of, hey, we need to make sure that some of these players that are going to be here long-term with me, I'm not staying here just to lose. This is intriguing to me from Jose Altuve's standpoint. Like, I can't believe a guy that is mild manner as him would come out this aggressive and say what the front office needs to do. He damn near demanded them to do this. All right, that was our baseball talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. All right, coming up, I saw somebody here on the text line earlier wonder about the injury situation coming out of practice. We set that at the start of it, but we'll let you know the latest. There is some good news, some really good news, surprising news from yesterday, And then there is some other news that isn't as good, more concerning with the Texans injury report to two important positions. Also, we'll look at the Astros as they were unable to win that final game and win that series against the Padres, and we'll get you set up for a big one from Aaron Rodgers tonight, his first game back at MetLife Stadium since he injured his Achilles last year. Thursday night football between the New England Patriots and the New York Jets as we continue rolling live right here on The Drive.
All right, football fall in Sagamore.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Well, hey, boys.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, number 1, we are live here in Tomball. Come on out, hang out with us. We are here until 6 o'clock. A little thirsty Thursday. Come out, make a bad decision. That looks like my man's second beer right there, so he is well on his way. Look out for his wife, because he's ready to go and ready to have a good time after this thing. So come and hang out with us, and you can get that way as well. 6 o'clock we'll be here. We got out multiple prizes that starts in this hour. $25 Visa gift card, 2 of them, a cooler, and that also has access for a cooler that is at the bottom of a nice lawn chair, as well as a pair of tickets to the Jags Texans game with a Budweiser tailgate ticket wristband where you can get some free drinks, free food, and that is happening throughout the show. All of that courtesy of our great friends at Bud Light. I think the Bud Light girls will be out here as well soon, too. So come on out and have a good time with us here. But, Clint, let's get right to the injury report. And we talked about how important today would be. And I think there are 2 positions that really jump out. One thing real quick, Nico Collins, who didn't practice yesterday with a hip and foot, he returned to practice today. We'll get the full injury report here in a bit and pass it along to you. But the names that jump out from reports of being out there, Clint, also Foley returned to practice as well, too. He missed yesterday. But the running backs, Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce, remain sidelined. They did not practice, one with a hamstring, one with the ankle. And then it looks like from reports of Aaron Wilson that Cam Akers is prepping to be the running back 1 in this game coming up against the Vikings. And then the other position of concern, this one better news. Juice Scruggs, who missed yesterday's practice and missed last week's game, as well as Jarrett Patterson, who had a calf issue and missed yesterday's practice. Both of them returned to practice, and the belief is, barring some sort of a setback, Juice Scruggs is going to be back. So those 2 positions, we saw the top 2 guys didn't practice yesterday at both positions. It remains that way at the running back position, but changes now at the center position. Which one jumps out to you as the bigger issue or the bigger situation right now?
Look, I think without a doubt the bigger situation is Juice Scruggs. I mean, you're starting center. This week you're facing a defense that's going to be very multiple. They're going to be moving, so pre-snap and post-snap the communication is going to be top priority, and you'd rather have your guy that's been with your quarterback communicating with the offensive line all throughout training camp. You'd rather have that guy than your third-string Kendrick Green, just from a communication standpoint. Then we can get into the physical ability. Obviously, Juice Scruggs, they ran the football really well with Juice Scruggs. How much did that impact him last week against that defense? I don't know how much it did or didn't. We'll see if he goes this week. So I think the biggest concern or the biggest question mark here is definitely Juice Scruggs. You get him back, I don't care who's toting the rock. Obviously, Joe Mixon is the best running back. But when it's all said and done, if you've got your center and you've got 5 offensive linemen up there that are working together and they're creating opportunities, they're creating seams, they're pinning the edge and allowing the running back to get outside on that outside zone like they did in week 1, Cam Akers can get that done.
So what you're saying right now, in a one-game situation, it's more important to have the offensive line intact to potentially present what they did against the Colts as opposed to what happened with the Bears.
When you're talking about a center, when you're talking about a center that is one of the main communicators, other than CJ, obviously, and you're talking about a guy that's significantly better physically than the guy that's playing behind him, absolutely. I don't care if it's 1 week. I don't care if it's 5 weeks. Give me Juice Scruggs and whatever running back you put back there. I think Cam Akers, I'm higher on Cam Akers than most people. I think Cam Akers will be just fine.
Yeah, I'm with you on a one-game scenario. And, you might have to lean on CJ and those receivers a little bit more in this game. And if you can get it blocked, to me, and that's where Juice comes in big time as well in the pass protection, because that suffered. Now, it wasn't great against the Colts, but it suffered some more. But if you have to say for a game, now we're talking about Joe Mixon out for a long period of time, that's a different thing. But you're talking about for a game, hey, we're going to have to lean on CJ a little bit for this game and those receivers, and then have Cam more as a complement as more than just leaning on somebody, then I think you can do that for a game.
Well, yeah, look, whether we're running it or throwing it, I mean, having your center that's communicating things, hell, I'd say it's probably even more important in the pass protection aspect of things. They're going to get a million different looks. There's going to be a ton of movement. And there's going to be a ton of communication that needs to happen. And whether you're protecting the quarterback, which they didn't do well last week, or you're running the ball, which they didn't do well last week without Juice Scruggs, you're going to need this guy in the game. So, again, I don't care if it's 1 week or it's 1 month. If I've got to pick, give me my starting center, keep my offensive line whole, and put whoever you want at running back. These guys, if you block it well up front, hell, if you just block it decent up front, every guy that they've got at the running back position can go make hay.
Yeah, especially we saw what happened as long as he doesn't fumble. We saw what happened with Cam Akers.
Yeah. Let's not beat a guy up because he fumbled. All right?
I'm not beating him. I just said as long as he doesn't fumble.
Hey, man, it happens, man.
You can bring up the sign stealing for no reason. I'm just bringing up the fumbling.
I think stealing signs for a couple years and winning a whole lot along the way is a little different than a guy. Huh?
Well, where did you get a couple years, sir?
Well, I don't know how many years they were really stealing signs, Tyler.
All right. Well, then say that, sir.
All right, here we go.
Oh, you wanted me to say fewer. My bad. I thought you meant it was going on longer. I got it now. My bad. It was okay. It was only a week. They were only stealing signs for a week.
It was that one moment.
Yeah, it was that one opponent. They just
the 1 year. Maybe that's what he's saying. All right. So we'll keep you updated. But that is big news that. Because you talk about not just your back. Hell, you've been down to your third center, who's really your backup guard, sliding over. We've seen them make it work, but this is a really good D-line, at least the first couple of weeks, and we'll see who's running the ball. Because, I mean, if it's Cam Akers and those two aren't able to go, I mean, who's
Dare, baby. Dare Agumbawale and Cam Akers, British Brooks. It looks like British Brooks is running more. From what I heard, he's involved with the running back group a little bit more than the tight end fullback group, and so it's opportunities, baby. Like I said, if that offensive line is whole and they're as good as they were, even remotely close to as good as they were week one, British Brooks can make hay.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'd rather not find out, but he can.
Yeah. Listen, we know they can. If they got to throw it 42 times, we know they can do that.
That's the key. Even when it comes to the running back position, like forget running the ball. Like I hope we can run the football anywhere close to we did against Indy, and if we do, then that's great. But forget that part of it. You want to talk about the Texans this year? What you have to do extremely well. I mean, if you're going to match last year, what you have to do extremely well this year is protect. And again, they were not able to do that last week, and so that's the most alarming thing. And so any mind and body that you can get back that allows you to protect and have answers if the quarterback's under pressure, give me that guy first and foremost. We'll worry about running the football later.
Yeah. All right, so we'll keep you updated when the official injury report comes out for both teams as well. Justin Jefferson reported practice again today, so we'll let you know all of that because that's a big deal on their end as well, their top threat for the Vikings. So all of that is as we continue a little bit later on right here live on The Drive.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
And Tatis Jr. drills one to left field. This ball will be gone to left, just into the first row. Very similar spot to Manny Machado's home run. And the Padres take a 2-0 lead on Fernando Tatis, hitting his 19th home run of the year. The first pitch thrown by Caleb Orton. That ball hit pretty well to left, sending Yordan back again. Manny has his second of the game. Back-to-back home runs against Caleb Ward out of the pen here in the 8th inning. And the Padres opening up a 3-0 lead. Manny with home runs and back-to-back at-bats.
These guys all can get off with.
It's going to be possibly 3 in a row. Yordan back to the wall, jumps, and that's gone. Caleb Ward stands on the mound with his hand and his glove on top of his head. Can't believe what he is witnessing today. Back-to-back home runs coming out of the bullpen.
And the movie Major League, Lou Brown said to his pitching or his bench coach, you can go get him now.
Well, this is not good.
Yeah, that got away from Caleb. They had Jordan out there running wind sprints back to that wall just repeatedly back-to-back times. That was a 1-0 game that went back-to-back to made it 4-0 out of reach in that game. Quickly. That's the 8th inning. You ain't lying. That escalated, boy. That was rough for old Ort. I don't know how many more times we're going to see him, as Tyler has some choice words for that young man as a nickname. I don't know how many more times we're going to see him pitch in high leverage situation. I'm guessing not many more. He's a big fella, but damn, that got away from him.
Yeah, look, I've been a fan. I've enjoyed him all year long watching him when he's got a little bit of action. I've enjoyed the big fella throwing the heat, and that was tough. That was a tough moment.
Yeah, that was a tough moment. Listen, they lose 4-0, and a lot right there as Tyler played those back-to-back homers. To me, the bigger deal is the nothing. And to me, listen, what I take away from this series, Clint, and because the Mariners are the Mariners, they lost again to the Yankees in 10 innings. And so they make up no ground in this. Like, this thing could have been interesting. They won the last 2 nights, and they were close games. They didn't have fools trying to steal home from third base with the bases loaded in a 3-0 count.
I'll see you in October.
They may have had a chance to catch up. So with them 9, it looks like the Astros are going to make their way to the postseason. But what I took away from this series, Clint, is they really fought it against the good pitching of the Padres. And the Padres threw out 3 starters that would be similar to 3 starters that you would face in a postseason series. And the 3 starters, I think they'll throw out when they have a postseason series. Darvish, King, and then Dylan Cease last night. And Clint, those 3 starters in this series go 21 1/3 innings, and they give up 3 runs. And that's what the Astros were able to do. 3 runs, 2 of the games they didn't score runs off of. I'm sorry, 2 runs, not 3 runs. In this 2 of the games they didn't score any runs off of the starters. So that to me is something that the big thing that I took away from the series is, this is the type of pitching you're going to face in the postseason, 3-game set, 3-game series against the Twins or whoever, and you just really struggled against really good pitching.
They clearly struggled. There's no doubt about that. But I just, as a fan, if the Astros don't make the run, or if and when they lose, if they don't win it all, and they don't win it all because the bats let them down, then I'm just gonna have to tip my cap and move on. I mean, if you know what I mean, if they run up against a buzzsaw and they got their 3 or 4 starters that are rolling, and the Astros hitters don't get it done, and again, this lineup is as when they're swinging it well, they're as good as anybody in baseball, damn near. And so I just gotta hope that they're swinging it well when they're getting hot when it matters the most.
But hopefully when they face, that's what the difference is in the postseason. You're getting everybody's top 3 starters, their best guys, as the Astros know it, and you got to come up with hits. And they had multiple opportunities to score more runs than they did, and they weren't able to do that. So Astros lose 2 of 3. They'll get ready to take on the Angels. By the way, Framber again continues. He goes 7 innings and pitches another really good game. 7 innings, 1 run, and then Caleb came in and it just went to hell. So that's the latest there as the Astros look to get back on against the Angels tonight at Minute Maid.
Big 3 at 3, number 3.
All right, Thursday Night Football tonight. Clint's Super Bowl and MVP pick tonight gets his first home game as the Pats will head into New York. Hey, Clint, I think a lot of people may have thought this would be an easy game. The way that the Patriots have played the first 2 weeks, I think that is a team that we are starting to view a little differently. Like, sometimes you look at the schedule and you think, hell, the Texans are running into it now. I think people maybe thought the Vikings would be an easier opponent for the Texans. I think a lot of people looked at the Patriots, and the Texans will face them in a couple of weeks. The Patriots as an easier opponent. Their defense, their running game is pretty good, Clint. This is not the easy game that I think the Jets looked at before the season started. And they need Aaron Rodgers to kind of step up. He has still not had in the first 2 weeks one of those kind of vintage Aaron Rodgers games. He's just been okay, and he did what he needed to do to beat the Titans. He just didn't make bonehead decisions and mistakes the way that Will Levis did on the other side. But it's interesting to see what kind of performance and how close this game is going to be tonight with the Jets.
Yeah, look, when I look at this game right here, I've watched some Aaron Rodgers. I watched quite a bit of the first week, and hell, we're watching right now some of last week's game versus the Titans. And Aaron Rodgers, to me, it's very apparent, did not play in the preseason. I mean, it's very apparent that he's just missing. He's missing easy, quick slants and now routes and just missing underneath throws to his number one receiver, Garrett Wilson. And look, it's not a problem. It's just it appears to me to be rust. And so the biggest question is it rust, or has Father Time jumped on Aaron Rodgers? He's just not the same guy. We'll see as the season unfolds. But tonight, I would think in primetime football, if it's possible, we're going to get the best version of Aaron Rodgers. And in the New England Patriots, at the end of the day, shouldn't be a problem for him playing well. Now, if it's a tight ball game, and obviously, the Jets, don't. What is the line in this game?
Six and a half.
Say touchdown. Yeah, I mean, look, if the Jets don't cover that, then I'd be surprised. Like I think they're a significantly better football team. But like you said, the Patriots have played above board, above expectations, and we'll see.
Yeah, Tyler, can you guess the last time Aaron's thrown for 300 yards or more?
How many games
it's been? How many games?
How many games?
How many games do you think it's been since the last time he threw for 300 yards?
How many games he's played in?
Yes.
I'm going to go 9.
24.
Oh, wow.
He has not thrown for 300 yards in his last 24 games.
Talk about a discount double check.
It's almost shocking to believe that he has not eclipsed 300 yards in the last 24 games. And I'm not even talking about the season he missed. So I don't know they need that guy tonight against this team, against the Patriots, but it would be nice to just see him look closer like the guy that they –
Look, the Jets forget Aaron Rodgers for a minute, just the Jets as a whole. I mean, they are so far ahead of where the New England Patriots should be. If they are anywhere remotely close to being the Super Bowl contending team, hell, that I think they are, at least talent-wise, and that I'm sure they think they are. There should be as we watch this game, there should be a noticeable difference of one of these teams is a Super Bowl caliber team. The other team is trying to figure out who they are underneath a first-year coach and a journeyman quarterback, and they're trying to find their footing. That's what tonight should look like. But hey, you got to roll it out there and play ball, and you never know.
A player we haven't really talked about a lot with the Texans. I'm just curious how people have judged his performance thus far. We'll talk about that coming up next.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors. Y'all, look, if you've lived around these parks for any amount of time, you know all about Academy Sports and Outdoors. So I tell you, I spend too much time in Academy Sports and Outdoors, if I'm being honest. I got a 2.5-year-old that she's loving dribbling right now, and got her little plastic basketball goal and a couple of different little pink basketballs to dribble around in. So that takes me to a point of, hey, if your kids are out there,
I'm Listening Special, a 2-hour conversation featuring mental health professionals and some of the biggest names in sports, music, and news to promote mental health awareness across the nation. I'm Listening, next Wednesday at 8, here on Sports Radio 610 and the free Odyssey app. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Third down at 16 from the Bears 40. Williams in the gun. Back to pass. Fires left sideline and intercepted. Stingley's got it. The Texans with the takeaway. Derek Stingley Jr. He's at it again.
All right, that was a big play in the game. One of the two interceptions, the two corners. Him and Lassiter had two picks of Caleb Williams on Sunday night, and Derek Stingley got one of them to help secure that win there for the Texans. And Derek Stingley is a guy I want to get to.
You're a Texan, man.
There you go. Thanks, Cal. And I just want to tell Cal, man, I don't know if Hannah's doing this. You ain't got to wear that suit, man. If you don't want to, man,
Hold
you come
on,
in
Joe.
whatever you want to wear, Cal. I'm just telling you, man. If you want to go polo, if you want to wear one of your get you an H-down T-shirt.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, Cal be rocking them suits to the game, and I feel
every home game ever.
I feel like Cal want to throw some jeans on, and I just want to tell Cal, man, you can do that. I'm just giving that to you. You can bang out you some jeans and just really come casual if you like to. I mean, it's your spot. So I mean, you don't want to see Cal on Sunday in some jeans and comfortable.
I mean, look, I don't care what Cal wears.
But you'd rather him in a suit?
Well, I mean, I'm all right with the owner of the team representing on game day in a suit. Yeah, I'm cool with that.
I'm sure he can. I'm just saying.
I know we're awfully relaxed in 2024. Thank you.
Be relaxed, man. Get out there, man.
But look, Cal. Cal will be all right.
Tuck your polo in if you want to. I'm just saying, Cal. If you want to just kind of be a little casual, a little bit more comfortable, go ahead, man.
That's cookout day, man.
Yeah,
that's when you cook out with Cal. He'll wear a polo or something. He ain't wearing no polo on game day.
Throw your 7 jersey on, Cal. If you want to, put you some jeans on. Throw your 7. I really would appreciate it if he'd have gone in.
Let me tell you. Let's be honest. Hannah's dressed to the 9. She ain't letting him put on no damn polo. Hannah said, if I'm fixing to put this on, your ass ain't putting on no polo, boss.
Does this count as a thing on your show?
You can wear your boots, your jeans, but you're putting on a custom jacket now.
Boots and jeans. Okay, that's fine. I mean,
Did he not have is he suited all the way?
Oh, he's full suited. Yeah.
Well, you've been really checking on Cal, ain't you?
I just see. I mean, they showed when they went to his box and they showed him and they showed everybody up there in his box. He was full.
Speaking of Ray Childress.
Ray Childress up there.
Ray Childress. That's I'm gonna tell you back in the day, man. Mom was a big fan. Ray Childress is one that I remember. I'm old enough to remember Ray Childress.
I remember Ray Childress. I do.
His face still looks the same. Now he's a tad bit smaller, but his face still looks the same.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, what's the breaking news, Tyler?
Nothing too groundbreaking here, boys, but we do have Texans news. It's following up on what we already knew yesterday, and that is that Brevin Jordan is injured. The Texans say that Brevin Jordan has a tear in his ACL, and his season is done.
Yeah, since that, right? I mean, everybody had to. I mean, it wasn't like he's going to be out for a couple of weeks. Everybody was, their heart was broke for Brevin, so you knew something was a little bit.
B. Scott was on with us yesterday with the Texans report. He was saying it felt like potentially the season. And are they saying that it's the season, Tyler? I'm guessing torn ACL.
Yes, the season, and also I will add that is reported by Aaron Wilson of KPRC2. Texans tight end Brevin Jordan, he's done for 2024 with the torn ACL.
If that was Jerry Rice, I would hold out hope that he may return, but nobody else has done it except for him. So Brevin Jordan, torn ACL. I didn't even see it. I didn't even see when he got hurt. Torn ACL, and he is going to be out for the season. All right. We did enter this thing talking about Derek Stingley with that highlight and his pick. How would you all describe the first 2 weeks the play of Derek Stingley? What would be the word that you would use? You could text it in 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, what would be the word you would use to describe the first 2 weeks this year of the play of Derek Stingley? We played that in. He got that interception off of Caleb Williams. But how would you describe his play?
Fine. I mean, it's been, I mean,
Jake Myers.
Where are you going with this?
Just saying, Jake. Just fine.
No, not saying about Jake Myers. Where are you going with this?
I'm asking you.
Don't put it on me. I know you got something you want to talk about. Don't put it on me.
I'm not just throwing it out.
Go on, put it out there, man.
Tyler, where are you at?
Tyler, you see what he's up to, Tyler.
The horn.
He don't want to go on. He don't want to go on and pull the Band-Aid off, man. He wants to see. He wants to see if you can tee it up.
Text line coming in solid, but could be better. From the text line, 2 solids. Where are you at, Tyler? Inconsistent coming from YouTube and Twitch. Solid. Where are you at, Tyler?
What's your question, sir?
Derek Stingley. Sorry about that.
A lot going on back here at the studio.
Derek Stingley. We'll put a hold on to it. No, I'm just kidding. Derek Stingley, how would you describe, one word, how would you describe his play the first 2 weeks?
This season, the first 2 weeks?
Yeah, the first 2 weeks.
Not eyebrow raising.
Okay, multiple words. Not eyebrow raising.
Oh, I didn't know you said single word. I'm sorry. I'll do better next time I follow instructions.
But you ran them together, and it felt not eyebrow raising from him. Listen, I would, as you said, fine, which is Jake Myers, as we know here, improving from the text line. For me, it has been a bit disappointing. That interception he made was a great play, and he does his thing there. But overall, I think coming in, you're like, yo, this dude could be playing at an all-pro level. He could be an all-pro. We heard multiple times from different people, this could be one of the top 3 corners in the league. And I think DJ Moore kind of got him a few times. We know there were some misses in that Colts game, even though they weren't completed. But I would say I'm a bit disappointed from him. Someone else texting in lackluster. Let's hold it together, fellas. It was a bit disappointing. I would hope. I would have thought he would brought more to the table up to this point thus far. Not saying that it won't get better, but through the first 2 games, I've expected more out of Derek Stingley.
Yeah, look, I think there's been some almost lack of interest, kind of slow start component to Derek Stingley Jr. I think some of the stuff when
you say lack of interest, he's appeared.
Well, just almost like he's bored, and just kind of the underneath stuff doesn't interest him. And look, there's been some moments in 2 games where you're like, come on, man, you gotta tighten up and take that guy completely out of the game, kind of deal, which he ultimately ended up doing. Look, I'll say this about the overall cornerback play. Once again, I think the overall cornerback play is probably being somewhat blown out of proportion right now.
Would you?
Well, yeah. I mean, you have a defensive performance like you had last week, and clearly the pass rush was eating up Caleb Williams, and he had no idea. And the beneficiary of that, a good bit of the time, is your secondary. And then after the game with DeMeco Ryans and several players, I guess, talking about the rush and the coverage and how they're married and this and that. And while all that's true, ultimately the pressure up front is what causes the turnovers and the errant throws and the bad decisions. And so, like, I'm hesitant at this point right now to say, well, boy, you got Kamari Lassiter needs to be calling himself lockdown, right? And Derek Stingley needs to be talking about being all pro, which I know he wasn't. We were earlier in the year. Like, I think these guys are going to be fine. I'm not. I think overall the cornerback conversation is, let's not get too carried away after shutting down the Bears and all of a sudden act like we got 2 all pro guys out there. I mean, there's a lot to be seen about the corners with this football team, and after a Bears game is really not the time to be pulling the chain.
I think with Stingley's game against the Bears before that pick and really outside of that pick, I think he would like to have several plays back in that game with the pressure getting around. I mean, there were a couple of missed tackles and big plays made on him in that game, and then the Mitchell stuff in the first game with the Colts. And Pierce. So. Like I said, man, I just think just a little disappointing for the expectation of him. All right, as we continue here, we'll hook somebody up with their first gift card coming up as soon as this segment ends, and we'll get right into Clint's wheelhouse here in just a second. And Tyler is going to Minneapolis, and he has not yet revealed the jersey he got. He told us, wait till you see the jersey I got. I know he's going to rock it down at U.S. Bank Field. I need to get to the bottom of what jersey Tyler wouldn't purchase. That's coming up next.
All right, I need to talk to all my
and get ready for the workday.
We got a live broadcast Wednesday from Pitch 25 for day baseball and samples of Sagamore Rye whiskey.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, congratulations to our first winner, Tyrone. I was as shocked when I read that name, too, as you are. Tyrone, the first winner of a $25 Visa gift card. As soon as this segment ends, we will hook somebody up with a second one. Remember, coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, if you are on the streets and trying to head this way, we are at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball. You can come out and hang out and win prizes. In the 4 o'clock hour, there is a nice little folding chair, little chair, little lounge chair that you can have. You can go tailgating with. You can go in the back patio and just chill out with it, courtesy of Bud Light, and also has a cooler attached to it. We'll be hooking you up with that in the 4 o'clock hour. And in the 5 o'clock hour, the big one, a pair of tickets to see the Jacksonville Jaguars come to town and play your Houston Texans. And also with that, Bud Light is hooking you up with a wristband for free food and drinks to tailgate coming up on that game as well. That's coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. All you got to do, come on in, sign your name, put it in our raffle box, and you give yourself a chance to win. I do want to get to your sweet spot because I do want to see where you are after a couple of weeks in college football, and we got to figure out what Tyler's going to wear because somebody in text in and said Tyler's wearing a Kellen Mond jersey to the game on Sunday.
Cold day in hell, my friend.
Cold day in hell. He hated Kellen when he played for the Yankees.
I mean, in all seriousness, so why am I going to be wearing a Kellen Mond jersey to a Texans at Minnesota football game? Come on.
Well, yeah, there is a Minnesota Vikings Kellen Mond jersey, so I don't know.
He ain't there no more.
You might pick that up. You might wear that. I do want to get to that, but I don't know why this cracks me up. I just had the question, the one word or 3 words like Tyler, but one word that would describe the play of Derek Stingley the first 2 weeks. I said disappointing, just because of the expectation. I mean, he ain't been terrible. He's been fine, like Clint said. Somebody that texted in. I don't know why this just cracks me up. Somebody just texted in. F you, Ron. Except they didn't say F you. Just F you, Ron. That's just where they are.
My boy Ron.
I don't know why that tickled my ass, but I just F you. Just sit around and heard that thing. He typed it and said, you know what, damn it, man. Get this in there. F you, Ron. And I'm going to press in on that ass is what I will do. I did tell him, man, I'll pass. Not really what I'm going for today. That was funny as hell. All right.
That may piss your wife off a bit.
Nah, she's fine. I trust. She's listening to it. She'll text. She's fine. All right, Clint. I was looking up these odds as we're 3-4 weeks into the college football season, and they have Travis Hunter as the clear Heisman Trophy favorite, as the best player in college football. Cam Ward behind him. Jackson Dart, one of your favorite players of all time. Jalen Milroe of Alabama. Quinn Ewers of Texas as well in the mix. Do you get the sense Travis Hunter? Do you feel Travis Hunter is clearly the best player in college football and the favorite for the Heisman right now?
Absolutely,
really?
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I mean, against Colorado State, he played 123 of 138 snaps.
They've got to slow this down.
He is averaging playing 129 snaps a game. And he clearly is one of, if not the best receiver on the field. And he clearly is one of, if not the best defensive back on the field every time he touches the field. And the crazy thing about Travis Hunter is it seems like this year it's almost like he's establishing himself as a top wide receiver in the country, an NFL caliber, first round, top 20, top 15 type of wide receiver as well.
Yeah, everybody always thought the corner was.
Well, you think Deion? He came in as a corner. You think the corner, and he's just going to play offense because it's what Deion did, and he's going to help the team win. No, I mean, he's literally their best wide receiver. It ain't no just help them win. He's the best wide receiver they got over there. So I think this is a guy that's got a legit decision to make in terms of what side of the ball is he going to play. I don't know that either one of them matter when it comes to when he's going to get drafted. And I think you'd have a hard time selling me that somebody is a better player in college football than a guy that's playing 129 snaps a game. I don't think there's much of a debate there, Ron.
My debate, and it is not right now, but we'll see. Is my thought is, how many games does Colorado have to win for him to have a realistic shot to win it?
Not as many as most, but I get what
you know what I mean.
Are you saying you don't think they can win that many, or can
that's
they?
That's what I'm saying. Like if they win 6 games, is that enough for him to win the Heisman?
Ooh.
Because you know what I mean. You've been there. I don't know. Like the last person to win this award that does what he does is Charles Woodson, right? And he's the only, I believe, the only defensive player to win the Heisman, and primarily defensive player. But hell, Clint, you could argue that Travis is as much of he plays as much on the offense as he does the defense side of the ball right now. But like to me, if they aren't bowl eligible, I don't see how he wins the Heisman.
Yeah, not getting to 6 would make it real tough. I don't think he has to win as many as Charles Woodson, simply because he's a much better player than Charles was on the offensive side of the football.
And there's not Peyton Manning out there.
Yeah, I mean it's. I think they've got it. You're right. They got to be. If you don't get bowl eligible, you can't win it. I mean, I don't give a damn who you are. No matter how many positions you play, if you can't get to bowl eligible, you just ain't good enough.
Now is that right though? Because the Heisman Trophy is supposed to be about the best player in college football, and not necessarily the most valuable player, right? Is that what it's? That's what it's supposed to be. The Heisman Trophy is the best player, and not necessarily But we have to add that in, right?
I can't remember the last time.
Oh, I can't either.
I can't remember the last time that a player from a team that wasn't bowl eligible was even considered.
Yeah.
Much less had a chance to win it.
Like even Tyler knows Johnny had to beat Alabama, and they got to a Cotton Bowl that year. They had to do something. Like to me, I feel like 7. They have to at least win 7, Clint, and it has to be a year where there's not a dominant guy, right? If Cam Ward continues to put up numbers like this, and Miami is undefeated, that's a hard one for him not to be able to get through. So I don't know. That's to me the biggest hurdle for Travis is how many games will his team win? Yeah. Because I don't think he can do it. I don't think he can get it done with 5 or 6 or 7. To me, you got to.
To win it, yeah, I agree. To get there, I think if he gets 6 to 7, he's there.
He's in New York.
No matter what the record is?
I think so. I think he's at least in New York. I think they'll want to. Yeah, I think he's in New York. All right, Tyler, you're going to Minneapolis. I think you'll have a really good time there. I know you got some. Get your Juicy Lucy, man. Get your Juicy Lucy when you get there, and just beware of that bite. Don't kill yourself like I did when I bit into it and I couldn't eat for the next 4 or 5 days.
We'll never forget after that story you told.
Yeah, don't do that. But you said he told us he bought some new gear. He told us he bought a jersey or a couple. What you rocking? What are you rocking? Because 2 years ago you went to Denver and you decided for some odd reason to purchase that Davis Mills jersey and wear that.
Yes.
And then I believe you went with the DeMeco Ryans Coach 59 T-shirt last year.
You are correct.
When you took that L in Carolina, what are you wearing? What are you wearing coming up? By the way, this would be 3 consecutive losses if the Texans lost to the Vikings with you going on the road. What jersey are you wearing coming up Sunday?
Yeah, I need a road win in a bad way for this little tradition to continue, going to one away game for the Texans year. But the jersey I got for this trip to Minnesota, boys, it is clean. I'm going to be rocking the brand new Battle Red Texans jersey with, of course, CJ7 right there on the back.
CJ Stroud.
I knew it was going. I didn't think he would get spicy. I didn't think he would get spicy.
What do you mean he gets spicy?
I thought he might go in like a Stingley direction.
Oh, I got
I thought he might go into a Tank Dell or maybe a Steph Diggs. I would if you'd have told me to guess, I would have said, because I know he wouldn't purchase this. I think he would have he would have gone Diggs. That's what I would have guessed. But he goes Stroud. Okay, the battle red Stroud
It's
jersey.
clean.
Okay, yeah, you'll stick out with all that purple.
Now let's get this dub.
that red's pretty clean, man.
No, it definitely is. That, I'm telling you, man, that mannequin they had of Andre in that all red, that was most definitely.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I have a hard time finding one I don't like. I'm a pretty simple fella. That white with Houston across the chest is hard to miss. It's hard to go wrong with that one. But
I'm much rather the all white. That all white that they put together Sunday rather than the blue pants. I like the all white. I wish when they go on the road they went all white like that. Yeah. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, we got there's one thing. There's a lot of moves made, a lot of newness on the defensive side of the football made this year, really on the whole Texans organization. But the defensive side of the football, there's a couple of rookies playing, a couple of new faces that were game-changing type moves, that were win-now type moves. There's one of them that I'm really convinced was the right move and is going to work out exceptionally well. I'll tell you who that is and what position that is. And we'll hear from none other than one of the Bears tight end that got cold-cocked last week. We'll hear from him, and he'll tell us about that guy. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that,
Sign up and sign in to Paramount Plus today. Hey, Texans fans, Paramount Plus is your home to stream the NFL on CBS every Sunday. Catch C.J. Stroud and the boys in action. And stream your live local NFL on CBS game all the way through the AFC Championship. Sign up and sign in to Paramount Plus today.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is, and we're having a good party today here on a Thursday. Come out, hang out. We're up in Tomball at the Buffalo Wild Wings. Big shout-out to Bud Light for making this happen. We've already given away 2 $25 gift cards. And we got a couple more giveaways. The big one in the 5 o'clock hour, it is 2 tickets and 2 wristbands, which the wristbands are for the Bud Light tailgate, which I have not been to the Bud Light tailgate, but I would imagine that it's next level. If you like to drink cold beer, you like to prep for a football game and tailgate, I would imagine it's about as good as you can get. So the tickets to the Jacksonville Jaguar game, which, by the way, it's looking like Jacksonville, well, nobody in this division is started very hot. Everybody's 0-2 except for the Texans, which is a beautiful thing. But we'll see what that
Jaguars.
Is that next week? Is that next week or 2 weeks from now? When do we come back?
I think it is next week.
Is it next week or 2 weeks? Next week, Jacksonville. So that Jacksonville game, 2 tickets, 2 Bud Light tailgate passes as well. That's big time. And then we've also got, what are we giving away that chair over there, Ron?
4 o'clock hour coming up in this hour.
And this is this is one of them old school lawn chairs. I don't know. Some of our listeners, or younger listeners, probably ain't never seen one of them old the woven style lawn chairs. That's what old mom and dad used to sit out in the front yard. Yeah, they sat out in the front yard on Park Street drinking cold beer, broad daylight. Everybody passing by to see them. Next thing you know, I'd come home from practice. There'd be 4 or 5 people in this sitting on the church pew drinking cold beer in the front yard, smoking cigarettes, Marlboro Reds. But anyway, that's the kind of, if they weren't sitting on that church pew, they were sitting in them chairs like that right there. So it's a lawn chair. By the way, it's river depth. At river depth, Ron.
Is that what you call that?
Yeah, because you get in the Guadalupe, you get in the Comal, you get in one of them rivers up there in the hill country. You don't want to be sitting in a tall chair. You want that chair to have you want your ass in the water. So if the water's not deep enough, which nowadays up there, you don't ever know how deep the water's going to be, you got to get good and down in it. So it's one of them short chairs, and it's got a cooler attached to the bottom of it with a great handle, by the way. Great handle on the back of that lawn chair. Coming from a guy that's married and has 2 daughters, I got to carry everything every time we go to the river or we go on vacation. That little black handle on the back of that lawn chair would be clutch in that situation. So we're going to give that away here coming up as well. So come on out and hang out with us. Again, big shout out to Bud Light for making all that happen. Big shout out, by the way, to Buffalo Wild Wings as well for hosting us every Thursday for Thirsty Thursday. Ron, there was a lot of change. Not change. Let's say there's a lot of ads this offseason. With this football team, a lot of win now moves were made, and clearly they're winning now, 2-0. We've yet to see A-plus football from the Texans. We've yet to see the best version of the Texans, but they're 2-0, and it's a beautiful thing. On the defensive side of the football, you've got a second-round rookie that's starting at corner. You've got one of the best pass rushing defensive ends in the entire NFL in Danielle Hunter. That was added. You've got a middle linebacker that's a tackling machine in Azeez Al-Shaair that was added.
He played his ass off Sunday, by the way.
Yeah, he did, which I don't know about y'all, but I greatly appreciate that little scuffle on the sideline, and I greatly appreciate him standing up and giving that old boy one piece, just real quick.
If you can get a one piece and stay in the game, man.
Yeah, he didn't get a penalty, so I can't hate him for that. That ended up working out just beautifully for us. But anyway, they added him. Kalen Bullock, a third-round draft pick, is getting a lot of run at the safety position as well. But they also, Ron, made one move, which last year was interesting. Jalen Petrie, a local kid from Stafford, played at Baylor, a guy that's easy to love, easy to like, easy to root for, and you want to see him do well. Had a great year under Lovie Smith, and then DeMeco Ryans comes in, and it looks like he's going to have a promising year, and he ends up essentially being benched. And everybody wonders, like, what in the world is going on with Jalen Petrie? How are they going to make this right? So DeMeco Ryans takes Jalen Petrie and makes him a nickel defender, which means he's a cover defender. He's ultimately a safety, but he's playing at linebacker depth, which is a beautiful, beautiful play for him because now he can play with all of his instincts. Now he can be a great tackler. He can rush the passer. He flashes big time for all of us fans every time we watch. And Five had a hell of a game last week. And in fact, one of the biggest, I don't know if it's the biggest play, but I know that at least the loudest play that's made the most noise since the game was a hit that he had on Cole Kmet, the tight end for the Bears. Here's how it sounded.
First down from the Chicago 30, bunch formation right. Caleb Williams in the gun with one back, Swift. Here's the snap. Here's the pass to Swift, and he's knocked down by Petrie. What a blast in the backfield.
Yeah. You know, when Andre grunts a little bit, those are his old quarterback days. Like, oh, God, that hurt him just a little bit. But the penalty flag was thrown. They quickly picked it up. It was not a penalty, a roughing penalty, a defenseless receiver, a hit to the head. It was none of that. It was just a good old clean football hit that you really don't see much anymore in football. But it was just a clean hit that was nasty. And as I said, he had one hell of a game, Ron. And let's hear from Cole Kmet about that. The actual tight end. I guess he has a podcast. He has a podcast.
Why not?
Let's see how that hit felt to the actual recipient, Cole Kmet.
I did try to sell it for a little bit because it wasn't like a head-to-head thing, but I mean, he got me clean. That was a clean hit. Yeah. And then got to the ground, and I did have to take a second because I was like, whew, man, that was quite the hit there. And they did throw the flag initially, then they ended up picking it back up. But
to answer your question, somebody would have had to probably carry me to the plane to get home. That was a good hit.
It was a good hit. It was a clean hit. It was a clean hit.
Cole, where does that rank as far as hardest hits you've taken in your career?
That's probably the hardest. Now, that being said, I was like fully relaxed. Not that I wasn't expecting it, but I was more focused on catching the football. So like you're not like tensing your body up.
The hardest hit of his career came from about what's Petrie's? He about 5'10", 5'11", about $180, $185.
Probably a little bit more than that.
That big Nick energy.
Yeah, well, maybe 190, 200.
I say all that and play all that audio to set the table, man. I'm some of these moves that DeMeco Ryans made, obviously Daniil Hunter and Azeez Al-Shaair, they were proven players when they got here. The two rookies, I think they're going to be good. We'll see. The jury's still out on those guys. But one thing that I think was a little bit of a roll of the dice, but has ended up being a big-time move, and I've seen enough. I'm convinced this is the right move, and this dude's going to be a difference maker for the Texans at the nickel defender position, is that move of taking Jalen Petrie from safety and putting him at nickel defender where he can play with those instincts, Ron. I'm convinced not only is that a hell of a move, but it's going to be a big-time – he's going to be a big-time playmaker down there for him moving forward.
You're convinced?
Convinced. I'm there. I'm convinced.
I'm not – listen, I am convinced that is the best spot for him to be. I don't think he's at his best as a deep safety. The only thing is we just have not seen him being forced to cover yet. And that was always the question. Everything he's doing, the physicality, what he can do at the line of scrimmage, his blitzing, those were all the reasons why we wanted him to potentially play closer. Yep. We still have not seen the Bears or the Colts attack him in the passing game. We've not had him, seen anything similar to – I feel bad we bring this cat up, but Tavierre Thomas in the slot just getting the
barbecue chicken.
But that's barbecue brisket. Like I told you, that was barbecue. that was barbecue brisket. That was a special piece of meat right there, baby. That was Angus. The way they was getting him. That's the only thing is, and I'm not sure if we'll see it today, on Sunday. And there may be a thing of DeMeco completely scheming it to where he doesn't have to do it. I think it's hard. I see him more covering running backs out of the backfield and things of that nature. We'll see. But I still think at some point, some coordinator or offensive coach is going to find a match him up to get him with receivers in the slot. And to me, that is going to be the point where, I think we can at least for me, can fully say, yes, that is a huge move. Thus far, they've allowed him to play the position at his strengths and not have to really go out and
look, I feel really good about it, and here's why. Because the Bears, there's not going to be a game this year where the Texans pressure more than they did against the Bears. I don't think there probably won't be a game where they even get remotely close.
You don't think they'll try to let Sam see some ghosts again this week?
No. Look, they may try initially, but I don't think there's going to be a game the rest of the year where there's a young quarterback that gets overwhelmed with an offensive line that can't protect. I don't think. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it happens 10 more times, but I don't think they're going to see that scenario many more times, especially with this schedule. If they were playing that last play schedule, yeah, then sure that we might see that. But with this schedule, you're not going to be able to get away with it, to your point. But you were able to pressure and play a lot of man defense, and there was never a time where Jalen Petrie was even in harm's way. There was never a time when, hey, man, they got him on a receiver and that receiver's open and the quarterback just overthrew. There was never even a time where you lost sleep about it. So I'm convinced. I'm comfortable with being convinced that move is good. Like I said, I love the Daniil Hunter move. I love the Azeez Al-Shaair move. Those are game-changing moves. You knew they were going to be okay. I like Kalen Bullock. We'll see what happens there. The corner, Kamari Lassiter. I'm good. I'm good with where he's at. But the lockdown thing and the stats that are going around and that are building him up to be this lockdown corner, I'm not quite there yet. But love what I've seen from him. Love what I've seen from Kalen Bullock as well. Hey, we every Monday and Wednesday we hear from DeMeco Ryans. And what I love to hear DeMeco Ryans, and even Nick Caserio on Texans All Access does a really good job of it, but DeMeco Ryans breaking down the opponent that week a little bit early on. And DeMeco typically does it from the defensive side of the football, so he's talking about the offense. So, Ron, I want to bring that to the people. Ultimately, he's asked about Sam Darnold, but he goes into the overall Minnesota offense. And this is really, as a fan, this is what we're up against this week with Kevin O'Connell, the head coach and the offensive play caller for the Minnesota Vikings. Here's DeMeco Ryans talking about their offense.
Sam has done a great job really being efficient in the offense. He's taking what defenses gives him, right? And you could tell that Kevin has kind of slowed it down for him, simplified it for him to where he got a lot of easy looks, right? And he's getting the ball out on screens, quick game, boots. It's a lot of short passes that he's getting it out on, but then you also have to deal with 18 down the field, so Kevin has done a good job of mixing up the offense, right? A ton of different looks. One thing that stuck out is they've run the ball really well these first 2 weeks. I think that's what's kept them balanced throughout the games. They've ran the ball well, and they've also won on third down. Their third down, they've been really well, staying on the field. They've been, executing on third down, which has allowed them to sustain some long drives.
There's a lot there, but I think the picture that he painted of the Minnesota Vikings offense is really solid, right? You've got, and that's the simplicity of it, Ron, is the beautiful part of it, right? Is they are really good at the screen game, some of the different run game inside. They're having some success with it, but you also have to worry about Jordan Jefferson down the field, right? There's certain teams that make offensive football so damn difficult that your quarterback can't even call the play in the huddle. Your quarterback can't wrap his head around it. And then there's some teams that just go, hey, this game is not that difficult. Let's spread defenses out sideline to sideline, make defenses defend you sideline to sideline, and then we've got one guy out wide that can beat you over the top if you get too nosy from the safety position or the corner position or anything like that. And that's exactly who Minnesota is. Keep it simple, stupid, and I don't mean that disrespectfully. That's exactly what I would hope to accomplish if I were ever an offensive coach. Keep it simple, stupid, spread them out sideline to sideline, and if they get too nosy, hit them with Justin Jefferson over the top. That's ultimately, that's breaking it way down, obviously, but that's what the Minnesota Vikings bring to the table, and that's what DeMeco Ryans is up against this week.
Yeah, and I think a big point about it, if you missed it with Mario Edwards Jr., he joined us earlier in the show. I think a lot of this starts with they have been able to run the football to start this thing off. And that opens up and puts defenses on their heels and has put the 49ers, who have a great defense and great players out there, put them on their heels because Aaron Jones and that offensive line have been able to run the football and can dictate things. Like on the big play, the 97-yard touchdown to Jefferson, I believe, comes off a play action that is sold more because they're able to run the football. And then they hit Jefferson behind, and, of course, he gets the ball in his hands and he makes plays. So that's why I loved hearing that from Mario Edwards is, hey, we gotta be big time and aggressive up front in the front four. We got to stop the run and get pressure. But stopping the run, Aaron Jones is very, very important. And I think that's led to the Texans' success thus far this year. They have stopped the run and forced these other quarterbacks. And I think Sam Darnold fits into, you'd rather this game be on Sam Darnold's arm. Like, in your terms, you'd rather it be on Sam Darnold's arm just like you'd rather it be in Caleb and you'd rather be in Richardson.
Yeah, and look, their hope is that their defense can keep it from being on Sam Darnold's arm and keep their offense in rhythm. Look, week one, they played the New York Giants. I said this when we played them in the preseason. That is hands down the worst team in the NFL. I don't give a damn what happens. There's no doubt about it. That is going to be the worst.
You've seen the Carolina Panthers.
No,
the Carolina Panthers
the Giants
are worse.
The Giants are worse. They've got a quarterback that they're paying $45 million a year to, and he's worse than Bryce was.
Maybe they're in a better.
They're worse.
He's still playing.
What makes it worse is they've already invested in a quarterback, and on national TV, they talked about letting Saquon Barkley leave because they wanted to change their identity, and then this is the identity they go with.
They lost on the last second.
I don't give a damn. The Giants are the worst team in the league.
The Panthers have got trounced.
I mean, this evolved into a Giants versus Panthers. That's a good call. Nonetheless, the point is made. The Giants suck, right?
They suck. We'll agree with that.
The Week 2 win Minnesota Vikings versus the San Francisco 49ers. Now, without Christian McCaffrey, but they win 23-17. Sam Darnold throws for 270. And they win a game that they ultimately preseason had no business winning. So big win last week from the Minnesota Vikings. They'll be on cloud 9 with the Texans coming to their place Sunday. The Texans are going to have their hands full. C.J. Stroud. We're going to see A+ from C.J. Stroud, and we're damn sure going to see, as we just got through hearing from DeMeco Ryans, that defense is going to have to continue to roll as well.
That's right. All right, coming up as we continue live here from Buffalo Wild Wings here in Tomball, the lineup is out, and there is one missing piece, one major missing piece out of the Astros lineup. You see that, Tease? You see how she checked up and looked? She said, what the hell? There's one major missing piece from the lineup for the Astros today. We'll share that with you as we continue riding along here on The Drive Live. Stay with us and come on out, hang out, win some prizes as well here at Buffalo Wild Wings here in Tomball as The Drive continues to be live. But before we get to the lineup, I want to talk to you about Texas Star Grill Shop. Texas Star Grill Shop, to me, I'm telling you, has helped me
Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. The Drive is live. Make some noise out here, man. It's a good crowd out here. There we go. Yeah, good people out here having a good time out here. Tyler
gonna make a little noise back at the house.
Tyler's at the studio making noise, but we appreciate you guys jumping in. He got that H-Town blue jersey right there on him. Get that Stroud jersey on there. There you go. Got the shoes to match too. He really carefully put that outfit together. But we appreciate you all coming out, and more can come out.
No sidewinders.
No, they ain't. I don't know people who wear sidewinders.
Oh, do you not?
No, I don't. Never had them on. But anyway, come on out. There's more room. You can come and hang out. And after this segment ends, our third prize, we will hook somebody up with that lawn chair that also has a cooler connected to it, courtesy of Bud Light. So make sure you get it in right now. If you have just walked in and you did not put your name in a raffle box, you might want to do that right now to give yourself a chance to win, because you got about, roughly less than 10 minutes or so before that gets given out. All right, I do want to pay this off here. The Astros lineup is out. And right off the bat, there's no Altuve in the lineup today. He is off today. He was just the DH yesterday as Dubon played second base. Dubon's going to be in at second again today. But Bregman is going to lead off playing third base with Alvarez in left field for second straight day. Tucker is back in the lineup in the 3 spot where I like him. Diaz is in the 4 spot, right? Don't you think that it should come in that way, the lineup, where when Altuve comes back, they just bump everybody down and Yainer Diaz is in the 5 spot? Doesn't it feel like that should be the route it is? They've tried to, it seems like, put Yainer either in the 3 or the 4 spot in front of Tucker. I think right now, especially them swings he took in the 8th inning the other night, but right now it feels like it should go Altuve, Bregman, Alvarez, Tucker, and then Diaz. They've had Diaz in the 3 spot right behind. It seems like they've wanted Diaz right behind Jordan, and I think that should be reserved for Kyle Tucker. Anyway,
well, you're gonna mess around and piss off some of these old purists, man. Right, left, man.
Yeah.
That's the only justification for why you would do it the way they have done it since Tucker's been back. I mean, absolutely. I mean, Bregman's done his best work in a 2-hole. Altuve's obviously your leadoff. Alvarez has made comments about wanting to see more pitches before that first at bat. Like yesterday, I think it was yesterday, I watched Altuve swung at the first pitch. He stood in the box and had seen 1 pitch from the pitcher, which I wouldn't give a rip about, other than he actually said he would rather see more pitches. So I like moving Alvarez back to the 3-hole. And obviously Tucker's not going to bat behind Diaz, so I'd go Tucker Diaz. Absolutely, that'd be my top 5. Do what you want with the bottom. I don't care. The bottom 4, do what you want, but those top 5 would be like that.
Yeah, boy. Like I said the other day, when they had Bregman on the on-deck circle, and it was less than 2 outs with a chance to take the lead, and a runner on third base, first and third, and Diaz was up there and no swings. He just didn't have a prayer. And you just know in crucial situations, at least those other guys you're going to get. Now, it may come to him anyway, but that's fine. But those other guys, you know you're going to get quality at bats.
I don't want to get too far off the weeds. I know you're going somewhere with that. But there is, like, to me, I'm a Yainer Diaz fan. There's no doubt about it. Yeah. But Yainer Diaz is really one of just a couple of guys in this lineup that he can get overwhelmed.
Or anxious, like
to me, it seems overwhelmed. I mean, it's not on like a Jake Myers level, but they're like when you get one of these top pitchers up there that's got his stuff. You know, you look at the old veterans. I mean, you look at Howard and just some of the different guys they brought through here that are veterans. And while they may struggle, they don't just look overwhelmed. And there's like Yainer at times against top tier pitching has the ability, and I'm not even talking about the chasing the bad pitches. I'm just talking about looking overwhelmed at the plate at times, and so hopefully he can clean that up.
Yeah, it seems like to me he's trying to do too much in those moments. Like he is so amped to try to get the big hit, and doesn't just finds himself chasing and doing stuff like that. So, but he is in the 4 spot. Pena's behind him in the 5 spot. And then Caratini is catching tonight with Diaz being the DH tonight. So Caratini's in the lineup. Big John Singleton's at first base again. And then Jake Myers in center with Dubon playing in second base. And this is a Kikuchi night.
Who?
Kikuchi.
Oh.
It's Kikuchi night. That's the latest. Tyler during the break.
Yeah, that's right. No, I say Tyler.
Kikuchi. I think it's interesting, Tyler, during the break, Clint Stoerner had no idea that Daniel Jones had pulled off Kay Adams.
Still don't believe it.
And
no
clue.
I still don't believe
clue.
It.
He's been looking it up.
I don't
believe it is. She has come out openly and said it and said
that was not. She said,
"Please protect my boyfriend."
Protect
and it has
my
been
boyfriend.
Reported.
That's almost like it's a joke going around, and I want you to protect my boyfriend.
It seems like you want it to be a joke.
Do you hear Taylor Swift talking about y'all protect Kelsey?
No,
she ain't saying that.
Taylor and
Nobody says that.
Taylor don't talk every day. Taylor don't talk every day about Travis. She's talking every day.
Nobody in their right mind talks about protect my boyfriend.
You know who she is? She's Mrs. Jones. That's who Kay is.
No way.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
I can't believe he pulled that off.
Go ahead, Daniel. I don't know what he did. Because you're right. I mean, I guess when he combs his hair right, maybe he's attractive. I'm not.
He's an attractive dude, relatively speaking. He's successful. I'm not saying he's not attractive.
He pulled it off because many of these athletes they shot with Kay Adams.
Oh, the rounds she makes at the training camps, I would imagine that they all are.
With Kay Adams.
I bet some of the head coaches have shot shots.
Hell yeah, and I bet you, and it's somebody more high profile than Dan Jones, and Dan got I bet Dan got that mouthpiece, Tyler.
No.
I bet Dan. And it's that sneaky mouthpiece that you don't know is coming, and the next thing you know, you're sitting there and you're just smitten.
Dan's got one thing working for him. Well, big, good-looking dude with money. Exclude those. He got a real take you home to mama vibe.
Yeah. And he uses that mouthpiece to pull it off.
When my daughter ever brings somebody home, I hope it's a Daniel Jones kind of dude. Got a lot of money, good looking.
People texting in 45 million, baby. Now I'm telling you, there have been people with more money who has taken.
Kay's not like that.
I bet you Kay ain't far off from 45.
And hers is going to be a little bit more sustainable.
Yeah, she's going to be able to sustain hers.
She's going to be able to do this for the next 25, 30 years. Kay Adams will be. Good for him, man.
I don't think that's the real deal.
It's the real, Tyler. It's the real deal. Because you just don't have to accept it. Shout out to Kay Adams.
I need more proof than protect my boyfriend when she's talking to somebody.
Yeah. Oh, Daniel Jones is up in Adams all right. Good for him, Dan. Good for you, man. I'm so proud of Dan. He may not play worth a damn on the field, and he's going to get his ass kicked every single week, and he's about to get Brian Daboll fired here in the next several weeks. But good for him. So proud of him. God, he pulled it off. He did something. He turned that New York Giants quarterback thing into something else. See, I don't think he pulls off Kay Adams if he's the Cincinnati Bengals quarterback. I guess Joe Burrow could probably pull off.
And I think she's a big Bengals fan, by the way.
Is she? Damn it.
So you picked the one team. You picked the one team.
Check that. He would pull this off if he's a Carolina Panthers quarterback, not just living in Charlotte. All right, coming up, we're going to hook somebody up with our latest prize. Some news here coming from the University of Texas, their quarterback situation. Arch Manning's going to get to start. Is he going to hold this job from Quinn? Quinn going to get his job back? That's coming up. And a little something with the Texans and the division. As they are 2-0 and the rest of the division is winless. We'll discuss those thoughts coming up next.
Kingsford Original Charcoal, America's grilling expert. And let's celebrate summer the Kingsford way. Kingsford.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, there it is, The Drive here coming up. Two more things to hook people up with your chance to win a courtesy of Bud Light, a lounge chair with a cooler attached, and the big one in the 5 o'clock hour. After the second, I'll say it right now, after the second segment, yeah, try it out, man. After the second segment in the 5 o'clock hour, after that segment ends, after the second segment, we will hook somebody up with those tickets. So stay tuned with us. Come on in. You got to be in here to get them. You got to. He's going to sign it up for you. You got to be in here to get them. Sign them up. Throw them in that raffle. 2 tickets to the Jags and Texans game, and it includes a Bud Light wristband. Could pull that off.
There you go.
Bud Light wristband for tailgating. Free drinks, free food as
Bring
well.
on the Jaguars.
Coming up in a couple of weeks, so you can fill your name out, put yourself in a spot to win that in our raffle coming up after the second segment in the 5 o'clock hour. All right, Clint and Tyler, those of you on the text line as well, you can chime in on this. The Texans, as we know right now, sit here at 2-0 in the division right now, and as we said earlier this week, Tyler's right on his way in his belief that they are going to just run away with this thing by 4 or 5 games as they're 2-0. And the rest of the division right now is 0-2. As the Titans, they've choked away. Check that. Will Levis has choked away a couple of games here to get them winless, as well as Trevor Lawrence.
He can't play them in a horror movie.
There you go. And the Jags, they've lost their first 2. And the Texans have a win over the Colts, and then the Colts lost to Green Bay, so they're 0-2. And I'd like to throw out to the people, 713-572-4610. Those of you here in Buffalo Wild Wings, you can think about it too. YouTube and Twitch, Clint Tyler as well. As they sit 2-0, after the first couple of weeks, which team that's 0-2 do you get the sense will be the team that the Texans potentially have to hold off to win the AFC South? Who is it the first couple of weeks? As we said, they're all 0-2. But who is it that you think the Texans will initially have to hold off to win this division? My man right here in front of us, he just mouthed to me the Colts. He thinks it's the Colts after the first 2 weeks. You saw them. They did play you tight. Like, we do understand that thing could have gone either way if they could connect on some of those down-the-field plays, that may have gone a different way. Do you sense it is the Colts right now as the team that the Texans may have to hold off?
Yeah, look, I'm not going to jump off that thought that the Colts are the number 2 team in this division.
You've said it. You said you feel like Shane Steichen wishes he had that game back.
Yeah, look, I just think it's a different ball game if you protect your quarterback a bit. He called plays in that game as if he had a quarterback that he had 4 or 5 years worth of experience with. And not a running back that was running the ball downhill. I think if they run the ball down, like I'm talking about overly commit to running the football downhill, I think that game's different. I just do. I don't. That was their strength. That was our weakness. They were doing a good job of it early on. Now circumstances, the way the game played out, it was going to be hard to run the football in the second half. I get that, so not totally on him. But early in that game, in that first half, throwing the football on first and second down with Anthony Richardson was pointless when you got Jonathan Taylor in the back. So look, and then you turn around. So you lose by playing. I mean, that was C-ball from the Colts at best if you're a Colts fan, and you lost by 2 points, 29-27. Right? I mean, you got to feel pretty good if you're the Colts and, hey, we're going to at least play better. I don't know if we're going to win. We're going to play better next time we play them. And then you lost to the Green Bay Packers 16-10. Granted, that was a Green Bay Packer team that didn't have Jordan Love, and that was a Green Bay Packer team that ran all over your defense again. But it's 2 weeks. I think the Colts are going to be significantly better by week 8 than they were week 1 and 2. And I'm going to ride with the Colts on this thing. Anthony Richardson's going to be better. Shane Steichen's going to be better. The offense overall is going to be better. And I just can't believe that the defense is as bad as it's been in the first 2 weeks.
Hell, they just lost DeForest Buckner. He just went on the IR.
Well, they were bad without him, so hell with it. Bring in the next one.
They were
bad with him is what I meant.
I don't know if that's the way they go with hell. They were bad. We sucked with them. I heard Gus Bradley say, we have got to come together as a group to stop the run. I see some people here on the text line roll through the Jags a couple of times there on the text line. Someone did agree with you. I say the Colts. Richardson is going to break loose eventually. I do think it's between the Colts and the Jags because Will Levis plays the game like he's just taking shots. Sometimes you make plays.
You mean taking shots at the bar or just taking shots?
Well, he takes shots at the bar and then leads him to take shots. I think, honest to God, there are some possessions I think he has hit tequila before walking out. Just hit it real quick, bam, hit the table, and hit tequila. Yeah, well, he looks like it. He drinks coffee and puts mayonnaise in it. So I think he's a funky guy. So maybe you're right. Maybe he's over there just taking Everclear. But anyway, he plays like he's taking shots. There's just you can depend on not just a dumb play, but like a take you out at the knees type play a game. Or two from him.
You're going to find out about Jacksonville. They're 0-2, and they're staring down the pipe of Buffalo and Houston.
No, yeah, and they've played tight games, and tight games I think they probably think they should have won. So I think it's between Jacksonville and Indy. And the thing about the Colts is you watch them, and I think it's clear to see they were close to you. And I think for them more than the Jags, I can see, it's hard to think that they don't get better with their defense. It's hard to think their defense is going to be that bad. It's hard to think that Gus Bradley and them and those guys won't put something together for them to be a bit better. And it's hard to think that Anthony Richardson, a guy you've talked about, just ain't played that many games. He's still under 20 games, I think, played since college. It's got to be close to it. If he's not, it's just 21. So it's hard to not sense that he won't get better either. So I think it's between those two, and I would lean towards the Colts because I can clearly see places they'll get better. Trevor, I know he's got more talent than that, but I mean, we're year 4 now or something like that. Like at some point, you're kind of close to what you are. So to me, I think it's between the Colts and the Jags, and I would lean towards the Colts like you.
Yeah, it's been bad for the Colts, but I'm not going to jump off that opinion yet. Not quite yet.
Not quite yet. And like you said, I think Shane Steichen would love to have. I think he'd love to have back calls in that Packers game. I think he played that one weird.
I didn't watch that game, so I'm not real sure how.
I think he threw the ball too much in that game.
I'm not real sure how Malik Willis ends up. Wasn't that Malik Willis game?
Yep.
I'm not real sure how Malik Willis gets you, but
I think he's about 10 to 12 for about 106 yards or something like that. But he ran for 60, and they ran for 261 as a whole. So tough one there. All right, Arch Manning gets his first start as he is going to be in with an injured Quinn Ewers. You think there is anything Arch can do in this game that potentially would jeopardize Quinn's chances of getting back as a starter?
No, absolutely not. Look, there would have been, had Quinn not had the game against Michigan that he had, then I would have a much different take. But right now, Quinn went on the road in the Big House against Michigan, the defending national champs, and had a Heisman Trophy type of coming out party. He's the leader of the pack. They won, 31-10. They won convincingly by 3 touchdowns.
Clint, even if he come out with another 5 touchdowns in this game,
look, he should. He better. You're the number 1 team in the country. You're playing ULM.
Your first career start.
Yep, absolutely. That's what you did last week against UTSA. You went out there, threw the ball 12 times, completed 9 of them for 4 touchdowns, and ran it. You ought to come out against ULM, and he ought to have 4 touchdowns. He ought to have 300 yards. I'd be disappointed if he didn't, but I just don't think there's anything. Now, if there were other opponents, like if last week was a different opponent and he came in and he won a big-time conference game.
If he beat an SEC opponent?
If it was just let's not even be big-time, but if it was just an SEC, and then let's say they had Oklahoma this week and he went out there and played lights out and beat Oklahoma, then I think we could possibly see Quinn.
So Quinn
not
plays
getting another
against
shot.
Oklahoma.
Absolutely.
Quinn plays. If he's healthy.
When Quinn's healthy, he's going to be the starter for this football team. Absolutely.
I'll be honest with you. You said it earlier this week. I'm with you, man. I am excited. I'm excited to see Arch. A full week of practice.
Hell yeah.
He did that without knowing he was going to be the starter coming in 9 of 12 and did that. I mean,
usually the games like Texas versus ULM that I watch that I really get into, it's only because Arkansas is on the other side of the ball. I was going to have to watch this one because my bride is a Longhorn and she's going to watch it. So I was going to sit my ass over and watch it. But I got real excited when it was Arch Manning was going to get to start. So let's, I want to see it. I'm anxious to see it. I imagine a good bit of the country, college football fans, most of them are anxious to watch this football game to see what Arch is all about, man. I mean, you got a guy with potentially the mind of Peyton Manning, with obviously a Manning arm and the athletic ability of his granddad. Yeah, I mean,
speed that is not his uncle and his two uncles.
You got, and I'm gonna tell you, he's put together too now.
Yeah,
I mean, he's not one of them tall drink of waters that's thin, and he is built well. He moves extremely well. I watched his highlight films in high school when he first came out. I've never been like overly I've never thought like his arm was that talented, or he had this, whether we're talking about talent or we're talking about arm strength. Like I've never watched him and been like, yeah, this is one of those freaks that has just a crazy arm. I still think he's got a little funky delivery where he pushes it, but it's enough to play at the NFL level, make all the throws, so he's going to be fine. But I'm telling you, man, it's impressive to watch.
Yep. All right, coming up, it is Kikuchi night. So
who?
Kikuchi. It is, you say Kikuchi. It is Kikuchi.
I love Kikuchi!
That's right. He's on the bump tonight. We'll get you ready for the Astros and Angels. By the way, the Mariners are leading right now against the Yankees as they sit 4.5 back. We'll get you set up for the official injury report is out now. The official injury report is out now. We'll get you the Texans and the Vikings on this and get you ready for this big Thursday night football game that you can come right out here. Come right out here and watch at this Buffalo Wild Wings here in
remodeled.
Tomball. It is.
It's remodeled right here.
It is.
It's done right.
I forgot we had been out
here.
Hey,
you know what she mentioned when I asked her about the remodel? I said, take me down a list of, I understand your remodel because something's old, you want it new, but like what were the goals here? What'd y'all do? And she said, well, we wanted to open up this wall here so the dining room and the bar were kind of more one, and we didn't want to have carpet in the dining area because it's easier to clean. We wanted this back wall over here by the TVs to be black and more sports bar-like. Guess what she hit me with next?
What?
We wanted them old lights you can dim and that make it like a lounge, real cool effect in the evening with these TVs.
That's what they like to do. That's what they like to do.
I told you I was on to something. The first couple years ago, first time we came in Buffalo Wild Wings, I said, man, this has got that lounge lighting going on.
Come on, hang out with us. Hang out with us. A little sexy lounge lighting. Hang out with us as we continue right here on The Drive.
I tell you what, if you're out there and you're dealing with chronic joint pain,
And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Tonight is Kikuchi night.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock, and congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Blonde Bomber. That's the Bomber. It's just the Bomber. That's the Blonde. It's still there. It's not left. And also Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags. We're here live. Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. So come on out and have a good time with us and enjoy yourself. We just hooked up our guy Dale, or some people call him Dace, but we just hooked up Dale with a nice little cooler and a little folding chair, a little
lounge chair, cooler combo, man.
Cooler combo, and congratulations to him. He is one of our winners today. Our final giveaway coming up at the end of this second segment in the 5 o'clock hour. So in about 25 minutes or so, your chance, the big one, a pair of tickets to see the Texans host the Jacksonville Jaguars, and along with that ticket, Bud Light, who this is courtesy of Bud Light, they've also sent along a pair of bracelets, a pair of bracelets, nice little bracelets for you that include food and drink at the tailgate, so you can eat, drink, and have tickets for the game coming up in a couple of weeks. So that's coming up here in about 25 minutes. So if you have not gotten in here to fill your name and put it in our raffle box, you might want to do that, as you got about 25 minutes. And if you're in the building, you haven't done that, you might as well throw it in there for a chance to win a pair of tickets to that Jags-Texans game. All right, as Tyler led it off with, this is Kikuchi night, and he is on the mound to try to get the Astros back into a good spot here. They play the lowly Angels, and we'll give the lineup here in a second. But Clint, right now for me, this is your third starter. This is your third starter in the playoff round right now for me. If the playoff started right now, I would start Framber, Hunter Brown, And then my third would be Kikuchi. And to me, you just want to see him continue to pitch the way he has. He has been we just haven't really seen a rough start, anything close to what we were seeing while he was in Toronto, where he struggled mightily this year. He has been really, really good every game out. As I said, he would be my third starter right now. You just want to see him continue to run that way.
Yeah, right now I don't think you could argue with him being the third starter. I guess Spencer Arrighetti could come into the conversation, but again, if you got to pick between those two, I mean, I don't know that there's a solid something you can put your finger on that's going to make you say, yes, this one over that one. I would prefer Kikuchi. I'm with you, but I could go with Spencer Arrighetti. I think they would go with Kikuchi as well. I think the power pitching lefty that's been as good with an Astros uniform on as he's been, I think it's probably a tad bit more convincing than what Spencer Arrighetti's done. So it's a good problem to have. But I agree. Kikuchi would be my number 3 starter right now. And hell, I just be honest with you. I just want to talk about. I know you do. What?
I know you just want to talk about what
in that wild card series. I want to make sure we get to talk about that Kikuchi.
Kikuchi!
You too? Her too? I'll be damned.
Yeah, I know you do. I know you want to just talk about that Kikuchi.
It's worked out really well for us.
Yeah, it has. It has worked out very well. I mean, Dana
Tyler's
Brown
got 42 drops talking about the Kikuchi. Oh.
Yeah, it was big. It was big, and it's worked out big time for Dana Brown, who made that move, one of the best moves at the trade deadline. By the way, the lineup tonight: Altuve gets the night off. Bregman leads off tonight with Altuve out at third base. Left field is occupied again by Yordan Alvarez. That'd be a hell of a thing if Yiner is out there. Tucker is back in the lineup.
Would it shock you?
No. Tucker's back in the lineup in right field with Yiner Diaz is the DH tonight. Pena is at shortstop. Caratini behind him catching. Singleton at first. Myers in center. And Dubon is in at second base again. So the Astros will look to try to get this weekend series rolling with a W behind Yusei Kikuchi and hopefully take this series against the Angels.
Cream always rises to the top.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, there's a couple of injury notes with the Houston Texans. Let's start with Brevin Jordan, Clint. And this has been reported. Aaron Wilson with this Texans tight end. Brevin Jordan has a torn ACL. He learned of one day after playing the entire game against the Bears. Tough break for one of the most improved players on the roster. This coming directly from Brevin Jordan from his social media. It's what we do. We modern-day gladiators. I played the whole game not knowing which player or when, but with a torn ACL and didn't even know until the next day. I love this football-ish so much, bro. Everything about it, and I'm looking forward to coming back better than ever. So there is Brevin Jordan, who also spoke and acknowledged that he is going to be out. So he is out for the season, Clint. So this is more than just some time. And there was speculation of this as well, that he's going to be out for the season. So the roles step up for guys like Cade Stover and maybe Irv Smith, if that's the guy that continues to roll out. I wonder what's up with Tegan Cotoriano. That's interesting that he is a guy that's been in the system and that's not the route they turn. But I think to the point you made, maybe they were looking for somebody that's more similar to the skill set of Brevin Jordan, and maybe that doesn't fit with Cotoriano.
Look, I think Brevin Jordan was a guy that was good enough to be your number 2 tight end on all your standard, your typical offensive stuff, but he was explosive enough and athletic enough to have a package of his own of some of the different exotic plays, if you will. And so when you start looking around, there's nobody else. Tegan Cotoriano damn sure ain't doing it. Cade Stover's not going to do it. Really, to be honest with you, Dalton Schultz isn't going to do it. So you kind of start looking around of what players are available that can play that kind of tight end. And Irv Smith Jr., the old Alabama Crimson Tide, and Minnesota Vikings, Cincinnati Bengals, Kansas City, all these different camps he's been through. He's a former second-round pick. He is a guy that has a similar skill set to Brevin Jordan. And so I think that was a good pickup. He's on the practice squad right now. I wouldn't expect to see him this week. It wouldn't shock me, but I wouldn't expect to see him this week. I think it's going to be a Cade Stover, Dalton Schultz game this week. But the Brevin Jordan thing, it's not. I mean, I hate to say it's a good thing about him, but like with the injury, like the good thing is you don't lose anything from your offense that is like your identity, what you do. You get another number 2 tight end that can block on the edge, which Cade Stover can do all these things, by the way. Block on the end, even put his hand in the dirt as a true inline tight end and do some things. Cade Stover can do all that. You lose your explosive, exotic tight end, which is a very small package that some games you don't even get to anyway, right? So you're really not losing much from your standard offense. So if you can find somebody like that Irv Smith to eventually a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever, kind of bring some of those same things to the table, then boom, you don't break strides. You just keep moving with it. If not, I mean, you don't have enough footballs to go around as it is.
Yeah.
You don't have enough footballs to go around as it is. You've got plenty of guys that you can get the ball to and packages that you can build around that can pick up that slack. You don't necessarily need to replace
The
Brevin
only
Jordan.
thing is it just when you hear them talk about him, it seemed like they had potentially had. Now maybe they're just being great teammates and great coaching staff, but they legit seem like they were really like we've heard DeMeco every day. I could put together a highlight package of something that he did.
Look, I think we've just got a sentimental group. I think we've got an emotional group. Sure, they're close, they're brothers, but when somebody gets injured, it's heartbreaking, and it's my heart hurts for this guy. And I mean, it's football. Guys get injured, man. It sucks. Go get healthy and let's go. Let's play ball. And by the way, Brev might want to ease up on the gladiator stuff, man. We're playing football, bub. I mean, damn, gladiator. I mean, that ain't.
He said modern day.
Yeah, modern day gladiator. No, I hate to break it to you. It ain't, you put whatever day you want to make it in. It ain't no damn gladiator. You're playing ball with
modern
pads
day,
on.
baby.
And there ain't no weapons out there. And hell, offensively, they're protecting you every step of the damn way. Let's be honest.
All right, outside of the Brevin Jordan situation, he's out for the season with a torn ACL. In terms of practice, as a Thursday practice, Nico Collins returned in a limited fashion, but he looks like he is set to come back. Foley Fatukasi, he returned as well. Did not practice yesterday in a limited fashion. The two big returns, Jarrett Patterson, he returned to practice with that calf issue, and Drew Scruggs, who didn't play last week, tried it out game time, wasn't able to get on the field. He practiced, and now reports are from Aaron Wilson that he could be on track to start on Sunday against the Vikings. The big ones here, though, Clint, the last 2 days, back-to-back days, DMPs not practicing, Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce. Both of your top two running backs didn't practice, and it looks like Cam Akers may be preparing to start this game as the lead running back. So that is the latest here with the Houston Texans and their injury report.
Would not be shocked to see Joe Mixon. It wouldn't surprise me if Joe Mixon wasn't practicing tomorrow. An ankle that clearly they knew it was just a sprain. He actually went back in the game and tried to play on that ankle. I'm no doctor, but when that happens, there's clearly no structural damage there. I would be surprised if we didn't see Joe Mixon to some degree on Sunday. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he's actually practicing maybe in a limited role tomorrow, even tomorrow.
That would be a sign.
Yeah.
Because last week Dalton Schultz didn't practice on Wednesday and Thursdays, and normally the two big, heavy, padded practice days, you don't practice there. That's a long shot you plan. But it did look up when Dalton showed up on the injury report and practiced on Friday.
Yeah, and by the way, if they are actually injured, as I've said before, I'm a little more worried about Dameon Pierce's hamstring than I am that ankle on Joe Mixon. But if they are injured, I'm not going to lose any sleep. Clearly, Joe Mixon, hell, I'm on record. I'm a big fan of Joe Mixon. He's the best back you got. But I believe Cam Akers is more than capable of not just filling the role and being a good running back, but filling the role and being an impact player. I would expect him to make plays in the run game, both within scheme and on his own, and I would expect him to catch a football out of the backfield and make plays as well.
Yeah. So big day tomorrow to see what happens practice-wise. Do the centers continue to be participants in practice, and then Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce?
Rock and roll, meow. 5 o'clock fire.
All right, I do want to get to Tyler's bets for tonight's game, as it is Thursday night football between the Pats and the Jets. Tyler, let's get to them right now. What bets do you have for the people? I know you're feeling good with Thursday night football. Astros playing tonight. You probably got $5,000 on the line. What are you feeling tonight?
Yeah, I got 5 bets. I'll give them to you just real fast here. I got 5 plays for tonight's Thursday night football game. I'm taking the Jets in the first half -2.5. I'm taking the over in this game tonight. It's low. It's at 38.5 with decent odds. And then I got 3 player props for you. See how these hit you. Jacoby Brissett, the Texan killer, over 13.5 rushing yards tonight. He can get that on one play if something opens up. Garrett Wilson, anytime touchdown. I just saw him walking into the stadium actually on Twitter. He looks ready to ball out. Breece Hall, over 30.5 receiving yards for Breece Hall. Play those, win some money. Let's go.
You had a flashback to last year's Texans game when Breece Hall felt like about 100 yards receiving in that game.
You ain't lying.
What's this world come to when you're betting on Jacoby?
Oh, I like
Brissett's rush yards.
I like that. 13.5. He's going to be running for his life. He's a natural. Let me pull it down and run guy. I like that bet.
Yes, sir. You want me to put some money on it for you, Ron?
No, I do not.
Damn it.
Nope, do not. I like that bet for you. That Breece Hall's a little shaky. I like that bet for you. I don't know. You don't have a bet for Aaron Rodgers. My thing, fellas, tonight, I as a football fan, I just want to see Aaron Rodgers look like Aaron Rodgers. If he still can, if that's still there, I would like to see Aaron Rodgers as a football fan look like the guy that was just the most talented, naturally talented quarterback we've ever seen until Mahomes came along, and to do the things that he's done. It's just been a while since we've actually been able to see Aaron Rodgers
when I came out of the darkness,
just pick people apart and just show his greatness. If it's still in there, that's my hope tonight.
I'd like to see Aaron Rodgers look like they practiced a bit instead of what we watched the first couple of weeks.
Something to do with it.
That's it. I mean,
look,
to your point, I hope that's it. I hope that's the deal. Is that it's not Father Time. I hope it's just that they didn't see much live action in the preseason and they're a little bit rusty. And
it's that simple.
They're too good a football team to not be in the playoff conversation at the very, very least. And the ball they played in the first couple weeks, they ain't gonna get there. They got to be better.
All right, this is a safe space. And remember, coming up, we'll be hooking somebody up with these Jags-Texans tickets coming up here in just a bit. But this is a safe space. Have you been disappointed in the play of Derek Stingley through the first 2 weeks? Have you been disappointed in the play of Derek Stingley the first 2 weeks? You can answer that on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right.
In October, no. They are playing for straight-up banners.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The top-ranked show in the city.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, make your way on out. We are about 10 minutes away from hooking somebody up with Texans-Jags tickets. Come on out, having a good time. Not only you got prizes, the Bud Light girls are around hooking people up. They're giving people beers. They're giving people stress balls. I saw
stress balls.
Yeah, the squeezy ball, just in case you. Oh. There's some stress balls. They just gave this couple some stress balls. Y'all need to order up some drinks to have some so y'all can make some bad decisions. Let's go. There we go. Y'all don't look at it. Yeah, he needs to. Come on, make some bad decisions tonight. Cheers. There it is. Get two more in there. There we go. Let's have a good night. Right out, Mom and Dad. Let's do it. Have fun. Have fun. But no, we're having a good time out here. About 5 or 10 minutes away from hooking somebody up with Jags Texans tickets. All you got to do is sign your name up, put it in the raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win those tickets coming up here at the end of this segment. All right, didn't want to pass this along if we didn't already. I don't think we did. Aziz, they hit him with that $11,000, baby. He got hit with an $11,000 fine for that right he threw on the sideline. That right that somehow just didn't result into a penalty. This is very listen. It was good. It was great for the Texans that he didn't get ejected because that's a play where you get ejected. But much like we was talking about with that umpiring crew yesterday, I just don't know how that one just goes on. We got all the cameras in the world to see that a right punch is thrown, and they just keep on rolling. I don't know how that one doesn't result into a penalty of some type on the field. But
let's be honest. Hard if you're playing against us. I mean,
if we're going to start throwing flags like that, I mean the 20 guys that swarmed to him, including and stood over him like this, and then continued to do it on the sideline.
Oh, sure, throw some.
They need a little old flag too. If that was
sure, all of them.
In fact, they should get fined. Anybody that wasn't like there was apparently. I didn't study the film, but apparently there were like non-Bears staff. And I say non-Bears, it's like that didn't have gear on that were part of it as well. Like that should all be nipped in the bud. I know DeMeco talked about it and brought it to the surface about, hey, we got to do something about how guys on opposing sidelines are hovered around and swarmed. Like if we're going to hit Aziz for 11 stacks, which I understand, I'm cool with it. But them other cats that swarmed him. I mean, there needs to be some level of
I don't see no video nowhere
levied
around.
there as well.
If they go back and look at it and say, hey, those guys push this to another level, give them 15. But, yeah, man, that one there, if you got video footage for that, boy, you just can't let punches go by. But it worked out in the Texans to the Texans' advantage, and he's $11,000 lighter. I'm glad he's not getting suspended. You know, some people thought that might be on the table because there was no action taken during the game. But glad he's not getting suspended, and he'll be there for this game against the Vikings. Him and Blake Cashman with the face-off in this game coming up on Sunday. All right, I said this, and I wanted to get some thoughts from people when people did text in. I said, have you been disappointed in Derek Stingley's performance thus far through the first two games? And here someone said Stingley equals missed tackles. No, I haven't. No, but I haven't been impressed either. No, Stingley is a playmaker. Got to live with his instincts. No, I'm not disappointed in Sting. He just had a pick on Sunday. Hopefully they'll match him up with Jefferson on Sunday, LSU versus LSU. I think we may talk about that a little bit tomorrow as well. I'll lead it off, Clint. For me, his play last year towards the end of the season, and then what we watched during training camp and in these preseason games, and the things we were hearing, like, hey man, this dude may be a top 3 corner. I think we had John Harris on there. He may be a top 3 corner in this league, and he may not be 2 or 3. You know, like we've heard and seen with our own eyes how good he is. And to me, early on, I think he has not played up to that level, and to me, it's a little disappointing that he's had some of the moments. It's not looked as bad because the Colts weren't able to execute a bit, and the pass rush was really good. But the offenses and quarterbacks loom later on in the schedule, and you need him to be the kind of guy that we believe he can be. So for me, he has not been bad or anything like that, but just disappointing to what the expectations are.
Yeah, look, I think there's been a couple of lackadaisical moments. I would say kind of some uninspired play early on in games where, he gets hit underneath on a couple of routes. I know there was a whip route last week on I think it was even a third down.
It was, yeah.
So I mean, some of that play I would rather not see, if we're being completely honest. But when you come back and you're able to shadow a guy like DJ Moore and the offense continues to struggle and you ultimately take him completely out of the game once again, when you're able to go get an interception, obviously that helps. So, I mean, I think at this point in time, I think there are moments where I would say, come on, man. I mean, focus up, hunker down, dial in, and handle your business as one of, if not the top corner in the league. I think he has the potential to be that. Let's play like it down in, down out. But I'm not. I'm good with what we've seen so far. I just, the deep ball that was caught by Alec Pierce, the touchdown over the top, that wasn't on Derek Stingley. But, being a top tier corner like that, I'd like to see you go make up for Jimmy Ward's lack of speed underneath. There's been some opportunities that I think he's missed on, I think is the best way to put it. I'm okay with it. I'm fine with it. I would like to see him get that early on lackadaisical, uninspired kind of coverage out of him if he can.
Yeah, to me, and I'll say this, and this is kind of be a kind of precursor to a conversation we'll have tomorrow. Is like, I don't know how great I feel about the prospects of, hey man, based off some of the things we've seen, like, hey, let's just have him shadow every single team's number one receiver. I don't know that I love that, because some of that with DJ Moore he was getting away from it a little too easily and a bit there. I don't know that I feel like, for instance, Sunday, hey man, you just got Justin Jefferson, man, and we're just going to send him.
We've seen it happen twice. And we saw Amari Cooper absolutely torch the Texans, and I think it was one of those like, hey, we just got to throw another answer, another solution at this. And Derek Stingley kept him out of the box score. And this week, I think the shadowing was more about.
You're talking about this week with Moore, this past week?
This week with DJ Moore.
Yeah.
I think it was more about DeMeco Ryans realized early on that it was going to be a all-out pressure game, and they were not going to call the dogs off. And if you're going to do that, you're going to play man behind it. Why not shadow Derek Stingley Jr. on their best receiver, especially with their second-best receiver out, hurt, and their third-best receiver hobbling, and a rookie didn't know what the hell he was doing. So I think it was more of the pressure.
The circumstance.
It was more the pressure this week. Last year against the Browns, it was more of, well, we tried everything we could last week and it didn't work. Let's put Stingley on him, and he did a hell of a job. So I don't expect it to be a week in, week out situation. Even when one might think that somebody's torching us, that Derek Stingley to shadow may not be the answer. But here's the deal, man. At the end of the day, real quick. At the end of the day, with these two corners, with Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley Jr. You got Kamari Lassiter with this nickname Lockdown all of a sudden somehow. I don't get all that. And Derek Stingley has played uninspired, lackadaisical at times, but yet they're being talked about because of the pressure last week and because of the struggles with Indianapolis about this top corner duo, right? I've not seen play to warrant all of a sudden conversation about top corner and top duo of corners, top two corners in the league. I think we need to pump the brakes on all that. But I'm good with Derek Stingley. I'm fine with what I've seen, and I really like what I've seen from Kamari Lassiter on the outside, where I thought he was a nickel defender. I actually really, really like him on the outside after what I've seen.
Yeah, I'm good with Derek Stingley too. I think let's see him pick it up. Let's see him play to the level that he was playing towards the end of the year and all training camp. That's just my expectation. All right, coming up, some news about the Astros. This just breaking here in the last few minutes. We'll let you know the latest on that. And somebody we damn sure aren't disappointed in. Somebody in that secondary we damn sure aren't disappointed in. We'll discuss that coming up next.
or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Tomball. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we continue here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, but that does not mean you don't have to go home or not come back out. There are TVs everywhere. You got the Astros going to play the Angels tonight. Their magic number is at 7 right now. We'll see what the Mariners do as they lead here in the bottom of the eighth, 3-2 against the Yankees. But you can watch that game here, Thursday night football, Pats and Jets. You can watch that here. Great food, great drinks here. Congratulations to Debbie. Debbie is our final winner. She's been here. Debbie pulled up. Debbie and her husband, and thank you for your service again. Debbie and her husband pulled up right next to me. They made my wings. Debbie and her they pulled up and sat down right when I got here. So they've been here since before 2 o'clock, hanging out with us. So congratulations to them and all of our winners today as well here at Buffalo Wild Wings. So, Clint, I did want to pass this note along to everybody. I want to see how people feel about this thing. Monday night, Tyler, and this is you too, and Clint, you're a uniform person. Everybody else, your reaction. Monday night's game will be the last time that the Astros will wear the Nike City Connect Space City uniforms on the field. The blue Space City jerseys, and when they had them with the ridiculous blue pants too to match with those socks. This is the last time. Tyler, did you pick one up? I think you picked one up.
Yeah, I got a Jordan.
Yeah, you got a Jordan. Yeah, this is the last time they will wear that jersey on the field. I'll be honest with you. The jersey to me was a lot better bought and worn by fans than the jersey and the pants combination on the field. I was never excited about the blue on blue. It looked better when people pulled them up with the socks, and they had the socks that kind of matched them. I wasn't a huge fan of those, but they sure made some money because you see them out a lot.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was great for us fans. The jersey and the hat, by the way, the lid was nice. I really like the hat.
Yeah, the hat was cool.
Yeah, so I like the jersey, like the hat. I thought the uniform was awful. I thought it was. I mean, it just, let's be honest. The blue pants, the blue top.
Ooh, check out the uniform guy.
And really, if I remember correctly, the socks are one of those that I like. I thought it looked decent when you pull it up over the knee or at the knee.
You had to pull the socks up.
And then the sock was a little bit exotic for me, if I remember correctly. So. I wasn't a fan of the uniform. Now the good thing is that this will be the last year that they wear this version. They're going to introduce a new version of the Nike City Connect uni in 2025. So I don't know what that's going to look like, but it's not that the City Connect. I know Tyler loves it. That means he can buy another uni. It doesn't necessarily mean the City Connects are going away. Just this version is being retired.
Yeah. So a good one there. As I wonder how people feel about that. But that jersey is rolling out, so no more City Connect. But hey, keep your ones, keep rocking them out there. They're putting up new ones in, as you said, 2025. So y'all can go out there and spend more money and buy some new jerseys.
I tell you who wore it the best though, Kyle Tucker.
Did he? Did he have the socks up?
No, nope, he went long.
Did he?
Altuve went socks up.
Yeah, I think Dubon went socks up.
Diaz, I think, went socks up.
I think Chaz
Chaz did it.
Chaz with socks up, so yeah.
Yeah, all those guys always rock the high socks. I love it.
That was when he was WBC.
Yeah.
Now he just didn't know. Now he don't know what he is, and he's. I think last time they had him only had one sock up and one down. Just trying to figure it out.
That'd be about right. Be on brand.
This is not good.
I'm sorry, Chaz. That wasn't needed. Hey, someone texted in. Where are you guys going to be next week? Guess what? Right here. We're going to be right here again at this Buffalo Wild Wings location. This one here in Tomball will be right here next week. So if you're coming out on Thirsty Thursday and you want to hang out, have a chance to win prizes, we'll be right here next week. And where are we at tomorrow? A little football Friday. Aronda's Sports Bar and Grill.
In the Heights.
In the Heights, North Shepherd. Aronda's Sports Bar and Grill. So come out. and hang out with us tomorrow, a little Football Friday. It will be fun. It's going to be a good time, so come out and hang out with us a little Football Friday. Sure, there will be gift cards, multiple prizes. I've already seen multiple, not just one, multiple, Clint. $25 gift cards will be given out to the people from Academy Sports Outdoors. What the hell? Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Yeah,
you got multiple gift cards there, as well as tickets for University of Houston football game as well. So there will be a lot to hook people up with tomorrow as we'll have a good time on a little Football Friday in the Heights. Clint, before we jump out of here, I know one person that you're getting convinced about. I wonder how many people actually are with the Texans. But Jalen Petrie, who kind of had an up and down first 2 years, missed some tackles. Last year he got benched a couple of times, and it seemed like he took a pretty big step back from his rookie year. They've moved him to the nickel position, Clint, and we've been talking about that was one of the questions of how he would be able to defend there. You said you're at a place, man, where you're convinced. You're completely convinced about Jalen Petrie being in that role.
Yeah, I think it was the right move. I think it's the right move for him. I think it's the right move by DeMeco Ryans. The way that story went was Kamari Lassiter was a nickel defender early on in OTAs, and they quickly moved Jalen Petrie down to nickel, which allowed them to move Kamari Lassiter outside, and that's how we ended up in that position. I think when you look at Jalen Petrie, I think his natural abilities, his strengths, they play well around the line of scrimmage. In fact, that is his strength, is instincts around the line of scrimmage. In run defense, as well as the boot game and all the different pressures that we saw that the Texans used last week quite a bit of. And I'm convinced that's where he belongs. I'm convinced that's the best option at the nickel defender right now for the Texans, and I think he'll end up being an impact player, continue to be an impact player. He was last week. I think he'll do it again.
Yeah, and I think he's been off to a great start with it, Clint. But I think the big piece that we had concern about, I don't think he's been tested quite yet with, and not much in the preseason and not much in the first 2 weeks as well. Yeah. The coverage there in the slot, the coverage if they try to put receivers in the slot there and he's there.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That's the last step. Yeah.
But for me, here's the thing: is if you're able to pressure what felt like 100% of the time like they were against the Bears, and not one time did they ever catch him in a situation where he was an issue, to me it speaks volumes. Whether it's DeMeco Ryans covering up for him or it's him getting the job done, either way it goes, I'm just really, really, really comfortable with Jalen Petrie in that nickel position. And when I first saw it, I didn't know if I would get there. Look, and obviously if he gets matched up with a top receiver in this league or a top receiver on a team, and then the quarterback gets time to stand in the pocket, he's gonna get beat more times than not in that situation. Most nickels in the league will. You got to keep him from getting matched up with those guys, and if not, you got to make sure your pressure gets there in time and doesn't allow him, doesn't allow the receiver 4 or 5 seconds to run a route. So. I think he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, that's the next and final step, is to see if we get to see him in coverage, because as you know, you're not going to be able to heat every quarterback up like that, like they did last week. You're going to have to play it, because some will kill you, right? You can't just heat up Josh Allen in a couple of weeks like that, or he'll hurt you down the field. All right, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, as John McClain, or some call him Jonathan McClain, will join.
Brian, let me stop you right there.
I've never heard anybody call him Jonathan.
No, Tyler typed it in as Jonathan McClain. He will join.
There you have it.
There you have it. Yeah, he'll join the fellas. And then after that, Thursday Night Football, Jets and Patriots. That coverage will begin at 7 o'clock as soon as they sign off on Texans All Access. All right, Tyler. Tyler is rolling to Minneapolis tomorrow. It's getaway day for Tyler. Tyler is getting down to Minneapolis. We're going to do a little Mall of America action. Hey, man, make sure you take a picture of yourself, you and Megan, right with that spoon with the big cherry.
A spoon with a big cherry.
Yeah, they got a landmark there. Spoon with the big cherry. Take that picture. With that.
Hey, make sure y'all got your mouths open now.
Well, you know we will. We're always ready to strike the pose.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Hell with that smiling stuff.
I don't know.
Give me that wide open.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'd say it's a variation of a smile.
Yeah, they're patented. By the way, if you missed it, Tyler said he's going down there red C.J. Stroud jersey. And I disagree with what somebody said on the text line. Somebody on the text line said only chicks wear and buy quarterback jerseys. I think that's unfair.
That's dumb.
It's a number one selling jersey in the
entire
league.
I think that's unfair, and it's just not true. Our guy here had on a C.J. Stroud jersey.
Yeah, and I think he's a man's man.
He is. He is.
Yeah, man, I'm comfortable with it. I'm good with it. That's fine. It's a sharp-looking jersey. And if you must know, I don't think I told you all this earlier, my wife actually bought her first ever NFL jersey. She got a matching one. She got a battle red C.J. Stroud jersey she's wearing.
Wow.
Now